Kuyu's university admission notice was concealed by her stepmother and biological father, who coerced her into marrying an elderly man in exchange for a dowry of 100,000. In her desperate resistance, she resorted to fasting, only to be cast out of her home. Just as she found herself at a dead end, she unexpectedly bonded with a VR female guide system from an interstellar beast world. From that moment on, she became the object of admiration across the entire galaxy, with an unending supply of high-tech resources. Initially, the SSS-grade commander dismissed her. A brilliant doctor deemed her a waste of time, and a nefarious interstellar pirate mocked her. However, when she softly uttered, "I have lost my home, I wish to earn tuition, and I can comfort you," these formidable males succumbed, vying to offer her everything. Unbeknownst to Kuyu, who was solely focused on serving her country and repaying her debts, she had unwittingly fallen into a fierce competition across the galaxy. Chapter 1. Cast out by her stepmother, she is adopted by a top beastman. The rain poured heavily. Kuyu was unceremoniously kicked out of her home by her stepmother, Zhou Xiaofeng, who stood with her hands on her hips, her sharp voice ringing out. "You useless girl! What good is all this education? Marry into the Wang family instead. They'll give you 100,000 in dowry, enough to buy your brother a car. You will stand in the yard as punishment until you come to your senses." With a resounding bang, the door was slammed shut. Standing in the rain, Kuyu clenched her fists. Looking up, she saw her brother on the second floor, disdainfully spitting at her while engrossed in a mobile game. She ducked aside, taking refuge beneath a breezy windowsill, where she caught sight of her biological father sitting on the living room sofa, scrolling through videos. He was casually placating her stepmother, claiming that Kuyu would acquiesce, or else he would sell her. Her father and stepmother had confiscated her university admission notice, hoping to marry her off to a man well over 50 in exchange for a dowry of 100,000. What was the difference between this and selling her? Kuyu had been fasting for 3 days in protest. Now, drenched in rain, her stomach twisted in pain. Cold and hungry, she curled up, unsure if the moisture on her face was tears or rainwater, enveloped in a chill. Her legs went numb, and as she tentatively shifted, she suddenly bumped into something. Turning her head, she discovered a pink glass bottle on the mottled cement. The glass surface shimmered with electronic patterns, clearly marked, "Edible nutritional liquid, sweet peach flavor." As her fingertips brushed the glass, the pink liquid surged into her veins, a warm sensation coursed through her body, miraculously alleviating her stomach cramps. A feeling of fullness enveloped her. Then, a line of text appeared before her eyes. "This weather is quite cold. The kind-hearted commander CZUon has purchased a windbreaker for you. You will look splendid in it, so hurry and put it on." A yes and no appeared in the lower right corner of the text. KEU's puzzled gaze settled on yes, and in an instant, a black windbreaker adorned her body. The chill of the rain evaporated, leaving her comfortably warm. The rainwater had vanished, and her thin shirt was dry. Her hair had dried as well. KEU blinked in surprise, scanning her surroundings for anything amiss. Who was Commander CZUon? Was he a divine being come to rescue her? Although she identified as a materialist, how could she explain the bizarre occurrences that had just transpired? Meanwhile, 3 million light-years away in the Gao-O constellation at the Interstellar Research Center, CZUon raised an eyebrow at the subtitles on the holographic screen. Experimental Subject VR Guide Number 1 has hit rock bottom. As a male, you should be magnanimous and send her gifts promptly. The beast head emblem on his military uniform glowed blue, his stern features betraying little emotion as he casually swiped through the floating interface. He then issued an order. Kuyu pondered the situation. A familiar piece of paper appeared in her palm, inscribed with "Admission Notice from the capital's premier academy." In an instant, her breath caught. Without a doubt, it was her university admission notice. Then, a box materialized in her hand. Inside lay a complete set of paints and art supplies. As she opened it, the mineral pigments sparkled like shattered diamonds, and the titanium white tube bore a totem symbol resembling a beast. Trembling, she tore open the seal on her admission notice, and when she glimpsed the emblem within, tears of joy streamed down her face. Kuyu laughed through her tears. "No matter who you are, thank you." She loved to paint and had worked hard to gain admission to university, only to be dismissed by her stepmother, who deemed her passion a waste of money and useless. Since middle school, her Her stepmother had given her not a single penny. She had promised not to spend any family money while at university, yet her stepmother still forbade her from attending and insisted she marry instead. For 3 days, she had fasted, sleeplessly pleading, nearly succumbing to despair and considering a tragic end. And then, these things had appeared out of nowhere. Yuan observed the heart-shaped icon on the holographic screen, which had finally turned a slight shade of red, the value now at 10. He smiled. The current interstellar landscape was starkly divided, with powerful males referred to as sentinels, possessing extraordinary abilities. However, their mental states were prone to instability. If not calmed promptly, they could easily lose their rationality and commit unlawful acts. In severe cases, it could lead to death. The other type, with robust mental fortitude, was known as guides, who provided healing, comfort, and accompanied sentinels in battle. They were indispensable allies for sentinels. Due to interstellar contamination, exceptional female guides have become increasingly rare, residing high above and seldom serving sentinels. Thus, scientists developed intelligent VR female guides. Not only could they autonomously seek targets, but they also provided effective guidance for both parties. Currently in the testing phase, Yuan, as the foremost commander of the interstellar forces, was honored to be the companion experimental subject for the VR female guide. The test was simple. Establish rapport with the VR female guide to achieve a mental connection, allowing her to soothe and heal the sentinel. At present, data was just beginning to be compiled, and many functions were unfamiliar to Yuan as he was still in the exploration stage. However, from their first encounter tonight, he understood that making the VR female guide happy would rapidly increase her fondness. Moreover, she was easily satisfied. For instance, the arrogant guides in the current interstellar realm who enjoyed toying with sentinels were abundant and would establish mental connections with ease. This would be a remarkable invention. As the strongest commander in the galaxy, Yuan was confident he could quickly complete the experiment, allowing the VR female guide to benefit more sentinels. The heart-shaped icon symbolized Kuyu's fondness for him and represented the level of this female guide. Currently, the interstellar classification was clear, with sentinels and guides distinguished by 9 levels: SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, E, and F. At present, Kuyu is at F level, the weakest. Just then, in the image, Kuyu donned a hat and tucked her admission notice in her clothing. Then, clutching her paints, she stepped into the curtain of rain. Kuyu yearned to escape this suffocating home. She intended to attend university and fulfill her dreams, refusing to marry so soon. With her head lowered, she ran through the rain, thinking she needed to find a part-time job quickly, preferably one with room and board. With a month until school began, she aimed to earn her own tuition. Meanwhile, Yuan swiftly received the request. Without hesitation, he agreed. At the same time, a flashing light on his optical brain signaled an urgent summons from the military. Glancing at the screen, he softly uttered good night as he answered the call while boarding a flying vessel. Simultaneously, a key appeared in Kuyu's hand. It was labeled Taiha Community, Building 19, 23rd floor, Apartment 101. Tonight's events were exceedingly strange. These items had appeared timely and mysteriously. As the rain intensified, Kuyu hesitated briefly before heading towards the Taiha community on the adjacent street. Upon arriving at the door of Apartment 101 on the 23rd floor, she reached out, tentatively placing her fingerprint on the scanner. Beep! Welcome home, master. The door swung open, the lights within the room illuminated entirely. Kuyu bit her lip, cast a glance at the dark corridor, and mustered her courage to step inside. The 2-bedroom apartment was devoid of any furnishings or decorations, and it was empty. However, the stark white walls and floor were impeccably clean, free of dust. Outside, the wind howled fiercely, and the rain lashed against the enormous floor-to-ceiling windows, causing her heart to pound in rhythm. She closed the door and crouched against it, gazing at the admission letter, the paints, and the key that had inexplicably appeared in her hand. The taut nerves of the past few days began to ease slightly. You had no time to ponder the peculiarities of the night, nor did she need to worry about falling asleep and being secretly taken away by her stepmother and father for marriage. As her eyelids grew heavy, she finally succumbed to exhaustion and drifted into slumber. Chapter 2. The Commander in Peril. Loyalty level 10 on the battlefield of Xingyuan. The acrid smell of charred remains intermingled with a nauseating scent of blood. Ruins lay scattered haphazardly, and the burning remains of mechas crackled ominously. Warriors of various shapes and sizes lay strewn about, but only Sizuan continued to fight. His body was drenched in blood, indistinguishable between his own and that of the insectoid enemies. Blinded by rage, he was determined to thwart the invading extraterrestrial beasts. Finally, after an indeterminate amount of time, reinforcements arrived. Commander C. Upon hearing the call, Sizuan glanced over and then collapsed in relief. When he was brought back to the interstellar base, he was already on the brink of collapse. His body trembled violently as he strained against his restraints, desperate to break free. With a fierce roar, he threw his head back. His eyes were bloodshot, radiating a frenzied light, and his combat prowess surged like a tumultuous black storm. Summon the top-tier guides. We cannot control Commander C. The adjutant shouted anxiously, attempting to approach Sizuan, only to be repelled by his formidable power. The surrounding mechas sparked and scattered parts as they were buffeted by his might. The soldiers around him recoiled in terror, their faces etched with fear. Get away! Sizuan injected himself with the strongest suppressor, clinging to the last vestiges of reason as he made his way to the most secure medical chamber. He could not harm his own kind. The military, aware of Sizuan's volatile state, urgently summoned the guides. Several of the finest guides in the galaxy cautiously approached the medical chamber, attempting to soothe him with their mental powers. However, Sizuan harbored hostility toward any approaching female. Weaker guides were even forced to vomit blood and collapse from the pressure of his power. Sizuan was the strongest sentinel in the galaxy, a war god unmatched by any. His level had reached the astonishing SSS grade, the highest rank in the galaxy. Currently, there was no SSS grade guide capable of matching him. To prevent further harm to the guides, the military had no choice but to order a retreat. Subsequently, an additional layer of specially designed isolation chamber was added outside the medical chamber, where Sizuan was located. The walls of this isolation chamber were constructed from nanoalloy, capable of withstanding the power of S-grade sentinels. The military personnel anxiously monitored Sizuan through surveillance, witnessing his complete loss of rationality as he relentlessly battered against the walls, striving for freedom and relief from his agony. The dull sounds emanating from the isolation chamber made everyone's hearts tremble. Commander C is suffering too much. If this continues, he will perish. We must find a way to calm him. But these guides cannot get close. What do we do? Rather than watch Commander C suffer, we might as well resort to the last method. Use a biological guiding crystal to let him sleep eternally. Let the experimental VR female guide try. A deep voice came forth, glancing at the surveillance before addressing everyone. Issue an urgent summons to the entire galaxy, offering substantial reward for anyone who can. Save Commander C. He presided over the entire Gao O constellation and would not allow his top commander to perish so easily. The VR female guide was still in experimentation, its effectiveness uncertain. Yet, at this moment, all possible measures had to be employed. In her slumber, Kuyu suddenly felt the world tremble. She opened her eyes to a terrifying world engulfed in flames and chaos. The horrific scene before her widened her eyes in terror, instinctively covering her mouth. In the sky, the wreckage of fighter jets trailed thick smoke as they plummeted. On the ground, corpses lay scattered, blood winding like rivers across the blackened earth. Suddenly, she noticed a strikingly handsome yet frail man bound by chains atop a mound of bodies. He seemed to struggle in pain. After a moment's hesitation, Kuyu approached. "What's wrong? Are you all right?" She glanced at the chains, binding him tightly, and reached out to free him. However, upon contact, the chains vanished. The man lost his support and collapsed to the ground. Instinctively, Kuyu stepped forward and caught him securely. Sizuan fell into her embrace, his striking features contorted in agony. Kuyu was taken aback as a transparent bar appeared before her. Name: Sizuan, loyalty level 10. This male is too pitiful. Please bestow upon him a loving touch to restore him. Surprised, Kuyu extended her hand, as if compelled by instinct, her fingertips resting on Sizuan's forehead. Delicate strands of golden light emerged from her fingers, gradually merging with Sizuan's body. In an instant, the swirling black mist surrounding him receded. The terrifying battlefield transformed into a bright room. The pain etched on Si-Yuan's face began to fade, replaced by deep reliance and affection. His military uniform appeared both solemn and imposing, igniting Kuyu's curiosity. Particularly, the beast head emblem on his chest seemed familiar. Just as she leaned in to inspect it, Si-Yuan opened his eyes. A sharp glint flashed within them as he seized her wrist, pulling her up to his eye level. Kuyu then realized how tall and robust he was, needing to tilt her head to meet his gaze. Gripping her was akin to clutching a small chick, lifting her effortlessly before his eyes. Si-Yuan's expression was a mixture of caution and suspicion. He raised a blood-stained finger to touch Kuyu's cheek. As if questioning reality, he squeezed her face tightly. His grip was firm enough to cause her discomfort, prompting her to frown. A flicker of surprise crossed Si-Yuan's eyes. "How did you come to be here?" Chapter 3. It won't be poisonous, will it? Before Kuyu could respond, Si-Yuan seemed to come to a realization, abruptly flinging her away and retreating several meters. "You are an illusion," Si-Yuan declared. "I am hallucinating." A mere VR guide at F grade could not possibly soothe an SSS grade sentinel. Moreover, he had not summoned her. How had she appeared? Si-Yuan recalled the ambush on the battlefield. There were orcs conspiring against him. Thus, the appearance of Kuyu now might be yet another ploy. With that thought, Si-Yuan suddenly flashed in front of Kuyu, intending to restrain her, but she reacted first, shoving him away and bolting. In front of a laboratory, a male with a visage as frosty as snow coldly scrutinized the latest report on the blue screen. The interstellar war god reveals a manic side. How the mysterious guide calms him. The male clad in a white lab coat's eyes flickered with a ruthless glint as he habitually adjusted his monocle perched on his left eye. He was already well aware of the experiments concerning the VR guide being studied at the Research Institute. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, there exists no guide capable of soothing Si-Yuan with such swiftness. Thus, the only option remaining is the experimental VR guide. He turned to the robot and inquired, "What is the status?" "The temporal anchor point has been established, Dr. Aishi. It is now operational. Currently, the VR guide remains in the testing phase, and without special programming, connections cannot be made. However, once the temporal anchor point is established, it essentially grants him the qualifications for internal testing, enabling him to operate just like Si-Yuan. He harbors a deep-seated grudge, constantly recalling how vehemently Si-Yuan opposed his experiments involving the orcs, extracting psychic energy and modifying genes. Had it not been for his interference, the Gao-O constellation would likely be teeming with S-class sentinels and guides by now. He thwarted the advancement of the orcs and, in turn, obstructed his own ascent to becoming the youngest and most renowned scientist in the galaxy. At present, Si-Yuan's rank is such that no female guide can penetrate his mental landscape to fully soothe him. The VR guide is designed specifically for high-ranking male orcs like him. This implies that the VR guide was conceived for Si-Yuan, and if this experiment were to succeed, the VR guide would effectively become his mate. Hence, she must eliminate this possibility. The robot's fingers deftly manipulated controls, conjuring a blue screen in mid-air that on the screen appeared a slender girl, clad in a black windbreaker, her chin resting against the zipper, accentuating the porcelain-like translucence of her delicate features. She possessed striking beauty, with facial features reminiscent of ancient humanity, exuding both elegance and distinctiveness, captivating and visually appealing. Particularly alluring were her cold yet resilient eyes, radiating an undeniable charm. Given Si-Yuan's busy schedule, he surely lacks the time to nurture this VR guide. Otherwise, the guide's emotional resonance value would not remain at zero. Once he successfully nurtures this VR guide as his own, Si-Yuan would find himself bereft, left to succumb to madness without a matching guide to soothe him. At that moment, Kuyu awoke from her slumber, surveying the empty room, still slightly dazed. The house was intact, the notification letter was present, and there were paints. There was no imminent danger. She gazed at the keys for a few moments before deciding to settle in, wash her face, and seek employment. As she moved, she felt a twinge of discomfort in her arms and legs. Recalling the scenes from her dream, she thought of the imposing man whose presence was both formidable and daunting, sending a shiver down her spine. Thankfully, she had awakened in time. Otherwise, that fierce man would have captured her. After washing her face, Kuyu felt considerably more refreshed and dismissed thoughts of a dream. After all, it was merely a dream. Bizarre as it was, she would not encounter it again as she scrutinized the casually behaving female on the screen, his brow slightly furrowed. After such extensive research at the Institute, they have produced only this experimental VR guide. His tone was filled with skepticism. How can one devoid of psychic energy possibly soothe Commander C? As she asserted, I fear that the sun conceals its true power. This is merely a pretext. He doubted that the irascible Sidyuan could be easily pacified by such an experimental subject. At that moment, a line of text appeared before a she. How can one let a beauty go hungry? You exhibit a severe lack of chivalry. Hurry and feed her, as she replied. Who authored this code? Nonetheless, the notion of nurturing a VR guide was indeed intriguing, and he wished to delve deeper. Just as Kuyu was about to step out to seek work, two black glass bottles suddenly materialized at her feet. This time, Kuyu witnessed the bottles appear out of thin air. In truth, she had just been contemplating how delightful the sweet peach-flavored nutrient solution from the previous night had been. To her surprise, it had reappeared. Upon examining the symbols on the bottles, she deduced they were from the same brand. She picked one up to inspect it, reading, Purple Cabbage Nutrient Solution. Purple cabbage? Wasn't that a type of vegetable? This time, Kuyu directly opened the bottle and took a sip. Ugh, this tastes awful. She grimaced, her features contorting in disgust. It's not toxic, is it? A she, observing this scene, snorted in amusement. This female is rather ignorant. It was evident she was malnourished. This nutrient solution was perfectly suited for her needs. Noticing her hesitation, he manipulated the interface, sending over an instruction manual.ku, stealing herself, glanced at the guide for the purple cabbage nutrient solution and reluctantly drank it down. Despite its unpleasant taste, it could satiate her hunger and benefit her health. Gritting her teeth, she finished it in one go. Simultaneously, she pondered the strangeness of her recent experiences. Could it be that after enduring so much hardship, the heavens rewarded her with the so-called koi physique? Was it truly a case of manifesting her desires? Tentatively, Kuyu made a wish, if only she could have a bed. That way, she wouldn't have to lie on the cold, hard tiles tonight. After waiting for a while, Kuyu scanned the room, but she did not see the bed she had hoped for. Was it perhaps too vague? She clarified, just a simple wooden bed would suffice, preferably with a black blanket. The room had heating, so it wasn't unbearably cold. However, it was winter, and she would still need a blanket to sleep comfortably at night. Doctor. A she. Did you hear the little female's wish? She feels so helpless, lacking even a bed. If I were male, I would immediately provide her with the most comfortable bed. A line of text appeared. As she glanced at the words, snorting softly, his excessively pale and slender fingers glided over the screen, and a white steel-framed surgical bed, along with a blue-striped signature blanket, materialized in the main bedroom. Perfect. The laboratory is due for a new batch of equipment, so this will be allocated to her. The blue screen gradually displayed a line of text, dripping with sarcasm. Dar. She is truly generous. A veritable iron rooster among males that it also tease Kuyu. The ill-intentioned iron rooster, Dr. A. Shi, has delivered a refurbished simple bed to you. Please take a look. If it does not meet your satisfaction, you may request him to toss it out of the window. Kuyu found this amusing. She recalled the system she had encountered in novels and realized that, inadvertently, she had also formed a bond with a wish-granting system. Chapter 4. The one who nurtures her. Am I the only one? However, there is one peculiar aspect. The previous caretaker was a person named Yuan. This time, it is a different individual, yet still a doctor. Kuyu remarked, having this bed is already quite satisfactory. I am not picky. Now that she possesses a sanctuary, she is exceedingly content. Kuyu tentatively attempted to communicate with the system. Could you perhaps introduce yourself? Or how do I use you? Is it simply a matter of making a wish? After speaking, Kuyu fixed her gaze on the empty air before her. 1 second, 2 seconds passed without any response. Could you assist me in finding a job? Just a meal in exchange would suffice. I am not afraid of hardship or labor. What a noble little female. Such a rare female guide, who can endure hardship. Ah, see, do you not intend to lend a hand? Mia C regarded the subtitles before him with a cold expression. Initially reluctant to waste time, He found himself inexplicably swayed by the curious and expectant expression on the screen, and thus he acquiesced. Mia C. conducted an inquiry and discovered that, based on the VR guide's persona, she is in dire need of funds. He glanced at the paints on the ground and provided her with a brush and an easel. Kuyu stared in astonishment at the objects that materialized before her. She did not dare blink, yet the items appeared suddenly within her line of sight. Following that, a two-seater sofa and a coffee table emerged beside the easel. Upon the table lay an instruction manual, containing but a few simple words, "Paint for money." This was indeed perfectly suited for Kuyu. She, being inherently introverted and self-effacing, shied away from social interactions. However, she possessed a profound talent for painting. If the system could purchase her artwork, it would be nothing short of marvelous. She could paint to her heart's content. To affirm this notion, Kuyu immediately seated herself before the easel and began to draw. Mia C. mused, such a weak female guide should remain homebound. If I give her something to occupy her, she will not feel the urge to seek employment. He resolved to attend to his own matters, planning to collect her completed work after a while. High Ocean Constellation. After a series of examinations, CZ Yuan confirmed that his body was in sound condition. Even his previously shattered mental landscape had surprisingly been restored by 30%, much to the astonishment of the entire Royal Hospital. At that moment, CZ Yuan remained unconscious, and they reported his physical condition to the Sun. Upon glancing at CZ Yuan's report, the Sun expressed astonishment. It was unexpected that a mere value of 10 in heart-throbbing could grant an F-grade female guide such capabilities. Curiosity regarding this VR guide stirred within him. The Sun promptly instructed his aide, provide me with an anchor point, and additionally, recruit several higher-ranked sentinels for internal testing. This is the only way to obtain a more accurate test report. Soon after, CZ Yuan awakened at the Royal Hospital. He felt weak, yet his keen gaze swept the room. Ignoring his physical condition, he immediately activated his holographic computer. On the screen, a slender young girl stood with her back to him, intently applying paint to a canvas. He observed her silently, his eyes flashing with scrutiny and perplexity. I must communicate with her. What does she need? Tell me. CZ Yuan recalled the scene from his mental landscape. He still could not believe that the VR guide possessed such formidable mental strength. The pre-programmed robot on the screen did not respond to CZ Yuan. He was the one issuing commands and holding authority. CZ Yuan then noticed the plethora of items within Kuyu's room. Where had the canvas and those beds come from? Everything that belonged to the VR guide could only be provided by herself. CZ Yuan intended to wait for the VR guide to speak before offering assistance. This way, she would be even more moved, thereby enhancing her heart-throbbing value towards him. CZ Yuan still received no reply, and he unconsciously furrowed his brow. Just as he was about to practice with the technical staff of the Research Institute, he suddenly saw Kuyu move before her canvas. Once immersed in her artistic state, she was utterly oblivious to her surroundings. Before she realized it, she had been painting for over an hour. Feeling parched, she set down her brush and stood to stretch her shoulders and neck. In the distant constellation, CZ Yuan was also observing intently. Upon discerning the image on the canvas, he was taken aback. His pupils dilated in disbelief as he clicked to magnify the image for clearer observation. The entire screen now displayed only the enlarged canvas. In the center of the canvas lay a depiction of the pitch-black star Abyss battlefield. This battlefield, surrounded by barriers, was not accessible to just any beastman. Furthermore, many intricate details were illustrated, indicating that the artist had observed them up close. Amid the various mounds of corpses, there was a cross, upon which a bloodied beastman clad in armor was bound. He bore a fierce, frenzied expression. It was him. With bloodshot eyes, he gazed intently in that direction. The vividness of his gaze seemed to contain a light wrapped in darkness, capable of penetrating all decay and guarding against any who approached. Though he was ensnared, his formidable presence remained undiminished, instilling fear in those who beheld him. Yet, his expression of restraint appeared so fragile, as if it could be scattered by the wind at any moment, exhausted as if he might plunge into an endless abyss the next second. This was a side of CZ Yuan that he had never recognized within himself. He reached out, yearning to touch the image of himself on the screen. He felt that he should not appear this way. Within the depths of his dark eyes, a flicker of light shimmered. Indeed, it was her. The guide who had comforted him and restored his mental landscape was truly she. A mere F-grade guide, not only in the testing phase, but even in the battlefield, possessed no such ability. Yet how did she know such a scene and portray it so vividly? Such a gifted soul painter. Yet she is left to suffer from thirst. Commander C, cannot you be considerate and provide her with delicious, pure water? The canvas shrank back down, and familiar subtitles appeared promptly. CZ immediately supplied the nutritional fluid from his storage space. Just as Kuyu, who had been lamenting her thirst, noticed the sweet peach-flavored nutritional fluid on the table. A smile graced her lips. At that moment, CZ fixated intently on the heart symbol hovering above Kuyu's head. The heart remained motionless. As Kuyu savored the sweet peach-flavored nutritional fluid, she contentedly remarked, "This is far better than that purple cabbage nutritional fluid." Upon hearing this, CZ instantly sensed something amiss. Indeed, something had gone awry. Although he believed that the VR guide had comforted him, there must be circumstances of which he was unaware. He promptly contacted the Research Institute. The Research Institute, the very place that created the VR guide, was most knowledgeable about all related matters. Upon seeing CZ, the researchers expressed astonishment. "Commander C, you have awakened. How is your mental state?" CZ did not respond to the inquiry. Instead, he asked, "Is the internal testing qualification for the VR guide exclusive to me?" Chapter 5. Come back and accompany Boss Wong, the researcher replied. "No. The Sun has allocated 3 more anchor point slots. Test Subject 1 is your guide. It is he who will nurture her, cultivating her mental strength." Initially, it was agreed that only when the feasibility of the VR guide was confirmed would more be created for other sentinels to nurture. Upon hearing this, CZ expression darkened. His voice turned icy. This VR guide currently still has 3 sentinels available for nurturing. The scarcity of interstellar females means that females can have multiple beast husbands. However, the VR guide is independently established. How could so many sentinel accounts be registered all at once? This affects my ability to nurture the VR guide. In that case, whose heart-throbbing value will be counted? The researchers were oblivious to the displeasure in CZ tone. He explained, currently only C Commander was present. The 3 anchor points had just been sent to the Sun. This was even more peculiar. What was the significance of the items in the VR guide room and the purple cabbage nutrient solution? CZ felt perplexed, with too many questions swirling in his mind. He promptly left the infirmary and headed to the research facility. Upon arrival, he activated the screen, successfully calming himself with the VR guide, and mentioned the multitude of new items in the room. The researchers examined the code for bugs, but found nothing amiss. One of them stated that at the time, C Commander was on the brink of a breakdown, and the Sun had urgently instructed them to extract the VR guide's mental energy into his mental landscape. This could explain her appearance. However, her level and whether she could truly calm him still required observation. Perhaps this was the remarkable aspect of the VR guide. Her level classification differed from that of our interstellar standards, demonstrating a higher optimization. As for the purple cabbage nutrient solution mentioned by the VR guide, they had not encountered it in the data, nor did she leave behind any bottles in her room. It might merely be a form of expression in her dialogue. In summary, no anomalies were discovered, and everything had an explanation. CZ remained skeptical, yet he had just witnessed the data verification with his own eyes. After a moment of silence, he declared, "You will now connect her mental energy to me." CZ wished to meet her, both to communicate and to ascertain if she had developed her own consciousness. The researchers appeared hesitant, as the current testing was unstable. The last connection had been a risk, and repeated connections in a short period might cause data chaos. Just as CZ was about to speak, he was urgently summoned back by the Sun, who had learned of his awakening. Before he departed, he instructed, "Monitor the backend data of the VR guide closely and arrange for her to meet me." The response was affirmative. Unbeknownst to him, the night had fallen outside. Kuyu glanced at the howling darkness and said, "Tongu, I need curtains. The night is too dark. It's quite frightening. Dr. A, she must be thoughtful and has likely prepared the most beautiful curtains for the little female. Aishi's cold gaze remained fixed on the screen, oblivious to the subtitles, as he focused on the completed artwork. He had already received the physical report on CZ. Initially, he had been skeptical about the news that the VR guide had successfully calmed CZ, suspecting it might be a ruse from the royal family. However, upon witnessing Kuyu present Siyuan's mental landscape on the canvas, he realized that this VR guide was indeed worthy of study, and more so, a worthy investment of his time. Ishi smirked coldly, pondering how much he should pay the little female for the significant leverage she had provided in relation to CZ. Consequently, Kuyu noticed a line of text appearing on the canvas. Your artwork is simply perfect. Please enter a price and await collection. After a moment of hesitation, she wrote a figure of 5,000 into the air. This amount was for her school tuition. If she could truly earn money through her artwork, that would be remarkable. She looked on with disdain. Is this VR guide unaware of CZ's true value? 5,000 currency only equates to 50 star coins. Thus, Ishi generously granted Kuyu 100 star coins, amounting to 10,000. The artwork then vanished, and Kuyu received a text notification of the deposit in her account. Soon after, the windows of the house were adorned with black curtains. Kuyu counted her mobile balance, utterly astonished. This was the first time in her life she had seen such a sum of money. Could her artwork truly be worth this much? Filled with renewed vigor, she resumed painting. Once the artwork reached Aishi, he copied the image into the database. A robot inquired, should this painting be destroyed? After all, it pertains to Sea Commander's mental landscape, a closely guarded secret. Aishi, deep in thought, took the painting and directly stored it away. Kuyu painted until the late hours, only to be awakened the next day by the ringing of her phone. This mobile was a hand-me-down from her brother, and her only contact was Zhou Xiaofang. Initially, Kuyu thought it was merely her alarm to wake up and study. But upon answering, she was met with a furious voice. Where have you run off to? I told you to stand in the yard as punishment, and you dare to slack off. The family had only just realized her absence after a whole day. Zhou Xiaofang continued without waiting for Kuyu's response. Hurry back. Boss Wang is coming today. You need to accompany him for drinks and to meet him. Kuyu had always been a quiet one in front of her, obeying her every command. Unexpectedly, Kuyu hung up the phone. She would never return to a family that intended to sell her. Zhou Xiaofang promptly called again, but Kuyu blocked her number. The first time, Zhou Xiaofang thought it an accidental disconnection, but upon the second call, she realized that Kuyu had hung up on her. Infuriated, she sent a threatening text. If you dare not come back, I will burn your admission letter. If you comply, perhaps Boss Wang will allow you to continue your studies. She was not fooled. Kuyu ignored the empty threats, washed her face, and prepared to buy some daily necessities. At the supermarket, Kuyu purchased various items and contemplated her meals. Now that she had money, she could buy her own groceries and no longer needed to rely on Tonga. Thus, she began selecting cooking utensils. On the opposite side of the shelf, someone was observing her and discreetly took a photograph of her silhouette, sending it to Kuwei, asking, "Is this your academic sister?" Kuwei, engrossed in a game, immediately sat up upon seeing the photo. Enlarging the image, he recognized her even from the side. The clothes she wore were once his. "Mom, I know where she's hiding," he exclaimed excitedly, rushing to the living room. Having found Kuyu, he could finally secure the motorcycle he had set his sights on. Chapter 6. The Judgment of the Little Female. This little wretch, where did she procure such funds to buy so many items? Zhou Xiaofang, upon seeing the photo, immediately took note of the items in Kuyu's shopping cart. She had heard that the air fryer was quite effective, yet she had never purchased one. This little brat actually had the money to buy it? Kuwei chimed in, with that kind of money, she doesn't even think to save up for a motorcycle. Zhou Xiaofang rolled up her sleeves. This supermarket isn't too far. Let's go find her. Perfect timing to bring her back and present her to Boss Wang for an inspection. Before departing, Kuwei messaged his classmates, "Wait for me. Don't let her leave. I'm on my way." "Okay." His classmate chuckled mischievously, casually pocketing a small hand warmer from the shelf. Glancing at Kuyu, who was still selecting items, he headed off to find the store's loss prevention officer. Inside the supermarket, Kuyu bought a small rice cooker, a large bowl, and a pair of chopsticks. The rice cooker was on sale for only 59 yuan. The large bowl served as both a soup bowl and a dish for vegetables, very practical. Kyu also purchased a cup, along with some noodles, rice, cabbage, and a bit of salt. After completing her purchase and preparing to leave, she was suddenly surrounded by two individuals who blocked her path. "That's her," they declared. Their faces were serious, their gazes filled with scrutiny and suspicion. The boy who had accompanied the loss prevention officer had quietly blended into the crowd, watching the unfolding scene. Kyu nervously inquired, "What's going on?" The loss prevention officer's voice was cold and authoritative. "Someone witnessed you stealing. We need to conduct a search." Curious and judgmental eyes from the surrounding customers fell upon her. Kyu's countenance darkened. "Who saw me stealing? Let them say what I allegedly took." The loss prevention officer instinctively glanced around, but did not see Kuwei's classmates. Another person, realizing something, disdainfully remarked, "Don't try to argue. Just look at how you're dressed. It's evident you're a picture of poverty. Instead of focusing on your studies, you rebel at such a young age and resort to stealing." Kyu's jacket hung loosely over her tattered long shirt, its fabric faded and worn, unable to conceal her destitution. Her trousers were similarly ragged, and her shoes were peeling, with cracks and dirt stubbornly clinging to them, a testament to her plight. The surrounding customers seemed to comprehend the situation, beginning to murmur among themselves. Clearly, she was a disobedient child, a product of a home unable to discipline her, now a menace to society. These children have no idea of the hardships their parents endure. How heartbroken must her parents be to discover she has stolen? It's truly a tragedy. Whoever raises such a child is doomed. "Young lady, hand it over quickly. If you bought it, the supermarket won't make things difficult for you." Kyu bit her lip, her face flushing, but before she could speak, the loss prevention officer forcefully snatched the items from her grasp. She had not purchased a bag, instead using a transparent one from the supermarket, which now lay scattered across the floor due to his aggressive tugging. Even a loose rice and flour spilled everywhere. The onlookers watched with cold eyes, unblinking, eager to uncover what Kyu had stolen. No one believed her. They were indifferent to the truth, relishing the opportunity to stand on a moral high ground and judge her. Kyu, already somewhat introverted and inexperienced in such situations, felt helpless and pained at the sight of her purchases. Enough food to last a month, now strewn across the ground. She worried if she could salvage any of it later. The loss prevention officer had already inspected the bag and discovered a small hand warmer. "Now we must search your pockets." Attention shifted back to Kyu, the crowd's disdainful glares cutting into her like daggers. Who would hide something in a transparent bag? It must be in her pockets. If not, perhaps it was tucked away in her pants. Many thieves resorted to such tactics, as seen in videos. Disgusting. She should be sent to a juvenile detention center. If she won't study properly now, she'll surely become a future threat to society. In their eyes, Kyu had become irredeemably wicked. Taking a deep breath, Kyu discreetly activated the video recording on her phone. "I did not steal anything. Without evidence, this is slander. You, as accomplices, could also face consequences." Seeing her defiance, the observing customers grew agitated. A nearby elderly woman seized the opportunity to reach into Kyu's pocket, only to pull out a hand warmer. "Is this it?" The crowd erupted. The loss prevention officer snatched it from her hand for inspection. "This is it. We have irrefutable evidence. We can now call the police to arrest you." "Call the police. Let her deny it. Good thing I found it." The elderly woman beamed with pride, as if she were a beacon of righteousness. "I thought she was wronged when I saw her pitiful expression. Alas, I was too naive. These kids today are clever deceivers. We must be cautious. Arrest her. Teach her a lesson. Otherwise, she'll continue stealing. People like her never repent." The crowd was incensed, eager to see Kyu punished immediately. At that moment, Yuan was intently watching Kyu's frail figure on the screen. Her eyes were red, tears brimming yet held back from spilling over. Her clenched fists seemed as if the nails would pierce her palms, as if that was the only way to maintain her composure and strength. However, Yuan pondered where she had acquired the money to purchase these items. Noticing his stillness, the earlier message reappeared as a reminder. The robot, anxious to rescue Kyu from her predicament, urged him to take action. After a moment of waiting, realizing no one else would come to her aid, he finally moved his fingers. Simultaneously, Qiyu received a message. Someone placed a hand warmer in your pocket to frame you. However, CZ Yuan will help you prove your innocence. Now, follow his instructions. Upon seeing the message, Qiyu's tense demeanor relaxed slightly. She then spotted Zhou Xiaofeng and Kuei among the crowd. They had just arrived and were reveling in her misfortune. At that moment, Qiyu noticed a crumpled receipt glimmering on the ground. It was the supermarket's shopping receipt. Seemingly grasping the situation, her expression steadied. Just then, the supermarket manager approached, inquiring about the commotion. Qiyu first walked over to pick up the receipt from the ground and, with a firm demeanor, addressed the manager. Your staff has believed a one-sided accusation against me, recklessly discarding my purchased items on the floor, causing harm and loss to my personal belongings. Now, I require a resolution from the supermarket. Chapter 7. They insult her for being shameless. Zhou Xiaofeng, unable to tolerate Qiyu's assertive stance, pushed her way forward. I know this girl. She often steals from her home. I've heard her father berate her for being shameless. Kuei sneered, what a disgrace. All she knows is stealing. She has no upbringing. Their words only served to further solidify Qiyu's alleged guilt. Zhou Xiaofeng, still fuming over Qiyu in their phone call, hoped the police would take her away for a lesson. The surrounding customers grew increasingly vocal in their condemnation of Qiyu. Amidst the uproar, she found herself growing calmer. Since her parents' divorce, she had faced the world alone. She was not afraid. The loss prevention officer, seeing the manager arrive, shouted, Manager, this girl has stolen a hand warmer from our supermarket and refuses to admit it. Be quiet, the manager replied, frowning at the chaos on the floor. Having already been briefed on the situation, he glanced at the receipt in Qiyu's hand. Hello, Mom. First, I apologize on behalf of my staff. We will replenish your items. Additionally, could I see your shopping receipt? The manager's demeanor was quite cordial, indicating a desire for a constructive dialogue. Qiyu presented her receipt without fear, confident that it had been clearly recorded. After examining it closely, the manager bowed deeply before her. I sincerely apologize again. The supermarket will compensate you threefold for your loss, and we will discipline the staff member involved. I hope you can overlook our negligence. A sudden silence fell over the crowd. How could you not have stolen? Disappointment and disbelief clouded their faces, unable to accept that Qiyu was innocent. Qiyu asserted, I demand to show the receipt to everyone to clarify your accusations against me. Furthermore, I want to review the surveillance footage from the time I entered the supermarket. The receipt contained a record of the hand warmer purchase, serving to verify her innocence. However, she intended to hold accountable those who had framed her. As the manager spoke, he tightly clutched the receipt. He sought to resolve the matter quickly, aware that many were recording the incident. It would be commendable if he could handle it impartially. Yet with so many unwilling to believe the truth, revealing the receipt might provoke a backlash from the customers, potentially dissuading them from shopping there. After all, these older patrons were the supermarket's primary customers. The manager inadvertently tore the receipt, expressing his apologies. The damaged receipt rendered the details illegible. However, he assured the young lady that she would be compensated and suggested that everyone disperse. He further remarked that access to the supermarket surveillance footage is not granted to just anyone, and he felt powerless in that regard. Young lady, please follow me. I will provide you with compensation, he said, attempting to dismiss the matter. Qiyu was acutely aware of his intention to downplay the incident. This girl is beautiful. She does not resemble a thief. Let's clarify the situation, she stated. Indeed, she has already apologized. It's perfectly reasonable to make mistakes. Hurry along. I shall provide you with triple the compensation, which amounts to a considerable sum. The individuals who had previously accused her were now transformed into mediators. Zhou Xiaofeng was astonished by the unexpected turn of events. Upon hearing about the tripled compensation, which could amount to several hundred yuan, she tugged at Qiyu's arm, exclaiming, Are you foolish? They're giving you money, and you still stand here motionless. She smiled at the manager, urging him to expedite the process as they had matters to attend to. The manager recognized that Qiyu's attitude suggested she would not relent easily, and encountering Zhou Xiaofeng's greed naturally delighted him. He addressed Zhou Xiaofeng. You must be the lady's companion, correct? Come, let us discuss this in my office. Meanwhile, Kuwei exchanged a knowing glance with a classmate. The classmate, feeling guilty, immediately contemplated fleeing upon hearing that Kuyu intended to review the surveillance footage. An unscrupulous villain is attempting to escape. Justice Commander, please administer some punishment swiftly. Make him think twice before bullying the young lady you protect, an inner voice urged. CZ Yuan promptly gestured with his fingers. The classmate, who had been leaving the supermarket with his head down, suddenly stumbled and fell to the ground, knocking over a nearby display of milk. The milk struck him on the head, drawing the attention of onlookers. Kuyu recognized him as Kuwei's classmate, who frequently visited to see Kuwei. Fear not, dear lady, I shall protect you. Your phone has received the surveillance footage that can vindicate you. Swiftly bring the miscreant to justice. Kuyu eagerly checked her phone and indeed found the supermarket's footage. The video revealed the classmate stealthily following her, surreptitiously slipping items into her pocket, and subsequently sending a voice message to Kuwei, admitting to framing Kuyu and urging him to hurry over. The police, as anticipated, arrived, having been alerted by CZ Yuan. They gathered information, documented the incident, and provided a stern lecture to the classmate, who was visibly frightened and pleaded for Kuyu's forgiveness. Observing his injured knee and forehead, Kuyu chose not to pursue the matter further, knowing that there was a record of the incident. The manager, in front of Kuyu, compensated for the lost items and offered a sincere apology, even extending a membership card for a 30% discount on future purchases. However, Kuyu declined, stating, I have no need for that, as I doubt I will return to your supermarket. The manager's expression soured. Once the police departed, Zhou Xiaofang attempted to snatch Kuyu's phone, but Kuyu anticipated her move and evaded her grasp. You shameless wretch, not afraid of disgrace. Hurry back with me. It's nearly noon, and Boss Wang is expecting us. The police vehicle remains nearby. Should you attempt to drag me along, I will call for help. Besides, Kuwei is that person's classmate. Be cautious, as I might inform the police of their conspiracy against me. This incident could tarnish reputations for 3 generations. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaofang immediately turned to follow Kuyu's indicated direction. However, when she looked back, Kuyu had already vanished. The villain is upon us. Young lady, run swiftly, lest you be captured and sold. The young lady's fear was palpable, prompting CZ Yuan to question his own indifference. CZ Yuan displayed little emotion, merely gesturing with his fingers. As Kuyu rounded a corner, her figure was obscured. It struck Zhou Xiaofang as peculiar that on this straight path, with her carrying a large bag, there seemed to be nowhere for her to hide. Confused, she searched the area thoroughly. Unbeknownst to her, Kuyu had sprinted to a nearby park, hiding for a moment to ensure she was not pursued. Only then did she return to her apartment, placing her belongings in the kitchen and busily preparing a meal when her father's call came through. Presumably, Zhou Xiaofang had returned to inform him, and now he sought to confront her. Kuyu ignored the call and continued with her cooking. Such unhealthy eating habits. No wonder you are so slender. It pains my heart to see you like this. Commander, do you lack for sustenance? In the interstellar realm, food was virtually obsolete, with everyone having grown accustomed to consuming nutritional fluids for sustenance. CZ Yuan promptly instructed the robot to prepare dishes, ensuring they were well-balanced and neatly packaged. Presenting them to Kuyu. Chapter 8 depicted the challenges of catering to her needs. CZ Yuan had arranged the required nutrition for an entire week, only to discover that Kuyu's room lacked proper storage facilities, not even a table to speak of. Realizing the emptiness of the room, CZ Yuan understood why his efforts had only garnered a mere 20 points in Kuyu's affections. He had indeed been negligent, having never cared for a female before. CZ Yuan furnished Kuyu's room with a table, chairs, shelves, a refrigerator, a washing machine, a heater, and a full array of kitchen items. Referencing the furnishings of other rooms in the building, even a robotic vacuum cleaner was included. Kuyu watched in amazement as item after item materialized in the once barren room. In no time, the empty space was filled with various belongings, including an abundance of jars and condiments in the kitchen. Especially upon seeing the many spices and dry ingredients that she would never use. Her meals were simple, often devoid of seasoning, and she sometimes felt that mealtime was a waste of time better spent studying. Commander, why suddenly provide me with so many items. I cannot utilize most of these. No sooner had she uttered these words than a plate shattered on the counter, startling her. The truth was that Yuan had trembled, noticing that Kuyu's affection points had inexplicably dropped by 3. Despite his generous offerings, her affection had declined. Yuan's emotions fluctuated, and he spoke with displeasure. So difficult to please. You refuse gifts? Kuyu began sweeping up the broken plate, wishing she could exchange these items for books instead. I long for a grand bookshelf. Upon hearing her request, Yuan raised an eyebrow. Soon, a massive bookshelf appeared in the living room, filled with books. While disposing of garbage, Kuyu discovered that many of the titles were limited editions and precisely what she needed, filling her with excitement. Her affection points surged by 10. Yuan chuckled softly, realizing that he needed to be prompted to give. He was not inclined to be commanded. As the commander of the interstellar fleet, he was accustomed to issuing orders, not receiving them. Nevertheless, he conceded that it was unnecessary to hold a grudge against an F-class female. After her meal, Kuyu immersed herself in her studies. Observing her engrossed in her activities, Yuan decided to deactivate the screen. He had managed to observe her for an extended period, which he deemed sufficient. Yuan had numerous military responsibilities to attend to, quickly relegating thoughts of Kuyu to the recesses of his mind. Commander, I require a pen and notebook, she requested as soon as the screen reconnected. He cast a glance around the room, noticing the plethora of items that had appeared in his absence. Instantly realizing that Yuan had visited Kuyu, it was unexpected that the aloof commander, who seemed solely focused on the safety of the stars, would meticulously prepare such gifts. How could he possibly lose? However, Miash had neither pen nor paper, as they had long ceased to use such antiquated items. Thus, Miash handed the intelligent writing tablet to Kuyu. Mistaking it for a mere tablet, Kuyu paid it no mind and continued her reading. She had grown accustomed to the system providing her with unnecessary items. Miash felt discontent. How could this advanced device go unused? This female was too stubborn and utterly ungrateful. The more Miash observed Kuyu, the more irked he became, especially as he regarded the cluttered room, his expression darkening. Perhaps the lack of heart movement was due to the fact that this little female was enamored with Yuan. At that moment, a robot approached to report news. The latest updates indicated that Yuan opposed the addition of anchor points to the sun, and he seemed to have detected abnormalities, prompting the Research Institute's technicians to conduct thorough investigations. Additionally, this was the data and construction path from when Yuan had lost control, connecting to the VR guide. With this information, Miash could attempt to summon the VR guide before him. A cold chuckle escaped Miash's lips. The VR guide was created by the sun. So how could Yuan not recognize his own position? Yet, his possessiveness over this little female was surprisingly intense. Miash's gaze towards Kuyu grew fervent. He could hardly wait to witness Yuan's reaction upon discovering the VR guide's true nature. It would undoubtedly be a spectacle. Miash commanded, "Enhance our data protection. We must not be discovered by the Research Institute for now." Understood. Miash resumed his studies. The last increase in heart movement value by 10 points had been due to his acquisition of a portrait of the female. He was quite fond of wealth. This indicated that providing her with what she desired could ignite heart movement values. However, Miash was currently more intrigued by his own abilities. Suddenly, he spotted a vial of purple potion resting on a nearby experimental table. This potion, newly concocted, had the potential to amplify the emotions of Beastmen, driving them to madness. Consuming this potion would induce a state of pseudo-loss of control. He prepared to establish a connection to the VR guide. Attempting to make the VR guide feel a heart movement from across the screen might prove challenging, but it was also a test of her abilities. Miash was determined to meet the VR guide. The robot expressed concern. "Dr. Ash, we are operating an illegal anchor point and must evade detection. We are currently in a shielding phase. Connecting now could lead to data instability and unforeseen consequences. It is advisable to wait until the Research Institute relaxes before proceeding." "No." Miash vehemently rejected the suggestion. Yuan had already encountered the VR guide, and his mental imagery had been partially restored. He was a step ahead of Miash, and he could not afford to remain passive any longer. "Do as I say." Miash's expression grew frantic. The robot did not impede him and promptly began establishing the data path. Meanwhile, Miash took the vial of purple potion and consumed it entirely. Although this potion would induce a pseudo-loss of control, he could still maintain his rationality. Miash further instructed, "Establish the medical chamber and do everything possible to keep her here with me." A determined smile graced Miash's lips. If the VR guide could traverse the digital realm and enter the mental imagery of a Beastman, then he would have a means to confine her by his side. At that point, Yuan would be eternally lost, and perhaps he could even manipulate Yuan through the VR guide. Chapter 9. A Kiss in Her Dream. Kuyu felt her body weightless. With a slight exertion, she could leap far into the air. Suddenly, a mournful cry pierced her ears. Looking down, Kuyu found herself suspended above a vast, tumultuous sea. The surface of the water resembled a cursed piece of black satin, lifelessly spread out before her. What should have been a shimmering, azure sea was now entirely consumed by thick darkness, as if it sought to swallow everything whole. The blackness was adorned with a myriad of refuse. Half submerged and half floating, it exuded a nauseating stench. Amidst the debris, a solitary splash of sky blue was ensnared, akin to a ghostly blue flower blooming within the black satin. Its elongated neck was held high, emitting a series of mournful, elongated cries. The seaweed-like hair billowed chaotically atop the refuse, while the deep, tranquil blue of its eyes was shrouded in profound melancholy and despair. Its elegant, elongated tail was now filthy and disheveled, relentlessly thrashing about, attempting to sweep the refuse away from itself. The indescribable emptiness reflected in its eyes sent a jolt through Kuyu's heart. She plummeted downwards, extending her hand towards him, urging, "Let me help you up." Miash, with eyes that concealed endless loneliness and sorrow, cast a fleeting glance at Kuyu before abruptly plunging into the depths of the sea. Kuyu followed suit, diving into the water. In dreams, she could soar through the sky as well as plunge into the ocean. Soon, amidst the refuse-laden waters, Kuyu located Miash. She swam swiftly, reaching his side in an instant and grasping the rusted fishing net entangled around his tail. "Stay still, I'll help you remove it." Miash observed Kuyu with an amused expression as she diligently worked to untangle the net, but he was gradually sinking deeper into the ocean. Just then, a powerful current surged from afar. Kuyu was thrust backward by an unseen force, and in her panic, her hand was seized by a cold grip. Realizing the danger, Kuyu, despite being in a dream, felt a genuine instinct for survival awaken within her. Using Miash's arm for leverage, she propelled herself towards him. "Let's move to a safe place. I will free you from the net." This stunning merman, a mysterious being from ancient myth, appeared so vividly in her dream. Kuyu's gaze traced his breathtakingly ethereal features, hoping to capture his likeness in her art upon awakening. Another wave surged, dragging a large mass of refuse towards them. Kuyu felt the grip on her wrist suddenly loosen. She watched in horror as the merman grew increasingly distant, seemingly sporting an evil smile at the corner of his lips. The sensation of suffocation overwhelmed her as she fought to break free, leaping above the water surface. Not far away, Miash also emerged, concealing his surprise and disgust. "Only foolish kindness, nothing more," he mused, astonished that despite his pseudo-loss of control, he could be instantaneously drawn into his mental imagery by Kuyu. This was the very home he had always evaded and found repugnant since childhood. As soon as he finished speaking, the robot monitoring the situation chimed in with excitement. "Dr. Ash, the imagery deep within your psyche was restored by 5% when you made contact with the VR guide. However, the restoration process was interrupted when you pushed her away." Miash's eyes widened in surprise as he looked up at the sky. The azure hue had brightened somewhat, and the ocean's refuse appeared to have diminished significantly. Just a brief encounter with her had such a remarkable effect. Miash's gaze burned with intensity as he fixed his eyes on Kuyu. He had long grown weary of this polluted environment. Splash! Water erupted beneath Kuyu's feet as the enchanting merman appeared before her. Before she could react, he pressed her head down and kissed her. Kuyu's pupils dilated, attempting to push him away, but her limbs felt weak, and she ultimately found herself firmly held in his embrace. Up close, Mi-Ash's eyes sparkled with blue flecks, radiating a maniacal joy. He was eagerly observing his prey. Mi-Asha bit her lip, embracing her waist and deepening the kiss. The icy taste of the purple cabbage nutrient fluid enveloped her taste buds, and in a state of confusion, realized that her first kiss had slipped away in this dream. Name, Mi-Asha, loyalty, Sanshu. Moreover, loyalty continued to rise as the mermaid's deeper entanglements ensued. Vesud inquired of the robot, "How is the mental landscape restoration progressing? This should be intimate enough, right?" It was his first time being so close to a female. It was indeed an honor for the VR guide. The robot replied, "I regret to inform you, Dr. Asa, that your mental landscape has not been restored." Viasha was taken aback. At that moment, fear seized the opportunity to push him away, her body leaping back to a safe distance. Angrily, she wiped her mouth. Seeing her frustration yet inability to retaliate, Viasha could not help but chuckle. He understood that regardless of contact, he still required the little female's consent. With arms wide open, he summoned a powerful force that drew everything around him closer. Several rapidly spinning water tornadoes manifested around him. Kuyur, unable to resist, was pulled towards him. Desperate to awaken, she struggled to open her eyes. Just then, a transparent hexagon appeared before her. Soon, the hexagons multiplied, forming a barrier that ensnared her within. Kuyur pounded against it, attempting to escape. Mi-Asha, with his seaweed-like dark green hair flowing, approached amidst the chaos, captivating like a siren. Through the hexagonal barrier, he placed his palm against hers. His deep voice whispered in her ear, "Why run? You kissed me. You are meant to bond with me." She only suspected that her lying position was incorrect, fearing she was being pressed down by a ghost. She had seen online that if the man in a dream wanted to marry you or ask you to find him, one must not engage. "Are you afraid?" Viasha chuckled softly, grasping her hand, while his other hand cradled her cheek, compelling her to look at him. "I will not harm you, but you must repay me." Kuyur pursed her lips, then turned her head to bite his palm fiercely. "Ouch!" Viasha's expression darkened, and the water tornadoes behind him swelled. The howling wind made it difficult for Kuyur to open her eyes. She bit down with all her strength, refusing to let go. Vincent gripped the back of her neck, forcing her mouth open. The sweet taste of blood lingered at the corner of her lips, leaving her momentarily unsure if this was indeed a dream. Viasha's eyes glimmered with an unusual light. "Is it delicious?" Kuyur attempted to bite again, but was restrained by his hand on her forehead. In her peripheral vision, she saw the water tornado gradually descending, revealing a massive pearlescent shell. "This is your new home. Henceforth, stay here obediently." Kuyur shook her head, struggling desperately. Chapter 10. Most beloved object at 6:30 in the morning, the alarm rang punctually. Kuyur opened her eyes, jolted from her terror. She instinctively touched her lips. They were cold, still tinged with the mermaid's blood. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, she rose to wash up. The scenes in her mind refused to dissipate, and after breakfast, she began to draw. Hi-o Shinzo, Viasha, in a fit of anger, administered several doses of suppressants and took the antidote, stabilizing his emotions. He glared at the bite mark on his lip and sneered. A mere F-class dared to resist me. At that moment, he had intended to conceal her within that shell, yet she had kicked him away. More importantly, she had truly managed to injure him. He was an SSS-class sentinel. Mi-Asha laughed in anger. The robot reported, "We did not leave empty-handed. This is the data report concerning the VR guide." Viasha glanced at it and promptly hurled the blue screen back at the robot. "All unknowns. Is this your gain?" The robot replied, "Precisely because the mental power of the VR guide is incalculable, it remains unknown." Viasha retrieved the blue screen, his gaze landing on the only non-unknown entry. Physiological attraction, none. The image of a vigorously wiping her mouth flashed in his mind. This female was already of age, yet had never experienced estrus. Just then, he heard a sound at the door. Outside the laboratory, his assistant announced, "Dr. Commanders is here with the team." As soon as the assistant finished speaking, Sujion stormed into the laboratory. Viasha lounged on the sofa, a smirk playing on his lips. The commander is in such a hurry. Has he received order from the sun to raid my laboratory? Sujin's gaze fell on the scattered suppressants, his tone cold and serious. The Research Institute has detected that your IP recently infiltrated the latest VR software. VR what? Su Jian ignored him, pressing down on the robot, standing nearby. He then forcibly extracted data. Asha's expression soured. Commander, this is illegal intrusion. Su Jian was downloading the robot's data traces into his light brain, glancing sideways at Bifa. Doctor, Asha's temper seems to have improved. Usually, he would rush over at this hour. Narrowed his eyes and charged forward. In an instant, his lab coat transformed into a nano-combat suit, and as he swung his arm towards An, waves of energy of varying frequencies were released. Su Jian raised his hand, effortlessly deflecting the attack, a beam of laser light flickering between his fingers. It did not harm him, but severed a strand of his hair. Asha's long, kelp-like hair was his most treasured possession, especially casually discarded the severed lock on the ground. Asha conjured a lightning battle axe, slashing through the air with a tremendous energy strike. Sugyun remained unruffled, extending his hand to create a golden energy shield before him, blocking the thunderous energy strike. The collision of the shield and the energy strike produced a deafening roar. The air became turbulent, causing laboratory equipment to scatter in all directions. The dark green gem on his chest emitted a wave of toxic mental interference. They fought without reservation, as if intending to overturn the entire laboratory. The Beastmen within the laboratory fled to safety. Inside, his shoulder was grazed by a drop of toxic interference. A triumphant smile appeared on Asha's face. It seemed the interstellar commander had slowed down. Su Jian scoffed, suddenly retracting all his offensive maneuvers. I will bear the losses of the laboratory. Dr. Asha, please quote your price to my assistant. With that, he departed with the robot's data traces. Asha crushed the robot in fury. Upon returning to the Research Institute, Su Jian transmitted the robot's data to the research personnel, who immediately began analysis and tracking. Commanders, let me treat your shoulder wound, one of the female guides offered kindly. Su Jian, focused on the screen, coldly declined. No need. Those working at the Research Institute are at least S-class, and she had already awakened her healing talent. Thus, she boldly stepped forward. Commanders, I can help you. Do not make me repeat myself. Su Jian's voice was as hard as iron, his tone tinged with annoyance at the female's proximity. The female guide retreated in disappointment. The research personnel soon provided their findings. It did not match. No trace of the IP connection to the VR guide was detected. Why does the data path of the VR guide display this IP? CZ clearly harbors doubts about this result. He deliberately chose not to refute me, Asha, immediately, opting instead to probe further. When the VR guide experimental project was initiated, Dr. Asha was also included on the Sentinel candidate list. We had previously stored his IP. Thus, if the VR guide functioned smoothly, he too would possess his own VR guide. Therefore, the appearance of his IP in the path is entirely reasonable. We shall continue to monitor. After speaking, CZ returned to the military office and opened Kuyu's image. At that moment, Kuyu had completed her artwork. CZ gaze fixed upon the painting, and he abruptly rose from his chair, reaching out to magnify the image. The captivating male merman with eyes as dark as the deep sea gazed directly at him. Although CZ was unfamiliar with Asha's beast form, he discerned from the fluctuation of air currents in the painting and the beast emblem representing familial status that this creature must be Asha. If he had previously harbored doubts, he now felt an undeniable certainty that Asha had infiltrated the VR guide. The items in Kuyu's room must have been provided by him. Realizing the multitude of suppressants scattered around Asha's vicinity, CZ became convinced that Kuyu had encountered Asha. Clenching his fists, he promptly instructed his aide to swiftly detain Asha. Yes, Commander. Subsequently, CZ sent a screenshot of Kuyu and her artwork to the Sun, detailing the circumstances. He would not permit Asha to meddle with the VR guide. This is evidence. Without hesitation, CZ acquired the artwork. Ding dong, Commander is truly generous, having purchased the artwork at a premium. You are on the brink of becoming a wealthy lady. Kuyu immediately checked her phone, discovering an increase of only 100 yuan in her account. A premium acquisition? Chapter 11. Kuyu's fiancé. Kuyu initially believed she had misread. After counting again, it was indeed 100 yuan. She could not help but twitch her lips. She genuinely adored this artwork. The male merman was incredibly stunning, almost ethereal. After dedicating considerable time to painting, Kuyu planned to read and review some English vocabulary to relax her hands. At this moment, Yuan fortuitously received a summons from the sun. He closed the image and arrived at the sun's office. The sun, known as Tuobiyu, an esteemed and gentle figure, exuded an air of profound elegance. Had one been unaware of his identity, they would never suspect that he was the son of the most powerful constellation in the galaxy. Before Yuan entered, he was shutting down the light brain. Clad in white nanolight armor, he sat regally upon a golden throne, even with a faint and serene smile adorning his face. He emanated an overwhelming presence. I just spoke with Dr. Asha. He has accepted a mission to study the latest insectoid variants on the Xingyuan battlefield. Yuan frowned. The sun was aware he had erred and sought to evade responsibility. The sun's expression remained unchanged, refraining from directly countering Yuan. Instead, presenting him with a report forwarded by Mi Asha. This document outlined the process of Kuyu restoring Mi Asha's mental landscape. Of course, Mi Asha had made certain modifications to serve his interests. Yuan understood the sun's implication, but still felt a twinge of resentment. The sun could allow the Research Institute to delve deeper into the VR guide. Implicitly, he desired Kuyu to be under his care, wishing for no other sentinels to interfere. Research is already underway, the sun nodded. However, I am increasingly intrigued by the first experimental subject of the VR guide. He showed little interest in the matters between Yuan and Mi Asha, but the data Mi Asha presented regarding Kuyu was undeniably captivating. Yuan's pupils constricted as he regarded the sun. The sun's meaning was clear. He too intended to nurture Kuyu. His hand, concealed within his sleeve, subtly betrayed a hint of his emotions. Yuan masked his feelings, lifted his chin, and saluted. Yes, I shall obey the sun's command. There are new tasks on the Xingyuan battlefield. You should investigate. This was also a sweet reward from the sun for Yuan. Upon receiving the task, Yuan proceeded to the Xingyuan battlefield, knowing that if he were to encounter Mi Asha, any actions taken would be beyond his control. The weather had turned hot once more. Kuyu spent most of her time at home, reading and painting, with ample food in the kitchen, living a very content and fulfilling life. One day, her phone incessantly chimed. Old classmate's message. Kuyu, has your notification letter arrived? Kuyu immediately straightened in her seat, noticing a flurry of messages in the class group. After browsing through, she recalled that she had forgotten to share her good news with old classmate. When the scores were released, old classmate had even called her to discuss her application. Kuyu was not particularly adept at conversing with old classmate, yet she mustered the courage to call. Hello, teacher, my notification letter has arrived. I haven't had the chance to tell you yet. Her voice was quite obedient. Old classmate chuckled, recognizing her happiness. I figured everyone else would be similar. They should all be out by now. Now that the exams are over, it's time to relax. I haven't seen you speak in the group. After a pause, he added, their S8 gathering this Saturday. Everyone will be there. She truly struggled with social interactions and had little desire to leave the house. Understanding her reluctance, old classmates said, I will be attending too. Once you all go out, I want to have a chance to see you again. All right, Saturday it is. Before leaving, Kuyu brought along the paintings she had created for her teacher over the past few days. Upon arriving at the hotel private room, many classmates were already present. Upon her entrance, she barely recognized her classmates, each adorned in various fashionable attires. In contrast, she wore simple black clothing. Our academic star has arrived. Her classmates greeted her warmly, pulling her to the table and engaging in lively chatter. Old classmates soon arrived, and the atmosphere became even more vibrant. During the meal, Kuyu approached to toast old classmate. He quietly inquired, your mother called looking for you, saying you were disobedient and ran off with your boyfriend. What is going on? Knowing Kuyu's character, old classmate understood that her mother's portrayal was far from the truth. Kuyu's expression darkened. I didn't tea. She is not my mother. She is my stepmother. Having dealt with many children and their complex family situations, old classmate immediately grasped the implication of Kuyu's words. He patted her shoulder reassuringly, saying, if you encounter difficulties, you can always seek help from your teacher. Don't think that just because you're going to college, you're no longer my student. Kuyu was already overwhelmed by the bittersweet atmosphere of farewell. Hearing old classmates' words of concern made her unable to hold back her emotions. Excusing herself to the restroom, she stepped outside. Passing by a private room, a stout man in a suit glanced outside. His cheeks flushed from drink. He recalled something and stepped out to make a call. Xiaozhou, what does your stepdaughter look like? Send me a photo. Sure. Zhou Xiaofang immediately sent the only photo she had stored on her phone, taken while Kuyu was asleep. Boss Wang gazed at the photo with a sly grin. He promptly summoned a waiter to inquire about a few things before returning to his private room. Not long after Kuyu returned, a waiter entered carrying a bottle of red wine. The classmates were taken aback. An old classmate remarked, this must be a mistake. We didn't order red wine. They sipped on non-alcoholic fruit wine, and even the boys indulged in merely a few bottles of beer. The waitress, with a gentle smile, confirmed she had not made a mistake and was delivering to the Changfeng private room as requested. It was sent by her fiancé, Kuyu, who was specifically mentioned. The waitress set down the drinks and exited. In an instant, all eyes turned towards Kuyu. Her school was quite distant, and the classmates were still discussing how she had ventured so far from home. Everyone knew that Kuyu was utterly devoted to her studies and showed no interest in frivolous matters like romance or painting. How could it be that she had a fiancé? Someone inquired, Kuyu, are you getting married? When did you find a boyfriend? Another exclaimed, wow, you're impressive. You hardly speak, and yet you've already secured an engagement? They teased her, suggesting she might forego her education to become a housewife. The classmates' gazes pierced through Kuyu's heart like daggers, rendering her already pale face even more ashen. She recognized that it must have been the Wang boss, as mentioned by Zhou Xiaofang, who had sent the drinks. A wave of nausea washed over her. Chapter 12. Severing ties, Kuyu almost lost her balance. The homeroom teacher immediately called the waitress back, asserting, you have made a mistake. Take the drinks away. This room is filled with students. There is no fiancé here. The waitress, visibly embarrassed, complied and removed the drinks. The classmates looked at Kuyu, unsure of what to say. I'll leave now, she stammered, unable to remain any longer, fearing the arrival of that boss. Just as she turned, the door to the private room swung open. The Wang boss entered, holding a goblet. Everyone is here. These are all little-used classmates. As her fiancé, I want to take this opportunity to introduce myself. Please, enjoy. Today's table is on me. He introduced himself with an overly familiar demeanor, his smile unctuous. His flushed face resembled a roasted pig's head. Oh my goodness, a classmate could not contain a gasp. He took a step back. The homeroom teacher approached. Sir, you are older than I am. What do you mean by such words? I will hold you accountable for defaming my student. He pulled Kuyu behind him. Kuyu stood still, her voice icy. I don't know you. Perhaps you should look in the mirror. A good face is a treasure, so don't come here to disgust me. The Wang boss's expression darkened, and he threatened. You dare deny it? Then you are committing marriage fraud. You've deceived me out of my betrothal gifts. Kuyu clench your fists. If you gave money to someone, go ask them for it. I have never seen you. This is slander. The other classmates seemed to grasp the situation and surrounded him. Old man, have some dignity. How could our campus belle possibly be interested in you? You're older than my father. Aren't you afraid your own children would be furious at such remarks? Just leave. Otherwise, we will call the police. We're not afraid to confront an old man like you. With everyone chiming in, the Wang boss shot Kuyu a venomous glance before storming out. Don't be afraid. This is a hidden danger. Avoidance is not the answer. Follow him and see what his scheme is. A line of text appeared before Kuyu. Though filled with trepidation, she bid farewell to her classmates, heeding Tonggu's advice, and trailed the Wang boss. In the corridor, he seemed to be calling Zhou Xiaofang. Kuyu quickly pulled out her phone to record. The corridor echoed, making Zhou Xiaofang's voice crystal clear. Zhou Xiaofang repeatedly assured that she would drag Kuyu back to marry the Wang boss, regardless of the means. The Wong boss even mentioned providing drugs. After he departed, Kuyu reviewed the evidence on her recording, feeling a wave of relief. Just then, a classmate sent her a private message. "I have relatives in the police. If you need to report this, you can reach out to me." Kuyu felt an abundance of goodwill that day, which filled her with joy. After replying earnestly, she went to the police station to file a report, presenting photos of the previous assaults she had endured. Additionally, with neighbors as witnesses and evidence of the earlier phone call where a classmate accused her of slander, she laid everything bare. Due to the lack of substantial harm, the police proceeded to educate Zhou Xiaofeng, Kuyu's father, and Kuwei. Kuyu's father, infuriated, glared at her alongside the police, wishing he could strip her of her skin. "Don't be afraid. Sever ties with them." The lawsuit materials have been collected and sent to a righteous and formidable lawyer. "All you need to do is wait." Kuyu read the text before her, sensing that Tong Gu was somewhat different today. Nevertheless, she promptly followed Tong Gu's instructions, requesting to sever ties with her father and providing an explanation to the police. Kuyu's mother had passed away when she was 6. In the first year after, her father went to work, leaving her alone at home. She learned to take care of herself. A year later, her father returned with Zhou Xiaofeng to marry her, and she began to care for her father and the pregnant Zhou Xiaofeng. The funds for her education were all earned through collecting scraps and working odd jobs. These details were compiled by Tong Gu with supporting evidence and surveillance footage submitted to the lawyer. Taking advantage of the police's presence, Kuyu's father slapped her across the face. "I raised you, and you're worse than a dog. I gave birth to you, and you dare to betray me? Watch me destroy you." The police, initially intending to counsel Kuyu against acting impulsively, intervened sternly upon witnessing her father's aggression. The sounds of her father and Zhou Xiaofeng arguing reached her ears, filling Kuyu with unexpected tranquility. Kuwei stood nearby, scoffing, "You're quite something." His gaze was as sinister as a serpent's. Kuyu recalled the incident when Kuwei had secretly filmed her bathing and shared it with classmates. In a low voice, she warned him, "You better shut up, or I'll have you thrown in jail too." The police today were relatives of her classmate, or else. Even with Tong Gu's assistance, things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. I didn't capture anything," Kuwei stammered in fear. "You didn't capture anything, but you had the intent." Kuwei, still young, fell silent upon hearing Kuyu's words. Under police pressure, Kuyu's father and Zhou Xiaofeng promised they would no longer force her in a marriage and would not interfere with her education. The matter was swiftly resolved. Exhausted yet unusually relieved, Kuyu lay in the living room, exhaling deeply. "I want to leave this place," she murmured softly before closing her eyes. She soon drifted into a dream, witnessing a breathtaking landscape beneath a veil of mist. The mountains stretched endlessly, majestic and picturesque, yet interspersed with enormous windmills at intervals. "Could you help me remove those windmills?" A line of text appeared before her. Kuyu thought it impossible for her to move such large structures. Yet she found herself irresistibly drawn closer. As she merely reached out, the first windmill disintegrated like withered leaves in the wind. Simultaneously, another line of text materialized. "Name, Tuobu, loyalty, 1. Before she could comprehend further, Kuyu felt a wave of weakness and her consciousness faded. Tuobu opened his eyes from his chair, incredulously gazing at the depiction of his spirit on the screen. However, due to the VR guide's ineptitude, only 10% of his condition was restored before his mental energy was depleted and he fainted. Just then, an assistant knocked on the door. He performed one last action regarding Kuyu's image before storing the VR guide's depiction, pretending as though nothing had occurred. Upon awakening, Kuyu detected nothing amiss, only feeling hungrier and more fatigued. She rose to steam 2 buns, drawing back the curtains to be blinded by the dazzling sunlight. When she finally focused on the outside world, she was utterly astonished. The home was still the same home. However, the circumstances outside have undergone a transformation. Astonishingly, even the city she finds herself in has changed. In Chapter 13, 1 million, Kuyu is filled with disbelief. She takes out her phone to check her location, confirming that she has indeed arrived in Ningcheng, the very city where she attended university. Furthermore, Her residence is remarkably close to the university, merely a 10-minute walk away. Kyu clutches her chest, gazing at the streets outside, her emotions tumultuous and difficult to soothe. This is truly miraculous. She has arrived here with both herself and her home. Consequently, she need not worry about Xiao Fong locating her. A new chapter of her life begins. At such a joyous moment, it is time to dance in celebration. Kyu cannot help but chuckle at the words displayed before her. But I don't know how. There will surely be someone willing to teach you. So do not fret. Just let your charm shine. However, I believe you are in need of a lovely dress. Reflexively, Kyu glances at her attire, realizing it is indeed male clothing. Without seeing her face, one might mistake her for a boy. Throughout her life, having any clothes to wear has been a luxury. Kyu has never been picky about such things. She typically washes her clothes before bed, and by the next day, they are dry. The new washing machine, equipped with a dryer, alleviates her concerns about damp garments. Kyu has no particular demands regarding her clothing, yet upon seeing the caption, she cannot help but envision herself in a dress. She holds few memories of such times. When her mother was alive, she did have little dresses to wear. Later, she was left to don only the hand-me-downs. Miesha notices Kyu's sudden shift in mood and cannot help but frown. It seems that this VR guide is not much different from interstellar females, both exhibiting such capricious emotional states. Just moments ago, she was filled with joy, and now she appears so sorrowful. Dr. Aisha, the little female, is about to cry. You should comfort her. Aisha feels a twinge of awkwardness, but still selects several of the latest fashionable skirts from the interstellar trends for Kyu. A clothing rack appears before her, adorned with 3 exquisite, luminescent dresses. Kyu delicately touches them. Their quality and design are breathtaking. She is quite fond of them, yet feels they do not suit her. Dr. Aisha's taste is lacking. What is fashionable may not appeal to the little female. You must exert a bit more thought. Only then will her heart be inclined towards you. Aisha suppresses a smirk, pondering how demanding females can be. Yet he still sends Kyu 10 more dresses. He takes a sip of the medicinal liquid and splits the screen to observe CGUN on the battlefield. He is engaged in a fierce struggle with alien creatures, bearing several wounds corroded by venom. Moreover, the injury he sustained from their previous encounter remains untreated. Yet, when Commander C becomes exhausted and discovers that his VR guide has been nurtured by him, will he be angered? The mere thought of the cold-faced CGUN sends a thrill through Miesha. He gestures and sends Kyu several sets of nano-fabric outfits. Hurry and try them on. In my eyes, you have always been the most beautiful. Embrace your true self. As a girl, you should adorn yourself splendidly. Upon receiving the compliment, Kyu feels a flush of shyness. She touches her cheek, momentarily forgetting what she looks like. However, aside from the system, there is no one else to witness her. Since she has the clothing, she decides to give it a try. Kyu pushes the clothing rack into her room, suddenly recalling something. Tonga, can you see me when I change clothes? And what about when I use the restroom? I feel shy and curious about this system. Aisha. He has no such hobby. This VR guide is truly dim-witted. Without receiving a response, Kyu chuckles to herself. After changing, she steps out to find a fitting mirror has appeared in the living room. The girl in the mirror wears a simple, European-style court gown, its hem adorned with lace that resembles delicate petals. The soft pink dress enhances Kyu's complexion, giving her cheeks a rosy hue. Aisha, who was previously focused on other data, pauses in surprise upon seeing Kyu reappear on the screen. She had looked rather pitiful in her dark attire, but now, clad in the dress, she resembles a blooming flower. The natural blush on her face is akin to the dewy heart of a blossom. She possesses a certain beauty that surpasses many of the interstellar females. Click! A sound interrupts her thoughts. Kyu glances over to see an album resting on the coffee table, showcasing her profile in the dress. It appears quite different from her reflection in the mirror. A satisfied smile spreads across her face. She hadn't anticipated Tonga to be so thoughtful as to capture this moment. She proceeds to try on each dress, and without her needing to say a word, Tonga photographs each of her looks. Soon, the coffee table is adorned with 15 displays, each capturing her at her most beautiful in varying outfits. Over the years, Kyu has never taken such photographs. How delightful. She is at an age where beauty matters. Mie-She's face reveals a hint of a smile. Kyu's affection for him increases by 10 points. Such beautiful clothing. Wear them often. You should always be a stunning girl. Kyu gazes down at the hem of her dress and shakes her head. While the dresses are indeed lovely, they are impractical for daily wear. Could I have a hoodie and jeans instead? Something simpler will suffice. Mie-She. Such a lack of appreciation. How could one lack such discernment? No wonder she could be attracted to such an unattractive male as CG-Yuan. You're most beautiful as you are. Of course, I do not mean to imply that you're not beautiful otherwise, but those dresses convey a more androgynous style, which may not suit you. Kyu, I prefer simple and comfortable attire. These dresses are beautiful, but they aren't suitable for everyday wear. Mie-She rolls his eyes in exasperation. He had forgotten that in the interstellar realm, females have no chores to attend to, surrounded by numerous male servants. In comparison, the life of a VR guide indeed seems quite pitiable. You are so gentle, you deserve to have male servants at your side, allowing you to do nothing. Imagining male servants clad in black and white lace, or perhaps in aprons, showcasing their abs while serving tea sends a shiver down Kyu's spine, compelling her to dispel the imagery from her mind. Her face flushes crimson, reassured that the system cannot see her, thus sparing her from embarrassment. No, I don't want any male servants. If I had such a servant at home, I doubt I could maintain any composure. Mie-She, such timidity. Training is necessary. He resolves to help Kyu adapt to her identity swiftly, though it may also be a ploy of hers to feign disinterest. There is no need for Kyu to wear unattractive clothing in the interstellar realm. She must procure her own. Mie-She transfers 10,000 star coins to Kyu. Your account now reflects 1,000,000 RMB. Kyu's eyes widen in shock as she trembles, pulling out her phone. Chapter 14. I will not harm you. She wishes fervently that she has misheard. Upon opening her phone and counting twice, she confirms it. 6 zeros. Kyu murmurs in astonishment. Why are you transferring money to me? In such a large sum. She feels a wave of anxiety. Mie-She raises an eyebrow. Just as the battle outside concludes, many wounded soldiers are returning, and he must go to check on them. You can purchase the clothing you desire. If it is insufficient, just let me know how much you need. Mie-She hopes that Kyu will learn to independently seek her own capabilities, thus relieving him of the burden of overthinking. Given that the Research Institute and CZ-Yuan are both keeping a close watch on him, he finds himself challenging CZ-Yuan's limits. Even the sun has remained silent, emboldening him further. Moreover, when the time comes, Kyu must only recognize him to further undermine CZ-Yuan. With this thought in mind, Mie-She suddenly recalls something, but time is of the essence. Before the Beastmen outside can enter, he swiftly extinguishes the screen. Kyu's mind spins for a long while before she finally accepts this reality. Is this money illegal? How did you get it to me, Tonga? Kyu had just checked the source, discovering it belonged to an unfamiliar and bizarre name. She feels as though someone is manipulating her sense of panic, leaving her quite unsettled. The initial 10,000 was already shocking enough, and now there's an additional 100,000. The carefully nurtured flower requires not only love, but also money. This money is all legally obtained, so there's no need to worry. Go buy something you like. Kyu refrains from extravagance, opting instead to purchase a few clothes and items online. After spending a week at home, her purchases have all arrived. She retrieves the packages and tries each item on. However, the 50 yuan three-piece long gown hardly shows any significant difference. Finally, CZ-Yuan finds a moment of respite and recalls that he hasn't seen Kyu in several days. He opens the screen and sees Kyu undressing. CZ-Yuan remarks on her thinness. Frowning, he glances at the kitchen and notices that there is hardly any food left. Only a cabbage and some noodles remain, not even an egg in sight. During these past few days, CZ-Yuan has been feeling quite irritable. Knowing that the VR guide does not belong to him has made him less invested. Yet today, upon opening the screen, he senses that Kyu is not faring well, as she has not gained any weight. This realization stirs a mix of anger and concern within him, as he acknowledges that he must continue to care for the VR guide. Other males would not be able to do so effectively. Without any meat on her, she could be blown away by a gust of wind. What do you like to eat? Just as Kyu is putting on a piece of clothing, she freezes at the message on the screen. She quickly clutches her chest, thinking, did he see? Ziyuan chuckles, remarking that since she is already his female, does she not have any awareness of that? Noticing the absence of further subtitles, Kyu reassures herself that it is merely the system, not a man, and thus she need not worry. Kyu responds that she can eat anything that isn't particularly unpalatable. Coincidentally, she plans to visit the supermarket later, so Tonga need not prepare food for her. Fortunately, before coming to the Xingyuan battlefield, Ziyuan had instructed the robot to stock the storage space with ample food. He gives Kyu a portion of the supplies prepared in the storage space. Commander C, I need to tend to your wounds. Do you have time now? An attendant knocks on the door from outside. Ziyuan glances at the screen, where Kyu is heading towards the kitchen and promptly turns it off. Kyu plans to grab a bag from the kitchen before heading out, only to discover a plethora of food and fruits in the refrigerator and on the shelves. This quantity could last her 2 weeks. However, the refrigerator is impressive, keeping the food fresh for an extended period. Once again, it is the system that has prepared everything for her, which she finds incredibly considerate. With her needs for food and shelter taken care of, Kyu feels as though she has found a mother figure. With no need to go out, she decides to focus on her own activities. After a brief while, Kyu yawns, her eyelids growing heavy. Unbeknownst to her, she drifts off to sleep at the table. Startled awake, she surveys her surroundings, bewildered by the unfamiliar room. The walls exude a flowing liquid metal texture, emanating a soft blue glow. Have I been moved again? Kyu approaches the window to investigate, only to be startled by the sight of a man lying on the bed. It is the tall man who had previously attempted to capture her. He appears somewhat weakened, lying bare-chested and quietly on the bed. His chiseled abs resemble precisely molded chocolate, exuding a sense of firmness. The room is filled with a strong metallic scent of blood. It seems he has been injured. Kyu never expected that, even after so much time, she would be able to reconnect with her dream. Tentatively, she steps forward, and the weary Ziyuan suddenly opens his eyes, revealing dark orbs reminiscent of a starry midnight sky, deep and boundless. Instinctively, Kyu feels the urge to flee. Do not go, Ziyuan quickly calls out. He had not anticipated that even in his injured state, he could summon the VR guide. Initially, he had intended to wait until his wounds accumulated to a critical point, causing sufficient damage to his mental state before seeing the VR guide again. Ziyuan forces himself to sit up, explaining to Kyu, I will not harm you. Stunned that the man from her dream knows her name, Kyu stands frozen, unable to locate a way out. Suddenly, she feels the hairs on her neck stand on end. Without needing to turn, she knows he is standing right behind her. His speed is astonishing. Kyu spins around, pressing her back against the wall, and stammers, Who are you? I am your master. My name is Ziyuan. Master? Kyu recalls this name. You are Ziyuan? Indeed, a loyalty indicator now shows 20 above his head. Kyu blinks, her mind swirling with confusion. Ziyuan, aware of her fear, suggests, let us sit down and talk. I will clarify everything for you. In the spacious room, a set of sofas materialize, accompanied by a steaming cup of milk bubbling away. Hesitant, Kyu approaches and sits down. Ziyuan takes a seat beside her, with a seat separating them. A robot approaches, placing a cup in front of Kyu and pouring the warm milk into it. Kyu curiously examines the robot, which suddenly displays a large blinking eye, returning her gaze as if it were mimicking her. Ziyuan encourages, drink up. It is rich in protein and good for your health. What on earth is going on? Why am I here? After taking a sip of the milk, Kyu finds its flavor delightfully rich and far too real to be a dream. Furthermore, everything before her feels excessively genuine. Ziyuan shares her doubt, but he finds it easy to comprehend. He takes hold of Kyu's hand. She instinctively struggles, her eyes wide with fear. Ziyuan's gaze falls upon the point where their skin touches, where a faint golden glow lingers. This is why you are here, he explains, drawing Kyu's hand to rest on his abdominal wound. In Chapter 15, if you wish to touch, be gentle. Kyu has never touched abs before. Now, with Ziyuan pressing her hand against his stomach, she feels nervous and grips tightly. Her face flushes crimson as she stammers, "I didn't mean to touch it." Ziyuan glances down to see Kiyu's fingernails, leaving a red mark on his skin. He remarks, "If you wish to touch, do so gently." Kiyu feels utterly embarrassed, unable to lift her head. She attempts to withdraw her hand, but Ziyuan's grip is firm. "Do not shy away. Look at me," he urges, pulling her closer. "Look, what is this golden glow at your fingertips?" Reminded by Ziyuan, Kiyu notices it as well. "This is your mental energy, abundant and capable of healing me." After days of battle, Ziyuan feels an unprecedented sense of ease. He tilts his head back, his long neck arched, and his Adam's apple moves uneasily. He distinctly senses that his long-damaged mental landscape is gradually mending. Kiyu cautiously asks, "Can you let go of my hand?" Although the sensation of his abs is quite pleasant, she is not a lewd person. Surely, she cannot continue to keep her hand on his stomach while conversing. Sujian felt a degree of reluctance, asserting that only through his interaction could she utilize her mental prowess to mend his mental landscape. Kuyu was somewhat perplexed. Without delay, Sujian retrieved the detailed explanation of the VR guide for her perusal. Upon concluding the document, Kuyu was utterly astonished. "You mean I am merely a virtual construct created by you? How can that be? I am undeniably a living being," she asserted with unwavering certainty. "Wait, did you say this is the interstellar beast world?" Kuyu seized upon this crucial detail, her expression transcending mere shock. "This is utterly inconceivable." Sujian struggled to articulate the situation. Yet it was indeed the VR guide software that forged their connection. However, the world described by her was indeed documented in their interstellar data. There has been a mistake. Yet the objective remains unchanged. "You possess this capability, and your abilities have surpassed our expectations," Sujian explained. "An error occurred at the temporal anchor point, causing the time data to traverse into your world." The Research Institute had only just informed Sujian of this miscalculation. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The focus lay in the fact that, although Ge was an ancient human, she was an exceptionally skilled guide. It took her considerable time to comprehend the cognitive dissonance between them. In the blink of an eye, Sujian transported her into his mental landscape once more. The previous scene of carnage had vanished, replaced by towering trees. Yet, on the other side, chaos and smoke still prevailed. "You are currently repairing my mental landscape, having restored 40. Thus, that side has yet to return to its former state," Sujian noted. Kuyu was unwilling to accept this. "I can demonstrate it to you," Sujian stated. "How will you prove it?" "Simply by touching me. You can provide mental comfort. However, merely holding your hand is far too slow. May I embrace you to expedite the process?" Sujian leaned closer to Ge, lowering his head to gaze earnestly at her. "Is this sufficient for mental comfort?" he inquired. He nodded in affirmation. "All the kindness you have shown me stems from your need for my mental solace, hence your treatment of me?" she probed. "Indeed," Sujian replied without hesitation. Yet, this answer felt rather cold to Ge. It appeared that all goodness in this world was never without purpose. Having accepted this reality, she understood she must pay a price. After a moment's hesitation, he nestled into his embrace. His long arms enveloped her tightly. "Can you observe the situation over there? Is it recovering?" Sujian prompted, directing Ge's gaze towards the desolation of the forest. Realizing he was obstructing her view, he effortlessly lifted her into his arms. "Ah!" Kuyu gasped, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. Her face flushed like fire as she stole a glance at the icy expression of Ge, who was focused on the devastation before them. In truth, he too wished to further validate Ge's abilities. Before them, the darkened area was visibly being restored, a verdant beam of golden light sweeping across it. Where the golden-green light passed, towering trees began to sprout, and even the cracked ground was swiftly mending. Sujian's eyes sparkled with astonishment as he tightened his embrace around Ge. His VR guide was indeed remarkable. Kuyu, equally amazed, gaped in disbelief. This was truly happening. She could not help but believe. Within a mere 5 minutes, Sujian's damaged mental landscape was fully restored. He felt the strength returning to his arms. Sensing a surge of combat readiness, he had regained his peak condition. "Xiao Suxing, I owe you my gratitude." Sujian's typically frosty voice was laced with delight. Kuyu's emotions were complex, her thoughts still in disarray. Suting, noticing this, donned his attire and activated the personal spacecraft, taking Kuyu on a tour around the Xingyan battlefield. Kuyu was taken aback by the sight before her. The planet was engulfed in thick smoke, shrouded by eerie purple nebulae, the light distorted and dim. Occasionally, chilling buzzing sounds echoed in the air. As she peered out of the spacecraft's window, she beheld creatures glimmering with a cold metallic sheen in the shadows. Sujian stood behind her, explaining, "Those are the insectoid anomalies." No sooner had he spoken than several silver spacecraft zipped by like shooting stars. "This is the interstellar coalition I have deployed, pursuing those attempting to flee," he added. Kui's horizons expanded as she absorbed this knowledge, finally believing in the surreal realities unfolding around her. Nearby, on another spacecraft, inadvertently glanced out the window, spotting a vessel marked with the special emblem of the interstellar commander. "Isn't Su Zhihuiguan injured and resting? He should be asleep after 3 days and nights of combat," he pondered. Upon hearing Bidashu's confusion, the robotic assistant promptly initiated a channel trace. The spacecraft indeed belonged to the commander, and it had circled the Xingyan battlefield twice, the purpose of which remained unclear. As gaze hardened, he never engaged in unnecessary actions. Follow him and ascertain his activities. Chapter 16. Lost Contact was in the process of adorning Kier with a nanocrystal suit. He opened the hatch, holding her hand as they stepped outside the spacecraft. The biting wind carried an eerie chill, penetrating Kier's skin. She gazed at the small stones floating in the dark expanse of space. Sukan grasped her hand, touching the stones. "You should call them stars, right? You may take one," he suggested. As he returned, she found herself mere inches from Ines' profile, his chin nearly resting on her shoulder. This sudden proximity nearly brought her lips to his cheek. The warmth of his breath enveloped her, the atmosphere thick with unspoken tension. "Are you hesitant to take one?" Sujin seemingly remained oblivious to the palpable shift, his cool demeanor scanning her, whether in embrace or in their current closeness. Kuyu sensed that Sena's understanding of intimacy between genders diverged from her own. She resolved to maintain her composure, acknowledging that this world differed vastly from her own. Steeling herself, Kuyu reached for a rounder stone. Before she could examine it closely, Finn snatched it from her grasp. "It bears some radiation contamination. Allow me to handle it," he stated, taking the stone towards the machine. "When can I return?" Kuyu expressed her concerns about the dangers surrounding them, recalling the brilliant beam that had struck down an anomaly attempting to take flight. This alternate world still instilled fear in her. "If you wish to return, you may do so at any time." As soon as he finished speaking, Finn lifted her into his arms once more. This time, he held her face to face, allowing her to wrap her arms around his neck. Kuyu's face flushed crimson. "Why do you keep carrying me?" Yet, his arms were undeniably powerful. The sensation of his taut abdomen and chest intensified her embarrassment. The more she pondered, the redder her face became. "I fear I may not see you for a long while." His mission on the Xingyan battlefield would likely extend for another week, and his mental strength would undoubtedly suffer. He had already experienced the soothing power of soul comfort. It was simply too pleasurable. At this moment, Czuan felt a twinge of reluctance. How wonderful it would be if you could remain by his side indefinitely. He gently placed her on the nearby bed, declaring that he would rest for a while. The flying ship had already returned to the base. He closed his eyes, only for Kuyu to abruptly push him away. Before Czuan could react, the person in the room had vanished. Kuyu opened her eyes on her own bed, awkwardly touching her face as if she had committed a transgression. The dream she had experienced was quite vivid. Just as she was about to convince herself that it was merely a dream, she suddenly noticed a round stone on the table. It was the very star she had acquired in space, serving as evidence of her appearance in the interstellar beast world. Reflecting on this, Kuyu picked up a brush and began to paint. At that moment, Ase opened the screen and observed Kuyu engaged in her artwork. She had only just begun, indicating that she had indeed been with Czuan. Ase had previously found an excuse to disturb Czuan, but upon finding him absent, had opened Kuyu's interface instead. After observing for a while, he noted that Kyu was depicting the scenery around the Xingyuan battlefield. He was acutely aware that CZ had not lost control. How then had he summoned Kyu? This piqued me ASE's curiosity and presented a new avenue for research. If it were possible to summon a VR guide without losing control, her value would increase significantly. The painting Kyu created of the Xingyuan battlefield was vast and rich in detail, taking her 3 days to complete. After finishing, she casually had a bite to eat before hastily returning to sleep. Unbeknownst to her, in her drowsy state, she encountered a familiar sensation: tight skin, undulating contours, and a silky smoothness. It was CZ. Kyu's eyes flew open, and she found herself nestled in his embrace. She immediately scrambled up, while CZ remained still, observing her with keen interest. He wondered how, if she were not a VR data entity, she had arrived so swiftly. Could it be that she sensed his injury and came to aid him? A deep, bone-exposing wound marred CZ shoulder, exuding a charred scent. Yet he did not appear as weak as before. Kyu was puzzled, having fallen asleep, and suddenly found herself here. CZ posited that they were intrinsically linked, and she could perceive his psychic distress, prompting her to assist him. Kyu corked her lips. "I am my own person. I can help you because you have aided me, but you must exercise restraint." She cast a glance at CZ outstretched hand, subtly indicating he should refrain from inappropriate gestures. Though his abs felt quite pleasant to the touch, Kyu held firm to her principles. CZ regarded her intently. The female guides of the starry realm gazed at him with gleaming eyes, and Kyu's own look was not devoid of mischief, yet she felt shy. Her cheeks flushed more vividly than blooming peach blossoms. Well, now that his mental landscape had been restored, there was no need for Kyu to soothe him. As for the minor injury, it was not of great concern. CZ suddenly proposed, "Shall I take you on a tour of the stars?" Kyu, fond of painting, wished to depict everything she beheld. CZ believed this would help her become more familiar with the interstellar beast world. Kyu nodded in agreement. CZ activated the holographic display for her. As Kyu became engrossed in the visuals, she noticed CZ had fallen asleep on the sofa beside her, deeply slumbering. She covered him with a blanket before returning to her observations. The following day, Kyu returned to her room, feeling quite fatigued. She thought to herself that she wished to avoid crossing over again and hoped for a good night's sleep. To her surprise, it proved effective. Over the next few days, she experimented. By focusing on crossing over before sleep, she was able to see CZ. Sometimes, when he was absent, Kyu would simply sleep and find herself back again, gaining confidence in her ability to control her experiences. However, as the days progressed, she began to prepare for her academic pursuits. With only half a month until school commenced, Kyu decided to explore the campus first, as she was entirely unfamiliar with the city and had not ventured out since her arrival. One day, donning a hat, she set out. Following her pre-planned itinerary, she visited the campus to gather information, and half a day slipped away. By the time she returned home that evening, she was utterly exhausted. Having spent many days indoors, her stamina had waned, and she resolved to commence a proper exercise regimen. Just then, a treadmill materialized in her room, accompanied by several vials of potions and purple cabbage nutrient fluid. This concoction, crafted by the brilliant Dr. ASE, promised not only to strengthen the body, but also to enhance genetic vitality. Kyu suddenly realized that others were caring for her. A robotic voice chimed in, "Dr. ASE, this action is perilous. You may lose her even with your training." ASE fixated on Kyu in the screen, a smirk crossing his face. Chapter 17. The contract CZ combat prowess had been restored to its formidable state. He was unstoppable, and the title of the #1 warrior of the stars once again instilled fear in the hearts of various species, causing even the insectoids to retreat in defeat. This incited great anger in ASE. He had discovered that the VR guide had visited CZ several times. According to the Beastmen around him, CZ had been in a much better mood lately, radiating vitality. This development was unacceptable. All his efforts would be in vain. Thus, ASE added a small ingredient to the potions, specifically concocted for Kyu. All she had to do was drink it. Kyu picked up the vial, curiously sniffing it, noting its faint aroma. She reflected on her summer experiences and quickly discerned its origin. The one who consistently provided her with purple cabbage nutrient fluid could not possibly be CZ Yuan. Remembering her encounters with the merfolk, she realized that the so-called Dr. ASE must be a merfolk beastman. Recalling that enchanting face, Caillou was instantly reminded of her first kiss. It was not merely a spring dream. Frowning, she set the potion down. As she turned to head to the kitchen, the two vials reappeared in her path. Caillou glanced at the vials again, but ultimately set them aside. ASE clenched his fists in frustration. This little female was playing tricks on him? He suddenly felt that Caillou was as infuriating as CZ Yuan. After finishing her meal, Caillou resumed her reading. She poured herself a cup of water and set it beside her, waiting until she grew weary. When she picked it up, the water had transformed into a potion. She casually discarded it. When nighttime arrived, Caillou still resisted. To her astonishment, upon opening her eyes, she found a tall man standing at the foot of her bed, staring intently at her. As she attempted to rise, several blue rings appeared around her wrist, restraining her. Caillou warily regarded the stunning merfolk lying beside her bed. Dr. ASE. ASE was overjoyed. He had not anticipated that the VR guide would appear directly on his bed. Leaning on one arm, he cupped his chin with his hand and reached out to pinch Caillou's chin. This time, you came of your own accord. Caillou promptly shut her eyes, wishing to return. Just as her figure flickered, ASE lunged forward, pinning her down. Let go, Caillou protested, attempting to kick him away. ASE had already made preparations, not a single eyebrow twitching as she secured one hand around Caillou's ankle, pinning it against her abdomen. Caillou found herself immobilized. ASE leaned closer, her breath carrying a hint of sweet sea salt. Do not be anxious, I shall not harm you. Caillou tilted her head away, unafraid of injury, but the Beastmen displayed an utter lack of boundaries. However, from the words of CZ Yuan, it was known that males possess an inherent attraction to females they favor, particularly for a strong-minded female guide like her. Once approached, even without releasing her mental energy, she would irresistibly draw the attention of sentinels. Yet, Caillou understood that CZ Yuan was the sentinel she was meant to assist. Why then was there now another? From now on, you shall belong to me. Are you pleased? ASE's fingers brushed against Caillou's cheek, gripping her chin as her crimson lips drew near. Caillou wished to evade her, yet was ensnared by the profound blue of ASE's gaze, her limbs growing weak. She felt as if ASE was feeding her something, persistently urging it into her mouth until she swallowed. It was exceedingly sweet. CZ Yuan had finally concluded his mission. The battlefield at Xingyuan would temporarily quiet as he returned to Gao Xingzhua to regroup the alliance. He first reported back to the sun. As he approached, the sun immediately sensed something different about CZ Yuan. Have you restored your mental landscape completely? CZ Yuan was unsurprised by the sun's perceptiveness, for he was the most powerful male overseeing the entirety of Gao Xingzhua. Nodding, CZ Yuan conveyed that Caillou could sense his injuries and was able to soothe his soul through their embrace. He had already reported the intricacies of his interactions with Caillou to the Research Institute, fulfilling one of his responsibilities. Yet, he pondered, I should have been her master. Yet she is the one who leads. The Sun had likewise received reports from the Research Institute, realizing that errors had occurred during the establishment of the data anchor. The experimental subject, the VR guide, was not merely a data entity, but a being of the 21st century. She was human, possessing autonomous consciousness. Her refusal to submit to the notion of him as her master was entirely reasonable. Her strength should indeed be the focus. CZ Yuan nodded in agreement. The Sun continued, if she is unwilling to provide comfort, we may negotiate cooperation. I shall speak with her about this. CZ Yuan promptly inquired, have you also established an anchor? The Sun nodded, having experimented previously. However, he was too occupied to nurture the VR guide, as CZ Yuan had done. CZ Yuan's expression shifted. I shall converse with her earnestly, aiming for cooperation and to forge a contract. The Sun cast a surprised glance at CZ Yuan. Once a contract was established, it would signify that Caillou had become CZ Yuan's master. CZ Yuan would be eternally loyal to Caillou, forbidden for betrayal or seeking other females. All the initiative would rest in Caillou's hands. Yet, with a vast chasm of time separating them. It remained uncertain whether Kuyu could remain in the stars. Was Commander C destined to be a guardian, waiting for her? The son understood this weight all too well. Upon returning to his quarters, CG Yuan immediately activated the visual feed of Kuyu. She was seated on the sofa, engrossed in a book, adorned in a lovely dress that accentuated her long, graceful legs. She reclined on the sofa, her damp hair cascading over her shoulders, exuding an alluring charm. The temperature is rather low. You require a blanket. A line of text appeared before him, and Kuyu clicked yes, wrapping the blanket around herself. Little female, my task is complete. May you join me? As we previously agreed, I shall introduce you to interstellar technology. Upon seeing the new subtitles, Kuyu was taken aback. I have already learned quite a bit. Now I wish to study further. CG Yuan was left with no choice but to wait. As night fell, he remained sleepless. Yet Kuyu did not come. Perhaps it was because he was uninjured. However, after days of battle, his mental energy had suffered some depletion, and logically, Kuyu should have visited. Days passed, yet Kuyu remained absent. The resources to care for her were exceedingly limited. Clothing, food, and shelter had all been prepared. CG Yuan was distracted for several days, until he encountered Miyase during a routine military examination. Astonishingly, his mental landscape had also been restored. Many noticed the intense mental energy he radiated, inquiring if good fortune was on the horizon. Chapter 18. She is exceedingly sweet. At that time, please invite everyone to the wedding feast. Miyase greeted everyone with a cheerful demeanor, a stark contrast to her usual reticence, where she often appeared displeased. Today, she lingered to exchange a few words, her excitement palpable as she spoke of impending union. CG Yuan's expression hardened, his gaze fixed intently upon Miyase. Just then, she turned her head, their eyes locking in the air, and Miyase smiled triumphantly. CG Yuan instantly concluded that she must have done something. You appear to be in good spirits. It seems you have been faring well of late, he remarked coldly. Miyase responded, I have developed a new serum specifically for female guides. After taking it, they can forget the male sentinels that cause them pain. Commander C, would you care to try it? CG Yuan's fists clenched tightly at her words. Did you administer it to Kuyu? Miyase smiled enigmatically. She is exceedingly sweet. Bang! CG Yuan's fist sent me flying. The resounding crash startled the entire military headquarters, prompting everyone to gather in alarm. Miyase chuckled as she rose, charging towards CG Yuan. The two males quickly became embroiled in a fierce struggle. The military headquarters swiftly erected barriers to contain CG Yuan and Miyase. Before long, the son, alerted to the commotion, sent a video, his visage projected onto the enormous barrier. You two, each shall face punishment. While combat between males was permitted and often occurred, such actions within the military were not to be trifled with. The son naturally aimed to instill discipline. They were each escorted to the punishment chamber, where CG Yuan, with a frosty expression, removed his military uniform. Those present, his subordinates, dared not intervene. CG Yuan commanded coldly, imposed the maximum penalty. This was to uphold the son's authority and set an example. Yet, CG Yuan harbored a significant ulterior motive to deliberately inflict harm upon himself. He promptly instructed, arrange for my medical chamber to be next to Miyase's. Understood. The 300 electric shocks of punishment soon concluded. In a daze, CG Yuan keenly detected a familiar presence. He instructed his subordinate to activate the surveillance of the adjacent medical chamber and project it onto his light brain. Revealing me, cuddling Kuyu's face, kissing her tenderly. Kuyu was enveloped in Miyase's embrace, obedient and radiant, allowing Miyase to manipulate and caress her. Roar! CG Yuan, witnessing this scene firsthand, erupted in fury, tearing open the partition of the adjacent medical chamber. The high-density material of the chamber was rent asunder, metallic shards scattering, and the medical equipment within was adversely affected. Kuyu, startled, opened her eyes wide. Miyase pressed her palm against the back of her head, holding her close. Reclining on the bed, Miyase grinned at the enraged CG Yuan. Commander C, have you lost your composure so easily today? CG Yuan's dark gaze fell upon the petite figure entwined in Mi Sei's grasp. Only able to catch a glimpse of her hair mingling with Mi Sei's verdant locks. Kuyu, come here. He inhaled deeply, enunciating each word. Kuyu longed to move, to glance back at the male behind her, yet Mi Sei restrained her waist. In CG Yuan's presence, Mi Sei grasped Kuyu's chin, lowering her head to kiss her lips once more. Mi Sei. Sujun let out a furious roar and charged forward. Mi Sheng leapt into the air, swiftly appearing on the other side. He single-handedly supported Kuyu. Commander C, you have frightened the little female. CG Yuan hesitated for a moment, retracting the aggression in his outstretched hand. What do you intend to do? Mi Sheng smiled. You deliberately fought with me, injuring yourself, seeking comfort from the little female. Unfortunately, she came to comfort me first. Commander C, you must be quite angry. CG Yuan's tone turned icy. You are treating her as a tool. At this moment, he finally understood. Mi Sheng cared nothing for the VR guide, nor did he care if his mental landscape would shatter. He merely sought revenge on himself, wishing for his own suffering. No, I cherish the little female just as much as Commander C does. He even boasted about the torment he endured from the electric shock. Commander C, are you still in discomfort? Look, I have completely recovered, thanks to the little female. Mi Sheng aimed to provoke him. CG Yuan was acutely aware of this, fiercely suppressing his anger. If that is the case, then you should take good care of her. With that, CG Yuan turned and left. Soon, robots entered to clean up the mess and repair the medical pod. Mi Sheng watched CG Yuan's departing figure, his gaze turning cold. On the other side, the son observed the scene on the surveillance monitor, a flicker of amusement passing through his calm eyes. The next day, Mi Sheng led Kuyu toward the flight ship. Along the way, many coalition members watched, and the station guides curiously observed the two of them. The aura surrounding this female felt somewhat peculiar. Is this truly Dr. Sheng's mate? An F-grade guide, what could they possibly do? Perhaps merely a subject of Dr. Sheng's experiments. Haven't you heard? Commander C and Dr. Sheng fought yesterday, all because of this F-grade female guide. Curious and probing gazes followed them closely. Mi Sheng brought Kuyu to stand before CG Yuan, whose deep gaze fell upon her. Kuyu returned his stare, her eyes clear yet unfamiliar. CG Yuan spoke. How did you manage to keep her here? I have my methods, Mi Sheng replied, lifting his chin with arrogance. CG Yuan frowned. How many days can she stay? Commander C, you do not need to know. She is mine. CG Yuan expressionlessly withdrew his gaze and turned to leave. His detached demeanor deepened Mi Sheng's confusion. Did CG Yuan truly not care about the VR guide? If he did not compete, there would be no enjoyment in it. Kuyu pulled her hand away. Sheng, I wish to go back. Mi Sheng took her aboard the flight ship. Did you not want to learn about the history of humanity's extinction? I will take you to see. Very well. Before the flight ship took off, Kuyu turned her head and saw a tall figure standing on the top floor of the military building. Mi Sheng could allow Kuyu to remain in the interstellar realm for 3 days. He was studying these matters and could allow her to stay even longer in the future. During these 3 days, Kuyu also permitted Mi Sheng to study her blood. Meanwhile, she learned about the history of ancient humanity. To her astonishment, the date of humanity's destruction was not far off. Mi Sheng embraced her from behind. Do not fear. Wait for that planet to perish, and I will keep you in the interstellar realm forever. Just 100 years, by then I will have long since passed away. Kuyu did not care about this. The nuclear warfare and contamination of that time had nothing to do with her. Mi Sheng laughed. 100 years is still youth for a Beastman. Do you not wish to live longer? Chapter 19. Kin. Even in your century, there were many Beastmen. You simply failed to notice. Mi Sheng's words successfully piqued Kuyu's interest. How long can you let me live? Mi Sheng grasped Kuyu's chin. Technology can grant you eternal youth. Just like the Beastmen. Forever young? Certainly. Kuyu nodded. That sounds quite appealing. Kuyu wished to live longer, to exist eternally in youth. As they prepared to return, Mi Sheng handed Kuyu a vial of potion. Drink this, and you will see the true forms of the hidden Beastmen in your world. Kuyu was somewhat skeptical, but accepted the potion nonetheless. Upon returning to her room, Kuyu's phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. After a moment's hesitation, she answered it. "A you? Is that you, a you?" An elderly voice, her grandmother's, came through, causing Kuyu to feel a pang in her heart. "Grandmother, why are you calling me?" Living in the countryside, her grandmother's health was poor, and Zhou Xiaofeng never allowed her to come to the city. Though she struggled to walk, she always entrusted someone to bring Kuyu money and vegetables. Zhou Xiaofeng took all of that, leaving only the vegetables for her to eat. "I heard a you has been accepted into university. Grandmother congratulates you." "My you is truly impressive." "Yes, grandmother. How is your health?" "I'm well. You need not worry. I have $326 for your aunt to bring to the city. Did you receive it?" Kuyu pursed her lips and recounted everything about Zhou Xiaofeng. Grandmother cursed Kuyu's father in anger. She was keenly aware of Zhou Xiaofeng's true nature, yet felt powerless. After soothing her grandmother, Kuyu said she had arrived in Ningxing for school and was not short on money, urging her to take care of herself, promising to visit during the summer break. Grandmother, using someone else's phone to make the call, worried about the cost of the call, reminded Kuyu to study well before hanging up. Kuyu promptly added $100 to that phone number and sent a message, hoping the person would allow her grandmother to use the phone more often and to inform her if anything arose. The recipient was a village elder who quickly called back. He informed Kuyu that her grandmother was ill, unable to see clearly or hear well, her legs pained her, and she could hardly walk, urging Kuyu to strive for success. Kuyu's eyes reddened. After hanging up, she thought of Mi Sheng. "Sheng, please help me." At that moment, Mi Sheng was not in front of the screen. When Ciji Yuan turned on the screen, he saw Kuyu preparing to go out, her eyes slightly red. "What do you need? I sense your sorrow. Do you wish to share?" Upon seeing the subtitles, Kuyu paused. She explained her grandmother's symptoms. "Do you have any potions in the interstellar realm that can help her?" "There are. I will prepare the potion for you immediately." Ciji Yuan was relieved that, despite Mi Sheng's interference, he could still communicate with Kuyu in this manner. Soon, Ciji Yuan had prepared the potion for her grandmother. "This potion will restore your grandmother's bodily functions, alleviating her pain, but to regain full sight and hearing, she will need mechanical organs to achieve optimal health." As long as there is a solution, Kuyu's thoughts stirred, though she did not show much, merely nodding. She provided the address of her grandmother's countryside home, asking Ciji Yuan to send it directly under his name. Since there was no need to go out to buy medicine for her grandmother, Kuyu chose not to leave. She gazed at the potion Mi Sheng provided. "I am Ciji Yuan. If you need anything, just call out to me, and I will assist you." "Understood." Ciji Yuan quickly closed the screen. Kuyu opened the potion, remaining cautious, and pretended to drink a little. Previously, Mi Sheng had fed her something strange. Although she had forgotten much, based on loyalty and Mi Sheng's behavior, she understood he could be both competitive and possessive. However, this did not greatly concern Kuyu. After a day had passed without any abnormalities, she drank the rest of the potion. It tasted pleasant, better than purple cabbage. Soon, Kuyu set out. Under the sun, on the street, she indeed saw many beastmen who appeared human. Kuyu could see their heads, which were entirely animal-shaped. "This world truly resembles what she stated, as it only reflects the 20% she has witnessed." Recent events have entirely reshaped Kuyu's understanding. Seated upon a nearby bench, she began to contemplate her future direction. Her previous aspiration was merely to become an artist, to engage in work she adored, and to lead a comfortable life. Yet now, she yearns for something greater, an eternal youth, a long life, and the enjoyment of all the cherished moments. Furthermore, she wishes for her grandmother to live well. The words flashed across the screen. "The weather is splendid today, and you look quite lovely. What are you planning to buy?" "I assure you, nothing compares to the technology of the interstellar realm." Upon seeing this, Kuyu surmised that the person on the other side must have changed. With the advanced technology of the interstellar society, the electronic devices would undoubtedly surpass those of her own world. "I need a laptop and a new phone." With her mindset transformed, Kuyu confidently requested items from her caretaker, her speech flowing much more smoothly. She had learned that in the interstellar beast world, guides capable of soothing high-level sentinels, like herself, were incredibly rare. Her abilities could easily afford her the highest privileges in the interstellar realm. Before long, a white wristband appeared beside Kuyu. This delicate band resembled a silver bracelet, serving as a light brain for the Beastmen. Advanced and convenient, it completely replaced conventional computers. When a larger screen was needed, all it required was a simple switch, and a blue screen appeared before her, visible only to Kuyu, adjustable in size. After registering her iris, she donned the device. Suddenly, a sharp screech of brakes pierced the air as a child dashed into the street. A burly figure, with a fuzzy head, lunged forward and, before anyone could react, pulled the child back just in time. Such a brief distance, such urgency. It was a feat beyond the average person's reflexes. The vehicle came to a halt, and the driver rushed to check on the child. The worried mother approached to scold the little one, while the onlookers expressed their concern for the child's safety. Yet, Kuyu's gaze remained fixed on the burly figure. After setting the child down, he melted back into the crowd. Instinctively, Kuyu followed him. As she walked a short distance, the man turned to glance at her. It was then that Kuyu recognized him as a panda beastman, rather endearing in appearance. Observing his beer belly, she quickly connected the dots. At that moment, a man approached her. "Miss, are you all right?" He was an ordinary human. "I'm fine, just a bit low on sugar." Kuyu waved her hand and looked past the concerned man, noting that the beast man had already left. She smiled at the kind stranger before heading back to her community. The man, observing her wandering gaze, found her behavior peculiar. He pressed the earpiece in his ear, checking on the girl. Her glance at the beast man had been rather unusual. Perhaps she was one of his kind. That evening, after dinner, Kuyu decided to take a stroll near a local company. She sought historical data on the development of interstellar civilization and the future prospects of Earth, alongside advancements in interstellar medicine, opening the door to a new world. She felt the insignificance of her former self. Once classes commenced, Kuyu resolved to switch her major to programming languages and data structures. She had acquired a wealth of materials and dedicated an hour each day to self-study. Her evening walks in the park also served to observe the number of beastmen in her vicinity. Upon returning home, she would sketch her observations in a booklet, noting their behavioral habits in as much detail as possible. Soon, the start of the term arrived. After 2 weeks of diligence, she finally acclimatized to university life. The beastmen were quite subdued, causing no significant disturbances. However, her collection of books at home continued to grow. Aside from attending classes, Kuyu spent her time painting and studying advanced mathematics and linear algebra. The material proved challenging, but her diligence, aided by Aishi's potions, facilitated quicker and easier retention. Each week, on her day off, she would visit the interstellar realm and head to Aishi's laboratory. His extensive knowledge and research prowess, particularly in mental energy development, greatly benefited Kuyu. "Let me implant a knowledge chip in your mind. You won't have to struggle through daily studies for the knowledge you wish to acquire," Aishi offered. "Is it really that convenient? What is the capacity? Sufficient for your needs?" Kuyu's expression shifted slightly. Was this the advantage of technology? She longed for it, as her desire to learn was vast. Yet, she did not fully trust Aishi. A look of fear crossed her face. "Must it be implanted in my brain? That sounds frightening." Raising an eyebrow, Aishi leaned against the lab table, observing her. "Do you not trust my skills?" Kuyu replied earnestly, "It's not about trust. It's simply terrifying to think of surgery on my brain." Aishi placed his palm against the back of her head and gently tapped it. "All that is needed is for a chip the size of fingernail to be implanted beneath the skin here." Kiskivico iu instinctively recoiled. Aishi drew her into his embrace, holding her chin to examine her features closely. "Little female, you have much growth ahead of you. Do not entertain any unwholesome thoughts." Kuyu, her gaze clear, retorted, "What unwholesome thoughts do you mean?" Aishi chuckled and released her, returning to adjust the potion. "You merely see me as a tool." Kuyu promptly retreated to her own world. She was now intentionally training her mental energy, enabling her to traverse seamlessly between the interstellar realm and her home. Aishi turned, finding no trace of the little female in the laboratory. He chuckled softly. Is she truly upset? Kuyu researched the matter of chip implantation. In the interstellar realm, it was a straightforward process. The Beastmen focused on developing their innate talents and mental fortitude, requiring no traditional learning. Knowledge could be directly implanted into their minds. Memory reserves had become a supplementary tool for growth. Kuyu felt a sense of urgency, eager to acquire more knowledge, but her brain's capacity was limited. She devised a plan to rise early each day to study, yet she still struggled to keep pace with the knowledge of her world. If she could indeed have a chip implanted, the knowledge she wished to learn would manifest effortlessly in her mind, eliminating the need for rote memorization. However, she found she to be untrustworthy. Kuyu refused to remain passive in this matter. Soon, she drifted into slumber, vaguely perceiving CG Yuan training in a room. The space was filled with a rapid-moving shadow, battling alongside him. Yet, he appeared unfocused, frequently sustaining injuries. As she regained consciousness, Kuyu spotted CG Yuan lounging on a sofa. Clad in silk black pants and bare-chested, his sun-kissed skin revealed taut, well-defined muscles. He seemed to have just bathed, his damp hair adding a relaxed touch to his otherwise serious demeanor. A cup rested beside him, and the room was permeated with a rich aroma of alcohol. Kuyu crouched beside him, gently cradling his injured hand. CG Yuan slowly opened his eyes, revealing a cold, repressed agitation beneath his indifferent gaze. Leaning against the sofa, he quietly observed Kuyu. "I sense that you require mental guidance." Just as Kuyu intended to release his hand, he grasped it firmly. With a slight pull, CG Yuan drew her into his embrace, encircling her waist with his arm, preventing her from moving. He lowered his gaze and asked, "What did she do to you?" He was referring to how, despite having erased her memories of him and severed their mental link, she had managed to come to his side. "Kiskiviko iu ritlid, hekisidme." CG Yuan's expression shifted dramatically, his arm tightening around her waist. In the pitch-black depths, a tempest brewed, and he, reluctant to frighten Kuyu, shut his eyes. Kiyu's hand pressed against his chest, warm and palpable. Without contact, she seemed on the verge of drawing closer to CG Yuan. In a dance of hesitance, CG Yuan's throat constricted. He leaned down, inhaling her essence deeply. In a low voice, he inquired, "Do you wish to connect with him?" The term connect referred to an exchange of soul and body, transcending mere mental solace. Kiyu's cheeks flushed slightly as she averted her gaze, replying, "No, I'm not familiar with you. Have you read those books?" CG Yuan had meticulously compiled information about interstellar matters into books. Knowing she had mentioned that staring at the holographic screen strained her eyes. Indeed, human organs are quite fragile. "I have," Kuyu replied, frowning in frustration. "But there are too many I haven't finished. If I were to complete them, it would take a long time." CG Yuan's fingers traced her furrowed brow, but she grasped his hand and pulled it away. "Your hand is injured. Let me apply some medicine." "All right." Just as Kuyu prepared to rise, CG Yuan pressed her back down. He gestured, and a robot brought forth a vial of medication. A few drops on the wound could restore the skin. How impressive! Kuyu marveled as she watched the healing process unfold on CG Yuan's fingers. After applying the medicine, Kuyu expressed her intent to leave. "I have much to study tomorrow. I must return and rest well." CG Yuan remained still, his gaze fixed upon her. Blushing, Kuyu softly asked, "What is it?" "In a few days, I will enter my rut. I need your assistance." During this phase, his emotions tended to become volatile. Previously, he had relied on suppressants, administering them regularly alongside intense training to avoid distraction. Yet now, he found himself yearning for something more, particularly after hearing that Ash had kissed her. It felt as if a hand had gripped his heart, leaving him breathless with a desire to see something, namely, this little female. Kuyu blinked, innocently asking, "How can I help you?" Chapter 21. Memory Storage. CG Yuan regarded Kuyu intently, his palm capable of encircling her slender waist. With a gentle yet firm motion, he lifted her. "You're too weak." CG Yuan exhaled a deep breath to quell his inner turmoil, deciding to defer the matter for later. He shifted the conversation, stating, "If you wish to absorb knowledge, you can utilize a chip. How does that work? Can the chip enable me to learn the fundamental knowledge I need?" "Indeed, it will be integrated into your memory. The rest, such as practical application and advanced comprehension, will depend on you. You shouldn't waste too much time on this. How do I proceed?" Kuyu, filled with excitement, leaned closer, eagerly awaiting his response. The soft against the hard, the power of gentleness could easily shatter resolve. Yuan's palm caressed her lower back as he murmured, "We must incise your skin and place it at the back of your head, the closest point to your brain." "Are you afraid?" Yuan shifted restlessly, straightening his bent leg. "Does it hurt?" "No." "Shall we proceed now?" "Yes. It's a minor procedure. A fully intelligent robot can perform it. I happen to have a reserve chip here. Then can you assist me? It would be best to consult me, Ash, for such matters." However, Yuan suspected that Qiyu did not trust him. Thus, she likely placed greater trust in herself. A notion that pleased him as a smile flickered in his eyes. Very well. Soon, Qiyu found herself resting against Yuan's shoulder while the robot stood nearby, executing the procedure. One of Yuan's fingers rested against her ear. "Currently, I have only 1 WT of reserves, but that is sufficient to encapsulate the entirety of interstellar and human knowledge." 1,000? Indeed. While conversing, the robot efficiently completed its task. Qiyu sensed a coolness at her nape, which swiftly normalized, leaving no trace of scar. Sitting up, Qiyu reached to touch the back of her neck. Finding no change, not even a strand of hair lost. Observing her astonishment, Yuan's usually stoic expression softened into a smile. He took her hand, establishing a connection between the holographic computer and the chip before initiating the knowledge transfer. Qiyu felt a slight dizziness as Yuan gently pressed her head back onto his shoulder. "Your brainwaves are somewhat weak. You may close your eyes and rest for a while." "All right." After this brief respite, morning dawned. Qiyu awoke in her own bed. Glancing in the mirror, she felt no immediate changes, but upon reviewing the books, she discovered the contents embedded in her mind. All the knowledge from her textbooks had been memorized. Now, only application remained. Qiyu was overjoyed, astonished at how effortless learning had become. You have unlocked a personal account containing a key, allowing you to import necessary knowledge into the reserve chip. Qiyu sensed Yuan observing her. She inquired, "Are there any side effects?" "There should be none. I conducted a thorough examination of your body, and everything appears normal. Should you experience any discomfort, please inform me promptly." "Understood." Qiyu extracted all existing knowledge, including artistic insights collected from interstellar sources, and began digitizing them. The entire morning was dedicated to transferring knowledge into her memory. By the end of the day, despite feeling exhausted and somewhat dazed, her progress was remarkable. That day, after finishing her classes, she noticed a crowd rushing in one direction. A classmate grabbed her. "Qiyu, aren't you going to see? Someone is about to jump." Qiyu felt no curiosity or interest. "Have you called the police? Have the teachers gone?" "Yes. They're trying to persuade her." Qiyu nodded and headed in the opposite direction. Suddenly, she caught a glimpse of a figure flitting through the branches nearby. It was indeed flying, unseen by others. Following that direction, Qiyu spotted a classmate standing atop a nearby building, a shadowy figure cradling her head. Another shadow with enormous wings descended upon the classmate, inching closer. Qiyu's heart raced, instantly suspecting that the Beastmen intended to harm her. She dashed towards the scene. Just as she was about to ascend the stairs, a man obstructed her path. He looked somewhat familiar, but Qiyu's mind was preoccupied with the situation above. "Classmate, do not approach." Qiyu asked, "Can you persuade her?" Her emotions seem off. She observed the dark figure shaking the girl's head. It won't be long before she falls. "Hello, I am Zhang Hui from the police. Do you know this classmate?" "I do not." Qiyu realized she couldn't divulge too much, otherwise her facade would crumble. Zhang Hui pondered for a moment, then nodded. "Then it's best not to be curious. Keep your distance. We will rescue her." "Understood." Qiyu walked in another direction, but in her haste, her notebook fell to the ground. Zhang Hui picked it up, flipping it open to reveal drawings of beastmen. Qiyu quickly snatched it back. "Your art is impressive. These creatures are quite unique." "Thank you," Qiyu replied. "I am an art major and enjoy creating various things." That explains it. Your drawings are lifelike." Zhang Hui's words carried a deeper meaning. Qiyu said little more and departed with her belongings. The following day, she learned that the classmate had been rescued. It turned out she had contemplated jumping due to discovering her boyfriend's infidelity, but she was soon persuaded down. Qiyu's 2 classmates were still conversing. I heard that a police officer fired a shot at that time, though I'm uncertain of its authenticity. Who was shot? I don't know. They wouldn't allow anyone to approach. And that classmate, being at a distance, couldn't see clearly. It is likely just a case of misinformation. Upon hearing this, Kuyu paused her writing. She unearthed the case from the depths of her memory. In the annals of significant human events, there was an incident at a certain school where students were poisoned after an orc collected mushrooms from the mountains for cooking. Furthermore, hallucinations ensued, causing humans to perceive themselves as various animals. In truth, what they saw were real orcs, merely misunderstood as being poisoned. However, it was true that the poisoning resulted in over 100 deaths. Although the news was suppressed at the time, it was duly recorded by the government. With this thought, Kuyu promptly gathered her belongings and headed outside. You're usually so attentive in class. The instructor is about to arrive. Where are you going? Inquired a nearby classmate. Kuyu replied, I'm just going to the cafeteria to check if there's still food. The classmate teased. So even a top student like you can be a ravenous wolf. In haste, Kuyu made her way to Canteen 3, where she encountered Zhang Hui, who was conversing with a school official. Zhang Hui glanced at the anxious expression on Kuyu's face, exchanged a few words with the official, and followed her. Although there was nothing particularly unusual about Kuyu's background, her family circumstances made the purchase of an apartment in Ningcheng implausible. Additionally, the sudden influx of funds in her account, although traceable through legitimate channels, raised numerous questions. Zhang Hui maintained a watchful eye on Kuyu. Chapter 22. The Butterfly Effect. The orcs of today have yet to fully differentiate, still retaining much of their primal nature. Little female being so weak. Perhaps you should keep your distance. Kuyu cast a glance at the orc lurking in the kitchen. His head was dark and disheveled, caked with mud and blood, and she could not discern his specific type. You must find a way to incapacitate him. Since Kuyu was entangled in this matter, she felt compelled to intervene. Miyase was preparing a potion and, upon noticing the worried expression on Kuyu's face, clicked her tongue in annoyance. Such a hassle. To tend to this little female and deal with those foolish orcs was bothersome indeed. Miyase casually produced a vial of potion. I am not assisting you for free. You must come to me tonight regarding your blood report. All right, Kuyu agreed, only to then notice the orc who had been standing there had vanished. Meanwhile, Zhang Hui, who had been observing from the shadows, was utterly astonished. His eyes widened. Where'd he go? Kuyu was equally taken aback. Why are you glaring at me? I'm merely trying to help you. Kuyu recalled the orcs she had seen in Miyase's laboratory and immediately understood. This classmate had likely been taken to the laboratory by Miyase. To sacrifice one life for the health of so many students in the school was, after all, a worthy trade. Just as Kuyu was preparing to slip away unnoticed, darkness suddenly enveloped her vision. Zhang Hui had already concluded that Kuyu's identity was far from ordinary. However, even with special glasses, he could not perceive any anomalies about her. Thus, he quietly decided to collect her blood for further examination. Dare to harm my people. At that moment, Miyase lifted her gaze, only to find Kuyu lying on the ground while a man approached her. Her expression darkened, and she used a wave weapon from a distance, sending Zhang Hui flying. As Miyase contemplated how to revive Kuyu, she suddenly vanished from sight. Realizing that she was not nearby, Miyase deduced that she must be with CG Yuan. With this thought, Miyase swiftly set aside the potion in her hand and boarded a flying craft, heading to CG Yuan's residence. Meanwhile, Kuyu lay unconscious on CG Yuan's bed. The robot had already conducted a full examination and administered potion. Yet before she could awaken, Miyase had arrived. CG Yuan, hand her over. CG Yuan coldly regarded the agitated Miyase, as if he were witnessing his former self. Now, he was the one in a position of victory. Who shall I hand over? My female. CG Yuan scoffed. And who is your female? Miyase, unable to contain her anger, charged forward. The two males clashed once more. CG Yuan commanded the robot to erect a barrier, enveloping the area entirely so that no one outside would be aware of their battle. He then proceeded to unleash his fury upon Miyase. Although their levels were equal, CG Yuan possessed far more combat experience. In no time, he had Miyase pinned to the ground, relying solely on brute strength. Particularly, Mi-Ase's once proud visage was left bruised and battered by CG Yuan's relentless blows. CG Yuan dusted himself off and looked down at Mi-Ase, who lay defeated. What do you possess to contend with me? Mi-Ase, begrudgingly rising from the ground, retorted, the little female favors my face. She does not admire your brutish demeanor. CG Yuan cracked his knuckles, sneering at her. He then turned and entered the building. Mi-Ase attempted to follow, but found herself blocked by a newly formed barrier, preventing her from entering. CG Yuan would never allow her inside. After much contemplation, Mi-Ase relinquished a vial of potion and chose to leave. He needed to return and investigate the issues with his potion. How had the little female ended up beside CG Yuan? Kuyu soon awoke. What happened to me? CG Yuan replied. I was busy and did not catch what transpired. Kuyu furrowed her brow. It must have been Mi-Ase. I need to ask him. This situation was indeed suspicious. As Kuyu prepared to leave, CG Yuan grasped her arm to halt her. Do not go. Noticing the loyalty level above CG Yuan's head had risen to 50, her dependence on him also increased. His gaze toward her was filled with affection. Consequently, Kuyu recounted the earlier events, suggesting she might simply return to avoid drawing attention. CG Yuan thoughtfully analyzed the situation, positing that perhaps that individual had already detected something unusual. Kuyu had considered this possibility as well. CG Yuan did not elaborate further and quickly retrieved Zhang Hui's information. He appeared to be an ordinary employee, yet his profession was quite flexible. According to the laws on that side, he should not have been present when that classmate jumped. Kuyu frowned, pondering when he had begun to monitor her. CG Yuan remained uncertain. He accessed some historical records of the orcs and was about to speak when the data suddenly changed. At that moment, CG Yuan's light brain illuminated. A message from the sun arrived, indicating that something had occurred, and he was required immediately. CG Yuan turned to Kuyu. I will return. He nodded. Do not act recklessly. I will investigate this matter. Kuyu nodded and subsequently returned to the school. The atmosphere within the school appeared as usual, devoid of any anomalies. Kuyu, having no classes in the afternoon, planned to return to her apartment when Zhang Hui intercepted her. I wish to speak with you. Why? Kuyu's expression was one of wariness. Zhang Hui gestured toward the nearby milk tea shop, which was bustling with people. I won't do anything to you. We can chat there. Fine. Kuyu was curious about what he had to say. Upon arriving at the tea shop, Zhang Hui presented a document to Kuyu. You can see those creatures, can't you? The century-old pact is about to dissolve, and our era is changing. I hope you can join the 8th Bureau and assist us in suppressing those creatures. Zhang Hui initially hesitated to be so forthright, yet Kuyu's peculiar demeanor compelled him to act swiftly in forging an alliance. When Kuyu declined, claiming ignorance of his words, Zhang Hui simply left his business card, suggesting she could contact him directly or add him on WeChat if needed. Kuyu took the card and returned to her apartment. The subtitle flashed before her eyes. Due to your actions, the world has experienced a butterfly effect, leading to certain changes in the interstellar realm. A flicker of astonishment crossed Kuyu's face. Was this a good or bad occurrence? At present, it is unfavorable. In fact, an entire orc family in the interstellar realm has perished. We have yet to ascertain the exact reasons, but it is known to be connected to the incident involving the classmates you saved. Chapter 23, His Ancestors. The situation was utterly absurd. Nevertheless, the chain reaction was indeed profound. You must respect their destinies and refrain from further interference. If you still perceive their true forms, it would be wise to take the potion and revert to your previous state. This was a counsel. Of course, CG Yuan had acquired more extensive information from the sun, which was resolute in its prohibition against utilizing one's memory reserves to meddle with the history of ancient humanity. Kuyu fell into contemplation, not questioning but realizing her missteps. I understand, she agreed. CG Yuan transmitted 2 large, red apples. These are newly developed products. Give them a try. Do not overthink it and rest early. CG Yuan believed that the root of all these issues stemmed from Asha, who had informed Kuyu about the knowledge reserves and provided her with the potion to perceive the orc's true forms. CG Yuan went to confront Asha. While savoring the interstellar grown apple, Kuyu added Zhang Hui on WeChat. I can indeed see some strange things, but I am uncertain as to why. Zhang Hui quickly responded. This is your unique ability. Are you willing to assist us? A demon beast has just escaped from our grasp, and its condition is dire. It may pose a danger. The urgency in his tone indicated a pressing concern, prompting him to directly inquire of Kuyu. All right, Zhang Hui replied. I will come to fetch you immediately. Okay. They were evidently already monitoring her movements, even knowing her place of residence. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Hui arrived downstairs in her complex and escorted Kuyu to their destination. Meanwhile, on Gao Oxingzhua, the heir of the Canglong family suddenly lost control and began exhibiting ancestral traits. This was exceedingly strange. Even if he were to become agitated without timely relief, such a rapid regression to ancestral traits was improbable, especially since he had already utilized a potent suppressor. While it could not be restrained, it could alleviate. Upon receiving the news, the son promptly dispatched Si Ziyuan and Mi Asha to the scene. Mi Asha had already administered a special potion to the heir, Marquis Huan Song, and instructed his assistants to collect the pheromones emitted by Marquis Huan Song for genetic and psychic analysis. During this research, Mi Asha was exceptionally diligent. Si Ziyuan cast a glance at him and began to interrogate the series of events surrounding the Marquis's sudden loss of control and the orcs he had encountered, yet found nothing. The son monitored the happenings within the Canglong family remotely. On the opposite side of his arm lay a chip, containing fragmented records of ancient human history and analyses of the resultant consequences of the butterfly effect. Suddenly, the son had an epiphany, opening the VR guide, only to discover Kuyu following Zhang Hui as they pursued a white wolf orc. Based on the information provided by Zhang Hui, the son quickly realized that this white wolf orc was the ancestor of Marquis Huan Song. No wonder he had suddenly lost control. The son furrowed his brow, lacking the time to delve into the relationship and potential consequences. He immediately instructed the Research Institute to establish a temporal anchor point to connect Marquis Huan Song with Kuyu. Soon, Kuyu and Zhang Hui arrived at a shopping mall, where a cosplay event was underway, teeming with a bustling crowd and numerous uniquely dressed individuals. It was no wonder Zhang Hui had urgently summoned her. It was nearly impossible for the human eye to discern whether any of them were orcs in disguise. However, Kuyu could see with clarity. Zhang Hui, accompanying her, even bought her a cup of milk tea. Have you found anything? Please help me locate it, otherwise, I will face reprimand from above. He was responsible for overseeing the demon beast, yet had not anticipated its escape. Its current state could potentially harm others, and should the situation escalate, it would become far more perilous. As Kuyu searched through the crowd, she indeed spotted many orcs. Having already reviewed the materials in the car, she could identify the fleeing orc's appearance. Before long, she recognized a familiar figure on the second floor. Kuyu immediately pursued, with Zhang Hui hastening to follow suit. Some formidable demon beasts could transform into other human forms to deceive. Zhang Hui's special glasses sometimes failed to distinguish them. Kuyu quickly apprehended the beautiful white wolf orc. Miss, may I take a photo with you? She noted his beastly headpiece, resembling a cosplay costume. During the photo op, Kuyu seized the opportunity to grasp his wrist. Let me go. The white wolf orc sensed something amiss and attempted to push Kuyu away. Yet, he soon discovered that his agitated emotions were gradually calming. He stared at Kuyu in astonishment, involuntarily feeling a yearning to draw closer to her. You are. Kuyu recognized him as a white wolf orc, but could not discern his gender. Feeling somewhat awkward, she nonetheless held tightly to his arm. What is it? I merely found your costume very impressive and wish to take a photo. She snapped a picture with her phone. Throughout this time, she had also been soothing and alleviating his emotions. The current orcs had not fully differentiated, rendering their sentinel or guide identities too conspicuous. Consequently, their mental landscapes had yet to form. Under Kuyu's potent psychic soothing, the strain on his mind became unbearable, and he fainted. Is he suffering from low blood sugar? Quickly, take him to the hospital. Zhang Hui arrived just in time, frantically escorting the white wolf orc out of the mall. Curiously, he inquired, what did you do? Why did he suddenly fall asleep? I am uncertain. I simply wanted to take a photo to buy us some time. But now you have managed to capture him, which is what matters. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. Zhang Hui nodded. He intended to return the demon beast to the organization. As Kuyu was not yet a member of the 8th Bureau, it would be inappropriate for her to accompany him. Zhang Hui had yet to report Kuyu's situation to the organization. We will communicate via WeChat later. All right. Kuyu watched as Zhang Hui took the white wolf orc away, and a line of subtitles appeared before her. You have successfully triggered the butterfly effect. Henceforth, your troubles shall multiply. Kuyu acknowledged that she too had sensed it. Zhang Hui would likely seek her out again. Fear not. We are always watching over you and can ensure your safety. Understood. Kuyu took a taxi back to her apartment. Meanwhile, the son, observing the scene with Kuyu, fell into deep thought. He had just received news that Marquis Huansong had inexplicably quieted down once more. He had nearly fallen into slumber simultaneously with the ancestor depicted on the screen. Thus, he questioned the origin of Kuyu's extraordinary psychic power, which could transcend centuries and starry realms to provide such potent relief to Marquis Huansong. Chapter 24. The past 2 days had passed quietly. Upon arriving at school that day, Kuyu encountered Zhang Hui at the entrance. He stood by the car, waving at her, while she glanced at the unusual red flag vehicle parked by the roadside, which bore no license plate. Noticing that Kuyu remained stationary, Zhang Hui hurried over to her side, stating that the leader wished to see her. After a moment's hesitation, she entered the vehicle. Inside sat a stern-looking middle-aged man. Despite his kind demeanor, he exuded an imposing presence. Kuyu, greetings. I am Xiu Changjin, the head of the 8th Bureau in Ningxing. Zhang Hui has already informed me of your abilities. I would like to introduce you to our 8th Bureau. Kuyu understood that this was an interview and nodded in acknowledgement. As the car started, Xiu Changjin began to enlighten her about the work of the 8th Bureau. They were involved in handling various supernatural events that defied scientific explanation, possessing greater authority than the police in such matters. Membership in the 8th Bureau was reserved for those with extraordinary abilities. Presently, Ningxing was relatively peaceful, and thus they had only 3 members. However, she should not underestimate them. For instance, Zhang Hui had remarkable abilities, as did the driver Da Huang. Both turned to greet Kuyu, who smiled in response. From Xiu Changjin's words, Kuyu gathered that Ningxing was indeed tranquil, but that was merely due to their limited capabilities. Nevertheless, this situation facilitated her smooth entry into the Bureau. After Xiu Changjin extended his invitation, Kuyu quickly agreed. He then escorted her to the 8th Bureau's base for an initial ability assessment, which involved identifying Beastmen from a series of human images, a task Kuyu found effortless. Observing from outside, Xiu Changjin couldn't help but smile. Zhang Hui, you have made a significant contribution this time. The 8th Bureau will finally secure a place among the other bureaus. Currently, no one in other bases could analyze swiftly with the naked eye as Kuyu could. They relied on high-tech glasses provided by their superiors, of which the resources were limited. Moreover, the Ningxing base was small and had not achieved much, resulting in scarce scientific resources available to them. Unlike other bases where new employees received a pair of glasses capable of discerning beastmen upon starting, only one was available among the 3 in their base, and it had been broken when Zhang Hui fell. She isn't frightened at all, Zhang Hui remarked. She appears so delicate, yet remains composed in the presence of those monsters. As they spoke, an alarm suddenly blared from the room, and they saw Kuyu's name rapidly ascending on the large screen. Xiu Changjin burst into joyous laughter, marveling at her swift progress. I wonder how high she can rise. Zhang Hui also focused on the ranking numbers, which represented the entire Hongwei standings. Although this was merely a preliminary test, it carried a certain prestige. The ranking displayed only the top 100, and the 8th Bureau had never reached such heights. When Zhang Hui joined, the best ranking was merely 187th, while he himself had ranked 239th. Both watched anxiously as Kuyu's name continued to climb. She, however, had not anticipated the test's swift conclusion. Among the 1,000 images, she had to identify as many non-human subjects as possible and accurately suggest their potential animal forms. Beep, beep, beep. Congratulations, Kuyu, for securing first place. The announcement echoed 3 times. The screen glowed with a vibrant red light. Xiu Changjin and Zhang Hui stood dumbfounded for 3 seconds before rushing into the room. Xiu Changjin queried, "Did you recognize them all?" Qiu calmly replied, "I misidentified one of the beast forms." "You are truly impressive. The 8th Bureau will finally take pride," Zhang Hui exclaimed. "Did not Xiu Dui say we are remarkable?" Qiu responded, "That was an exaggeration," Zhang Hui quipped. "What truly matters is that you're now a member of the 8th Bureau. I will record your information." Without delay, Xiu Changjin led Qiu to establish her profile. As expected, the moment she entered her name, her phone began to ring incessantly, with calls from other bases likely eager to recruit her after seeing the rankings. "Please complete your information promptly and submit it," Xiu Changjin instructed. He exchanged a knowing glance with Zhang Hui, signaling him to assist Qiu in expediting her profile creation before stepping out to take calls. "You are the first in the preliminary test. I reckon other bases will want to recruit you now," Zhang Hui remarked. "Is the 8th Bureau really that inadequate?" After a brief pause, he lowered his voice to say, "We are at the bottom. Xiu Dui is rather concerned about appearances, so do not mention that I told you." Qiu smiled faintly. After completing her information, Xiu Changjin returned, his expression somewhat dejected. "You have received a directive from higher-ups. You need to travel to Yunqing for advanced testing." Before Qiu could respond, he continued, "If they wish for you to stay there." Qiu smiled, her demeanor gentle and composed. "I have already joined the 8th Bureau." "Well said." Such loyalty. Qiu had not anticipated matters to unfold so smoothly and soon found herself accompanying Xiu Changjin to Yunqing. Upon landing, she quickly spotted numerous beastmen among the crowd. Noticing her gaze, Xiu Changjin inquired, "Did you see the monsters?" "Yes, there are many here. Far more than in Ningxing," she replied. Xiu Changjin appeared astonished, realizing why their performance was so commendable. He swiftly guided Qiu to meet the upper echelons of the 2nd Bureau. She observed that there were many colleagues in the 2nd Bureau, including a few beastmen. After some discussion, they promptly sent Qiu for advanced testing. The advanced test continued to assess her eyesight, but included an additional affinity test, requiring Qiu to communicate with the captured beastmen to gauge her ability to connect with them. This is the earliest form of mental strength testing. However, these beastmen currently possess strong primal instincts, so little female, you must be cautious, Miash reminded her. As the screen lit up, he noticed that Qiu had joined such a supernatural research institution. Suddenly, Miash realized, "Little female, what do you intend to do? I find your motives rather peculiar." As Qiu approached the iron cage, she smirked at the subtitle. "Relying solely on your research, I doubt I can remain in the star realm for long." Upon hearing this, Miash instantly comprehended everything, his eyes sparkling with a blend of madness and admiration. Chapter 25. Qiu aspired to remain in the star realm. She had witnessed the realm's grandeur, where even the deceased could return to life. The advancement of technology left her in awe. At present, her knowledge was insufficient to save her grandmother, so she had much to learn. From the ancient human historical data provided by the star realm, she became acquainted with the Supernatural Research Institution. Their technology and advancements were far beyond what ordinary individuals could ever access. Consequently, she sought Ash for a potion that could validate her presence before those in the research institution. She yearned to transcend the limitations of ordinary existence. "Little female, you still do not trust me. It is not that I lack trust. You currently cannot accomplish this alone. Your technology alone is inadequate. I must establish a powerful foundation in my world to facilitate my journey there." This was knowledge Qiu would only later acquire. Furthermore, based on the historical data, Qiu realized that the technology in Honghua was already taking shape, albeit still in the process of refinement. As long as Qiu is allowed to make contact, with the assistance of Asha, this matter will become remarkably effortless. Asha, at a loss for words, gazed deeply at the tranquil yet radiant eyes of Qiu on the screen. For the first time, he realized that he was entirely unaware of this petite female. She possessed profound thoughts. However, Miasha still sensed a hint of deception. "I do not appreciate your demeanor," Qiu remarked. Following that, Miasha fell silent, appearing genuinely upset. He was proud and conceited, likely caught in a dilemma, believing Qiu had taken advantage of him. Qiu disregarded his emotions, as she had already positioned herself in front of the cage. Suddenly, The beast man within the enclosure roared fiercely, attempting to frighten her. Yet, Kyu merely extended her hand, gently touching his forehead, and a strand of golden thread penetrated his mind's eye. The beast man became tranquil before undergoing a transformation. Before Kyu, the essence of his mental landscape gradually emerged from the void, as if an invisible hand was unveiling this scene for her. Asha did not turn off the screen, continuing to observe Kyu's actions. He pondered that the current Beastman had yet to fully evolve, and Kyu's mental prowess might struggle to soothe him. Unexpectedly, Kyu's power directly catalyzed the Beastman's differentiation. Is he dead? A figure appeared behind Kyu, glancing at the Beastman who had just collapsed. He was Xu Jingqiu, the most exceptional hunter of the Second Bureau. Having seen Kyu's ranking, he hurried back to witness this new colleague who had ascended to the top. With skepticism, he suspected this was merely a fabrication by the 8th Bureau, knowing how much Xu Changjin valued reputation. Indeed, he witnessed Kyu's deed of slaying the Beastman. This was a creature he had painstakingly captured. A formidable eagle beast he intended to tame for loyalty to the Second Bureau. Kyu withdrew her hand, stating that the Beastman had merely fallen asleep. Huh, Xu Jingqiu scoffed, eyeing the approaching Wang Zheng and Xu Changjin. Captain Wang, how could you allow such a young girl to engage with the eagle beast? Xu Changjin appeared somewhat anxious, casting a questioning glance at Kyu. What transpired? Wang Zheng frowned, noting that he had just seen her touch the creature. What did you do? Kyu offered no extensive explanation, asserting that she would proceed with the next test, and by the time she finished, the Beastman would likely awaken. Medical personnel had already approached to examine the eagle beast, which exhibited no signs of life. Xu Jingqiu, enraged, exclaimed, "You still intend to conduct another test?" He then turned to Xu Changjin, his fury evident. "Where did you find this person? Surely, there are ulterior motives." Despite being a remarkable hunter, Xu Jingqiu's tone was quite irksome, as Xu Changjin was ultimately in charge. Regardless of the situation, one's strength and confidence dictated their words. Xu Changjin remained composed, responding with irritation, "Old Wang, if you wish to test, then proceed. If not, we shall return to rest." After disembarking from the plane, they had come here without pause. Now weary and famished, Xu Jingqiu wished to voice further objections, but was silenced by a glance from Wang Zheng. "Let's pause for a moment. You proceed with the next test." Kyu nodded, following the personnel to the next room. Wang Zheng observed the eagle beast in its cage and suggested it remain undisturbed for now. Xu Jingqiu clenched his fists, feeling indignant, but nonetheless accompanied them to Kyu's next testing chamber. The room was equipped with a large screen displaying a bustling crowd. Kyu tapped on it, capturing numerous profiles on the opposite side. After 3 minutes, she identified 137 individuals and recorded the beast forms of these creatures below. Xu Jingqiu dismissed her findings with disbelief. Nonsense. How could Yinqing possibly have so many magical beasts? Wang Zheng, surprised by Kyu's swiftness and casual demeanor, likened her to someone buying vegetables at market. Kyu soon emerged from the room. Wang Zheng stated, "The results will be available tomorrow. We must now proceed to the certification." Kyu nodded, returning to the cage that housed the Beastman. Wasn't he had said he would awaken shortly? Let us see how you will pretend otherwise. Kyu crouched before the Beastman, observing that he appeared quite young, merely 16 years of age. He had been bullied, suddenly going berserk and injuring many classmates. Many referred to him as a monster, which drew the attention of the Second Bureau. Xu Jingqiu and his team had waited in the mountains for 10 days to capture him. "Miasha, are you still there? Please provide me with some restorative potions to hasten his awakening. Otherwise, I won't be able to maintain my pretense." Xu Jingqiu watched her intently, seeking an opportunity to find fault. He is in his adolescence. He should differentiate rapidly. You may attempt to use your mental power to see if you can awaken him. Kyu extended her hand once more. At that moment, her hand was suddenly grasped forcefully by the eagle beast. Xu Jingqiu immediately shielded Wang Zheng, while those nearby raised their weapons. Xu Changjin shouted in alarm, "Kyu, are you all right?" Kyu remained still on the ground, watching as the boy slowly rose from the floor. His long hair obscured his brow and eyes, and he was filthy, gripping Kyu's wrist with remarkably sharp nails. Kyu softly inquired, "You are awake? How are your injuries?" Perhaps due to the differentiation process, his wounds were now grotesquely open. Xu Jingqiu scolded angrily, "Foolish! Do you think concern will sway him? Step aside. We will subdue him, and you should exit the cage quickly." Wang Jing added, "Kyu, find a way to distance yourself from him." Kyu's grasp was indeed somewhat painful. Chapter 26. Cunning, yet she felt no malice from the Beastman before her. Kyu released her mental energy, gently stating, "You are hurting my hand." The Beastman glanced at her wrist and promptly released his grip. Kyu withdrew her mental energy and turned to Wang Zheng. "Have everyone lower their weapons. He does not intend to attack me." Wang Zheng frowned, while Xu Zhengqiu interjected, "Do not be so foolish as to gamble with your life. Since he has released you, retreat swiftly." Wang Zheng urged, "Kyu, come over here." Xiu Changjin expressed concern. "Kyu, please step back. We can discuss matters later." Kyu intended to explain, yet the Beastman knelt before her. In a solemn tone, he declared, "Hu Jia shall forever heed your commands." Kyu quickly assisted him to his feet, saying, "There is no need for such formality. Please rise. Remain here quietly while I communicate with him." Hu Jia, somewhat frightened, cast a glance at the individuals behind Kyu and cautiously retreated to the corner of the cage. Everyone witnessed Hu Jia's actions, their expressions layered with meaning, particularly Xu Jingqiu, whose face reflected unyielding frustration. Kyu approached them, assuring, "He will not harm anyone. He is merely a child. I will gradually guide him through his emotional instability." She continued, "I now request to take him back to our lodging. I am uneasy leaving him here." At this point, Kyu glanced at Xu Jingqiu. He twitched his lips, questioning, "What do you mean?" No one responded. Wang Jing nodded. "All right, you may return to rest. Captain Wang, the eagle beast is quite dangerous." "Silence." Wang Jing interrupted Xu Jingqiu, commanding everyone to lower their weapons and allowing Kyu to escort Hu Jia away. Xu Changjin trailed closely behind, his curiosity piqued by Hu Jia. However, he is merely a child. Look at how they have frightened him. Kyu smiled, declaring that he would henceforth be one of their own. Hu Jia's eyes brightened at this remark. Xu Changjin chuckled, affirming his approval. They returned to the designated hotel, where Hu Jia went to take a shower, and Xu Changjin proceeded to cut his hair. Xu Changjin commented, "He is rather handsome." However, Hu Jia's gaze remained fixed on Kyu, who was engaged in conversation with CZ Yuan. "It seems the course of history is shifting, likely due to your actions." A flicker of surprise crossed Kyu's eyes. "I haven't done anything. Is your side greatly influenced?" A multitude of beast clans have suddenly emerged, and several families are embroiled in disputes, prompting the royal family to intervene. "I may not be able to see you often during this period. If you have any needs, feel free to come to me directly." Yuan initially intended to suggest that Kyu seek out me Ash, but he hesitated, not wanting to give me Ash any satisfaction. Yet, he also harbored concerns for Kyu. "All right." Kyu hesitated, contemplating whether to disclose his current objectives to CZ Yuan. Just then, he overheard Xu Changjin's voice and promptly turned off his light brain. He then found himself face to face with a sunny, handsome youth. "Hu Jia?" Hu Jia nodded. "Kyu." Xu Changjin patted his shoulder, calling him by name without any formality. "You should address me as sister from now on." Hu Jia remained silent. Kyu, unfazed by the informality, inquired of Xu Changjin, "Have you obtained his information yet? Hurry, or Wang Jing won't let him go." Xu Changjin immediately began making calls. Kyu then turned to Hu Jia, saying, "You should rest for now. Eat something when you wake up. Will I truly be able to follow you all in the future? Can I still go to school?" Kyu nodded affirmatively. Reassured, Hu Jia retreated to the adjacent room. They had rented a suite. Xu Changjin shared a room with Hu Jia, while Kyu had a room to himself. As Kyu lay on his bed, he found himself promptly transported before CZ Yuan. At that moment, a robot was tending to his wounds. "You arrived quite swiftly," Kyu remarked, glancing at CZ Yuan's injuries. "Is this poison? Those 3 claw marks are alarming, deep enough to see the bone." CZ Yuan was reluctant to elaborate on his injuries and reached out toward Kyu, who did not move. Only then did CZ Yuan notice the look in her eyes and explained, "The Eagle Beastmen are currently quite powerful. They had remained silent for a long time, and I underestimated them." Kyu immediately thought of Hu Jia. From the historical data she had gathered, Hu Jia had always sought to escape later on, resulting in his being turned over to the Second Bureau as a test subject. The eventual outcome was predictable. Caillou asked, "Is Hu Jia the ancestor of the current interstellar Eagle Beast clan?" SSS-level, revealing no secrets. At that moment, a commotion suddenly erupted outside the room. CZ-Yuan stood alert, positioning himself protectively behind Caillou. The robot reported, "The Eagle Beastmen have launched a surprise attack, attempting to breach the premises. I will go check it out." CZ-Yuan cast a reassuring glance at Caillou before stepping outside. He had not been gone long when Mi-Ash unexpectedly appeared in the room, wrapping his arms around Caillou and fleeing to the opposite side. "Mi-Ash, what are you doing?" Mi-Ash grinned with ill intent. "Why do you bother with such a hypocritical beastman? He is far more cunning than you and has been manipulating your trust all along." Caillou frowned, struggling to comprehend Mi-Ash's implications. Mi-Ash swiftly led her aboard a flying ship, and just as they took off, two pursuing ships appeared behind them. Caillou's light brain chimed, "Caillou, do not follow him." Caillou recalled Mi-Ash's words, her eyes flickering with uncertainty. At that moment, Mi-Ash leaned in, capturing the corner of Caillou's lips in a kiss. He held her face gently, kissing her while simultaneously severing the communication link on her wrist. In CZ-Yuan's visual feed, all he could see was Mi-Ash's sharp jawline and his chest inching closer to Caillou. "Mi-Ash!" CZ-Yuan roared in fury, accelerating the ship in an attempt to intercept Mi-Ash. However, at that moment, two Eagle Beastmen with outstretched wings obstructed his view. CZ-Yuan was not as reckless as Mi-Ash. As the foremost commander of the interstellar forces, he could not harm other Beastmen out of subjective intent. Mi-Ash successfully brought Caillou to his laboratory. The potion in his mouth had already rendered Caillou unconscious. Mi-Ash cradled her in one arm, his fingers gently gliding across Caillou's serene face. "Such a small female looks even more pleasing like this," Mi-Ash said, gently placing Caillou on the experimental table. "Sleep well, little female." He pinched her cheek and turned on the glaring overhead lights. Chapter 27. Academic Registration. Caillou felt her body weak. Upon awakening, she found nothing amiss. Mi-Ash sat nearby on the experimental table, beckoning her. "Come here, little female." Caillou, clad in a flowing white gown, approached him. Mi-Ash asked, "Who am I?" Caillou glanced at the loyalty indicator above his head, 65. She shook her head. Mi-Ash tapped her brow, stating, "I am your master. You're my exclusive guide, understand?" Caillou nodded. "Excellent." Mi-Ash beamed with joy. This time, he had finally succeeded. The previous potion had not completely erased Caillou's memories of CZ-Yuan. He speculated that the issue lay in the anchor point established during their connection. Thus, Mi-Ash later proposed the idea of storing memory chips. At that moment, he aimed to implant a memory chip to erase Caillou's recollections of CZ-Yuan. However, Caillou did not trust him. Fortunately, he had indeed used the memory chip, granting himself an opportunity. Mi-Ash had made ample preparations, even erasing CZ-Yuan's files from the research facility. By deleting the memories here, Caillou would truly sever her ties with CZ-Yuan. Even the light brain on her wrist had been replaced by Mi-Ash. Everything was normal for Caillou, except for CZ-Yuan. However, Mi-Ash had also indulged in a bit of selfishness, implanting memories in Caillou that transformed her affections for CZ-Yuan into feelings for himself. The more Mi-Ash looked at Caillou, the more he liked her. He grasped her chin, pulling her closer, and kissed her once more. Caillou struggled to withstand his strength, taking a slight step back. Mi-Ash noticed and wrapped his arms around her waist, deepening the kiss. "I have another surprise for you." Mi-Ash caressed the corner of Caillou's lips with his fingertip, clearly enamored. He had tasted the allure of the female. Not only was there an inherent craving for high compatibility, but her scent also drew him deeper into infatuation. So soft, Mi-Ash played with Caillou's hands, saying, "I have already arranged your academic registration at the Interstellar First Academy. As long as you manage things well there, you can remain in the interstellar realm and traverse time and space freely." Mi-Ash pointed to a machine nearby. "This is a specially developed time machine, just for you." A glimmer of surprise flickered in Caillou's eyes, astonished by how swiftly Mi-Ash acted. Perhaps Caillou's previous words had spurred him on, and Mi-Ash was eager to prove himself. Even without the scientific support on his end, he could still ensure that Kyu would remain in the interstellar domain. Kyu wished to approach the time machine, but her hand was pulled back. Miash's captivating gaze lingered on her. I see you like it. Have you thought of how to thank me? Kyu blinked. In Miash's eyes, only 2 words were visible. Kiss me. Kyu's cheeks flushed. She had never been so forward before. However, since the issue has been resolved for her, a reward must certainly be given. Kyu took the initiative to approach, rising on her toes. Yet, Mie-sheng was too tall for her to reach. With her gaze lowered, he intentionally sought to tease Kyu. Summoning her courage with great difficulty, she nearly retreated. Growing anxious, she exclaimed, If I can't reach, why can't you lower your head? Mie-sheng feigned ignorance, asking, Lower my head for what? Kyu bit her lip, on the verge of giving up. Suddenly, a handsome face appeared before her, drawing near, enveloping her in a warm breath. Kyu closed her eyes and leaned in for a kiss. Mie-sheng watched her intently, taking in her shy and fidgety demeanor. Had it been any other female, he would have mocked her pretense. Yet, he understood Kyu well. Contemplating this, he embraced her and kissed her fervently. Finally, he chided, After so many kisses, you still don't know how to breathe. The brief moment was hardly sufficient for him to savor the sweetness. When Kyu awoke, Chu Chongjin was knocking on the door with urgency. Upon opening the door, Chu Chongjin peered anxiously into the room, asking, What are you doing? I've been calling for ages. You scare me to death. It's already 8 o'clock. Last night, Kyu had closed her eyes and immediately found herself on Gao Oxingzhua, and upon returning, she had been in a deep slumber. Her sleep was certainly subpar. What's wrong? Kuchang Jina Kwayot. An hour ago, Wang Zheng told us to head to the base. All right. Kyu took 5 minutes to prepare and then departed with Chu Chongjin and Hu Jia to the base. In the car, Chu Chongjin remarked, The results must be out already, and quite swiftly too. I believe you can do it. Then why are you so nervous? Qu'est-ce Chang devine retorted. I'm not nervous at all. Nonsense. Hu Jia stifled a laugh, recalling how Chu Ge had not slept well the previous night. Reste assured que Chang Jin reassured. Kyu then asked, Will I meet other senior officials today? Chu Chongjin was taken aback, instinctively glancing at Hu Jia, who immediately turned to look out the window, pretending he heard nothing. Chu Chongjin lowered his voice. We don't have that kind of qualification. Kyu retrieved 2 pairs of glasses from her bag, which Mie-sheng had given her the day before, to help her gain recognition at the base. This way, Kyu could swiftly approach core technology and successfully remain in the interstellar realm. Initially intended for her to receive medicine, Kyu had refused and requested the robot to create several pairs of glasses instead. This was merely a token of introduction from Kyu. In the future, such high-tech items and technologies would be plentiful. Were these? Chu Chongjin inquired, putting on a pair of glasses, instantly seeing Hu Jia's beast form beside him. When he removed the glasses, nothing remained. Chu Chongjin immediately donned the glasses again and looked outside, indeed spotting several beastmen along the way. He excitedly grasped Kyu's arm, exclaiming, Where did you get these? The clarity is far superior to what we've received from above, and there are even descriptions. Kyu replied, This is a token of introduction. I hope you can help me convey that I wish to meet the highest commander. Kuchang Jin swallowed, gazing deeply at Kyu. He had always thought they had discovered her, but now it suddenly felt as if it was Kyu who had found them. Chu Chongjin refrained from speaking further, turning to the window, beginning to edit a message on his phone. When they arrived at the second bureau, Wang Zheng was already waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Kyu, his demeanor was markedly different from yesterday. Comrade Kyu, did you not rest well? Qu'est-ce you nodded. Wang Zheng appeared somewhat awkward. He was genuinely eager to see Kyu due to her perfect test scores and the high regard she received from above. Such talent must be retained within the second bureau. However, as soon as they entered the second bureau, before even reaching the office, Wang Zheng's phone rang, and his expression turned serious, standing straight as a ramrod. Within seconds, he hung up, first glancing at Chu Chongjin before turning his gaze to Kyu. Chapter 28. Rebirth. Kyu emerged 10 minutes later. Chu Chongjin, Wang Zheng, and Hu Jia were still waiting outside. Chu Chongjin stepped forward, asking what happened. They provided us with some equipment, which will be directly sent to the 8th Bureau. You need to inform Zhang Huiteng to prepare a room. Chu Changjin replied excitedly, rubbing his hands together. Regardless of what it was, it surely wouldn't be subpar coming from above. Wang Zheng was also very curious, but seeing that Kuyu did not wish to elaborate to Chu Changjin, he felt hesitant to inquire further. Kuyu appeared calm and gentle, yet there was an air of inscrutable mystery and aloofness surrounding her. The fact that the higher-ups had arranged a private meeting with her and were sending equipment indicated that Kuyu was held in high esteem. Kuyu did not linger in the 2nd Bureau. After completing some paperwork for Hu Jia, she returned to the 8th Bureau. Along the way, Chu Changjin remained exhilarated. Today, my phone is going to explode. Those old-timers have heard about your reputation. Achieving a perfect score in the advanced test, no one has managed that until now. The key point was that even Wang Zheng had not recognized Kuyu's abilities. Of course, neither had Chu Changjin. The crucial matter was that Kuyu was unmoved by Wang Zheng and the others' attempts to recruit her. She simply desired to follow him. He was immensely curious, wondering how she had accomplished this and what she had said to those people. Kuyu recounted to the higher-ups her ability to traverse the stars. Naturally, they did not believe her, prompting Kuyu to send them a vial of medicine through the air. This was, of course, made possible by me, A Sheng's assistance. Just that single vial of medicine was sufficient for them to study for a long time. Kuyu made the excuse of needing a powerful data machine sent over. This data machine would support Kuyu's interstellar travels for at least another month, with plans for gradual optimization. With Kuyu's technology, that data machine would become even more powerful. Furthermore, Kuyu assured them that she would provide more technical materials for their research breakthroughs in the future. To express her sincerity, she transmitted a portion of the materials to them beforehand. They certainly did not trust that Kuyu could traverse the stars, and she merely asked them to keep her secret, promising to prove it to them later. The medicine and materials would suffice for their research for a time, allowing Kuyu to enjoy a period of tranquility. However, Kuyu did not share this information with Chu Changjin. Upon returning, she proceeded to withdraw from school. Of course, she needed support from the higher-ups to facilitate such smooth sailing. Otherwise, it would be difficult to justify her prolonged absence from school while venturing into the stars. Chu Changjin noticed Kuyu was busy managing various affairs and wanted to inquire further, but she consistently deflected his questions. Nevertheless, he was preoccupied with handling inquiries from other bureaus and assisting Hu Jia with his enrollment. Once everything was settled, Kuyu provided Hu Jia with 2 vials of suppressants, advising him to inject himself whenever he sensed something was amiss with his emotions. "Where are you going?" Hu Jia asked. "Chu Gu said you are quite mysterious. I have many matters to attend to. You need not concern yourself with me." Observing Kuyu's cold demeanor, Hu Jia felt somewhat dejected. Kuyu gave it little thought, returning to her apartment before heading directly to the stars. "You are quite slow," Mi A Sheng remarked, having nearly run out of patience. Kuyu glanced at the room Mi A Sheng had arranged for her, asking, "When can I enroll here?" Mi A Sheng chuckled, "Do not fret. Your scent is too unique. If you go over directly, it will drive those males wild." Kuyu frowned, gazing deeply at Mi A Sheng. Mi A Sheng affectionately ruffled her hair. "With me, this genius doctor, what do you wish to learn that you cannot?" A robot approached Kuyu's side. "Mi A Shi, I have prepared a plethora of materials for you, all of which are exclusive to me. Please store them in your memory chip." Kuyu's worries dissipated as she began to connect with the robot to review the information. Mi A Shi's data, along with numerous detailed records of drug formulations and experiments, was meticulously documented. This was essentially his cerebral database. Kuyu truly required this, but would her memory chip suffice? Certainly. For Mi A, she had already replaced her memory chip. He would not allow any remnants from CG Yuan to linger within her. Moreover, what he provided was far greater and superior. Subsequently, Mi Ishi immersed himself in his experiments, spending nearly all his days in the laboratory conducting various studies. Kuyu dedicated 2 days to transferring the entire interstellar data into her memory chip. However, the data of many scientists and doctors was invaluable, shrouded in secrecy. Few, like Mi Shi, were so generous as to share their experimental records. Kuyu organized the information in her mind. It was sufficient to occupy her for quite some time. Thus, she endeavored to create a new drug. The regenerative nanomedicine could precisely embed and merge with the cells and tissues of the human body. It could also activate the dormant regeneration programs within cells, revitalizing those that had lost their vitality. Even fractured bones or more intricate organs could be repaired, rendering it a veritable elixir of life. This drug was not particularly remarkable in the interstellar realm. Yet, given the differing anatomical structures of beastmen and humans, overly potent medications would overwhelm the human body. Kuyu aspired to learn its formulation herself. With numerous laboratories available to me, she sought one solely for her use. Approaching me, she inquired, "Do you have time? Could you grant me a laboratory?" She had been engrossed in researching the mental power extraction of female guides. Having spent several days in the laboratory, even forgetting Kuyu's presence. Hearing her voice, he finally looked up. Unaccustomed to interruptions, his expression immediately revealed fatigue upon seeing her. She tightly embraced her waist, asking, "Aren't you bored playing by yourself?" "Not particularly," Kuyu replied, fervently absorbing knowledge. She gently stroked she's head, soothing his weariness with her mental energy. Suddenly, she lifted his head and nibbled at her chin. His unexpected fervor caused Kuyu to instinctively step back in resistance. However, she enveloped her in his arms, kissing her without hesitation. His prominent nose brushed against her cheek as he teased, "What did you come to find me for? Was it not because you missed me?" Kuyu reiterated her request for a laboratory. "What do you need a laboratory for? Have you already digested all that data?" "Yes." "Then allow me to find you some other tasks." She carried Kuyu to a nearby experimental table, instructing her to release her mental energy into the machine so he could capture it. "What do you intend to do?" Kuyu asked. She grasped her hand and placed it into the machine, exclaiming, "Let me experiment. I wish to study your mental energy. How can one with such a low level possess such abundance?" He kissed her neck from behind, adding, "Even I crave this mental power." Chapter 29, Regained. Kuyu withdrew her hand, willingly placing it back into the machine. "Such a good girl," Miyashi remarked, stroking her hair as he observed the surging mental energy values within the machine. The readings escalated to levels comparable to an S-class guide. Mieshi's eyes sparkled with fervor. "Can you now freely control your mental energy?" Kuyu nodded a little. Since learning of this, she had consciously trained herself according to the data available. Though guides may be inherently weak, they serve as the most formidable support. Kuyu was never one to squander her time. She cherished knowledge and power. "Is that sufficient?" Miyeshi queried, noting that this machine required more mental energy than that needed by a male sentinel. He aimed to accumulate her mental energy for research purposes. While he fixated on the machine's readings, he failed to notice Kuyu beginning to feel faint. "Just a bit more. I want to see your limits." He was oblivious to the fact that Kuyu, being human, was at a disadvantage compared to beastmen. Perhaps he was supremely confident, believing he could resolve any issues that might arise with her. Kuyu turned to me, she, glancing at the loyalty level above his head, which had only increased by 5 points. She suddenly fainted. She swiftly caught her in his arms, exclaiming, "Little female, have you fainted already?" A flicker of disappointment crossed his eyes. He laid Kuyu on the bed, gently kissing her forehead. His fingers glided over her pale cheek as he reassured, "Rest assured, nothing will happen to you while you are with me." Just as she intended to return to the laboratory, eager to analyze Kuyu's mental power. He felt her grip his hand. Kuyu's soft hand clutched one of his fingers. Turning, she saw her eyes flutter open. She struggled to sit up, apologizing. "I'm sorry, I don't know why I fainted. Do you still need more? I can provide it now." A hint of amusement flickered in she's eyes as he knelt beside the bed. "Are you so eager to assist me, little female? You have provided me with so much support. I wish to do something for you. Your soul's comfort has restored my mental landscape. Your guidance is something the entire interstellar community cannot achieve. Little female, you underestimate yourself. A guide like you is coveted by all males. Not only would she's current endeavors seem trivial in comparison, but even other males would willingly risk everything for Kuyu." Contemplating this, she suddenly realized that Kuyu was now his. This revelation brought him immense joy, and he pinched her chin, leaning in to kiss her. She, towering in stature, enveloped Kuyu as he leaned closer. One hand slipped around her waist, lifting her slightly higher. Her scent and softness made his breath quicken. Little female, shall we explore deeper soul communication? She had been dedicated to researching how to suppress the primal instincts of beastmen, particularly the innate behaviors of natural estrus, which were characteristic of animals. Since they had reached this point, such instincts were unnecessary. However, he was curious about this wondrous experience. Merely kissing her provided an unprecedented spiritual release. It was unfathomable how pleasurable it would be at a closer distance. Kuyu grasped his descending hand, biting her lip, her eyes reflecting a hint of fear. I want to create formidable drugs like you. The mention of experiments elicited frustration in me. He should not let desire cloud his reason. His experiments and ideals were of utmost importance. He playfully bit her lip, gazing at her luscious, vibrant mouth. His expression swiftly clarifying. Follow me, and you will undoubtedly grow stronger. For now, rest. Take the nutritional liquid I provide you regularly to nurture your body. She pulled the blanket over Kuyu, enveloping her completely. By the time she lifted the blanket, she had already vanished from the room. Kuyu's eyes were deep with contemplation. She's loyalty had not wavered. She analyzed his character, gradually succumbing to slumber. Yet, she had not slept long before awakening. The surroundings were quiet, as if she could hear the sound of her own blood flowing. She immediately realized that the room had been enveloped in a soundproof shield. Quietly exiting, she discovered the chaos outside. In the arena suspended in midair, was engaged in combat with a male. The surroundings were in disarray, with numerous injured beastmen from the laboratory. Kuyu intended to approach, but was blocked by a male. He pulled Kuyu aside into the protective shield, where many beastmen, all assistants of and colleagues from the laboratory, had gathered. Where did this female come from? You cannot pass, the male warned, casting a worried glance outside. Kuyu looked at the injured beastmen and inquired, who is fighting? It's Commander C. They've fought many times already, so don't worry, he replied. Cough. Commander C's combat strength is too formidable. I don't know why he is being so ruthless, another male said while clutching his chest. Kuyu stepped forward, placing her palm on his forehead. You're spitting blood. I'm fine. I've already taken the medication, and it's not serious. However, feeling Kuyu's power, he froze in astonishment. The other males, noticing this, looked at Kuyu with curiosity. They had thought she was merely a peculiar female guide developed by Dr. Issy. But to their surprise, with just a touch, the injured sentry was healed. A guide of F grade can actually soothe souls? One male asked in astonishment. You are so beautiful. Are you a new creation by Dr. ASC? My name is Kuyu. All the injured, come here. I will help you, she said softly, moving on to assist the next male. Before long, Kuyu had calmed and guided all the affected males. Next, they merely needed to take the medication to heal their injuries. Rising to her feet, Kuyu stated, I will go over there to see if anyone else is hurt. Several males immediately blocked her path, insisting, You cannot go. We must protect you. My abilities do not require your protection. The males were taken aback, hesitating. It seemed that a guide as powerful as her would be treated kindly, even if fallen into the hands of ruthless, wandering beastmen. Kuyu smiled at them and turned to walk in another direction. As she approached the innermost laboratory, a powerful force suddenly yanked her into an adjacent room. A transparent protective shield enveloped them both. She was held in a strong yet gentle embrace. Yuan's voice was filled with joy at having found her. I have located you. Chapter 30. The villain Yuan held Kuyu and attempted to leave. Was it me, who trapped you here? He severed our connection. It is my failure to protect you. Kuyu remained still, quietly observing Yuan. Who are you? The three words caused Yuan's joyful expression to freeze. Kuyu withdrew her hand and took a step back. Where are you taking me? I feel quite safe here. Yuan frowned and replied, It is very dangerous here. ASE will use you for experiments. Kuyu appeared somewhat swayed. Yuan embraced her once more, saying, For now, come with me. I will explain everything later. Commander C, treating my female like this is not a courteous act. Me, ASE, suddenly appeared from behind, and the protective shield was immediately filled with the scent of ocean salt. Concerned that Kuyu might not withstand the seawater, Yuan unfastened his deep green combat suit and shielded her head with his chest. Me, ASE, you know very well that she's my female. Miyazi scolded. Do you think you can take the little female away with such tricks? With that, he smiled confidently. Little female, come to my side. He is the villain. Just as Kuyu was about to move, Yuan pressed her back down. Subsequently, an electric current surged through the seawater, coursing toward me, ASE. Yuan's fingertips flickered with a bluish light, breaking through the protective shield and swiftly evading the laboratory. However, upon reaching the outside, they found themselves surrounded by multiple layers of defenses. Yuan turned, and me, ASE, was already drawing near, wearing a calculating smile. You cannot take her away. Yuan gritted his teeth. Me, ASE, you are repeatedly challenging my limits. With that, he summoned his weapon once more, striking at the defenses that contained him. Yet, when he unleashed the electric wave, there was no response. A burst of blue water surged from behind, ambushing Yuan. Though he dodged, droplets still splashed onto him. The water droplets, infused with venom, caused his skin to sizzle painfully. Me, Ace's innate talent was poison, and he had further enhanced himself. At that moment, the venom was even more corrosive than sulfuric acid, directly invading his mental sea. Yuan's expression grew grave as he prepared to counterattack when a voice suddenly resonated from his light brain. Commander C, stop. It was the voice of the sun. Yuan halted his movements. Son, you witnessed me, Ace's actions. The sun replied, you have come to the research facility. There is a new VR guide match for you. As for this matter, I will compensate you. His implication was clear. Yuan should hand Kuyu over to me, ASE. Yuan clenched his fists, his expression darkening. He fell silent, contemplating resistance through such means. The sun remained calm, his voice steady. Commander C, I command you to come immediately. Yuan loosened his hold on Kuyu slightly. Yes, he murmured softly, lowering his gaze to the Kuyu nestled in his arms. She was covered by his combat suit, gazing up at him with clear, slightly bewildered eyes. An inexplicable pang tightened Yuan's heart, yet he still asked, do you wish to stay here? He thought, should Kuyu refuse, he could take her away, even if it meant defying the sun's orders. He had poured his heart and soul into the Gao O constellation. The sun would surely accommodate him in this matter. Kuyu gently pushed against Yuan's chest, stating, I want to stay with ASE. From her indifferent tone, Yuan detected a hint of subtle reliance. The familiarity of her address struck him deeply. Yuan was unaware of what had transpired during their separation. When me, ASE, had taken her from his side, he had employed a method that caused him injury. He had yet to recover, and with the appearance of interstellar pirates next door, he was preoccupied with handling the situation. When he finally had time to check on Kuyu, the screen had turned entirely black. He had assumed there was a malfunction and gone to the research facility, only to be told that the signal was interrupted. After waiting a day for troubleshooting, he discovered that reconnection required authorization from the VR guide. What authorization did Kuyu need? It was then that Yuan realized something was amiss. Even the light brain given to Kuyu had lost its signal. He hurried to the laboratory, confirming the peculiarities. What did he do to you? Yuan grasped Kuyu's hand, urgently questioning her. Just then, a force surged towards him, causing Yuan to instinctively release Kuyu, intending to protect her. ASE, who had initiated the attack, had anticipated this. The water column diverted, transforming into an assault against him. Yuan retreated, helplessly witnessing me ase embrace you. ASE, in a posture of triumph, gently kissed Kuyu's forehead. Little female, do not be afraid. Commander C is not a bad person. He is merely a bit jealous. Kuyu clutched the combat suit on her shoulders, stating, Commander C is injured. I can help him. No. ASE immediately intervened, hastily taking Kuyu back to the laboratory. The robots began reconstruction work. Yuan was expelled from Ace's domain. Are you all right? Ace landed, and the Beastmen from the laboratory surrounded him, their faces filled with concern. Ase raised an eyebrow, possessively pressing Kuyu against him. What does it matter to you? His eyes glinted with suspicion, questioning what had transpired. The female guide saved us. Sheng's expression immediately darkened. Get lost. The scolded male promptly fled. It hurts, Sheng, let go of me. Kuyu winced as Sheng's grip tightened around her waist. With a dark glare fixed on Kuyu, Sheng declared, Little female, you are mine. Why did you rescue those other male sentinels? They were injured because of me. Naturally, I must save them. If it weren't for CG Yuan coming here to cause trouble, those males would be unharmed. Kuyu regarded the matter as trivial and felt no concern. Her nonchalant tone incensed Sheng, who forcefully pinned her against the wall and kissed her passionately. Sheng, let go of me. Kuyu struggled to push him away, yet her efforts were futile. Sheng bit her lip and pressed closer. Little female, do not allow other males to approach you. You cannot share your mental power with any sentinel. You can only be my guide. Understand? He cupped Kuyu's face in his hands, his forehead resting against hers as he warned her emphatically. Sheng, you are too possessive. They're all useless. If you had acted, and if your mental power were sufficient, you should assist me with the experiments. Sheng lifted Kuyu and carried her into the laboratory. The mental power previously collected was now integrated into the potion on the table. The pale green liquid in the glass tube swayed gently. Sheng placed Kuyu on the experimental platform, with numerous wires connected to her head and chest. Little female, kiss me, and let me see where you draw this strong mental power from. Chapter 31. Experiment. Kuyu's physical condition was displayed on the machine. She quietly observed Sheng standing beside her. Sheng, are you going to experiment on me? Sheng's gaze flickered slightly. Do not worry. I will not let anything happen to you. Sheng, I believe in you. Kuyu gazed steadily at him. The clarity of her eyes made Sheng feel inexplicably vulnerable. He leaned down and kissed her lips with fervor. Little female, are you afraid? Kuyu grasped his hand, reassuringly stating, I am not afraid. Sheng will not let anything happen to me. Her tone was resolute. Sheng bowed, kissing her more deeply. He forgot everything else, wanting only to entwine himself with Kuyu in this tender moment. After a while, Kuyu gently nudged Sheng, who smiled and lifted his head. I still need to practice. Sheng wiped her mouth, cradling her in his arms. Kuyu glanced at Sheng's loyalty level, which had reached 80. Her gaze then fell upon the machine. Her mental power was exceptionally high in both value and purity. However, it could not fully integrate into the potion. Sheng noticed this as well and immediately began investigating the issue. Kuyu watched the other vial of liquid, noting the distinct scent of red blood, different from that of the Beastmen. While observing, Sheng approached and took the vial of blood away. Go play over there and do not touch my things. Sheng's expression was cold, his focus entirely on the experiment. He had just acquired Kuyu's mental power and wanted to capitalize on it. Pushed aside, Kuyu quietly watched Sheng as he busily worked. Her golden mental power floated above the pale green potion, but no matter what Sheng tried, he could not achieve proper integration. Kuyu withdrew her gaze and ventured into a separate laboratory. Equipped with tools and materials, she planned to concoct the potion herself. May I use this laboratory? Upon hearing Kuyu's words, the Beastmen inside turned their heads. They approached excitedly but hesitated, recalling Sheng's earlier instructions. What do you want to do? We can help you. Regenerative nano potion. That's simple. How many do you need? 3 Beastmen eagerly offered their assistance. Their willingness stemmed not only from Kuyu's status, but also from her exceptional qualities as a guide, which she bore without any air of superiority. Even when Dr. Sheng forbade her from approaching and scolded them as useless, this female guide treated them with respect. Kuyu frowned, feeling conflicted. But I do not want to burden you. She worriedly asked, if Sheng finds out, will he be angry and scold you? No. The production of the regenerative nano potion is straightforward and requires minimal materials. We are continuously improving this potion. If we come up with something good, I'll give it to you first. The 3 males assured her. Kuyu nodded. Thank you. I would like 3 vials. All right. We will prepare them for you as soon as possible. I will wait for you. The 3 Beastmen immediately got to work. vying to be the first to use the equipment, hoping to finish for Kuyu. Kuyu returned to her room and summoned a robot. How do I purchase you? You need to use star coins to buy. As a female guide, you can directly request it from the shop. The privileges of a female guide in the interstellar realm are indeed substantial. As long as one possesses capability, they receive preferential treatment in any situation. Mi Sheng emerged from the laboratory after spending 5 days there. He was exhausted and, after drinking a nutrient solution, intended to rest. Just as he closed his eyes, he remembered Kiskiviku. He had become accustomed to living alone, engrossed in his experiments, and nearly forgot that he now had a female companion. Where's the little female? Mi Sheng summoned a robot to inquire. Having gone several days without rest, he was genuinely tired and longed to hold the little female while sleeping. Her scent and soft body could help him forget his fatigue and rejuvenate his spirit. The robot played a video. Sheng, I'm returning home. It was left by Kuyu. Mi Sheng initially dismissed it, but soon found himself unable to sleep. Thus, he opened the screen to see Kuyu dining with others. The atmosphere was warm, and everyone wore smiles, including the usually reserved Kuyu. The man sitting next to her engaged her in conversation. Kuyu lowered her head, eating slowly and responding to various questions while also enjoying the dishes served by the eagle Beastmen. Mi Sheng's expression darkened. He disliked those men being so close to Kuyu. Little female, eating something so spicy is not good for your health. Have this potion to alleviate it. While dining with the 8 squad, Kuyu noticed a bottle of potion added to her bag. She nodded and continued eating. Upon returning, she first met with her superiors to present them with 2 vials of regenerative nano potion to demonstrate her capabilities. She believed in the nation's technology. As long as they were given samples, they could develop a suitable regenerative nano potion for humans. If materials not yet available in this era were needed, she could procure them later. These regenerative nano potions would undoubtedly lead to significant advancements in current medical practices. Do not sit with males, little female. You are now mine. Mi Sheng reminded himself to rest, but upon closing his eyes, his thoughts were consumed by Kuyu. Here he opened the screen and issued a warning. Kuyu cast a casual glance at the subtitles, her expression unchanged, as she had already finished her meal. Chu Changjin and Zhang Hui expressed immense curiosity about Kuyu and sought to invite her for coffee to chat further. I bought a ticket. I have to catch a train later, but we can talk more another time. Kuyu glanced at the time displayed on her light brain. Zhang Hui, your watch looks quite advanced. I can get you all one later. Kiskiviko iu smedit. Such advanced technology was quite common in the interstellar realm. However, she currently lacked star coins and could not purchase more high-tech devices, so she would have to take her time. Chu Changjin was very excited and wanted to see Kuyu's light brain, but hesitated, remembering she was a female, and refrained from asking. He tentatively inquired. The higher-ups specifically called me to ensure we take good care of you and meet all your needs. Zhang Hui was also taken aback by the level of attention the higher-ups were bestowing upon Kuyu. However, recalling the recent discussions with Chu Changjin and the inquiries from others in the bureau regarding Kuyu, he couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. After all, Kuyu was a treasure he had discovered. I don't require much care. Just look after Hujia, Kuyu said to Hujia. Study diligently and do not disappoint anyone. The higher-ups had inquired about Kuyu, and their method of dealing with beastmen like Hujia was to confine them. They would not tolerate even the slightest hint of insubordination. Hujia understood Kuyu's implication and nodded. I have a day off tomorrow. Can I accompany you? No need, Kuyu replied as the taxi arrived to take her to the station. Before leaving, she waved goodbye to everyone, assuring them to take care of their own affairs. I will contact you next time. Kuyu intended to deliver another vial of potion to observe its effects. Chapter 32. Importance. Kuyu had spent nearly an entire day traveling, changing buses 3 times before finally arriving at Baiha village. It had been a long time since she last visited this village. Every year, Kufu would return once, but he never brought Kuyu along. The house was empty, and Kuyu found her grandmother in the fields, tending to the vegetables. Grandma? Who is it? Grandma looked in Kuyu's direction, but failed to recognize her. It was not due to Kuyu's growth, but rather her failing eyesight. Kuyu grasped her grandmother's hand, exclaiming, "It's me, Xiaoyu," upon recognizing her. Grandma immediately burst into tears, her hands touching Kuyu's cheek. Xiao Yu, it's really you. You've grown so tall. This elderly woman, unable to see clearly, still sent money to her every year. Kuyu pondered how she managed to live alone and whether she regretted giving birth to Kufu. Kuyu took her back home, speaking at length. She mixed the potion into hot water, adhering to a 10:1 ratio, and gave her grandmother a small sip. Beastmen possessed robust physiques, and the potion's potency was considerable. Given her grandmother's frail condition, Kuyu worried she might not withstand it. Kuyu shared her current situation, and Grandma's tears flowed incessantly. As long as you've grown up, you could take care of yourself. It's my fault for being useless, making you lose your mother and endure such hardship. The elderly woman bore all the responsibility upon herself. Yet she had never experienced a single day of filial piety from her son, who had left home as an adult and rarely returned thereafter. I have grown up and can now be filial to you, Grandma. You must take care of yourself. Once I earn money, I will take you away, she promised. And please, don't tell him I've come back. Save your money for yourself. When I come to take you, you can spend it on me, not on my stepmother. Only then did Grandma realize that all the frugality she had practiced over the years had yielded nothing for Kuyu. Additionally, she had never met her grandson. The thought of her granddaughter being bullied brought tears to her eyes. A child without a mother was akin to being fatherless. Stripped of a home, she found it hard to imagine how Kuyu had managed to survive until now, and the old woman felt even more remorse, thinking she should have insisted on keeping Kuyu with her, even if it meant living in a village, as it would have been better than having no one to care for her. While they were conversing, a commotion arose nearby. Kuyu immediately stepped outside to investigate and saw villagers running toward the west side of the village, shovels in hand. Grandma, I'll go take a look. That direction led to the only teacher's house in the village. Upon her arrival, she found the house surrounded by onlookers. In the corner crouched a figure covered in mud, while numerous villagers brandished farming tools at him. The courtyard wall had collapsed, likely due to his actions. The elderly teacher lay on the ground. Although this teacher had never taught her directly, her middle school teacher was his classmate, and upon learning of her origins from the village, he had looked after her. The mud-covered individual was a rabbit beastman, and she appeared injured. Where are you from? The villagers noticed Kuyu. Simbo, I am Kuyu. Upon hearing her name, everyone recognized her. Kuyu greeted each person, assuring them, do not be afraid, this muddy individual is injured and fled here. First, let us move the teacher aside and give him some water. She added 3 drops of potion to a bowl of water and filled it for the teacher. Another bowl was prepared for the rabbit beastman. Do not be afraid. No one here will harm you, and you must not harm anyone. Kuyu placed the bowl in her hands, and upon contact, her mental energy surged into the beastman. In an instant, the rabbit beastman fainted from the overwhelming sensation. Xiao Yu, where did this vagrant come from? By the way, when did you return? The villagers gathered around. Kuyu directed them to help carry the rabbit beastman into the house. Not feeling reassured, she fed the rabbit beastman more water mixed with the potion. I just happened to have a break and came back to see Grandma. The villagers excitedly surrounded Kuyu, discussing her as a university student. Many elderly residents pulled out their phones to ask her questions. By noon, everyone gathered in Grandma's courtyard to eat. Most of the villagers were elderly, and with everyone pitching in, several dishes were prepared quickly. The teacher awakened, and upon recognizing Kuyu, he expressed his joy. You were bright even as a child. I once tested you, and you answered correctly before even starting school. Kuyu smiled. Thank you, teacher. It was you who encouraged me to go to school. You also informed my classmates to take care of me. Kuyu recalled how her parents frequently quarreled and paid little attention to her. She was a quiet child, and during a period when she was sent back to the village, she encountered her teacher, who spoke to her at length. The most profound advice she remembered was, adults have their own matters. You should attend school, for only by learning can you become a better adult. In her youthful mind, she thought that acquiring knowledge might prevent her from being abandoned. Eventually, the rabbit beastman also regained consciousness. Kuyu helped her bathe and learned that she had been confined by a man in the mountains who wanted her to bear children. She had fled over several mountains overnight to reach this place. The rabbit beastman was terrified, pledging to repair the wall and asking for forgiveness. With only 6 households remaining in the village, totaling fewer than 20 individuals, all elderly and easy to converse with. The villagers did not hold the teacher's injuries against him. Kuyu spent an entire day in the village, adding half a bottle of potion to the well, where everyone collected water for their daily needs before preparing to leave. She reminded her grandmother to take care, expressing her desire to avoid being found by Khufu, as it would lead to difficulties with her stepmother and half-brother. "Grandma, I will come back to take you away." "I understand, Xiaoyu, do not worry, I will not speak of it." Grandma comprehended that in recent years, Khufu's family had not visited her, nor had they called, and she was fully aware of the situation. The villagers also recognized Khufu's unfilial behavior, and upon hearing of Kuyu's experiences, they remained silent. Kuyu felt reassured and took the rabbit Beastman back to Ningqing. "Is this a rabbit?" Chu Changjin was astonished to see the little rabbit. Kuyu nodded. "Please take care of her and send her to school. She lacks many basic understandings." Ku Changjin responded, "This is not a shelter. We should hand her over to the authorities." Kuyu agreed, advising the little rabbit, "Learn and observe diligently. If you encounter any issues, contact me, but it should be fine. Just live well." Through the little rabbit, Kuyu learned that many beastmen had already begun to differentiate during this time. However, due to the lack of guidance and support, their mental states were unstable, leading to widespread failure, either death or madness. The exhausted little rabbit, traumatized, would have succumbed to chaos had she not met Kuyu, ultimately facing a dire fate. Kuyu provided her with a suppressant, urging her to be cautious, observe the situation at the base camp closely, and report her status frequently, advising her not to trust anyone. Even those individuals above cannot be trusted. When asked, they feign ignorance, claiming to know nothing. Xiao Tu is quite obedient to Kuyu, relying on her completely and nodding in agreement. After personally escorting Xiao Tu to the northern city adjacent to the imperial capital, Kuyu also met with the higher-ups there. "Your medicinal solution has greatly aided our research, and I have reviewed your proposal. We regard it with utmost seriousness." Chapter 33. Soaring High. Kuyu fears interference from these individuals. Thus, she submitted an exceptionally detailed plan. Based on her understanding, she promised to provide them with high-tech solutions at specified times, such as regenerative nanomedicines. The astonishment on their faces was palpable. Giskivik Goiyu, devoid of modesty, expressed that with sufficient freedom and support, she would not disappoint them. After leaving Xiao Tu with them for arrangements at a special school, Kuyu provided her with a holographic communicator and departed. Upon her return to the stars, she was immediately embraced by Mi A Sheng, who showered her with kisses. "My little female, you have been gone for 5 days. What could possibly keep you so busy?" Kuyu observed that Mi A Sheng's loyalty had risen to 80 during her absence, indicating that he had indeed missed her dearly. "I brought back the medicinal solution for my grandmother. I hope she recovers soon." The matter of the solution could not be concealed from Mi A Sheng. After speaking, Kuyu scrutinized Mi A Sheng's expression, which showed no sign of concern. The solution held little value for Mi A Sheng, but the crucial point was that he had been occupied at the time, and Kuyu had assigned the task to other beastmen. Mi A Sheng, with a tone of disdain, remarked, "You humans develop far too slowly, and your arrogance shows a lack of respect for nature. Even with the solution, advancement remains difficult." Kuyu chose not to argue with him on this matter. Beastmen possess their own arrogance, Mi A Sheng included. He led her to the laboratory to observe the solution fused with his mental energy. "This is my greatest experiment. Once these solutions are fully integrated, I shall be renowned throughout the stars. No beastman will be unaware of Dr. A Sheng's name." He felt immense pride, intertwining his fingers with Kuyu's, yearning for more of her mental energy. She willingly granted it. The machine filled once more with golden mental energy, swirling in the container, its presence both vibrant and elusive. Kuyu inquired, "What can this solution do?" "You do not understand. Once the research is completed, I shall show you the results." Mi A Sheng's attention was entirely focused on the container, his excitement evident as he became oblivious to Kuyu's departure. Upon exiting the laboratory, Kuyu found no beastman scientist available to assist in creating the regenerative nanomedicines. She approached a beastman and asked, "Where are the 3 scientists from Lab 7? "I do not know." Frowning, Kuyu began her search. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, Mi Sheng encircled her waist from behind, pressing against her. My little female, what are you searching for? Mi Sheng, suspicious and possessive, likely would not appreciate her concern for other beastmen. Kuyu bit her lip, stating, I wish to use the laboratory. Mi Sheng refused, carrying her into the room. My little female must be well taken care of. If you need any medicinal solutions, you may inform me. He firmly held her in his embrace, pinning her against the bed, his tall frame looming over her. His breath brushed against her cheek, his gaze dark and intense. I have begun to rely on you, my little female. I have not slept well during your absence. Will you comfort me? Kuyu raised her hand, gently caressing his soft seaweed-like hair. The tender touch infused with mental energy caused Mi Sheng to relax, and he could not help but nuzzle against her cheek. Kuyu softly asked, Sheng, has my academic status been arranged? Mi Sheng paused, clearly displeased. During her absence, he had been quite furious. The male beastmen who had encountered Kuyu in the laboratory were all discussing her, particularly the sentinels she had mentally soothed, who were utterly infatuated, wishing to kneel at her feet. He felt irrationally jealous, determined not to allow more male sentinels to approach Kuyu. Mi Sheng bit the corner of Kuyu's lip, saying, My little female, we shall not attend the academy. Whatever you wish to learn, I shall teach you. I will impart my achievements to you, and you may access my laboratory data. Yet you refuse to provide me with even a single laboratory, Kuyu countered. Her fingers entwined in Mi Sheng's dark green hair, her gaze profound. Sheng, I will be quite bored. I shall make time to accompany you. Kiskiviko you goes it. Releasing his hair, Mi Sheng genuinely began to involve Kuyu in his experiments. She had access to all his research data, which she could also integrate into her memory reserves. Mi Sheng was exceedingly generous. Kuyu diligently worked on the regenerative nanomedicines, achieving commendable results. Little female, this outcome is subpar. You must strive harder. Kuyu produced 10 vials of the solution, totaling 300 milliliters. The repair solution was even simpler, resulting in the creation of 20 vials. While Mi Sheng conducted his experiments, she returned the solutions to Chu Changjin. Additionally, she had the robots create 3 pairs of glasses and 4 holographic communicators. The 8th Bureau only had 3 members, and Hu Jia did not require glasses. Although the humans network was insufficient to support the channels, limiting many functions, the devices were comparable to the best computer configurations available on the market. They were incredibly convenient, equipped with holographic projection capabilities and basic functions like watching movies. Chu Changjin and the others were enamored, realizing why the higher-ups had urged them to heed Kuyu's advice. Be discreet, do not attract attention. I have added my contact information to the communicator. If you require anything, simply message me, much like using WeChat. The communicator could integrate multiple applications, requiring only a dialog box to activate, with voice commands recognized accurately. If they had memory reserve chips, they could also link to the communicator via the cloud, issuing commands directly from their minds for immediate execution. Though the full capabilities of the communicator were somewhat wasted on Chu Changjin and the others, who could not utilize its potential, it was indeed Kuyu's goodwill. Chu Changjin discerned from the demeanor of the higher-ups that Kuyu was extraordinary, and he nodded solemnly. He personally delivered the box to the individuals in the northern city. The higher-ups treated the box as a treasure, cradling it carefully, fearful of causing any damage to the solutions inside. Chu Changjin was taken aback by their caution, wondering why they were so protective over what he considered mere health drinks. Kuyu had also provided each of them with a blue vial and some nutritional solutions, which they stored in 2 boxes within the 8th Bureau. They were advised to consume only 1 cap daily, as excessive intake could lead to nosebleeds. After delivering the items, Chu Changjin intended to return to Ningcheng when a man dressed in a black Zhongshan suit respectfully drove him to the airport. I have purchased a train ticket. Director Chu, the plane tickets are reimbursable. After a brief pause, he added, in the future, whenever you come, no, whenever anyone from the 8th Bureau comes, all travel expenses will be covered nationwide. That is acceptable, Chu Changjin replied, reclining in the luxury car's back seat and savoring the moment. Please take care, and we welcome you back anytime. If you need anything, you may contact directly. Director Li is the highest authority at the headquarters, and even Wang Zheng is unaware of his number. Chu Chongjin's heart skipped a beat, realizing that all of this was due to Ku Yu's influence. He never expected that the 8th Bureau would reach such heights of recognition one day. Previously, whenever he visited the headquarters, he had never received such treatment, often unable to even sit at the conference table. Chapter 34, Embrace. A Sheng held Ku Yu close, stating, "Let us return to our room. This is not a place for you. Can you save them? Are they not from your laboratory?" Kiskiviko iu insisted oistinatelu. Gazing upon me, Ash's impassive countenance. A chill enveloped me. In the eyes of a beast such as me, Ash, is there only the pursuit of experimentation and a reverence for life? Is there solely an insatiable curiosity for the exploration of science? And what of it? Miash spoke nonchalantly, asserting that countless beasts yearn to enter my laboratory. They take pride in it. The absence of these three represents 3 opportunities lost for other beasts. Miash returned Ku Yu to her chamber, gently placing her down and kissing her lips. "Do not fear, my little female." Ku Yu turned her head, her gaze resolute. "I wish to rest." Miash's expression grew cold, silently regarding Ku Yu for several moments before gripping her chin and forcefully kissing her. "The little female is still prone to tantrums," he remarked with a satisfied smile, finding amusement in her puffed-up demeanor. Soon after, Miash departed. Ku Yu lay on the bed for a brief respite before heading to the laboratory. CG Yuan was in a poor state. The Research Institute had established several VR guides, yet attempts to connect with CG Yuan were unsuccessful. He bore injuries and his temperament was often volatile. After a thorough examination, the medical professionals informed him this is psychological. Although Commander C was injured, I believe it does not impair your mental faculties. In essence, the issue lies within CG Yuan himself. He promptly proceeded to the solar office, dismissing the ineffective VR guides from the Research Institute. The Sun had already received detailed data, enabling the establishment of a connection akin to that with Qiyu in Honghua. "Let's give it a try." CG Yuan said little, indifferent to the matter. The Sun glanced at CG Yuan's frosty visage. "How is your health?" "Recovered, ready to embark on Xing Yuan." "Go then." As CG Yuan exited with a salute, he walked with heavy steps. He despised this uncontrollable emotion, fiercely yearning for that female. He felt it was due to me Ash's theft that he harbored discontent and resentment. Yet, he resolved not to entertain any further distractions. He was the foremost warrior of the stars, born for the cosmos, and should function devoid of any emotion. Convincing himself thus, CG Yuan boarded the spacecraft. Just as he was about to take off, he noticed an anomalous spacecraft flying ahead, its erratic trajectory indicating manual operation by a novice. The solar headquarters lay ahead. Such a vessel could not approach. CG Yuan promptly intercepted it, and a beast emerged. As the hatch opened, a figure gazed around in confusion, their eyes eventually landing on CG Yuan. Upon glancing down, their legs buckled, and they fell straight down. Acting faster than thought, CG Yuan rushed forward, catching Ku Yu in his embrace. Upon landing gently, his arm encircled her slender waist, as if drawn by an unseen force. He could not relinquish her. Could you push him away? "Thank you, Commander C. You know me?" CG Yuan's expression betrayed his joy. He often pondered, though Ash had his ways. Ku Yu was unique. The previous potion had allowed her to recall herself. Perhaps this time would yield similar results. Unexpectedly, Ku Yu shook her head. "It was Ash who spoke your name. I wish to find the sun. Can you take me there?" CG Yuan Gazet Yu. Yearning to express that seeking him would yield the same result, yet the sun was occupied. However, before encountering her, CG Yuan reminded himself not to let chaotic emotions disturb his composure. Though the VR guide was human, in his eyes, there should be no distinction. Very well. CG Yuan led Ku Yu toward the solar headquarters. Upon reaching the entrance, he briefed the beast guards outside. He could only escort her this far. Ku Yu expressed her gratitude, and, just as she was about to depart, suddenly turned to him. "Commander C, why does Ash say I should keep my distance from you? I feel you're not a bad person." CG Yuan's expression tightened, his hand beneath his sleeve clenched tightly. He asked in a low voice, "What else did he tell you?" that I can only stay in his laboratory. Then why are you here? Kuyu's gaze flickered, her lips pressed together, offering no reply. Only thanking Commander C. She followed the beast guard inside. Even then, the usually stern guard frequently glanced at Kuyu. For where did this female guide come? She looks delectable. Kuyu noted that the gazes of the male beasts upon her indeed resembled that of predators. Yet they would not harm her. It was merely a primal attraction. A gust of wind swept past, and by the time Kuyu realized it, she was already in CG Yuan's embrace. In the blink of an eye, he had carried her onto the spacecraft. He held Kuyu tightly, kneeling on the ground, his chest heaving. CG Yuan's emotions were tumultuous. Kuyu's arms encircled his neck. Commander C, you seem emotionally unstable. Can I assist you? In his face. Her concern evident in her gaze. Her soft eyes seemed like tendrils of her mental energy, gently enveloping the hard shell around his heart. Embrace me. Sitsi, Yuan rasped. Just holding her would provide him solace. Kuyu smiled softly, her arms draped around his neck, pressing closely against him. CG Yuan tightened his grip, as if he intended to meld her into his very being. You should return. CG Yuan pushed Kuyu away, his demeanor cold as he spoke. I require interstellar medicine and medical assistance. CG Yuan's gaze deepened. After a moment of silence, he replied, then come with me to a certain place. All right. CG Yuan activated the spacecraft, instructing Kuyu to take a seat. He then stepped aside to report the recent events to the Sun Commander C. Your rivalry with me, Ash, should not involve the VR guide. Indeed, hence I'm bringing Kuyu to the Research Institute. The Sun paused, immediately grasping his intent. Truly, the foremost commander of the stars. Upon descending from the spacecraft, CG Yuan glanced at Kuyu's delicate ankle, lifting her effortlessly. I can walk on my own. I know. CG Yuan's demeanor was assertive as he placed her within the expansive mainframe room of the Research Institute. What do you intend to do with me? Kuyu tugged at CG Yuan's clothing. CG Yuan elucidated. To us, you are a VR guide, not merely a human. Your existence aids us in channeling and soothing our mental energies. Thus, we can provide you with what you seek. It is only fair. Kuyu released her hold. Commander C, you are so cold. CG Yuan silently observed Kuyu, offering no reply. Soon after, several beasts rushed in, pushing CG Yuan away from Kuyu. She became the center of attention. Chapter 35. Mutual benefit. Is this the VR guide? She looks delicate and feeble. I have only seen humans in records. They truly are as frail as described. So beautiful, resembling a doll. Can I touch your mental energy? Guide? They inched closer, extending their cheeks toward her. Kuyu reached out, but CG Yuan seized her wrist. His expression hardened. What do you intend to do? The beasts in the Research Institute exchanged glances before swiftly manipulating the data. One beast declared, Commander C, you may begin. Marquis Huansong will be arriving shortly. He's coming too? The beast nodded. Commander C, is there an issue? None. They resumed their tasks, and CG Yuan turned to the quiet Kuyu. Do you have any questions? Kuyu, unafraid, replied, you said it yourself. Everything comes at a price. She sought interstellar technology and all advanced techniques. Surely, she must offer something in return. CG Yuan regarded Kuyu's fearless countenance, several times on the verge of speaking, yet ultimately chose to sit in a nearby chair. He sat there with a profound gaze, exuding an air of seriousness that warded off any approach. Kuyu averted her eyes, lowering her gaze. Soon, she was enveloped in light, her physical condition transformed into a series of data displayed on the computer screen. An orc stood beside her, adjusting a blue screen in his hands. Outside the corridor, Huan Tsang arrived. The sun commanded me, so naturally I came. To be frank, I have little need for a VR guide. The orc beside Huan Tsang remarked, perhaps she could assist the Marquis in breaking through the SSS-level. Huan Tsang smiled gently, neither confirming nor denying. An F-level human, granted the ability of a guide by the interstellar system, if she were truly that formidable. What then of the female guides who have endured the agonies of differentiation in the interstellar realm? Marquis Huan Tsang, you may enter. He stated, I will just go to the next room and establish things quickly. I have other matters to attend to. Yes. Mieishi soon sensed that something was amiss. He controlled the chip inside Kuyu's head, directly erasing all male anchor points except for himself. Yet at that moment, the data regarding Kuyu on his light brain was changing. She had vanished. Either she was in danger or had been taken away by CG Yuan. She felt an inexplicable panic rising within him. He first searched for CG Yuan at his residence, but found no one there. Just then, the sun summoned him. She realized something and arrived at the central government. How is Dr. Aishi's recent research? Can we integrate Kuyu's mental strength into a potion for male guides to use, achieving a calming and guiding effect? This research is an advanced version of the inhibitor. With added mental strength, it is theoretically feasible since currently, no female guide possesses sufficient mental strength to be integrated into machinery. Though her mental strength can be extracted, it cannot be fused into the potion. It was merely a step away, yet she had been taken away by Commander C. She fixed his gaze on the sun, who controlled all digital trajectories of the Gao constellation. He should know where CG Yuan had taken Kuyu. The sun played a video from a short clip of Kuyu piloting a flying ship alone. She felt a surge of anxiety. This was perilous. She could be harmed. Dr. Aishi, the question is, how do you make her so guarded? She said nothing. The sun added, go back and conduct your experiments diligently. Do not rush. If you provide her with a potion, she will be of assistance to you later. It is merely a mutually beneficial relationship. The sun implied that she should not entertain other thoughts. Taking a deep breath, she was enveloped by a restless emotion in his chest. She is my female. She must be by my side. The sun slowly shook his head. His usually calm tone now tinged with seriousness. Dr. Aishi, she belongs to everyone. You cannot possess her alone. Her contributions and links to the interstellar realm represent the development of the entire Hongua, not just an ordinary female guide kept in captivity. Son, I am not as benevolent as you. I want her to stay by my side, wholly belonging to me, so that I can better conduct my experiments. I understand your commitment to the VR guide, but if I succeed in developing this potion, it will benefit more male sentinels. The VR guide cannot always provide comprehensive service to more male sentinels. Injured, unstable sentinels still have to wait in line. This reflects the disparity in interstellar guide resources. However, if this potion can be successfully developed for mass production, it will be like a nutrient solution, something anyone can carry. She solemnly declared his thoughts. The sun chuckled lightly. You have already missed your opportunity. She did not comprehend the sun's meaning. He bid farewell and left to search for CG Yuan. The Research Institute established 3 spatial anchor points within Kuyu's brainwaves: Sun Tua Baiyu, CG Yuan, and Marquis Huansong. After establishing it, Marquis Huansong did not meet Kuyu and left directly. The sun was exceedingly busy, having no time to see a VR guide. Kuyu learned of the situation through the orcs at the Research Institute. It was better than being monitored without knowing anything. If these sentinels were online, they could see you, and you could express any needs you had. Kuyu nodded, remembering the appearances of these male sentinels. They were all quite handsome. Kiskivikoyu, under the gaze of so many eager and curious eyes, offered a candid evaluation. Each had their merits, undeniably tall and handsome, a delight to behold. However, Kuyu had just heard that Marquis Huansong had come, but was unwilling to meet her and left directly. What she heard most was, what can an F-level female guide do? She was least afraid of skepticism. CG Yuan remained seated, his expression cold and aloof, revealing no other emotions. Out of the corner of his eye, he continuously scrutinized the profiles of the male sentinels responsible for her care. He suddenly stood up. You may return. Kuyu withdrew her gaze. Very well. She nodded at the orcs from the Research Institute and then walked over to the sofa. CG Yuan said, I will take you to my residence. From there, he could also. Kuyu declined. No need, Commander C. If you have matters to attend to, you may go ahead. CG Yuan frowned. Kuyu smiled lightly, reclining on the chaise lounge, her hands folded, eyes closed. Under the surveillance of the Research Institute and the multitude of gazes, her body quickly vanished. Wonderful. I merely touched her finger, and I could feel elation. If the sentinels of the Gao constellation were to learn of the existence of the VR guide, everyone will want to sign up for testing. It is imminent. The chip in her head is sufficiently powerful to support a larger server, allowing for the establishment of more anchor points. The orcs at the Research Institute were abuzz, continuously perusing all of Ku Yu's data on the large screen. CG Yuan clenched his fists, his gaze fixed intensely on the chaise lounge. Outside the Research Institute, a video was transmitted. Commander C had left, but the female he brought had not emerged. Moreover, I noticed that many orcs at the Research Institute were exceedingly excited, which was unusual. The other party quickly replied, "Investigate that female. I need all her information." Chapter 36. Meanwhile, Ku returned to her room. She lay for a while, touching her head, feeling no abnormalities. Yet she knew that the chip inside her head was immensely powerful. After having a meal, Ku planned to start creating the potion. "I need the equipment from the laboratory." There's a vacant room on her side that can be entirely outfitted as a laboratory. Upon saying this, two transparent bars appeared before her. One was for CG Yuan, and the other for Mi Shi, with formal authorization from Ku and the Research Institute. Both males could now simultaneously care for Ku Online. Mi Shi, little female, what happened? Did you run off with another male? Just as the subtitles appeared, activity stirred within the room. Experimental tables began to materialize around the vacant table, followed by the experimental apparatus emerging in succession. In just 2 minutes, the basic experimental equipment was all set. 2 rows of cabinets appeared near the left window, filled with various materials. Upon witnessing this scene, Mieshi stood up in a fit of anger. "Little female, it's CG Yuan, isn't it? Did you seek him out?" A flicker of barely perceptible panic crossed Mieshi's eyes. Seeing Mieshi's words, Ku gently nodded. "Thank you," she sincerely expressed. On the screen, CG Yuan's gaze was deep, his tense expression concealing waves of restraint and endurance. Just then, a line of subtitles appeared before Ku once more. "Doctor, Ashi is angry. He requests the retrieval of the experimental equipment from your room. Do you agree to such a volatile and forceful action?" The words of refusal and acceptance appeared in succession. Ku raised an eyebrow, fully aware that Miyeshi must be seething with anger at this moment. She rejected the notion outright. Donning the white lab coat hanging behind the door, Ku began to gather the necessary materials to prepare the required potions. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, Miyeshi hurled the potion in his hand against the wall, utterly unable to articulate his fury. The little female ignored him and instead accepted the goodwill of CG Yuan, which left him feeling utterly defeated. She leaned against the laboratory table, arms braced, fixated on Ku's every movement. CG Yuan was quite busy, having just organized a battle plan before finding a moment of respite. The moment Ku immersed herself in her work, she became a picture of tranquility and deliberate pace. Just as he intended to shut off the screen, he noticed a vial of potion materializing beside her hand. He subtly furrowed his brow. Ku appeared unaffected. However, when she reached for another potion, yet another vial appeared right next to her. CG Yuan immediately redirected his attention to the screen, which only displayed Ku's heart rate. There were no anomalies visible from the monitor, but CG Yuan was certain that she was also observing Ku, both online simultaneously, a situation unprecedented before. CG Yuan called the technician responsible for the VR guide at the Research Institute to explain the situation. "It should be feasible. We have upgraded the VR guide. And with the storage chip in her mind, the connection should flow smoothly without any interruptions. Moreover, multiple anchor points have been established, allowing her mental energy to accommodate simultaneous online presence." CG Yuan did not fully grasp the explanation. He only understood that even the briefest opportunity to be alone with Ku was slipping away. If Miyeshi was online at this moment, he would undoubtedly have noticed him as well. The thought of Miyeshi's temperament made CG Yuan envision him in a fit of rage. Miyeshi was determined to demonstrate to Ku that he could assist her further, particularly with potions. There was no one more adept in the entire star system than he. Yet, he soon discovered that Ku was remarkably proficient, not merely relying on her stored memories, but employing her own techniques. Crucially, she had improved the potion. The nanoregeneration potion she was currently concocting was entirely different from the original formula. A flash of curiosity crossed his eyes. "Little female, why have you reduced the WQ-890 solution so significantly?" Kuyu's hands did not falter as she carefully dripped 2 vials of liquid into a glass. As this potion was intended for humans, whose physiological structure vastly differs from that of beastmen, using the same formula would be untenable. Ishi's initial shock gradually dissipated, replaced by a keen interest in her actions. While waiting for the potion to merge and undergo a qualitative change, she proceeded to concoct other potions, efficiently completing 2 formulations. Analyzing the components through machine experimentation, Ishi's eyes gleamed with admiration. A guide of her caliber, endowed with abundant mental energy, could navigate the entire star system with ease, requiring no effort. Everything she desired would be readily available. Ishi understood Kuyu's ambition to transport the advanced innovations of the star system back to her homeland. She needed only to voice her desires, and any male would gladly fulfill them. Providing her with his experimental data was merely a means to placate her. She was diligent. Even with effortless access to all knowledge and memories, she still strove to learn. However, influenced by the surrounding air and environment, the fusion of 2 molecules might have altered, failing to yield the expected results. Studying the data on the machine, she frowned slightly. Indeed, there will be an impact. According to the current air quality on Earth, there will inevitably be a qualitative change. You might consider adding an additional 20 milligrams of the second solution, while 820, to observe the formation of its molecular structure. Understood, Kuyu replied, proceeding as instructed. Ishi then directed his gaze to the testing machine. Subsequently, he added a new device to the laboratory wall, capable of monitoring the temperature, humidity, quality, and active substances in the air in real time with remarkable detail. As Ishi reviewed the reports, an epiphany struck him. Perhaps the failure of his mental potion to merge could be attributed to this factor. Kuyu, hailing from such an environment, would undoubtedly have her blood and mental energy affected, rendering previous theoretical applications unviable. With this realization, Ishi promptly embarked on experiments aligned with his newfound insights. At that moment, Kuyu completed a vial of regenerative nano potion, entirely suited for human physiology. The other potion was designed for external skin repair. Just then, a message from the light brain chimed in. Chu Chongjin, Xiao Yu, are you busy right now? I'm in your vicinity. There has been a car accident caused by a rampaging beast, and it has spiraled out of control. Kuyu immediately took the potions and headed to the scene of the incident. By the time she arrived, a crowd had gathered, lamenting the tragedy. You murderous wretch! I will make you pay, a mother cried desperately, clutching her bloodied daughter. The out-of-control beast's vehicle had crushed the child's body, leaving it mangled. The beast, wielding a shard of glass, was surrounded by people attempting to subdue it, desperate to escape. Chapter 37. Prevention. The scene was perilous. The Beastman had lost all reason and only wished to flee. Kuyu handed the potion to Chu Chongjin. Give this to the little girl. I will check the situation over there. Chu Chongjin hesitated. Is that safe? The beast is out of control and armed. We shall see. Kuyu replied as she approached. Miss, what are you doing? It's dangerous. Don't complicate matters. Get back. A few well-meaning individuals attempted to prevent her from advancing. Zhang Hui was managing the situation nearby, ensuring Kuyu could approach safely. We are the police, he asserted. With that declaration, Kuyu was allowed to advance. Step aside. Don't grab me. I didn't mean to. The Beastman, a monkey Beastman, bore numerous glass shards embedded in his chest and arms. Monkey Beastman, I'm here to help you. I understand it wasn't intentional, but the incident has occurred, and you must take responsibility. However, I assure you that you will not face any further issues. Kuyu's address startled and terrified the Beastman. How do you know? We are not as fearsome as you imagine. We will not harm you. But if you continue to resist, you will be subdued. Kuyu pointed toward the approaching police cars. With no escape, the Beastman relinquished the glass and knelt on the ground. Applying her coat to his bleeding wounds. Our people will accompany you, but everything must be handled according to the law. Beyond that, we will do our utmost to assist you. Her touch calmed the Beastman, who soon lost the strength to struggle and fainted. Kuyu, along with Zhang Hui, boarded the ambulance. Zhang Hui stayed with the Beastman, while Kuyu tended to the little girl. Inside the vehicle, the doctor was working tirelessly to save her. The data on the monitor fluctuated dramatically, but thankfully, vital signs began to stabilize. The doctor, astonished, remarked, "Just a moment ago, I thought she had no life left. How's her heart rate so strong now? Her will to live is remarkable." Kuyu remained until they reached the hospital, finally feeling relieved. The little girl was out of danger. They just needed to remove the glass from her body. As Kuyu prepared to wash her hands, the light brain chimed again. "Director Lee, you administered the potion to the accident victim?" "Yes," she replied. "That's reckless. This potion is incredibly valuable and has not yet received regulatory approval for external use. What if something goes wrong? Who will take responsibility?" "Kiskiviko iu kunteret." "She is just a child. Without the potion, she would die." Director Lee remained silent for a moment. "Do not do this again. If you have potions, send them directly to the main base next time." When Kuyu returned to the 8th Bureau, she learned that the monkey Beastman had already been transported to the main base. Chu Changjin also received a call from Director Lee. He remarked to Kuyu, "The rules are thus. Although I believe you have done nothing wrong, I will still proceed in the same manner next time." Kiskiviko iu interjecteth. Handing Chu Changjin 2 vials of potion. "Please send these to the main base." "All right." Chu Changjin understood from the previous attitudes of those involved that the contents of the vials, which resembled beverages, were quite precious. As Kuyu prepared to leave, Chu Changjin praised her, saying, "You did well." Kuyu responded, "Please drive the car for me." "Sure." Chu Changjin handed her the keys. As Kuyu entered the vehicle, intending to return to Baiha village, a message appeared before her. "Little female, this car is so shabby, it hardly suits you. Find a secluded place, and I will transport you with a flying ship. Will we be discovered? I can cloak us. You will arrive in 10 minutes. "All right." Kuyu proceeded to the park behind the 8th Bureau, stepped into the flying ship concealed behind the trees, and vanished. 10 minutes later, she arrived at Baiha village, where she found her grandmother tending to the vegetables. "Xiaoyu, you are back?" Her grandmother saw her immediately, indicating her vision had improved. The potion was effective. Kuyu explained that she had been gathering inspiration recently, allowing her ample time, and inquired about the village's condition. The teacher had recovered, and the village's elderly showed no unusual symptoms. Kuyu settled in at her grandmother's home, setting up an easel outside in the evening to paint, allowing everyone to see, thus alleviating any suspicions. Later that night, upon opening her eyes, she found herself beside Miaxi. He abruptly pulled her close and kissed her, gently pressing her back onto the bed, unhurried yet insistent. While catching her breath, Kuyu said, "I have something to ask you. If you need something from me, be obedient, little female, and let me kiss you first." Kuyu replied, "I could choose not to ask you." Miaxi's expression darkened as he thought of Ziyuan, pressing his fingertip against the corner of Kuyu's lips. "Has Ziyuan kissed you here?" "Kiskiviko iu furonet." Realizing her reluctance, Miaxi proposed a condition. "Let me kiss you for 5 minutes." "You left without a word, and I was worried and angry. I have yet to forgive you." 1 minute. "Fine." Miaxi activated a timer through a robot, though he deliberately slowed the time. Unbeknownst to Kuyu, she soon found herself lost in the rhythm of Miaxi's kisses. After 5 minutes, Miaxi gazed at her lips, which were as red as cherries, with satisfaction. So adorable. He pecked her lightly and asked, "You wish to save your grandmother, don't you?" Kuyu was not surprised that Miaxi knew, as he could monitor her activities at any time. "Is there still a chance for my grandmother's health? She requires a mechanical organ replacement to prolong her life. However, due to her age and severe overall damage, your medical facilities cannot provide a completely safe surgical environment at present. Then it must be done in the interstellar realm." Kuyu realized she could not remain in the interstellar realm indefinitely, and her grandmother likely could not either. Miaxi's fingers brushed over Kui's tightly furrowed brows. "I will construct a surgical room for you. It is merely a matter of time." "That works. As for the surgery, Kuyu would have to take the initiative." Miaxi observed her with curiosity. "Are you brave enough to take action?" "Currently, I do not have the courage. Let us first build the surgical room." Miaxi uploaded medical knowledge to Kuyu's memory chip and requested her to gather some mental energy before she returned. The next day, Kuyu left potion for her grandmother, instructing her to take it regularly to restore her health to optimal condition. Kuyu had not finished her painting and planned to return. After returning, she saw Chu Changjin and inquired about purchasing a house with a basement. Little female, try to acquire the largest area possible. It should accommodate a small flying ship and other necessary items. Kuyu agreed. However, at that moment, CZ intervened, stating, CZ, the interstellar items should not appear too frequently in your civilization, or it will cause temporal chaos. Chapter 38. Renovation. Kuyu would not disclose the laboratory's details to anyone else. However, if the flying ship were detected by the Red Nation's data, what then? Wouldn't that lead to further complications? CZ had previously acted thoughtlessly, only considering Kuyu's requests. Upon reflection, many items should not appear on Earth. Most importantly, these things should come from her, not Miaxi. Realizing he had become as naive as Miaxi, CZ experienced a fleeting moment of regret, but soon concluded that he was correct. Kuyu's phone chimed with a notification. Your construction bank account has received 5 million renminbi. Kuyu was pleasantly surprised. Miaxi, do not worry about finances to avoid future troubles. Little female, whatever you wish to do, I will support you. Unlike certain individuals. Giskiviko you nodded, Oxy. Thank you. CZ overheard this and clenched his fists, his gaze icy as he fixed his stare on Kuyu's image. She smiled. This smile was directed at Miaxi, not him. Your construction bank account has received 10 million renminbi. Kuyu looked up and saw CZ loyalty unexpectedly had risen to 65. This money was also provided by CZ. CZ, you seem quite obsessed with houses. Why not purchase a larger one, spacious enough to bring your grandmother over and allow her to garden? Kuyu found this reasonable. If she bought a house with a yard, her grandmother could plant her favorite flowers and vegetables. Commander C, thank you, but this amount is already sufficient. CZ frowned, his expression growing colder. Why was he being treated so distantly? Miaxi realized this too, a smug smile curling at his lips. Miaxi, little female, do not have any other worries. I have already utilized big data to find you a suitable house with a good location and environment. You should take a look. A map and detailed information appeared in Kuyu's hands, along with the real estate agent's business card. CZ, deceptively cunning. Coincidentally, the agent contacted Kuyu proactively. She scheduled a meeting with the agent to inspect the property. After a busy morning, Kuyu was quite fond of the two-story villa with a basement and yards in the front and back. Most importantly, the security was commendable. The neighboring villas were occupied by affluent individuals, separated by large trees, with good surveillance and property management reputations. As Kuyu gazed at the house, her emotions were complex. The following day, she purchased the villa. While processing the paperwork, she encountered difficulties due to the requirement of full payment. At that moment, she spotted the bank president passing by. To her surprise, he was a blue-feathered avian. Kuyu searched online for the characteristics of this beastman and discovered he was an exceedingly rare garter bird. Garter bird beastmen were quite scarce throughout the entire interstellar realm. She promptly pinned down some information about the garter bird for the staff to deliver to the president. The president inquired, what else did she say? Nothing much. Just said to deliver this to you, and you would expedite the processing. The president's gaze fell upon the signature at the bottom, noticing the term Beastman. He immediately incinerated it and hastened Kuyu's paperwork. As for himself, he obtained Kuyu's information but did not dare to approach her. 5 days later, the villa was officially under Kuyu's name. Miasha, leave the renovation to me. I will provide you with a simple design app, and you can make your selections there, and I will handle the installation for you. Such a method intrigued Kuyu greatly. The villa spanned 2 stories with a total of 26 rooms, all of which required renovation. Additionally, there was a 200-square-meter basement, making the project quite extensive. Even if a professional renovation team were hired, it would take some time. However, with Miasha's assistance, the process would be expedited. Kuyu merely needed to find time to make her choices and designs on the app. Nevertheless, there remained numerous details to consider. Kuyu was preoccupied with experiments and studying medical equipment and mecha knowledge, leaving her only sporadic moments to attend to the renovation. She planned to begin with the basement, dividing it into 5 areas, and had already designed 2 rooms, a laboratory and an operating room. The app provided by Miasha featured templates, and without any particular demands. Kuyu selected one that pleased her. It will take a day to complete everything, and there are many details to address. You may come over in the evening to discuss it further. Kuyu nodded in agreement. Miyasha had a deep understanding of laboratories, and meeting in person would be more effective. When the evening arrived, and CG Yuan concluded a day of arduous combat, he found no trace of Kuyu in the apartment, only her tablet left on the bedside, still illuminated. Enlarging the screen, he gleaned some understanding of the situation. He mused that, unlike Miyasha, who had the leisure to monitor Kuyu, he had to contend with his responsibilities. At that moment, Kuyu was likely with Miyasha. CG Yuan felt a surge of restlessness. Meanwhile, Kuyu was inquiring about specifics and arrangements for the laboratory with Miyasha. The current laboratory in the apartment was rather rudimentary, and she desired one as comprehensive as Miyasha's. Seated on the sofa, Kuyu diligently took notes while Miyasha leaned against the backrest, his arm draped casually over it, allowing his head to rest against Kuyu's slender shoulder. He placed gentle kisses on her ear, his warm breath enveloping her. His other hand was not idle either, teasingly grazing her waist. Little female, how can you remain so calm? Miyasha thought, sensing that she might hold some affection for him. After all, despite CG Yuan being injured, she had come to Miyasha instead. Did you not invite me to discuss the laboratory? Miyasha playfully turned her face towards him, initiating a 5-minute kiss. By the time he arrived, Miyasha had already claimed his victory. Kuyu glanced at the time and closed her notebook. If you have nothing further to say, I shall take my leave. She had been deprived of sleep lately. Miyasha, with a sigh of resignation, pulled her back into his embrace and kissed her fervently. Such an exceptional male as I am quite popular in the stars. Little female, you are my guide. Cannot you offer me a little more comfort? Miyasha cupped Kuyu's chin, scrutinizing her tranquil expression. In her calm gaze, he found himself easily yielding. I understand. I will send you the designs for the laboratory. They have long been prepared. Miyasha possessed 3 expansive laboratories, replete with intricate details, of which he alone was most familiar, and he had transcribed them onto the blueprints. As he sent the images, Miyasha could not help but murmur, if I have angered you, you will seek out CG Yuan to vex me. He found his own words somewhat absurd. Chapter 39. Dialogue Techniques. Suddenly, a robotic voice interrupted. Dr. Asha, Commander C has arrived. Upon hearing this, a smile broke across Miyasha's lips as he immediately enveloped Kuyu in his arms. Commander C must be here to see you. Indeed, Kuyu replied, her attention absorbed by the blueprints. Miyasha inquired, will you not go out to meet him? He is injured and greatly in need of your emotional support. What has happened? Kuyu questioned, her brow furrowing in confusion. Miyasha discerned her demeanor and realized she did not appear particularly anxious. He chuckled. The outer space of the constellations is quite chaotic. As the foremost commander of the stars, injury is inevitable. Oh, if you have matters to attend to, I shall take my leave. Miyasha was taken aback that Kuyu would not even meet with CG Yuan, showing minimal reaction to the news of his injury. Little female, from now on, keep your distance from CG Yuan. I am tired. Kuyu absent-mindedly ruffled Miyasha's hair as she returned to the apartment. When CG Yuan entered, he found Miyasha contentedly stroking his own hair, an expression of satisfaction on his face. The lingering scent of Kuyu still filled the air. Had she left at Miyasha's behest? Or was she merely trying to avoid him? Regardless of the outcome, CG Yuan's expression darkened. Dr. Asha, do you have something to discuss? How goes the progress of the emotional support serum? Dr. Asha has assured the Sun that it will be delivered within a month. Only 2 or 3 days remain. Initially, when the Sun learned of Miyasha, he monopolized the VR guide. Miyasha promised to utilize the unique and abundant mental energy of the VR guide to develop an emotional support serum. Thus, even if sentinels were engaged in battle without the guide's assistance, they could carry the serum to effectively soothe their mental state. Once this serum was released, it could resolve numerous issues. The Sun could tolerate Miyasha's actions only under this promise. CG Yuan need not have personally come to inquire, for there were still 3 days left, and I will deliver the serum to the Sun. Commander C, the VR guide is far more useful by my side than yours. Once I have developed this serum, The illustrious Commander C will no longer require a guide. Sizviwen replied tersely, init keu. His bluntness surprised Miasha, who soon retorted mockingly, when the sun assigned you a guide mate. How did you express your needs? You claimed you did not require a female. The guide was merely a hindrance to you. Miasha's casual tone dripped with disdain. What are you trying to claim from me now? Claim? CG Yuan's form flickered as he seized Miasha by the collar. It is you who has been competing with me. The VR guide has always been mine. Seeing his fury, Miasha's smile only widened. Commander C is angry? It seems you have acquired a weakness. CG Yuan frowned. The robot had already begun recording, allowing everyone to witness how dangerous an unhinged commander could be. CG Yuan understood Miasha's intentions. He sought to tarnish his reputation and displace him from the pedestal of the first commander. Regaining some composure, CG Yuan reminded himself that his purpose today was not to engage in battle or declare war, but rather to prevent Miasha from spending more time with Kuyu. The absence of Kuyu indicated that she had already returned home. CG Yuan released Miasha's collar and sneered. Kuyu has already restored my mental landscape. My condition is remarkably stable. Should I experience any discomfort, I trust that Kuyu would rush to my side without delay. CG Yuan tilted his chin slightly, casting a sidelong glance at Miasha. You view her as an experimental subject, while I regard her as a female. That is our difference. With that, CG Yuan departed. Miasha glared furiously at the spot where he had stood, his emotions tumultuous. He understood the implications of CG Yuan's words. While extracting Kuyu's mental energy, Miasha had sensed a reluctance. Yet, there was no alternative. He had already made a promise to the sun that this experiment must proceed. CG Yuan's warning echoed in his mind, indicating that Kuyu harbored some reservations. The image of Kuyu's calm eyes made Miasha inexplicably anxious. No, this was CG Yuan's attempt to sow discord. After all, she was merely a female guide. He should not be overly concerned. Experimental agents are of utmost importance. Miasha quickly persuaded herself and immediately immersed herself in the experiments. The following day, upon awakening, Kuyu discovered a note by her bedside. CZ Yuan, I have arranged a laboratory. You may check what else needs to be added. Kuyu promptly made her way to the villa, where she indeed found a brand new laboratory in the basement. This laboratory was a complete replica of Miasha's. Kuyu couldn't help but reflect on how CZ Yuan always assisted her without hesitation, while Miasha consistently demanded conditions in exchange. Remembering that CZ Yuan had been injured, she contemplated that he might need her assistance. Thus, that evening, Kuyu appeared in CZ Yuan's room. He was shirtless, allowing a robot to apply medicine to his back. Kuyu approached and took the ointment, applying it to his wound. It immediately radiated vibrant mental energy, penetrating his skin. CZ Yuan turned his gaze slightly, his calm demeanor revealing no surprise. He inquired, is there anything lacking in the laboratory? No. After applying the ointment, Kuyu found herself drawn onto his lap. She instinctively held his hand, applying a bit of medicine to the back of it as well. CZ Yuan gently caressed her weary eyes, asking why she wasn't resting properly. I heard you were injured. I came to check on you. In truth, she sought to repay CZ Yuan. CZ Yuan grasped his hand, mentioning that there were many instruments still being prepared in the operating room, which would be ready before tomorrow night. You may move to the villa. I will also arrange for another room to be renovated for your use. Additionally, the housekeeping robots are all prepared. Thank you. Kuyu attempted to rise from his lap, only to be swept into his arms. If you wish to express gratitude, it would be better to accompany me in slumber for a while. Your presence allows me to sleep peacefully. His lowered voice suddenly lifted. Kuyu gazed at his chiseled jaw, unable to suppress a smile. What's the matter? CZ Yuan halted, looking down at her. You seem a bit strange, and your words are peculiar. Are you suggesting I should rest more? CZ Yuan's eyes reflected a hint of frustration. Indeed, he had anticipated Kuyu might visit, prompting him to have the robot gather some phrases for him to learn. Females require tender care and warm words. He needed to express more of that. Chapter 40. Stinginess. Kuyu did not rest there. CZ Yuan's mental landscape had suffered little damage. With some external injuries, Kuyu's application of medicine, combined with her mental energy, would restore his condition. Yuan held Kuyu's hand with reluctance. Are you truly not going to rest here? He asked once more, his proud brows softened with tenderness. I see you are fatigued. I will watch over your rest. Kuyu patted his hand. Yuan leaned back on the sofa, and as Kuyu covered him with a blanket, he suddenly pulled her into his embrace. Kuyu paused, gently patting his shoulder. Clinging to her, Yuan quickly succumbed to slumber. The insect race was deploying large swarms of infectious bugs across the stars, causing many sentinels to lose control. This was also why both Yuan and the sun could tolerate Ash, allowing Kuyu to be given to him. The interstellar realm lacked sufficient guides to soothe so many sentinels. They could only rely on suppressants. Over time, this would lead to resistance. Yuan fought against the invasion of the insect race, hoping Ash could develop a mental agent. Kuyu gazed at Yuan's serene face in slumber, then turned her attention to the real-time interstellar news being broadcasted by the robot. It finally dawned on her why Ash required so much of her mental energy. 3 days passed. Kuyu's laboratory and operating room were fully equipped. She planned to move in. Little female, please pack your belongings. I can transport them to the villa. Kuyu had few possessions, primarily books she wished to bring along. Although she now possessed knowledge in her mind, she still cherished the tactile experience of reading printed material. Please bring everything from my room. I will first check the bedroom. The other renovations were progressing too slowly, and Kuyu was eager to move in, so she decided to first set up a bedroom. Although the villa was secondhand and had previously been renovated, the style was outdated, and she did not favor it. A complete renovation was necessary. Kuyu first headed to the villa. Yuan, what kind of room do you desire? It can be changed more swiftly. Aren't you busy right now? Kuyu was surprised to find Yuan online. Fortunately, Ash was overseeing matters at the apartment, packing her belongings. Otherwise, if both of them were online, Ash would likely stir trouble again. Hearing Kuyu's inquiry, Yuan felt inexplicably happy. Having just returned from the battlefield, he had half an hour of rest, and he happened to notice Kuyu arriving at the villa. I have 25 minutes. Shall I help you arrange the room? Yuan sipped a nutrient solution to replenish his energy. He had long prepared the items needed for Kuyu's room, placing them in storage, awaiting her request to prevent Ash from getting ahead. All right. Kuyu presented her design floor plan to Yuan and began directing the arrangement as she stood in the room. I want green curtains, light green ones. Can you help me plant roses? Of course. In the blink of an eye, the window transformed into natural wood, adorned with white sheer curtains and light green drapes, fluttering in the breeze. Kuyu's room was on the second floor, and outside the window was a balcony. It was now transformed into 2 large flower pots, one on each side, planted with roses and violets, surrounding the window in full bloom. This is a new variety researched in the interstellar realm. The flowers bloom year-round, emitting a light fragrance. They are cultivated with nutrient solutions, so there is no need to worry about pests or other odors. Kuyu's eyes sparkled with delight. In truth, her demands were not high. However, upon acquiring the villa, her inner gardener awakened. She adored various styles, and with so many rooms, she planned to decorate them differently in the future. With the front and backyards, the interstellar flowers were so splendid that she aimed to fill the gardens. Yuan witnessed Kuyu smiling with such satisfaction for the first time. His deep gaze, with a hint of gentle amusement, fixed on her as she appeared on the screen. Kuyu requested the wooden bed to be placed near the window, with bedside tables extending to the bay window, creating a wooden bookshelf. Many frequently read books were arranged alongside a few pots of flowers. Instantly, the entire room brimmed with vitality, creating a visually pleasing atmosphere. Even the bed linens were prepared by Yuan, light green sheets made of fluffy, soft interstellar technology cotton, warm in winter and cool in summer. One blanket sufficed for the entire year. Kuyu lay on the bed, gazing at the ceiling light, which had also transformed into wood. On the other bedside table sat a large pot of daisies, fresh and elegant. The room exuded a rustic, ancient charm. Merely looking at it elevated her sense of happiness. How comfortable! I never imagined I would one day reside in such a large house. Kuyu had never dared to dream such dreams. She even feared being tormented by her stepmother, unable to have a peaceful life. Yet in just a few months, She felt as though she had transformed into a different person. Your efforts merit what you now possess. He truly regarded Kuyu with newfound respect. Initially, when she requested knowledge chips, Yuan thought it was indeed challenging for a human brain to accommodate so much information. It was normal for her to desire a lighter learning process. However, he had not anticipated that she would absorb so much knowledge and yet continue her relentless pursuit of learning, even setting aside her beloved painting. Sutian found himself perplexed by her intentions. Yet each time he opened the screen, Hira was either engrossed in her books or diligently working in the laboratory, her focus palpable. Observing her intense concentration was a delight, as if time itself had slowed. Kuyer felt a fleeting joy, her demeanor calm, reflecting on the vast expanse of knowledge she yearned to acquire. Human energy is finite, yet the interstellar conditions afforded her ample opportunities to learn, to gain, and to achieve more. I must be busy now. Do send me a message if you need anything, she communicated. Knowing that Gur was not one to speak out of turn, made an effort to ensure she remembered. Despite his own busyness, he endeavored to provide her with everything within his means. However, he noticed the loyalty indicator fun had vanished, replaced by that of Yasha. Little female. Amiyasha's expression darkened. He intended to inquire about the whereabouts of her books, but was taken aback by the newly decorated master bedroom. Sujiyun had indeed mastered the art of seizing opportunities. In such a short span, he had somehow managed to cater to the little female's needs. As the subtitles flashed with ellipses, Heyer understood that Bieso was undoubtedly irked. His pettiness was evident. She observed the living room filled with numerous books and her belongings, and she took the initiative to ask, Asa, could you assist me in renovating the kitchen? The subtitles remained silent for a moment, prompting Kira to begin tidying her own things. Mirasha, what do you need my help for? Danti, you have Suju Huiguan? Upon reading this, Kuyer silently criticized him for his immaturity. Are you busy then? If so, I can manage on my own. Aren't you going to coax me? Kuyu replied, I neither can nor wish to. With pursed lips and a troubled expression, she resumed her task, inadvertently forgetting about Isha. Yet, he remained online, fixated on her until she fully immersed herself in her work, her expression indicating she had lost herself in the process. Miesha longed to speak, but suppressed his words. This little female, he continued to observe for 3 hours, watching as she organized and then proceeded with her experiments, hardly pausing for breath. When he finally regained his composure, frustration washed over him. How could this little female waste so much time? He vowed not to keep fixating on her and subsequently shut off the screen. Out of sight, out of mind. Everyone had their own affairs to attend to, and so he returned to his experiments. Lost in thought, he accidentally allowed a corrosive substance to spill, even when he could have easily moved aside. Uncharacteristically, he extended his hand, only to have his fingers corroded, emitting a strange odor. Asa Bosher, you re-hurt. Allow me to assist with your wound. A robot rushed over, eager to help. No need, Biasha replied, watching his wound slowly deteriorate under the corrosive liquid. The pain sharpening his senses. Has the signal shielding network been upgraded? Yes, the magnetic field has changed as well, the robot confirmed. Good, Miyasha chuckled ominously. That evening, Kuyer found herself struggling to breathe, awakening to find Biasha beside her. She had been busy all day and felt exhausted. Asha, I wish to rest, she murmured, lazily nestling into his embrace. He grasped the nape of her neck and kissed her again, this time with gentleness. Noticing her evident fatigue, felt a twinge of compassion. When he finally reacted, he playfully bit the corner of her lips. Kuyer frowned and kicked him away. As he fell to the ground, he was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. After a refreshing sleep, Kuyer awoke to find herself still in his bed. He was studying not far away, and upon noticing her wakefulness, adjusted his monocle. You slept rather soundly. Kuyer's gaze flickered. She remembered the events of the prior night, but hesitated to engage. Assuming Biasha was still upset, why am I still here? She asked, just as he tossed her some clothes and began leading her to the bathroom. You need a shower. You smell of sweat. Biasha seems in good spirits, he noted, furrowing her brow. After bathing, she donned clothes belonging to Biasha. He leaned against the lab table, and as she emerged, he approached her, cradling her face with one hand and bestowing a damp kiss upon her. Reflecting on how she had previously rejected his offer to bathe her, she now felt compelled to acquiesce. Otherwise, I might sulk again. "I'll take you to eat," he announced, taking her hand and guiding her to the dining table. After their meal, to the laboratory. "You can conduct your experiments here. With my guidance, you will excel even further." Kuyur withdrew her hand, questioning Asa. "What do you mean?" Extended his finger toward her. "You slept too soundly last night, and you didn't tend to my injury." Hurt. Kuyur applied ointment to his finger. "Xiao Chixing, I want you to focus solely on me." As she released his hand, he grasped it firmly, enveloping her between his chest and the lab table. Kuyur's expression cooled. "I thought you merely required my abundant mental energy." The loyalty meter above his head had surged to 90. He gently caressed her cheek. "I treat you with such kindness, yet your affection level remains at 51. What is your affection level for Sudrian?" His voice was low, laced with a hint of danger. Gripping his face forcefully, he leaned down to kiss her again. She turned her cheek away, asserting, "I want to go back." "No, stay with me," he insisted, his tone unyielding. "Whatever potions you desire, I will provide. You can gift them to whomever you wish." Viasho was determined to keep Kuyur by his side, unwilling for Yan to see her again. As this thought spiraled in his mind, he found himself unable to control it. Kuyur sensed his emotional turmoil and nestled closer, wrapping her arms around his waist, resting her cheek against his chest. "Asa, do you consider me a pet?" Was momentarily taken aback, ready to affirm, yet he feared it might upset her. He gazed down at the petite female in his arms, realizing that she had transcended the value of mere companionship. "Ashra, I dislike your domineering ways," he softened her tone, leaning closer. However, her words did not deter him. He was resolute in keeping her close. Beyond researching calming potions, he involved her in concocting various elixirs, including those she hadn't anticipated, diligently instructing her every step of the way. They remained inseparable. Meanwhile, Tsujian opened the screen twice, only to find Kuyur absent. He surmised she must be with Fiasho again. Summoning his aide, he requested to connect with the SS laboratory to inquire about the completion of the calming potion, while also requesting an additional 10,000 suppressants. His aide quickly established contact and relayed the information. The 10,000 potions may not arrive promptly. Additionally, Dr. Asha's assistant indicated that the calming potion will be ready for use by tomorrow. Will Asha personally deliver it? The aide was taken aback by the question. It was common knowledge that Thon and Utho were at odds, having clashed several times. The specifics of their conflict were unknown to many, yet at that moment, Sudrian appeared to show genuine concern for whether Dr. Aso would come. Listening closely, it became evident that Dr. Ash would not come in person. The adjutant could only attempt to establish communication once more, but soon hung up, his expression troubled. The assistant remarked that Dr. Ash would be unavailable for the next few days, and his decision was unlikely to be altered. The adjutant was perplexed, questioning why Commander C insisted on Dr. Ash delivering the message personally. Suddenly, the glass in CZ Yuan's hand shattered. The adjutant raised his gaze, noticing the darkening expression on C Yuan's face. When he spoke again, his voice was hoarse, stating that to unite the coalition, he intended to maneuver past the Zerg from the western constellations. This was excessively perilous and overly audacious. The adjutant wished to dissuade him, yet CZ Yuan had already begun applying medication to his wound, dressing himself before stepping outside. Chapter 42. Differences. Ash held Kuyu's hand, saying, "Little female, I must deliver the medication. Please do not leave." Kuyu's brow twitched, momentarily lost in thought. Miash anxiously grasped her hand, aware that despite her silence, Kuyu longed to escape this place. He feared that, as in previous instances, she would vanish upon his return. He sought a promise from her. Kuyu cast a glance at him, her expression unusually indifferent. Miash's pupils constricted, his gaze growing increasingly stubborn. He noticed a slight decrease in her loyalty level. At that moment, Miash suddenly leaned in, pressing his forehead against Kuyu's and kissing her. Throughout their time together, he had come to understand her character. He wished to compel her agreement through the kiss. But upon seeing her struggle for breath, Her cheeks flushed, his heart ached. "Little female, you must have feelings for me," he declared as his light brain illuminated, leaving those words behind before departing. Kuyu steadied her breath, observing the defensive barriers surrounding the room. Miash would not permit her to leave. He had been diligently researching ways to confine her within the laboratory and prevent her return to the Honghua. Kuyu remained unhurried, directly approaching the dismantled robots. During this time, she had acquired considerable knowledge of mecha technology, and now she intended to put it to the test. After dismantling several machines, Kuyu crafted a data panel. Connecting it to her finger, she swiftly accessed the data stored in her memory chip. Indeed, a new string of code appeared. Miash had embedded a signal blocker within her chip, rendering it invisible to CZ-Yuan. Once she deleted the code, she planned to modify her weapon and interact with the defensive barriers. Suddenly, a loud bang resonated outside the room. Yet, it was but a fleeting moment, and silence fell once more. Kuyu was compelled to connect to the external surveillance, quickly discovering 4 tightly wrapped orc warriors clad in black combat gear approaching. They wielded laser-cutting weapons, breaching every room in their path. Many orc warriors within the laboratory had been captured, and at the forefront stood a formidable male, utilizing a screen to extract the memories of the orcs, presumably searching for something. Soon, they advanced toward her location. Xingyuan. Miash arrived, carrying a box filled with calming medication. "Commander C, you currently have no grounds to object. She possesses greater value by my side. This is the medication the little female assisted me in creating." CZ-Yuan inspected the calming medication, coldly remarking, "Yet this formulation bears no name linked to her." Miash's expression stiffened momentarily before breaking into a smug smile, taken aback that CZ-Yuan would resort to sowing discord. "The medication is sound. I shall take my leave." Suddenly, Miash's light brain began to flicker intensely, indicating issues within the laboratory. He promptly checked the surveillance, his expression darkening as he turned to leave. "What has transpired?" CZ-Yuan sensed something amiss and immediately pursued, inquiring. Miash hastily activated the starship, vanishing in the blink of an eye. CZ-Yuan furrowed his brow, intent on investigating whether anything had gone awry in Miash's laboratory. Upon returning to the laboratory, Miash found many unconscious orcs. They had suffered little more than inhaling the tranquilizing agent. "Where's the little female?" Miash roared, surveying the empty room with only a gaping hole where the wall had been cut. The robot's screen displayed a message from the black-clad orc. "Dr. Ash, I require the formulation for the calming medication, and I shall return this female guide to you." The message was signed by the infamous interstellar thief, Qi Weisher, a notorious Black Panther orc who plundered across various constellations. Miash smashed the robot with a fist, the sound echoing through the room alongside his heavy breaths. He opened the VR guides page, pausing at the image of the villa, clinging to the hope that the little female might have returned there. Miash felt profound regret. Had he not implanted the signal blocker, encountering the interstellar thief could have allowed the little female to return to the villa and avoid becoming a hostage. CZ-Yuan soon learned of the laboratory situation. The adjutant reported, according to nearby surveillance, the interstellar thief has indeed abducted a female guide. A video screenshot captured only her silhouette, yet CZ-Yuan instantly recognized it as Kuyu. He promptly contacted Miash, aware that the battle at Xingyuan continued, and he could not leave recklessly. Unfortunately, Miash did not answer. CZ-Yuan contemplated before dialing Marquis Huansong's video call. "I require your assistance." Huansong's voice was soothing, yet he inquired if support was needed at Xingyuan. "No, it's the VR guide. She has been taken by the interstellar thief, and I need you to assist the military in safely retrieving her." Huansong fell silent for a moment before responding. "Ziyuan, you know I have no need for a VR guide and have never utilized one. This does not concern me." His tone was gentle, yet each word dripped with cold indifference, even disdain. A VR guide was merely a string of numerical code. There was no need for him to invest effort. If it were lost, it could simply be redeveloped, with reports suggesting that other formulations were already successful in research. He added, "Besides, isn't Dr. Ash around? He and you are not on good terms, but if you cannot manage it, he will. Consider it for my sake." CZ-Yuan remained insistent. His voice revealed no hint of anxiety, But the gravity of the situation was clear, underscoring his significant investment in the VR guide. Huansong chuckled lightly, teasing little uncle. Have you come to regard the VR guide as your little female? Proceed. Yuan did not elaborate, responding with a terse affirmation. Huansong complied, promptly heading to the military to gather information. Third wandering constellation. Here, the sky was shrouded in an eerie gas, with the surface soil riddled with crisscrossing cracks, from which torrents of lava flowed. The air was thick with a pungent, sulfurous odor, accompanied by a chilling wind bearing ice crystals that howled as if countless tortured souls cried out in anguish. In the heart of the constellation, amidst layers of radiation, stood a house shimmering with a blue, ethereal glow. At that moment, Kuyu found herself imprisoned within a solitary cell, with several adjacent rooms housing other female guides. These orcs treated the female guides with remarkable gentleness and courtesy, for they were in dire need of their assistance. In the main chamber, Qi Weisher was reviewing battle reports from Xingyuan. A male orc entered with a robot, stating, "Boss, the newly captured female guide is somewhat different. Her physical data and scent are not the same." Qi Weisher replied, without turning, "Could it be a cloned female created by Miash? Doctor, Ash's research and capabilities are widely recognized across the stars. Furthermore, he has a penchant for conducting research that contravenes interstellar contractual law, such as cloning female guides to alleviate the burdens of male sentinels." Chapter 43, Initiative Not So. The robot transmitted Kuyu's physical data to Qi Weisher's light brain. He did not look at it immediately, securing it instead, assuring that there was no need for concern, as she had already contacted him. When mealtime arrived, the robot delivered 2 bottles of nutritional liquid to Kuyu. Unaccustomed to drinking it and fearing possible additives, she set them aside. At that moment, a male beastman approached. He glanced around a few rooms before fixing his gaze on Kuyu. "Come and comfort me," the male beastman commanded with a firm tone as he entered the room and took a seat on a nearby stool. Noticing that Kuyu was slow to approach, his expression darkened. "Did you not hear? I asked you to come and comfort me, which means I have taken an interest in you. Otherwise, if you are here, you will merely become a plaything for everyone." Kuyu understood his implication. By soothing him, she could ensure his protection, at least preventing the other males from touching her. "I want to see your leader. I have something he needs," Kuyu declared. The male beastman frowned. "Our leader is not someone you can just see. Your only value lies in comforting and guiding us." Unable to contain himself any longer, he reached out. Kuyu instinctively recoiled slightly before grasping his wrist. A powerful surge of mental energy enveloped the male beastman instantly. He stood frozen, feeling the overwhelming force of her mental power. His eyes rolling back as he felt his mental landscape being swiftly restored, with only the most beautiful memories remaining in his mind, completely immersing him. Though Kuyu had not intended to reveal her abilities, the male beastmen would forcibly require female guides to provide physical comfort. Thus, she had no choice but to showcase her value and negotiate terms with their leader. If she could break free from the control of the magnetic field in this cell, perhaps she could return to Earth. Simultaneously, Qi Weisher received an immediate alert. To better control the magnetic guides, there are not only protective barriers, but also magnetic field interference. Only when their male beastmen activated a localized shutdown of the magnetic field could these female guides release their mental powers. Otherwise, the female guides could easily dominate these male beastmen using their mental strength. However, this alert was triggered by a powerful mental force. Qi Weisher hastened to Kuyu's room and, indeed, saw her figure swaying. He promptly activated the magnetic protection and approached, seizing Kuyu's wrist. Kuyu was on the verge of returning to Earth, but perhaps due to the unstable coordinates here, combined with the magnetic interference, she failed to make her escape. Qi Weisher turned Kuyu to face him, observing that the female guides in Xi's laboratory were indeed different. Her abundant mental power nearly broke through his magnetic interference. Qi Weisher scrutinized Kuyu with satisfaction, a smile curling his lips. Ignoring the already unconscious male beastman on the floor, he led Kuyu to another room. This room was even more secure. Qi Weisher brought Kuyu into this chamber, placing his hands on his hips as he circled around her. Let me see your mental power. Kuyu replied, I can. But first tell me how you can allow me to leave. Chi Weisher smirked. I'm afraid that's not possible. Those who come to me cannot leave. Kuyu pursed her lips, staring intently at Chi Weisher. He checked the surveillance and saw only Kuyu grasping the male beastman's wrist, while she had not done anything else. He clicked his tongue. Your level is merely F rank, yet you can guide a male sentinel just by touch? That male beastman clearly fainted from pleasure. This was something Chi Weisher had never witnessed. Even the galaxy's foremost guide could not achieve such a feat. Suddenly, Chi Weisher grasped Kuyu's hand, pulling her closer. As their proximity decreased, he indeed sensed the vibrant mental energy emanating from her skin. Chi Weisher's powerful and sturdy physique approached step by step until he pressed Kuyu against the wall, his body like a solid steel plate, firmly against her. He leaned in closer, and Kuyu instinctively turned her head away. Chi Weisher brushed against her ear, inhaling deeply. His short, stiff hair grazed Kuyu's cheek. She raised her hand to push against his forehead. What do you want? Chi Weisher chuckled lightly, a mischievous glint dancing at the corners of his lips. Anything you desire? Can you make me faint from pleasure? He continued. You are me, Aishi's female, so you must have been well trained. Kuyu maintained a calm demeanor and thoughtfully analyzed. Your mental landscape is currently ablaze, shattered down to only 15. You shouldn't faint so quickly. A flicker of seriousness crossed Chi Weisher's eyes. You can actually see my mental landscape? Kuyu replied nonchalantly. Since you understand my value, you should negotiate properly with me. Chi Weisher laughed heartily, finally creating distance between himself and Kuyu. All right, I believe you have the qualifications to negotiate. He settled onto a nearby stool, crossing his legs, resting his elbows on the armrests while propping up his chin. Dressed in black combat attire, he stood tall like a sturdy pine, his features sharp and resolute, akin to a gleaming blade. This rogue, yet just male, possessed a unique charm. Unlike CG Yuan's aloof and rational demeanor, Chi Weisher exuded resilience with an added touch of approachability. I want me Aishi's mental soothing potion. If you can provide it, I can grant you your freedom. If Kuyu was indeed an essential female to me, Aishi, she might possess knowledge of the soothing potion. Chi Weisher's statement was also a test. He did not directly inquire why Kuyu, an F rank, could wield such formidable mental power. I know that she always took me along during experiments. After a pause, Kuyu added, he utilized my mental power to develop the potion. Chi Weisher raised an intrigued eyebrow. You know the formula? Kuyu shook her head. No. Chi Weisher pressed. Then what do you have to negotiate with? Your value only allows me to detain you to help soothe and guide my brothers. Suddenly recalling something, Chi Weisher seriously assessed his own mental landscape, discovering it had already restored to 30. This was solely due to his earlier contact with this female guide. Realizing this, Chi Weisher straightened his legs and approached Kuyu. His eyes sparkled with excitement. All I need to do is touch you to attain mental soothing? Seeing the exhilaration in his eyes, Kuyu voluntarily extended her hand. In that instant, as their hands clasped, the scene transformed into a vast expanse of wilderness shrouded in a deep night. Flames licked at the verdant grass, resembling lively fireflies dancing among the foliage. In the blink of an eye, the entire wilderness was engulfed in a sea of fire, flames soaring high into the sky. Kuyu hovered in midair, spotting a dark silhouette nearby, tirelessly cutting through the grass in an effort to quell the spreading flames. His hands were bloodied from the sharp blades of grass, and he hunched over, moving with remarkable speed. When his hands proved insufficient, he resorted to using his mouth to bite and pull. Kuyu silently observed for several seconds before descending beside him. Chi Weisher abruptly turned around to face Kuyu. Help me. This is your home too, isn't it? He thrust a laser scythe into Kuyu's hand, where the light illuminated the fallen grass. Chi Weisher, do you want me to save you? Kuyu tossed the scythe to the ground and approached the encroaching flames. What are you doing? She turned her head, lifting her chin slightly. Beg me. She softly uttered 2 words, extending her hand to wipe away the black ash from his cheek. Chi Weisher tilted his head, voluntarily leaning his cheek into Kuyu's palm. Gently nuzzling, he knelt before her, wrapping his arms around her legs. Gazing up, His Adam's apple bobbed incessantly as he reverently grasped her hand, once more cradling his cheek in her grasp. I beg you. He edged closer on his knees, tilting his neck to present his charmingly rogue face fully to her view. Kuyu's fingers traced his forehead, a golden shimmer illuminating his brows and eyes, cascading over his fan-like long black eyelashes. Then, following the contour of his short hair, her fingers swept back to the nape of his neck. Drip drop. The pattering rain fell, striking Chi Weisher's face like stars. He lifted his dense eyelashes, looking at Kuyu in disbelief. The rain battered the lush leaves, bending their tips, rolling down into the soil, extinguishing the fervor beneath. Chi Weisher wiped the droplets from his hair ends, grasped Kuyu's hand, and stood up, leaning in closer. In the pouring rain, his eyes sparkled like embers. What is your name? I dislike the rain, Kuyu replied coolly. Chi Weisher smiled, the corners of his lips lifting as he pinched the hem of his shirt, removing his top and placing it over her head. With his other hand, he gently wiped the raindrops from her cheek. His heated chest drew near, the warmth impacting Kuyu's breath. She cast her gaze downward. The intricate lines of his physique before her quivered with his breath, almost taunting her. Chi Weisher looked down, chuckling again, filled with joy. How can I win your heart? He felt a vibrant life force coursing through him, a lively energy that relaxed his mind and body, bringing nourishing rain to the fiery earth. Chi Weisher took Kuyu's hand and pressed it against his chest. I have no femininity, yet this is the first time I have felt the soothing joy of soul companionship. So, will you indulge me? What was clearly a plea twisted on his tongue into an enticing demand. Kuyu slightly tilted her head, and Chi Weisher discarded his shirt onto the ground, pressing her down onto it. With her hands raised above her head, he held her down with one hand. His masculine breath was as hot as fire, his voice husky. Do you want me? Kuyu's eyes were clear as she gazed at him silently. Chi Weisher kissed her eyelids while his other hand slid along the fabric of her clothing. Suddenly, in a swift motion, Kuyu retracted her hand. Chi Weisher glanced around, coming to his senses, and found they had returned to the previous room. Delightful. He laughed heartily, then furrowed his brow in confusion. So, you must consent? Kiskiviko iu nodded. Your mental landscape has been restored by 70%. Keep it, just in case you harbor ill intentions towards me. Chi Weisher chuckled softly, lowering his head to examine her ring finger earnestly. Let us bond. He produced a pendant from his chest, revealing a gray stone. When it met Kuyu's finger, it transformed into a gray ring. Chi Weisher assertively took her hand, attempting to slide it onto her finger. We've only known each other for 3 hours. Kuyu curled her hand in refusal. Do I need to beg you? Seeing her silence, Chi Weisher suddenly knelt, pleading, please let us bond. Kuyu could no longer suppress a twitch of her lips. This male seemed fierce, particularly with that broken brow giving him an intense aura. How did he kneel so decisively? She felt she had miscalculated. Kuyu attempted to step back, wishing to avoid any misfortune. Unexpectedly, Chi Weisher wrapped his arms around her waist, his cheek pressed against her. What more must I do to beg you? Did you not say that saying please would suffice? Kuyu found herself unable to break free. I merely wish to collaborate with you. I will restore your mental landscape and guide your mental energy, and you will grant me my freedom. Let me go. Chi Weisher obediently released her. I meant, what must I do to bond with you? What I desire. You cannot provide. How will you know unless you try? I worry your delicate frame may not withstand my desires. You might not survive our first night. Kiskiviko iu kespelmet. I refuse. She stated firmly, if we can negotiate, we will. If not, so be it. I would rather be confined to this room. Negotiation is possible. Let us be friends first. I know that female guides tend to be coy. Kuyu fell silent again. She forcibly redirected the conversation back to cooperation. I will restore your mental landscape, and you will eliminate the magnetic disturbances around me, allowing me to leave. Kuyu was uncertain if, without magnetic disturbances, she could return to Honghua. Very well, let's first add each other as friends. Chi Weisher took her hand, his tone inquisitive, yet he had already added their communications. He also secured a light brain to Kuyu's wrist. I will not harm you, but I cannot maintain a friendship for long. I'm uncontrollable. Chi Weisher sighed, squeezing her fingers, a hint of madness flickering in his eyes. You are the first female who makes me want to be close. Grant me this opportunity. By the way, I hope you do not hold a grudge for my roughness in the lab. He spoke candidly and earnestly. Kuyu was somewhat taken aback by his straightforwardness in giving her the light brain. As she contemplated whether to contact me, a she or CG Yuan, an alarm sounded outside. Qi Weisher glanced over, his smile fading. The Gao allied forces have arrived. Do you think they come for you, or to deliver me calming potions? Kuyu asked. If they come for me, will you let me go? Grasping Qi Weisher's hand, she released her mental energy freely. A powerful force enveloped them both, and the males guarding outside sensed this surge, stirring restlessly. No male could resist Kuyu's power. Yet, she appreciated Qi Weisher's forthrightness and sincerity. Chapter 45. Heart Flutter. Indeed, Qi Weisher replied, holding her hand firmly, a smirk forming on his lips. I conduct my affairs with integrity. Rather than allowing you to devise means to distance yourself from me, I would prefer to leave you with a good impression. Though the galaxy is vast, there is nowhere I cannot reach. Kuyu felt a flutter in her heart. Lowering her gaze, a smile danced in her eyes. All right. With her mental power restored, Qi Weisher led Kuyu outside. The Gao allied forces had already surrounded the entire planet, with their flagship hovering above. Let them in. Qi Weisher welcomed the flagship, positioning Kuyu behind him for concealment. Huan Song descended from the ship, casting a glance at Qi Weisher. He got straight to the point. What you have taken is merely a VR guide. The Research Institute has plenty, and she cannot be exchanged for the newly developed calming potions. Qi Weisher's smile held profound meaning. If she is virtual, then why has Marquis Huan Song come here? Qi Weisher, have you forgotten you are an interstellar pirate? Oh, are you here to capture me? Kuyu stood with her back to him, noticing the weapons strapped to Qi Weisher's sides. She hesitated, wanting to disarm him. At that moment, Qi Weisher whispered, if I were to let you go directly, would it affect you? After all, I am an interstellar pirate. Capturing Kuyu and doing nothing to release her would surely raise suspicions. That he could even consider such matters surprised Kuyu. Her heart stirred as she reached out, grasping Qi Weisher's hand that hung beside him. She had just restored 70% of his mental landscape, with only 3% remaining. Qi Weisher stiffened, then gripped her hand tighter. What to do? He had sworn he could wait, yet he no longer wished to let go. Was she truly the VR guide created by that group of researchers, designed to enthrall males? Just their first meeting had ignited such impatience within him. Huan Song's expression was gentle, yet upon closer inspection, it was cold. His gentleness was merely a facade. The Allied forces lurking in the shadows had received his signal and were quietly drawing nearer. He spoke once more, presenting the nano-repair liquid and 10,000 boxes of nutrient solution, along with 10 starships. I have come to redeem the first experimental subject, the VR guide. It appears that the so-called VR guide holds considerable value. Upon finishing his sentence, Qi Weisher heard Kuyu's voice. The magnetic field has been disabled. I am leaving. Qi Weisher was momentarily confused, but obediently deactivated the magnetic interference. Kuyu leaned against his back and gradually closed her eyes. He uttered a single word and felt something vanish behind him. He turned abruptly, even reaching out towards the spot where Kuyu had stood. She had disappeared. Qi Weisher's face changed drastically as he focused on the lingering scent of her presence in his hand. Huan Song had long noticed Kuyu concealed behind Qi Weisher, and upon her disappearance, he understood that she had returned to her home planet. Thus, there was no longer any need for what had been prepared for Qi Weisher. Huan Song began to withdraw. Since the VR guide had vanished, the ransom was unnecessary. It was merely a wasted trip. It could be said that the VR guide was astute, avoiding trouble and extricating herself. Qi Weisher chuckled. She was priceless. He mused that Huan Song would surely regret today, feeling fortunate that he had paid nothing and allowed Kuyu to depart. Miasha encountered Wan Kandu Midwis. She had already returned to her home planet. Huan Song glanced at the potion in Miasha's hand and smiled gently, surprised that Dr. Asha cared so much for a VR guide. Miasha paid no heed to Huan Song's jest. Huan Song, is she frightened? Have you seen her? A female guide cannot be harmed anywhere, at worst. She would be imprisoned. Kuyu had not experienced such a situation. Facing the fierce interstellar bandit, she would surely be scared. She should not be afraid. It seemed Chi Weisher treated her well. Mi Asha clenched her fist, her expression darkening. Her little female would be welcomed everywhere. No male could dislike her. At the thought of this, a frantic voice echoed within Mi Asha. Hide her. Mi Asha promptly activated the screen, and indeed, she saw Kuyu in the villa. She appeared to be sleeping on the bed. Mi Asha reached out, wishing to touch Kuyu's cheek through the screen. Observing the emotional display from Mi Asha in the corner, Huan Song's smile morphed into mockery. He found it incomprehensible, yet respected her sentiment. Huan Song replied to CZ Yuan, explaining the circumstances. CZ Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and immediately activated the screen. He placed a bouquet of tender yellow flowers by Kuyu's bedside, hoping the fragrance would accompany her. Mi Asha, seeing the sudden appearance of the flowers, felt a lump of suppressed breath catch in her throat. She opened the cabin door and departed from the spacecraft. Dr. Asha, where are you going? Huan Song's inquiry came too late. Mi Asha piloted the spacecraft back to the third wandering constellation. The periphery was surrounded by a peculiar magnetic field and protective barriers. Mi Asha relentlessly rammed the spacecraft, attempting to break through. Chi Weisher soon received news and hurried to the scene. If you dare to touch my little female, I will ensure your demise. Mi Asha rushed forward, releasing a dark blue potion from his sleeves, surging forth with the tidal waves. Chi Weisher had not anticipated Mi Asha's madness. He quickly grasped the significance of Kuyu to Mi Asha. Chi Weisher took 2 steps back. Mi Asha, is that your female? I thought she was your pet. Defend yourself. Mi Asha roared. A fierce wind accompanied by a water vortex surged towards Chi Weisher. Chi Weisher's figure flickered in midair, swiftly appearing behind Mi Asha, his weapon discharging an electric wave that spread through the water, enveloping Mi Asha. Mi Asha's strength waned, forcing him to retreat a step. Mi Asha, I still require your potion, so I shall not lay a hand on you. Chi Weisher retracted his weapon and vanished in a flash. The layers of protective barriers expanded outward, compelling Mi Asha to retreat into outer space. He glared angrily at the disordered planet. He was furious that Chi Weisher had touched his little female, but even more enraged that he had disrupted his plans. For he was acutely aware that if Kuyu were to become angry and leave, she might never return to his side. Kuyu awoke and first went to purchase food, intending to prepare a sumptuous meal herself. The interstellar cuisine was truly unsatisfactory. Coincidentally, Hu Jia sent a message, inquiring if she had returned as he had no classes that afternoon. Daily, Hu Jia would message her. Kuyu initiated a video call, inviting Hu Jia and Chu Changjin to join her for dinner as a celebration of her new residence. Why not have the robot assist? You should take a proper rest. Kuyu glanced at the comments while arranging the dishes on the dining table. Is it Commander C? Yes. Could you provide me with Chi Weisher's information? CZ Yuan's expression darkened, sensing a crisis. Chapter 46 Departure. Did he do anything to you? CZ Yuan gripped the cup tightly, his voice trembling with concern. The notorious interstellar bandit might perform unspeakable acts upon encountering a guide like Kuyu, and he would not be surprised. Upon reading the subtitles, images of Chi Weisher kneeling before her, embracing her waist, flooded Kuyu's mind. She lowered her gaze, her cheeks flushing. He did nothing, Commander C need not worry. CZ Yuan remained unconvinced but still sent Chi Weisher's information to Kuyu, urging her to familiarize herself with the notorious interstellar bandit and his malevolence. As Kuyu perused Chi Weisher's data, Chu Changjin and the others arrived. Goodness, is this your house? You actually live in a grand villa now. Zhang Yui exclaimed dramatically, surveying the surroundings. Chu Changjin entered, equally astonished by Kuyu. Hu Jia and Xiao Tu also arrived, both Beastmen's eyes sparkling upon seeing Kuyu. Sister. Xiao Tu obediently approached Kuyu, leaving Hu Jia with no space to squeeze in. He stood aside, gazing intently at Kuyu. It had been a long time since he last saw her, and he felt that she had changed, becoming even more beautiful, radiating a luminous aura. Kuyu's physique had indeed flourished under Mi Asha's care. Although the nutrient solutions he provided were exceedingly unpleasant, they were remarkably effective for Kuyu's health. Xiao Tu was now in the second year of junior high, while Hu Jia was in the first year of senior high. Kuyu inquired about their social interactions and academic progress, then engaged in conversation with Chu Changjin. Zhang Hui moved to the villa while Xiao Tu prepared fruit in the kitchen, and Hu Jia sat nearby, lifting his phone to capture images of Kuyu. Chu Changjin curiously asked, why do they place such emphasis on those beverages? Aware he should not pry further, he could not resist asking about the large house. Nutrient solution, along with some medicinal potions. And how do you find those nutrient solutions? Chu Changjin suddenly recalled, oh yes, my health has improved significantly. My neck used to ache, but I haven't felt discomfort during this rainy season. He enlightened, come to me for more once you finish. I am working on some. At this point, que changeant finally understood. He cautiously inquired, is it very expensive? He had been treating it like a beverage, consuming several bottles daily. It was not yet available on the market, leaving him uncertain about its future. Kuyu was indifferent to these matters, advising, it is best not to disclose this to others. Chu Changjin felt assured, knowing that with you in the 8th Bureau, we truly hold our heads high. Even Wang Zheng, who was usually so proud, had called several times to inquire about Kuyu. Just for tea. At that moment, a robot approached, carrying several cups of tea. Chu Changjin was startled. How intelligent. It resembled a true butler. Commander C had equipped her villa with several such robots, rendering the need for servants obsolete. Chu Changjin immediately began to study robotics. Hu Jia approached Kuyu and asked, with so many rooms, can I stay here in the future? Aren't you supposed to live on campus? Hu Jia replied, I meant during the holidays. Sure, you can choose a room, Kuyu said. Regarding Hu Jia as a younger brother, she guided him to arrange the rooms, also reserving one for the little rabbit. The place was sparsely furnished, so Kuyu asked both of them to write down what they desired, promising to procure the items later. When Miyase turned on the screen, he saw Hu Jia trailing behind Kuyu like a loyal dog. Why do you need other males living with you? Little female, I do not permit it. Kuyu pretended not to see the subtitles and called for Zhang Hui as everyone gathered for a meal. Kuyu served several dishes, with a beef hot pot at the center, and the long table was laden with a sumptuous spread. As they dined and chatted, Chu Changjin suggested that all future gatherings for the 8th Bureau should be held at Kuyu's place, given its spaciousness and her culinary skills. Kuyu felt a sense of joy watching everyone being lively. She was not one to enjoy chaos, as it had never felt like her own. Yet, everything was improving now. After the meal, they gradually departed, and Kuyu headed to the laboratory to begin her research. She had already developed 3 types of medication for her grandmother's health, which she was preserving. She was also proficient in the surgical room, with only the mechanical organs needed for her grandmother remaining to be considered for purchase or fabrication. The next day, she drove back to Baihe village and unexpectedly encountered Kufu. Ku Xiaokong was arguing with their grandmother about something. Kuyu immediately stepped in front of her grandmother to protect her. The villagers, seeing Kuyu return, promptly began to inform her of the situation. Kiskivi go Xiaong. Upon seeing Kuyu, became even angrier. Did you tell my mother not to contact me? You ungrateful child. Am I raising a white-eyed wolf? What have you raised me for? Kuyu coldly replied, grasping her grandmother's trembling hands. Ku Xiaokong sneered, not intending to engage in further discussion with Kuyu. Your son needs money for school. What is wrong with selling yours? You old hag, you can't even farm. Hurry up and give me the money. The grandmother cried. I have no grandson. What does he look like? I have no money. This land is for Xiao Yu. What do you want with the girl? Hurry and sign, or I won't be polite. The grandmother, infuriated, cried out, this is truly a sin. Kuyu reassured her, if he wants it, just give it to him. The house and land can all belong to him. Grandmother, you only have this one child. It ultimately belongs to him. If he wants to sell it, let him. No. Xiao Yu, I want to leave it for you. He is a beast, neglecting his own daughter. The grandmother collapsed to the ground, pounding it in desperation. Unsure of what to do, Ku Xiaokong showed no sympathy for his mother, but instead grabbed the contract and forced her to sign. Kuyu clenched her fists, watching the mother-son struggle. The grandmother's hands were bleeding, but Ku Xiaokong was solely focused on obtaining her signature quickly. The surrounding villagers dared not intervene further, as it was a family matter. Unable to persuade her, the grandmother watched helplessly as Ku Xiaokong secured her signature. He stood up and cast a glance at Kuyu. You heartless thing. Even a dog would wag its tail for me. He failed to sell Kuyu for a good price, and the buyer ended up seriously injured, leading to whispers and stares from the neighbors. During this time, Ku Xiaokong's life was not going well. As he passed by Kuyu's parked car, he glanced at it a couple of times, unaware it belonged to her. Xiaoyu, how could you not stop your father? Even if not for yourself? Think about where your grandmother will live in the future. The villagers sighed. Kuyu was deliberately indifferent, while the land and house were important. Ku Xiaokong would not relent until he achieved his goal. Coincidentally, Kuyu had come to take her grandmother away today. She treated her grandmother's wounds and comforted her. Grandmother, I understand how important the land is to you, but Ku Xiaokong will only become more unreasonable over this. Come with me. We will be together from now on. Xiaoyu, I cannot burden you. I am an old woman who won't live much longer. I just want to leave you something to remember me by. Grandmother, I understand your intentions. From now on, you are my only family. Will you leave with me? I fear he will try to sell me again. With the seriousness of her words, she made a decisive choice, and her grandmother finally agreed to get into the car with her. On the roadside, Ku Xiaokong rubbed his eyes and immediately asked the villagers, was that Kuyu driving just now? Is that car hers? Chapter 47. Possession. Kuyu drove to a remote location, ensuring there were no surveillance cameras, and called for Miyase to prepare the flying ship. They parked the car inside the hidden flying ship in the woods and returned to the villa. Her grandmother was already asleep, and Kuyu gently carried her into the room. Just then, the robot arrived to conduct a comprehensive check on her grandmother. Little female, you cannot perform such a major surgery alone. You will need 4 medical robots, which I have already placed in the surgical room. All right, thank you. Finally hearing Kuyu speak to him, Miyase sat up straight, suddenly more excited than he had ever been about completing a remarkable experiment. However, as this joy subsided, he felt a pang of regret. He had placed too much importance on the little female. The health report for the grandmother arrived quickly, and Kuyu and Miyase analyzed it together. Ultimately, they concluded that her grandmother's heart, stomach, and liver all required replacement. Such a significant surgery was nearly impossible with current medical capabilities, though it could be done in the interstellar realm. Kuyu expressed her concern. Can I do it? I fear my grandmother's body cannot withstand it. She felt immense pressure. Her brow had not relaxed, causing Miyase to feel distressed. However, at present, her grandmother could not accompany her into the interstellar realm, as Hongwu lacked the necessary technology. Kuyu had been able to remain in the interstellar realm for so long. Reflecting technological advancement, Miyase subtly suggested against using mechanical organs, as her grandmother was not young. Little female, do not be disheartened. Many medications possess regenerative properties. As long as the elderly do not have major issues and regularly take health supplements, they can prolong their lives. Que usted, understanding me a ses intention. Her grandmother's health report was not promising. The losses were substantial. Surgery could be performed, but postoperative recovery posed a significant challenge. And Kuyu currently lacked the capacity for such a burden. Little female, cheer up, do not frown. Otherwise, you will come over, and we can discuss further. Perhaps there are other solutions. I could develop suitable medications for your grandmother. Kuyu remained silent, organizing the data report before heading to the laboratory. The robot stayed by her grandmother's side, waiting for her to awaken. As soon as she did, Kuyu rushed to her side. Xiaoyu, where are we? Kuyu explained, this is a place arranged by my company to conduct secret experiments. Grandmother, there are many rooms here. You can stay here. She guided her grandmother through the villa, who was astonished. Has everything developed so well outside? Can work provide such a large house? Particularly, upon seeing the vast expanse of land in the backyard, her grandmother's eyes widened. That is because your granddaughter is capable. Ordinary jobs cannot provide such nice houses. Grandmother, please keep this a secret for me. My research involves confidential matters. The grandmother nodded hurriedly. I understand. In the backyard, aside from a circle of flowers, the rest was empty. Kuyu bought some vegetables, encouraging her grandmother to cultivate a garden. For areas that were difficult to dig, the robot was there to assist. Within a few days, her grandmother had fully adapted, and each day began with her eagerness to dig and plant. Kuyu and Chu Changjin had exchanged greetings. And aside from the basement password, known only to them, Chu Changjin had access to the villa. He could provide cover for Kuyu. That night, Kuyu worked late into the night before finally resting. As she lay down on her bed, she found herself beside Mi Ashong. Kuyu sprang up, alert and wary of Mi Ashong. He stood not far from the bed, reassuring her, "Little female, do not fear. I mean you no harm." Before he could finish, Kuyu dashed outside. "Little female, allow me to explain." Mi Ashong quickly pursued her, although he had summoned Kuyu using special means. He had no intention of trapping her, as he had before. Kuyu was familiar with the laboratory, deftly evading him, and as she approached the door, she collided forcefully into the arms of an orc. "Little female." Mi Ashong was about to intervene when a force sent him flying. Before he could regain his composure, Kuyu had already been whisked away. It was Yuan. Since the last time the interstellar pirate had abducted Kuyu, he had installed surveillance in this location. He immediately sensed something amiss with Mi Ashong's activities that day. Yuan knew Mi Ashong well. After the previous incident, Kuyu had no desire to meet him. He was undoubtedly unwilling to accept this. Yuan was grateful for his timely arrival. He carried Kuyu aboard the flying ship. Kuyu wrapped her arms around his neck, cradled against his chest like a child. Soon after, Mi Ashong's flying ship quickly closed in on them. Yuan expertly maneuvered the flying ship at high speed through the skies. "Do not be afraid," he reassured, patting Kuyu's back. Kuyu felt a bit anxious, fearing Mi Ashong would once again confine her to the laboratory without care. "Commander C, it is truly wonderful to see you." Kuyu sighed with relief. Yuan's cold demeanor momentarily faltered at her words as he lowered his gaze, his eyes softening as he looked at her. His loyalty level rose to 80, and his breathing quickened. Kuyu was focused on the navigation displayed on the screen. Yuan tightened his grip, pushing the flying ship to its maximum speed, ignoring the system's warnings of overspeed. He remained steady, even while holding Kuyu with one arm. Simultaneously, he contacted Huan Tsong, stating, "I have arrived above your residence. Please allow me entry and provide cover for Mi Ashong." "What are you doing, uncle?" "Do not ask," Yuan replied before hanging up. Huan Tsong had no choice but to comply, activating his flying ship to block Mi Ashong's path. The two flying ships clashed in midair with a thunderous sound. Mi Ashong abandoned his massive flying ship, activating a high-speed flying board. "Huan Tsong, get out of the way," he commanded, unleashing a torrent of toxic liquid toward Huan Tsong. Huan Tsong, gifted with healing abilities, quickly restored the corroded energy barriers around him. However, as an SS level, he was outmatched by Mi Ashong, who was one rank higher in combat prowess. Yet, that brief delay was sufficient. Enraged, Mi Ashong glared viciously at the calm Huan Tsong. "Cannot you also access the VR guide page? Do you plan to share the little female with Yuan?" Huan Tsong replied with a gentle smile. "Ah Sheng, she is merely a female guide. Even if her mental strength is strong, it is not that significant." Mi Ashong longed to retort, "You do not understand at all. Tell me, where has Yuan taken her?" Huan Tsong raised an eyebrow and replied playfully, "Perhaps uncle intends to possess her completely, preventing you from succeeding." Those words infuriated Mi Ashong. Chapter 48. The struggle for control. A whirlwind of water sent Huan Tsong hurtling away, crashing heavily against his flying ship. Huan Tsong struggled to stabilize himself in midair, glaring furiously at Mi Ashong. He had not anticipated Mi Ashong would resort to such lethal force. Healing energy flowed through his palms, gradually mending his severely injured body. As he swallowed the blood pooling in his throat, he pondered the importance of that VR guide. "Huan Tsong, I will remember this grudge." Mi Ashong paid him no further heed as he boarded his flying ship, pursuing Yuan to wherever he might go. In the secluded palace, Yuan held Kuyu tightly in his embrace, reluctant to let go. He inhaled the comforting scent that clung to Kuyu. "Little guide, do you still have the heart to assist me in repairing the damaged mental landscape at this time?" Kuyu replied affirmatively, "Of course, it is my duty." Yuan gazed down at her, tightening his arms around her. "Do you no longer wish to follow Mi Ashong?" He needed to ascertain Kuyu's intentions. Kuyu furrowed her brow. "Ah Sheng always forces me to do things I do not wish to, even dictating what nutritional liquids I should consume." While she understood Mi Ashong's intentions were for her benefit, she did not desire to be controlled constantly. Mi Ashong was too domineering. Yuan discerned that Kuyu did not harbor ill feelings toward Mi Ashong. She simply did not want to be entirely subservient to him. Then, would you accompany me? Kiskiviko you. Very well, Kuyu smiled, throwing herself into Sizuan's embrace, rubbing her cheek against his chest. Such small gestures melted Sizuan's heart. He tightened his hold around her, feeling his scales begin to reveal themselves uncontrollably. He swallowed hard, his intense gaze tracing the contours of Kuyu's face, ultimately landing on her luscious lips. Sizuan's palm glided along her waist, gently caressing her cheek. He slowly leaned down. Kuyu, with her clear eyes, watched Sizuan draw nearer, feeling a flutter of nervousness as she bit her lip. Suddenly, the light brain on Sizuan's wrist began to beep urgently. He turned it off, only for it to ring again. Tension gripped him as he abruptly pulled Kuyu closer, taking a deep breath before glancing at the light brain. It was likely an urgent matter that required his attention. Unable to kiss her, and unwilling to release Kuyu, he glanced briefly at the messages on the light brain, his expression cooling. What has happened? Is Mi Ashung pursuing us? Kuyu propped herself against Sizuan's broad chest, attempting to glimpse the contents on his light brain. Huansong has been injured by Mi Ashung, Sizuan informed her. Kuyu's expression tightened. Is it because of me? No, Sizuan replied, though Kuyu remained unconvinced. I can go see. Perhaps I can help Huansong. After a moment of contemplation, Sizuan nodded. Together, they arrived at the Songlong family's castle, where numerous orcs were gathered in concern. Marquis Huansong was the head of the Songlong clan, and his injury had put the entire family on edge. Upon seeing Sizuan, they felt a renewed sense of hope. Commander C, the Marquis has lost control and is currently in grave danger. The toxins have overwhelmed him, and his healing abilities are insufficient. Huansong's healing was insufficient to counteract the toxins invading him. Mi Ashung is too rampant. I will go seek vengeance against him. He dares to harm the Marquis. He is opposing our entire Songlong clan. The crowd surged with righteous indignation. Everyone, remain calm, Sizuan interjected. The Si family and the Songlong clan were connected through marriage, and his influence in the interstellar realm was significant. His voice commanded attention, silencing the hall. Only then did they notice the female guide accompanying Sizuan. I have brought a female guide. Let's first see if she can soothe Huansong, he stated. But she is merely an F-level guide. She cannot even approach him. The Marquis's mental landscape was on the verge of collapse, posing a great risk. Allowing such a weak guide to enter could lead to her injury. Commander C, can we summon the first guide of the interstellar realm? The first guide is currently residing in the Sun Palace and rarely emerges. Even Marquis Huansong would likely not receive the comfort of such an exceptional guide. The crowd remained anxious. She can do it, Sizuan said, glancing back at Kuyu. Kuyu stepped out, smiling at everyone. Let me meet the Marquis of Huansong. Some beastmen wished to refuse, while a rebellious female guide also stood by. However, upon seeing Sizuan still holding Kuyu's hand, leading her toward the location of the Marquis, no one dared to speak. In their eyes, Commander C held immense authority. Moreover, Commander C was the Marquis's uncle. A thunderous roar erupted from the central floor of the castle, a sound that was excruciating to hear. The butler expressed his concern. We have administered numerous suppressants to the Marquis, yet Mi-Ishi's toxin is exceedingly potent. The Marquis is in great agony. No one dared to approach such a Marquis. The few guides that had entered were already injured. Worry and fear permeated the atmosphere. Sizuan tightened his grip on Kuyu's hand. Are you frightened? Kuyu nodded. I can do this. She smiled, her cool countenance revealing a hint of tenderness. Upon reaching the door, Sizuan opened a protective barrier. I will accompany you. Before he could finish, an anxious guard rushed in. Mi-Ishi is here. He demands we hand over the guides. The butler replied furiously, what guide? By what right does Mi-Ishi attempt to seize our guides? The guides within our family are claimed females, and he cannot simply take them. Such audacity, even the renowned doctor. A She of the Stars would no longer be tolerated by the sun. I will go see, Sizuan said sternly, then turned to Kuyu. You will be entrusted to Huansong. There is no need to worry. If you do not wish to go, I will ensure he does not take you. Sizuan cupped Kuyu's face, his voice low and gentle, filled with affection. No one had ever witnessed the first commander of the stars display such tenderness. Everyone stared at Kuyu in astonishment. What merit did an F-class guy possess? Did Commander C imply that she sought not a more powerful guy from the family, but rather her? Be cautious, and do not allow yourself to be harmed. CG Yuan nodded, watching Kuyu enter the room before he turned to leave. The butler anxiously remarked, "Is it wise to just let her go in like this? What if she gets hurt? Without a male accompanying her, the guide is easily vulnerable. Once the protective barrier closes, no one knows what will unfold inside. It is perilous to allow Kuyu to enter alone. It will be fine." CG Yuan cast one last glance at the door before departing swiftly. Inside the room, as soon as Kuyu entered, she was thrust against the wall by a force. Roar! A tremendous roar met her, the destructive power and fierce wind making her tremble. Chapter 49. Delicate Flower Get Out. Kuyu was flung aside by Huan Tsong, landing on the sofa, fortunately avoiding injury. Huan Tsong's sharp claws had torn the sofa, leaving chaos in their wake. His massive tail dragged on the floor, streaked with blood, leaving deep crimson imprints along his path. Even the fluffy ears atop his head were stained with blood, flopping beside his head. He seemed fatigued, slowly retreating to a corner, facing the wall, and began to bang his head against it in an attempt to alleviate his pain. Kuyu shifted slightly, kicking an empty suppressor tube scattered on the floor. The room fell silent, save for Huan Tsong's heavy breathing. Kuyu approached and crouched beside him. "I give you one more chance. If you do not leave, I will tear you apart," Huan Tsong coldly threatened. Kuyu was taken aback, reaching out to grasp his tail. "You!" Huan Tsong abruptly turned, pouncing on Kuyu and pinning her to the ground. He bared his fangs, menacingly gazing at her. His hard, sharp claws pressed against her shoulder, causing her pain, eliciting a soft whimper. Huan Tsong's dark eyes froze, and blood surged within him. This intense sensation only fueled his restlessness. Kuyu reached out, cradling her face. Marquis Huan Tsong. In a blink, Kuyu and Huan Tsong found themselves tumbling amidst the swirling sands of a desert. The fierce winds obscured her vision, and instinctively, Kuyu sought refuge in Huan Tsong's embrace. Simultaneously, threads of psychic energy entwined around Huan Tsong above, penetrating his being, desperately attempting to sketch the gaping void of his mental landscape. However, the toxin was fiercely resisting Kuyu's power. She realized this was She's deliberate ploy. No wonder he had tracked them down to the Tsong Wolf clan's castle so swiftly. He had poisoned Huan Tsong to incite chaos. Knowing CG Yuan would come to rescue her, he lay in wait, ready to ambush. She was a vengeful male. Since Huan Tsong intervened, he would not relent. Even Kuyu could not easily mend his mental landscape. Huan Tsong sensed Kuyu's psychic energy, a profound yearning from his soul, causing him to writhe under her touch. At last, his parched spirit discovered a breakthrough. He sealed the source of the flow. Huan Tsong appeared gentle, yet was fiercer than ever. He bit down on Kuyu's lip, filled with an insatiable hunger. He longed to consume her. She, unprepared, parted her lips slightly, letting out a sound, only to be silenced further by his deeper kiss. The wind swept Kuyu's garments, the heat of the sand scorching her back. Huan Tsong's pupils were entirely black, reflecting a solitary white lily amidst the swirling sands. From the depths of his soul, he sighed in satisfaction, uncontrollably craving more. The act of plucking the lily filled him with unprecedented delight. The petals changed color in his hands, battered by torrential rains, nourished by flames, and embedded in the barren soil of ravines. CG Yuan and she were locked in fierce combat. She had lost his sanity. His eyes reddened, relentlessly attacking the castle behind CG Yuan. "Return the little female to me." She roared, salty seawater pouring from the clouds. Where it fell, the rain corroded and destroyed. The acidic water seemed poised to drown the Tsong Wolf clan and CG Yuan. Unable to see Kuyu, he sought to annihilate everything. She sensed he was losing his grip on reality, yet he did not wish to restrain himself. The guide Kuyu is not yours. Moreover, by trapping her as you have angered her. CG Yuan coldly stated the truth, activating the highest defenses. His flying ship assembled into a colossal, semicircular barrier, enclosing both the clouds and she. Yet she's power was formidable. The acidic rain soon rendered the barrier riddled with holes. CG Yuan, fight back. If you win, you shall willingly exit the VR guide interface. With that, she attacked once more. CG Yuan's fist, aglow with brilliance, met Aishi's forceful strike. The two males were evenly matched in strength. The collateral damage affected only the surrounding beastmen and environment. Aishi, fiercely opposing CG Yuan, gritted his teeth. Let me see the talent of the first commander of the stars. CG Yuan's talent lay in slaying, delivering lethal blows to his enemies when necessary. Success was his only option, a key to his invincibility in battle. However, this talent was not suited for confronting a doctor from the Gao constellation. CG Yuan's ultimate aim was to protect all legitimate citizens of the Gao constellation, even at the cost of injury. CG Yuan was sent sprawling by Aishi, the acidic rain corroding his combat suit, smoke rising from his arms and shoulders. CG Yuan, since you are unwilling to fight, return the little female to me. She cannot save Huan Tsang. Huan Tsang will harm her. As soon as Aishi's words left his lips, he sensed something was amiss. Turning, he noticed a vial of green liquid dissolving at his shoulder blade. Absorbed by him. Within this vial lies not only an inhibitor capable of calming Aishi, but also a sedative. Aishi intends to inject himself with the antidote. However, the potency of the drug begins to take its toll, and his consciousness gradually fades. CG Yuan silently observes as Aishi's eyes close, his unconscious form tumbling to the ground. A thud resounds as Aishi collides with the stone floor, blood seeping from his forehead. As a commander, he cannot act recklessly against a citizen. However, if he fails to catch him, the fall is on Aishi alone. Return Aishi. CG Yuan commands coldly to his guards. In his descent, he inadvertently steps on Aishi's arm. CG Yuan then re-enters the castle, where the anxious butler approaches him. There has been no sound from the guide. CG Yuan wishes to enter, but unexpectedly receives a summons from the sun. Undoubtedly informed of the events involving Huan Tsang and Aishi. Watch the surroundings. CG Yuan instructs before heading to report to the sun. In the room, Kuyu feels a sudden pang of soreness, completely devoid of strength. Huan Tsang, meanwhile, has fallen silent, succumbing to sleep. Kuyu touches his lips, noting the marks that mar his neck and body. The uncontrolled male, devoid of reason, only knows how to take. The intense compatibility of souls leaves him intoxicated. Unwilling to recover, Kuyu reclines back onto the bed, opting to return to the Honghua. On the following day, the grand doors finally swing open from within. The orc members of the Tsang Wolf clan, who have stood vigil for an entire day and night, behold their leader emerge, brimming with vitality and wearing a regal demeanor. Clad in formal royal attire, the white lining accentuates his noble elegance. The butler, filled with excitement, inquires, Marquis, "Are you well? Is everything all right?" Huan Tsang nods, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "I am fine." He then adds with a touch of seriousness, "I will report to the sun. The matter concerning she could be discussed later. There is no need for impulsiveness." The Tsang Wolf clan believes in retribution. Today, they stand among the foremost families in the Gao O constellation, having contributed greatly and earned the respect of other orcs. Generally, upon hearing the name of the Tsang Wolf clan, others grant them a degree of reverence. However, she has indeed overstepped, disregarding the Tsang Wolf clan entirely. Yet, this incident was instigated by CG Yuan and that VR guide. A thought strikes Huan Tsang. He must reward the guide who assisted in calming the situation generously. His tone cools as he speaks. He has no interest in a guide partner, though the guide played a crucial role in this outburst. He does not intend for any further developments or encounters. The butler replies cheerfully, "Yes, we will arrange that." The sight of their leader emerging safely brings joy to the clan members, who now regard the F-grade female guide with newfound respect, eager to express their gratitude. Huan Tsang departs swiftly. The butler returns to the earlier room, considering the significant disparity in rank. Since the female guide has not appeared, she must be resting. He advises the male servant, "Be cautious when tidying up the room. Do not disturb the female guide. Just ensure she leaves before Marquis Huan Song returns. This is the Marquis's room, and he prefers no one to intrude. Even the male servants are only permitted to clean at designated times. Yet, given that the guide aided Marquis Huan Song, the butler feels a sense of gratitude and becomes more lenient, allowing her to remain a while longer in the Marquis's room. Unexpectedly, the male servant rushes out. Butler, there is no female guide in the room. The butler's expression tightens. How can that be? She did not come out. Despite his words, he strides toward the room, questioning the robot. The robot confirms that the female guide has not exited the chamber. The butler conducts a thorough search of the room, still uneasy, prompting the robot to scan the entire area. Nothing. Consequently, the butler sends a message to Huan Song. Huan Song replies, "Let her be discreet." The butler reflects. A father would typically worry. At Huan Song's age, still not in heat and without a favored female, how will he ensure the continuation of his lineage? The son has already learned the truth of the situation through CG Yuan and Huan Song, summoning me A Shi. Dr. A Shi, you ought to apologize to Marquis Huan Song and seek his forgiveness. I do not wish for any rift between you. Me Ishi retorts defiantly. He has taken my female. The son smiles lightly. Do you have such an affinity for the VR guide? Me Ishi momentarily freezes, as if only now grasping the implication. Yet he stubbornly asserts, "Son, you know the VR guide possesses formidable mental strength, which is invaluable for my research. Naturally, I wish to keep her close." After a pause, he adds, "She cannot exert her full potential with other males. I hope you will not create additional anchors and allow her to serve me wholeheartedly." The son continues to smile. An ordinary female guide can attract many male partners, let alone a VR guide. Though his expression remains gentle, there is an underlying authority in his gaze. The purpose of a VR guide is precisely to serve more male sentinels. While a minor complication has arisen, it is ultimately a step toward improvement. Leaning back in his chair, the son lightly taps the table, stating that the first to be tested was Commander C. When the proposal to create VR guides was first introduced, many sentinels dismissed it, unwilling to invest time in testing. It was CG Yuan who received the order and decided to dedicate time to the project. Throughout the galaxy, few males are busier than Commander C. The son implies that since CG Yuan has taken the initial step, no other male orc can compete with him. Earlier, Ishi had heard of the VR guide, but had dismissed it. When applying for a testing slot, he had scoffed at the idea. What gives him the right to act now? Ishi is rendered speechless, his countenance chillingly severe. Dr. A. Shi, the Research Institute has prepared another VR guide. Currently under construction, it will be ready shortly. Ishi refrains from saying anything that might please the son. The son's tone cools slightly. Consider this matter carefully. The Tsong Wolf clan is quite angered. As Ishi exits the son's office, he spots CG Yuan not far away, dressed in crisp military attire. CG Yuan stands tall and imposing, his expression one of quiet authority. He maintains his aloof demeanor, revealing little about his feelings regarding the stolen VR guide. Ishi, if you are deliberately opposing me because I previously rejected your proposal, let me assure you, I will not change my mind. Scientific research is noble, but should not come at the expense of innocent lives. However, if you wish to conduct research, I can procure mutant orcs for you. According to interstellar law, mutant orcs are no longer considered legal citizens and are not afforded protection. Should a mutant be harmed, the perpetrator faces execution. Thus, it would be more prudent to use them for your experiments. Many scientists have utilized mutant orcs. Yet, Mieishi believes that the altered genes of mutant orcs cannot yield the most accurate data. Only healthy male sentinels can serve as subjects for his experiments. CG Yuan remains steadfast in his position, but today his willingness to say such things indicates a compromise. Ishi coldly scoffs. Does the female guide fancy you? CG Yuan gazes silently at Ishi. The two, of similar stature and strength, share a silent exchange, a tide of unspoken emotions swirling between them. Both are adept at concealing their feelings, revealing not a hint of their inner turmoil. CG Yuan, whether she likes me or not is her affair. I respect Kuyu's guidance. Ishi found this statement overly cryptic, yet she had no grounds for rebuttal. It was an insurmountable dilemma. Aishi, CG Yuan. You could reprogram the VR guide. It would yield a wealth of experience. With that, she departed. The black shadow on the ground elongated and constricted the corridor where CG Yuan stood. He slowly clenched his fists. Upon returning to the apartment, Kuyu had slept for an entire day and still felt unwell. As she sat up, a steaming cup of red tea appeared at her bedside. Thanks to you. Had you not timely alleviated the situation with Marquis Huan Song, the Songlang clan might have risen in revolt. Would you consider joining in matrimony with Marquis Huan Song? Chapter 51. Torment. Upon seeing this caption, Kuyu's expression turned cold. Before she could respond, the caption reappeared. This red tea contains a restorative agent that will aid your recovery. Drink a little to warm yourself. Kuyu sipped the tea in small increments, her head bowed, obscuring her emotions. However, no further inquiries came from the caption. I believe your bedside could use a warm blanket. What color do you prefer? Glancing at the flowers beside the window, Kuyu suddenly thought of CG Yuan. It was unlikely he was the one speaking now. She pondered whether he would seek her out again at Marquis Huan Song's residence. A soft yellow, as soon as Kuyu voiced her preference. A cloud-shaped rug appeared at the foot of her bed, a deep golden hue with plush fibers that felt delightful against her soles. She stepped onto it to test its comfort. Her fair, slightly pink toes looked round and adorable like a soft dowry ball. The male figure on the screen, previously casual, now bore a slightly solemn expression. Kuyu hurried to the bay window to inhale the fragrance of the blooming flowers. Your mattress seems rather firm. Would you like me to replace it with a more comfortable one? Certainly. Kuyu fiddled with the flowers, leaning against the window to bask in the sunlight. The approach of summer brought rising temperatures. The sun was scorching yet comforting. In the blink of an eye, the bed Kuyu had just occupied elevated by 5 centimeters, and the sheets transformed into a creamy yellow adorned with delicate flowers. You may test the comfort. If it does not suit you, I can make further adjustments. Should the sheets be unsatisfactory, simply inform me. Kuyu lay on the mattress, which yielded pleasantly under her weight. The sheets felt remarkably cozy. She caught a whiff of the sun's warmth from the bedding and inquired, "What is your name?" After a few seconds of silence, there was no reply. She paid it no mind, showered, changed her clothes, and went to find her grandmother. The robot had been monitoring her grandmother's activities, providing Kuyu with much peace of mind. At that moment, her grandmother was in the backyard tilling the land, drenched in sweat yet brimming with joy. Little Yu is up? Learning is certainly beneficial. Working is so easy, and you can sleep so long. Upon hearing her grandmother's words, Kuyu felt a tinge of embarrassment. She assisted her grandmother in clearing stones from the soil before continuing to turn the earth. After checking her grandmother's health and making some notes, she busied herself in the laboratory. Thus, 5 days passed, during which Kuyu researched 10 vials of serum and sent them to the main base. She planned to rest for 2 days, spending quality time with her grandmother and inviting colleagues from the 8th Bureau to dinner, introducing her grandmother to her coworkers. The only puzzling aspect was that A Shi and CG Yuan had not reappeared during this time. It was exceedingly quiet. One day, as rain poured and dark clouds loomed overhead, a storm was imminent. Kuyu and her grandmother were at the floor-to-ceiling window rescuing a small kitten that had been mewing outside the wall for a long time. After her grandmother heard it, she instructed the robot to bring it in. Kuyu had already vaccinated and cleaned the kitten. With the temperature a bit low today, her grandmother found a tiny garment to dress the little feline. Kuyu assisted nearby. Suddenly, the kitten scratched her hand. While cleaning the wound, Kuyu noticed a vial of serum beside her. She picked it up, puzzled, and saw Mieshi's laboratory logo on it. Just as she set it aside, she spotted some adhesive bandages and ointment on the table. Using these, she tended to her injury. The scratch was on her right hand, and her left hand, being less adept, struggled to manage the task gracefully. Suddenly, another vial of serum appeared on the table. How clumsy. Just pour the serum directly onto the wound. There is no need for anything else, nor to administer another immunization. Aishi? Kuyu called out in confusion. The caption fell silent. However, Kuyu could see that Aishi's loyalty had decreased by 1 point. Was he upset? Kuyu chose not to speak further. Unbeknownst to her, on the other side of the screen, Miyeshi wore a countenance darker than the stormy skies. Over the past few days, he had quietly monitored Kuyu's activities. Noticing that she had not exhibited any irregularities and had managed her experiments without his assistance. Many concepts that she felt she understood remained second nature to Kuyu. A profound sense of defeat washed over him, along with the realization that the young female seemed to no longer require him. This left him in a state of agitation. Today, seeing Kuyu injured, he could no longer contain his voice. Little female, why has your affection for me remained at 49? It has not increased despite the passage of time. As soon as this caption appeared, it was swiftly replaced by another. What is your current affection for CG Yuan? It seemed to reflect the same number. Yet Kuyu remained silent, instead asking, have you seen Commander C recently? Are you concerned about him? Are you worried I might fight with him? Kuyu indeed harbored such concerns. Commander C was formidable, and Dr. She was equally exceptional. Both were paragons of the Gao O constellation and could not remain so emotionally volatile. If you care for him, why not ask him why he inquired about me? Little female, do your eyes only see him? Kuyu fell silent for a moment, as if seeking to explain, yet the conversation had reached an impasse. If he was unwilling to listen, she would say no more. Henceforth, no matter how she voiced his thoughts, Kuyu refrained from responding. Ultimately, she retreated. Little female, do you intend to never speak to me again? Will you no longer wish to see me? I do not. Kuyu replied, her tone heavy with resignation. I dislike seeing either of you injured, nor do I enjoy fighting. Why must you be so fierce? If you continue to provoke me and insist on doing things I do not wish, then I shall cease to visit you. Kuyu's voice grew firm, as if she had made a resolute decision. Ishi's expression froze, a flicker of panic crossing his eyes. He remained silent for an extended period. Kuyu awaited his choice, returning to prepare supplementary food for the kitten. Meanwhile, Mieshi endured immense torment. The words Kuyu had spoken echoed repeatedly in his mind. Ultimately, only one phrase remained. I no longer wish to see you. Absolutely not. Just before sleeping, a caption appeared before Kuyu. Little female, what do you want me to do? Kuyu replied, I do not wish for you to do anything. I merely want you to know that I care for you, that I do not want you to be injured, and I wish for you to remain calm. For my sake, please do not fight anymore, all right? All right, I can refrain from initiating fights, but will you come to see me? After a moment's thought, she added, that serum still requires refinement. I truly need your mental strength. Chapter 52. Decay, given your performance, I still harbor doubts about you. Upon hearing this from Kuyu, Miyasha felt an intense surge of anger. Yet considering the possibility that if she continued to be assertive, Kuyu might completely disregard her, which would inevitably drive her into CG Yuan's embrace, she reluctantly chose to endure. At that moment, a warning from the robot interrupted her thoughts. Unknown biological entities detected nearby. Please check for identification. Kuyu promptly activated the video to examine the thermal imaging. Before she could discern the details, the red thermal image rapidly vanished. The outline appeared somewhat human-like. Assuming it was merely a passerby, Kuyu dismissed it. She prepared food for the kitten and administered medication to her grandmother before proceeding to cook. Thunder rumbled as torrential rain poured down, accompanied by flashes of lightning. Her grandmother, cradling a warm cup of tea, sat by the floor-to-ceiling window, a blanket-wrapped kitten resting on her lap. This scene brought Kuyu an immense sense of comfort. Just then, her holographic communicator chimed. Chu Chong-jin's voice came through. Xiao Yu, there's been an incident. We need you to come over. Understood. Kuyu placed the soup and porridge into the pot, programmed the robot, and gave her grandmother a few instructions. Such heavy rain is dangerous. Do you really have to go to work? Her grandmother expressed concern for Kuyu's well-being. Yes, there's an urgent matter. Please wait for me at home. All right, Xiao Yu. Drive carefully. As Kuyu donned her coat to leave, she spotted a figure through the downpour. Approaching with her umbrella, she discovered Xiao Tu crouched on the ground, surrounded by a pool of blood on the green lawn. What are you doing here, Xiao Tu? Kuyu exclaimed, gently guiding her inside. Noticing the commotion, her grandmother quickly fetched a towel to assist Xiao Tu in changing clothes and cleaning herself. While bandaging Xiao Tu, she cried, Sister, I'm sorry. They found me. I can't hide anymore. They're forcing me. Kuyu inquired about what had transpired, and Xiao Tu recounted her harrowing tale. It turned out that the Beastmen had tracked her down, intending to take her back for breeding purposes, refusing their demands. They labeled her a traitor and sought to use force. In the chaos of an accident, while fleeing, 3 Beastmen in the vehicle perished. This was the reason Chu Chongjin had summoned her. Kuyu comforted Xiao Tu, administering a suppressant to help her rest before dialing Chu Chongjin. Chu Chongjin responded, "The Beastmen pursuing Xiao Tu did not die in an accident. They were murdered, and we arrived too late. Initially, we believed only 2 had died. Xiao Tu insisted that there were 3. This implied that one of the deceased Beastmen had vanished. Is it possible that the Beastman escaped? Kuchang Jian Pondi. It's hard to say, but there's been unrest around. One Beastman is rampaging, and our people have been injured. I will head to the 8th Bureau shortly. We can discuss further there." Very well. Given the heavy rain, there may be no traces left at the scene. Chu Chongjin and his team possessed advanced eyewear capable of detecting Beastmen, so Kiyu's presence was unnecessary. The pressing question remained. Why had the Beastmen disappeared? Kiyu added, "Please preserve the Beastmen's bodies. I wish to examine them later." Understood. Currently, it is the mating season for the rabbit Beastmen. She will release pheromones, making it easy for male Beastmen to locate her. Kiyu glanced at the subtitles before inquiring, "Is the suppressant effective against the pheromones?" As soon as she spoke, a vial of suppressant appeared beside her. "It can be administered. I have sent you the formula. However, she has not successfully differentiated, so please use it cautiously." Understood. Additionally, keeping her in the villa is perilous. It will attract other male Beastmen, which could lead to complications for you. I comprehend. Originally intending to visit the 8th Bureau alone, Kiyu decided to bring Xiao Tu along. After administering the medication, she employed imaging data matrices to assist Xiao Tu in describing the Beastmen's appearances. Upon arriving at the 8th Bureau, Chu Chongjin immediately led them to the basement where 2 Beastmen corpses awaited transfer. Even in death, these beings were crucial for research purposes. Xiao Tu remained outside while only Kiyu and Chu Chongjin descended. Chu Chongjin examined the imaging Kiyu provided, noting that the deceased Beastmen did not match the description. Could they not be the same? Kiyu explained. Xiao Tu described 2 monkey Beastmen and 1 dog Beastman. No, the deceased are aged pig Beastmen. As they continued their discussion, they arrived at the basement, where they found 2 corpses on a makeshift bed, already beginning to decay. The time from Kiyu's villa to the 8th Bureau, including the time spent at the accident scene, was less than an hour. Kuchang Jian expressed astonishment. I have never seen dead Beastmen before. I have only encountered specimens. Do they decay this rapidly? Kiyu shook her head, donning gloves to begin sampling for research. The anatomical structure of Beastmen is fundamentally similar to that of humans, with comparable configurations. According to me, Asha, the Beastmen currently appearing are of a lower tier, lacking full differentiation. Some might even be weaker than humans, with unstable bodily functions. Kiyu extracted over 20 samples. At that moment, a vial of medication appeared beside her. Little female, the surface of this corpse has been coated with a corrosive substance. Avoid contact with your skin. This contains an antidote. Apply it to the corpse. Then step back to avoid splashes. Kiyu immediately halted her actions. Chu Chongjin, holding his nose from a distance, noticed her sudden stop and asked, "What is wrong?" Kiyu inquired of me, "Asha, can the corpses be preserved?" "They cannot. They have already been treated beforehand. This antidote is merely to neutralize the harmful substances released during decomposition." Sensing the gravity of the situation, Kiyu applied the antidote to the corpse and pulled Chu Chongjin back. Hiss! The corpses began to emit smoke, their flesh reacting as if water met scalding fire, ultimately vanishing entirely. Chu Chongjin became alarmed. What's happening? The personnel from the main base will arrive soon. How do we explain the missing bodies? Kiyu offered him a drinkable liquid, partaking in it herself to counteract any gases inhaled from the corpses. Chu Chongjin protested. At a time like this, I have no desire to drink. If you don't, you will end up like the corpses. Well, I still have the presence of mind. Kiyu stated, I shall inform Director Li of the situation. Moreover, ensure that Xiao Tu is safeguarded at the base. Do not allow her to leave. As soon as she finished speaking, her holographic communicator chimed again. It was a message from the villa's robot. Chapter 53. Concern Master. A suspicious life form has been detected at the villa, attempting to intrude. Chu Chang-jin commented, could it be a thief? Your robot is quite intelligent. He added, I will call the police directly. I know someone who could check it out. Very well. Chu Chang-jin proceeded to make the call, while Kyu reached out to her grandmother. Despite the heavy rain, her grandmother was making dough from meat pies, Kyu's childhood favorite dish. Unafraid, her grandmother reassured Kyu that there was no cause for concern. Kyu instructed the robot to incapacitate any intruder entering the yard. Received. Having completed these arrangements, Kyu returned to the office with Chu Chang-jin. In his presence, she called Director Lee to report the day's events. It is evident that this is a conspiracy aimed at harming us. I will send you the relevant reports on the corpses, along with data on the harmful substances. Li Ju fell into silence for a moment before deciding to send the rabbit demon and the eagle beastman to the main base. He had always disapproved of leaving Xiao Tu and Hu Jia and Ningcheng. However, Kyu had inquired with Chu Chang-jin, and it seemed that these beastmen would not enjoy the same freedom at the main base. While their lives would not be at risk, they would be subjected to experiments, which Xiao Tu and Hu Jia would undoubtedly refuse. Kyu spoke softly, suggesting, let them stay here. Liu replied, being overly lenient with these beasts offers little benefit to humanity. Kyu chose silence to convey her stance. Li Ju did not press the matter, recognizing that the potions provided by Kyu were remarkably potent, granting her considerable influence at the main base. After ending the call, Chu Chang-jin gave Kyu a thumbs up, impressed that Li Ju, known for his decisiveness, was so accommodating in her presence. Kyu tapped her fingers on the table, letting her strength do the talking. With her calm demeanor, she spoke such audacious words without any hint of discord. Que Changin admire leur coolness, reflecting that with Kyu in the 8th Bureau, they would surely achieve great renown in the future. When the personnel from a main base came to collect the bodies, they did not leave empty-handed. They also brought 2 boxes of nutrient solutions and nanoregeneration serums. Observing the normally aloof main base personnel now showing respect towards Kyu, Zhang Hui stood upright, directing them carefully. The main base staff exchanged glances with him, wearing polite smiles. Before departing, they approached Kyu for further instructions. Kyu handed them several vials of collected specimens, stating, I have already analyzed the data and sent it over. Please take the remaining specimens back. They may assist in your research. The experimental machinery in the Cushing laboratory was exceedingly advanced, surpassing their current technological capabilities. Some deeper analytical data remained beyond their reach, prompting Kyu to organize and send what she could. Yes, comrades, thank you for your hard work. Is there anything else you need? Giskiviko you incorrect. Nothing more. Please hurry back, she replied. As they were leaving, one individual presented her with a white business card. Kyu accepted it, then turned to see the timid Xiao Tu's day. Can I skip school? Xiao Tu asked nervously. Kyu reassured her, you can stay here at the main base. May I accompany you to your villa? I promise I won't cause any trouble, Xiao Tu pleaded. However, recalling Ciziyuan's advice, Kyu decided it was best to decline for now. Disappointed, Xiao Tu lowered her head. Stay here for a couple of days. I will arrange for a robot to be with you, Kyu instructed. Que Changin interjected. We don't have such things in our base. Before he could finish, a robot unexpectedly appeared in the corner. Little female, protecting such a weak rabbit beastman serves no purpose. It will be better to send her away. Rabbit beastmen are naturally fertile, especially during their heat period, which will undoubtedly attract many male beastmen. You should hurry back to the villa and avoid being in the same space with her. In this era of interstellar travel, male sentinels had evolved significantly, unable to resist the allure of a little female. If low-tier beastmen discovered her, they would swarm around her relentlessly. Considering this possibility, Miash grew increasingly agitated. With a robot here, you will be safe as long as you don't leave, Kyu reassured. Zhang Hui added, I live nearby. You can call me anytime. The accommodations here are more than adequate. Xiao Tu reluctantly agreed. After giving some final instructions to Chu Chang-jin and the others, Kyu returned to her villa. Upon arrival, she discovered that unauthorized humans had approached the villa, but the police found nothing. Kyu instructed the robot to enhance surveillance, yet she remained concerned about her grandmother. By the time she returned, it was quite late. The television was blaring, and her grandmother sat by the window, petting a small cat while gazing outside. The moment Kiyu's vehicle pulled in, her grandmother stood up. Xiaoyu, you've finally returned. Are you hungry? Yes, I am, Kiyu replied, savoring the handmade cakes her grandmother had prepared. After her grandmother fell asleep at 9, Kiyu contacted CZ seeking a few more robots. Why doesn't T, the little female, speak to me? Why seek him instead? Don't you realize I am the one who's been watching over you all along? Kiyu glanced upwards, noting Siduan's unwavering loyalty, which remained steadfast even in the presence of Miash. She pondered why CZ seemed unusually idle today, remaining online for an extended period. Ashi, aren't you supposed to focus on your experiments? Kiskiviko iu inkuret. I want the little female to visit me. Without you, I cannot conduct my experiments. I need you. Kuyu responded, let's hold off for now. I have not yet forgiven you. Miash's expression darkened, and he remained silent for a long while. Little female, are you deliberately tormenting me? Why are you so difficult to appease? Maintaining her calm demeanor, Kuyu replied, you may choose not to appease me, nor wait for me. Exclamation point. Miash felt a surge of frustration, but could not truly let go of Kuyu. He increasingly sensed that he was entirely under her control. Little female, you have become quite mischievous. Never has a female made so many overtures to me. Little female, I have little patience. Remember, you will always belong to me. Even if you're angry with me, do not seek other males. Miash received no response from Kuyu. While she was busy, he watched her for a while. Once the loyalty bar above Miash's name disappeared, indicating he had logged off, Kuyu finally lay down to rest. Throughout the day, CZ loyalty remained transparent, but he subsequently fell silent, leaving Kuyu somewhat anxious. Chapter 54. Good fortune. Kuyu entered Sivuan's room to find him asleep amidst a chaotic scene, with blood and an unusual fragrance permeating the air. Before him hovered a page from her villa, confirming that Sizuan had indeed been keeping an eye on her. Approaching the bed, she noticed that Sizuan appeared unwell. His complexion pale. His back was riddled with scars, crisscrossing in a distressing manner. This commander, who seemed grand and illustrious, had evidently faced considerable hardship. At that moment, he lay on the bed with his arms sprawled out, revealing hints of scales that were unsettling to behold. Kuyu had a fear of snakes, but she knew CZ would not harm her. Gently, she caressed the scales, channeling her mental energy to soothe CZ weary spirit. He felt her warm energy enveloping him. In an instant, CZ had pulled her into his embrace, his nose brushing against her cheek as he held her tightly. Kuyu, I am exhausted, but I can feel you are here, CZ spoke, his voice heavy with fatigue, yet laced with joy. Are you all right? As if recalling something, CZ immediately released Kuyu, scrutinizing her closely. Are you unharmed? Did Huansong hurt you? Not really, Kuyu answered. CZ frowned, his concern deepening. Did he mark you? How can I tell? Kuyu had heard of the marking concept, but had not noticed any unusual signs. CZ gently pushed aside her hair for a better look, but found nothing. Do you have any other marks? Kuyu thought for a moment, unsure. My back. Can I take a look? CZ voice was low and hoarse, his gaze fixed intently on her, betraying a hint of thirst. Previously, what troubled him most was the period of estrus, during which he could not fully manage his emotions and would indeed lose control, leading to severe physical depletion. He was quite evasive about it. Yet now, he finds himself somewhat impatient for the arrival of his estrus. Perhaps this could provide a reason for deeper emotional guidance with Kiyu. Kiyu is aware of CZ1's concerns and even feels a tinge of guilt. However, she is indifferent to these feelings. What she has gained far surpasses what she has lost. Having come to terms with the intricacies of the interstellar realm, she has long since accepted these realities. Sitting in CZ1's embrace, she noticed his hesitation and reached out to grasp the hem of his shirt, directly removing it. Beneath, she wore a black bra that accentuated her flawless complexion. With minimal protection, she instinctively felt a chill. CZ1's arm, which had been propped against the bed, stiffened, and before he could react, he had already drawn Kiyu closer into his warmth. Their skin pressed against each other, and he sighed softly. However, Kiyu felt cold. Although his embrace was warm as a serpent beastman, his skin bore a slight chill. Kyu curled slightly, and, sensing her discomfort, Yuan tightened his hold instinctively due to his inherent dominance. His nose nestled against her shoulder, his head lowered, desiring to bury himself in the crook of her neck, seeking to feel her softness more intimately. "You are gentler than I. How comforting," he murmured, his voice husky. Kyu encircled his waist, pressing her cheek against him. "Is it because you're a serpent beastman that you fear the cold?" She pondered aloud. Perhaps it was a foolish question. Yuan chuckled softly. "Yes, just like you." His gaze fell upon her exquisite skin, darkening momentarily before he could no longer restrain himself and leaned down to kiss her. His touch was gentle and light. Kyu felt a tingling sensation and instinctively recoiled, fearing he might misinterpret her reaction. Yuan smirked. "Would you prefer a firmer kiss?" Kyu's cheeks flushed with warmth. He captured her lips once more, this time with a more assertive kiss, trailing down to her shoulders, planting delicate marks akin to blooming peach blossoms, leaving a trail of crimson flowers to her earlobes. He nibbled on her earlobe, savoring the sweetness of the moment. The fragrance enveloped him, and he could not help but reveal his sharp fangs, a wicked thought emerging in his mind, to mark Kyu. Regardless of her consent, he envisioned himself as her primary mate, a position no one could alter. He vowed to ensure it would not cause her excessive pain, intending only to leave a gentle mark with his teeth, or perhaps to enter her body, which he deemed an even better option. With this thought, Yuan turned over, pinning Kyu beneath him. He lowered his head to kiss her neck. Kyu curled up, firmly held against the soft mattress by his body. The normally indifferent yet gentle Yuan made her acutely aware of his dominant nature for the first time. "Yuan," Kyu called out softly. "Are you feeling better?" She inquired gently. He paused, recognizing her retreat. Taking a deep breath, he propped himself up. "Much better. Having you here makes it so," he replied. Yuan understood that Kyu was currently unwilling, perhaps due to her still recovering body, as she seemed somewhat weak. He sighed and drew closer again, this time merely holding her. His desire grew. "May I hold you for a while?" he asked. Kyu considered, realizing that even if Yuan truly desired it, she would acquiesce. However, his restraint only endeared him to her further. Time passed, and Kyu eventually fell asleep. When she awoke the next day, she found Yuan seated at the bar, his back turned toward her. "Yuan?" she called out as she rose from the bed. Noticing a blue screen before him displaying several individuals in military uniforms, seemingly engaged in a meeting. Kyu's face flushed crimson as she dove back under the covers, pulling a blanket over herself. Meanwhile, the males on the screen were astonished. "Commander C, is that your female? It seems good news is imminent," one boldly inquired. Yuan, being the eldest among them, had neither a mate nor a female companion by his side, leading them to worry about his potential loneliness. To their surprise, a female had appeared from his bed. Excitement rippled through the previously solemn meeting as they craned their necks to catch a glimpse of the commander's female. Yuan had anticipated Kyu waking so swiftly or so early, perhaps having been stirred by the noise. He felt a pang of annoyance, his expression darkening as he announced, "The meeting is on hold. I will head to the military base shortly." "Commander, it's best if you don't attend. This operation doesn't require your presence. The insectoids are fierce, but we can manage. Focus on your recovery," a subordinate suggested. Another chimed in, "Take good care of your female. We await your good news." Although Yuan's demeanor remained cold, a glimmer of joy could still be discerned in his brows. After ending the video call, he approached Kyu, who was still cocooned in her blanket. Observing the mound she created, he felt an inexplicable fondness. Leaning against the bed, he gently prodded her. Kyu sensed the movement and cautiously lifted the blanket to reveal her eyes. "Did you see?" she asked softly. "Are you afraid?" Yuan replied in a similarly soft tone. "It's not good for you. Your unexpected appearance in such a serious setting could tarnish the commander's image." He affectionately arranged her hair. "I am not afraid. Come out." Yuan lifted Kyu from her blanket prison. "Do you wish to freshen up? Or would you prefer to return?" After overhearing Yuan's earlier words, Kyu nodded. "I will return shortly." He held her close. "Then let us embrace now." Yuan genuinely cherished the closeness with Kyu. Wrapping her in his arms provided warmth to his icy heart. Kyu offered no resistance until he deemed it time to release her. Cradling her face, he asked, "Next time, if I am injured, will you come to see me?" Kyu smiled. "I do not wish to see you hurt. However, I want to see you." In the past, CZ would go to great lengths to avoid injury. In encounters with other species, he prioritized his own safety. Yet now, he found himself indifferent to minor injuries, becoming increasingly reckless. The crucial factor was his belief that if he were injured, Kyu would come to his side. This mindset was detrimental and irresponsible, but he could not control it. His longing for Kyu grew day by day. "I will come to see you, but I hope that next time, you are unharmed." "All right," CZ released Kyu. She smiled at him before quickly disappearing from the bed. As her figure vanished, CZ expression dimmed. He lingered in place for a while before reopening the screen, noticing Kyu entering the bathroom with her clothes, prompting him to close it again. His expression hardened, reverting to the austere commander he was known to be. Kyu arose to join her grandmother for a meal and later assisted in the garden. Her grandmother had cultivated a patch of vegetables and, at Kyu's request, had planted some medicinal herbs. Although aided by robots, her grandmother was dissatisfied, believing the robots' work to be subpar. Kyu and the robots could only observe from the sidelines. The robot exhibited a semblance of thought and winked at Kyu, proclaiming, "Master, my programming for farming and digging is flawlessly executed, and my efforts are meticulously planned." Kyu gently patted its metallic head and reassured, "It's all right. Grandmother has her own ideas. I hope to assist her next time." With a smile, Kyu added, "Take good care of grandmother, and keep a watchful eye around the villa." The weather post downpour was refreshingly crisp, the air tinged with a slight chill. After spending a moment in the backyard, Kyu escorted her grandmother back inside, instructing the robot to conduct a patrol. As grandmother began to prepare dumplings, Kyu retreated to the laboratory. Finally alone, Asha spoke up, "Little female, did you visit CZ last night?" The inquiry struck Kyu as reminiscent of an emperor bestowing favor upon concubines. In a cheerful mood, she replied, "Commander C was injured. Asha, it is my duty to assist, regardless of who it may be. You have provided me with such a promising future in life, for which I am deeply grateful. I wish to help you as much as I can. Seeing you unhappy pains me, and I feel utterly helpless." The brightness of Kyu's face dimmed, her features contorting in sorrow. Her impassioned words stifled any retort Asha might have had, causing him to feel a pang of sympathy for her plight. After all, she was originally created as a VR guide, destined to serve the sentinels. CZ was her first sentinel, thus holding a uniquely significant place in her existence. While Asha couldn't fully comprehend, he could certainly imagine her circumstances. He recognized Kyu as a grateful soul with a tender heart. Ultimately, it was CZ frequent injuries that elicited Kyu's compassion. How could Kyu turn a blind eye to someone in distress? Asha gradually calmed his emotions, redirecting any lingering resentment towards CZ. "Little female, I harbor no blame towards you. I merely wish to inquire when you might come and visit me. Without you by my side, I find it difficult to progress with my experiments. The calming serum we previously researched has shown promising feedback, but contains some instability that requires refinement." This endeavor greatly necessitated Kyu's mental fortitude. Kyu then recounted the events of the heavy rain to Asha. "I've been rather busy these past few days, needing to investigate the 2 deceased Beastmen. Once I complete my tasks, I will come to see you, all right? Please do not harbor any anger. I have my own responsibilities and must not rely solely on you. If I were to continuously seek your assistance without contributing anything myself, you would inevitably grow weary of me. Wouldn't you? I aspire to shine as brightly as you do." If Kyu were to become a mirror taker, she would be no different from the other female guides of the stars. Asha loathed the notion of unearned gain. He wholeheartedly agreed with Kyu's sentiments, finally alleviating his inner turmoil and relinquishing his impatience regarding her absence. "Will this situation pose any danger? It feels as though you are being targeted. Please exercise caution. I will keep the screen open for real-time updates, so feel free to consult me at any time." Kyu responded, "Indeed, I knew Asha would treat me the best." Asha's previously somber expression softened a fraction. Kyu noted the loyalty meter, which had not only recovered the 3 points it lost, but had also risen by an additional 5 points, bringing me, Asha's loyalty, to a remarkable 95. Curiosity piqued. She wondered how Asha would behave should his loyalty reach a perfect 100. He already possessed a passionate possessiveness. Would he become even more obsessive if his loyalty were fully realized? This concern prompted Kyu to strive to ease Asha's feelings towards her, even deliberately tempering her own emotions to foster greater respect and compliance from him. At that moment, her light brain chimed. Su Changjin, little you, I've tracked down some leads. The 3 beastmen who took away the little rabbit are likely not dead. Chapter 56. Assistance. Kyu had anticipated this outcome. She inquired, can we ascertain the whereabouts of those beastmen now? Each city harbored a base akin to the 8th Bureau, where such incidents were typically under comprehensive surveillance, wielding substantial authority. Eyes were scattered throughout every corner of the city, making it relatively easy for Su Changjin to find them. Unfortunately, no. They seem to have vanished without a trace. There are no sightings on the surveillance footage. This was indeed peculiar. Kyu insisted, inform me of where they were last seen. I shall investigate. Very well. We shall meet there. After briefly informing her grandmother, Kyu set off in her vehicle. Upon arrival, Su Changjin had yet to arrive, so she began her inspection of the vicinity. Equipped with a serum that revealed the traces of certain species in the air, she sprayed the substance around her and soon detected a faint green trail. While dialing Su Changjin, she followed the trail, which ultimately led to a dead end in a blocked alley. As she crouched to examine the ground, Su Changjin finally arrived. Have you found anything? The trail ended here. Either there's a basement or the wall is movable. The most likely scenario is that a vehicle was parked here, and the beastmen were taken directly into it before being discreetly whisked away from the scene. Su Changjin nodded thoughtfully, observing that there were no signs of vehicle activity on the ground. However, he promptly sought information from the sanitation workers in the area. Upon inquiry, he learned that the alley had been unusually clean during the morning's cleaning, indicating someone had preemptively erased the evidence. It was reasonable to conclude that a vehicle had indeed transported the 3 beastmen away. Su Changjin immediately contacted the relevant personnel to trace the vehicle. A daunting task indeed. While he made calls, Kyu continued her exploration of the surroundings. Before long, she spotted a bird perched beneath the eaves of a nearby building. This bird, a pet of a merchant, was not a beastman, yet it fixated its gaze on Kyu. They locked eyes for a few seconds until Su Changjin approached. What are you looking at? Is that bird a beastman too? Kyu shook her head. As they found no abnormalities, they returned to the 8th Bureau. Can we link the surveillance camera near that bird to my device? Any developments? Kyu nodded, sensing something amiss, and decided to investigate further. All right. Su Changjin made another call. Just then, Kyu's phone rang. Zhang Hui is calling. Are you with the boss? How far are you from the base? There has been an incident. Kyu replied, we are en route back. I am also heading back to the base. When they arrived, the little rabbit had already been taken, and Da Huang had been knocked unconscious. Kyu sprayed the serum within the base, and indeed, she detected the scent trail of the beastmen. 2 beastmen had come and taken the little rabbit. Zhang Hui remarked, it seems we have been under surveillance the entire time. Not a single clue escaped our notice. This was a humiliation for the personnel of the 8th Bureau. Meanwhile, Kyu pondered the implications of the beastmen, now forming an organized and formidable group. Kyu left the potion in their hands, suggesting they should investigate slowly, likely concerned that they might harm the orcs. Su Changjin remarked that he had not heard of any reports from other departments regarding the orcs being taken away. Kyu reassured him that perhaps they were taken away before, but out of fear of being ridiculed by other departments, it was concealed. Zhang Hui nodded, acknowledging his position as the leader, and admitted he too would keep secrets. Kyu had not been in the department for long, and urged Su Changjin and the others to find Xiao Tu quickly, stating her intention to return to the villa. She parked her vehicle at the shopping mall and hailed a taxi. Little female, are you going to search for that orc alone? That seems rather perilous. As observed her, and she reassured him that with his watchful presence, she should be safe. Hearing Kyu's words, Mias felt relieved, thinking that if any danger arose, the little female would surely come to him first, allowing him to see her. When Xiaotu was first injured and rescued by Qiyu, she had implanted a chip in her. Her suspicious appearance warranted caution. Initially, Qiyu believed that the interstellar realm was parallel to her current world. However, after her last rescue of the orc, some qualitative changes occurred in the interstellar dimension, leading Qiyu to realize that perhaps the interstellar realm represented their future. If that were the case, the orc organizations unknown to them might reveal some clues through the interstellar connections. Soon, they arrived at a restaurant based on the signal coordinates. Upon entering, Qiyu encountered an orc at the front desk. "Miss, what would you like to eat?" The receptionist greeted her warmly. "Do you serve spicy rabbit heads here?" Upon hearing Qiyu's inquiry, the young receptionist's expression changed. "How cruel! We do not serve that here." Her tone was less than pleasant. However, Qiyu paid her no mind, recognizing that the receptionist was an orc of the rabbit variety. "Then just bring me a couple of side dishes." Qiyu proceeded inside to find a seat. The restaurant had only one receptionist, and, as she became distracted, Qiyu swiftly made her way toward the back of the establishment. Indeed, in the back corridor of the restaurant, she discovered more traces of orcs. Just as she intended to follow them, a man suddenly appeared before her. He was an older monkey orc. The two exchanged glances, and he stepped aside, opening a door nearby. Qiyu entered the room, which contained only a screen showing footage of Xiao to basking in the sun on the lawn. The screen soon went dark, and a frail voice emerged. "You are quite special, able to see us clearly. The potion you researched is incredibly useful. I know you are friendly towards orcs, which is why I sought to meet you." Qiyu responded, "What is it that you desire?" "I seek your assistance. Your arrival here indicates that you have surmised certain things. I hope you can cooperate with us. You claim to have what it takes to collaborate with me?" Qiyu began to grasp the orcs' intentions. They must have learned that Xiaotu and Hu Jia had recovered under care. Thus they wanted to acquire more potions from her. "You may propose any conditions. As long as we can fulfill them, we shall comply." "Little female, these inept creatures merely wish to rely on you. I can meet any of your demands. There is no need for you to collaborate with them. In me as eyes. These orcs were merely trying to curry favor with the little female." Qiyu disregarded me as comment and insisted, "First, tell me about your strengths. From what I understand, you possess little of value and have instead been destructive to the social environment." This statement triggered a furious response from the voice emanating from the screen. "Isn't it because of you humans? Consider the harm humanity has inflicted upon nature. You humans deserve extinction. You have ravaged our homeland and stolen our means of survival." Qiyu remained composed, waiting for the voice to finish its tirade before she spoke again. "So, you do not genuinely wish to cooperate with me. Rather, you seek to exploit me to bolster your strength, only to turn against humanity later." Her conjecture was entirely accurate. The orcs' genes were currently unstable and frequently exposed. Even in the absence of human capture, they would lose control during emotional turmoil, leading to their inevitable demise. At that moment, an alarm blared outside. "You dare bring a human to our territory. You intend to capture us all. No, we orcs will never be extinguished." Following this outburst, the room was suddenly engulfed in flickering electricity. "Little female, come me quickly. This room is dangerous. The orcs outside have already fled." A strange gas filled the room, and as Qiyu's consciousness faded, she closed her eyes and traversed the interstellar realm. Qiyu vanished from the room. "Miaz, where is she?" Qiyu did not appear beside him. Had she gone to see Ziyuan instead? Yet, Ziyuan was currently battling on the battlefield of Shiyuan. This time, the insectoid threat was fiercer than ever, and many mutated variants were challenging to deal with. If the little female stumbled into danger, it would be dire. Miaz hurriedly activated the spacecraft, heading toward Shiyuan. Meanwhile, Qiyu found herself landing on Qi Weisher's bed. The loyalty meter above Qi Weisher instantly surged to 30. He gazed at Qiyu with a mix of surprise and delight. "You've changed so much, but you're not an orc. How did you transform?" He pinched Qiyu's cheek, curious. Leaning closer to sniff her, his expression soured. "Why do I detect a familiar orc scent on you?" Qiyu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, attempted to rise from bed. Nearby, several female guides stood, equally curious about her presence. Upon seeing her movement, Qi Weisher rushed over, wrapping one arm around her leg and moving upward until he successfully embraced her waist. Now that you're here, where do you think you're going? I need you right now." As he spoke, Qi Weisher lifted Kiyu's shirt hem, his warm lips pressing against her navel. The area was incredibly soft and sensitive. Kiyu shuddered, kicking Qi Weisher's shoulder. "Let me go. There are orcs here." Kiyu was bewildered by the situation, originally intending to be by Sizuan's side. How had she ended up here with Qi Weisher? He had not established a temporal anchor with her. Qi Weisher then glanced at the 3 standing female guides. "They are useless. They cannot guide me at all. They are terrified and yet remain here, obstructing my view." His voice was cold, instilling a sense of fear in Kiyu. Qi Weisher's demeanor starkly contrasted with his usual self. "Get out of here, quickly." He covered Kiyu's eyes with one hand, turning to glare fiercely at the 3 female guides. Once they left, Qi Weisher transformed back into a soft, pleading figure. "How did you know I was hurt? Where have you been hiding? I have been searching for you. I knew you cared about me. I'm so happy you came." Kiyu attempted with all her might to push him away, but her ankle was caught by Qi Weisher, who placed her leg on his shoulder. The heat rushed to her face, and she found herself unable to evade him. Qi Weisher tightened his grip around her waist and commanded, "Answer my question. Qu'est-ce you replies? I am a VR guide. To you interstellar beings, I am merely a data entity. It is quite normal for you not to find me." Qi Weisher nodded thoughtfully. "I have heard of this. That explains everything. But why does Mie Shi, that arrogant fish, care so much about you?" Before Kiyu could respond, Qi Weisher chuckled mischievously. "No need to say anything. I already know. It is because you are incredibly alluring. You possess a scent I find utterly captivating, and you bear a striking resemblance to the figure in that painting." Kiyu, intrigued, inquired, "What painting?" Qi Weisher leaned in closer. "Let me kiss you first, and I shall tell you." "I disagree." Kiyu pressed down on his head. Qi Weisher paused, his brows furrowing. "Am I not satisfying enough for you? Tell me what you find lacking, and I shall amend it. Can we not be together?" Qi Weisher's gaze bore into Kuyu's, the desire in his eyes unmistakable. Kiyu countered, "What makes you better than Aishi? He treats me better. I have no reason to abandon him." A flicker of coldness crossed Qi Weisher's expression. "I have far more merits than he does. I implore you, take the time to understand me." As Qi Weisher's palm rubbed against Kuyu's waist, he wore an expression of deep grievance. "Had you met me first, you would have fallen for me and paid no heed to other males. Get up. Since I am here, let me tend to your wounds. I can see that your mental imagery has suffered damage again." Qi Weisher buried his head against Kuyu's abdomen, nuzzling her forcefully. "Is this a form of healing? Can we take it further? Or perhaps a closer distance?" Kiyu noted his forthrightness. She covered his fervent gaze and stated firmly, "No, we are not well acquainted, and aiding you falls outside my responsibilities." Qi Weisher's demeanor grew more despondent as he gently bit Kuyu's soft flesh, causing a wave of ticklishness to wash over her. Subsequently, he lifted her into his arms. Chapter 58. The collar. Qi Weisher carried Kiyu to the innermost part of the room. He opened a grand door, revealing a deep, dark chamber where nothing was discernible. Kiyu, feeling a hint of fear, tightened her grip on his shoulder. "Where's this place?" Suddenly, the lights illuminated the interior, revealing a plethora of stone wall paintings, each encased in glass. In the center, a particular image floated. The woman depicted bore only a profile, yet she radiated exquisite beauty. Her long, raven hair was loosely tied at the back, with strands cascading down to frame her face. Her features were delicate, her skin flawless, akin to a porcelain doll, embodying an ethereal purity. She squatted on the ground, her figure covered by the head of a small, black creature. The creature's eyes reflected a mix of fear and curiosity as it gazed up at the woman. Her fingers, reminiscent of jade, seemed to possess divine power, emanating golden beams that enveloped both the woman and the small creature. Kiyu was captivated, feeling an uncanny familiarity. She instinctively touched her face, turning her head to find Qi Weisher holding a black leather whip. "For you," he said, placing the whip in her hand while he slowly knelt before her. He took her hand, kissed it, and guided it to the golden-studded collar around his neck. The collar was attached to a rope, which Qi Weisher placed in her grasp. His eyes sparkled like stars as he gazed at her. "Will you allow me to be your little black pet?" he asked, inching closer. Become my master. Kiskivico iu respondeth. So the infamous interstellar thief enjoys being a submissive little dog? Curiosity piqued, she tugged at the collar, causing Chi Weisher to draw nearer. He held her waist. Master, you may command whatever you wish. I shall obey your every word. He lowered his head, inhaling Kuyu's scent with a look of utter satisfaction. Why me? Kuyu inquired, observing the blissful expression on Chi Weisher's face. Because it is you, he replied, tilting his head towards the floating image. Is that me? Kiskiviko iu kondereth. Noticing the similarities, but attributing them merely to coincidence due to the obscuring hair. Yes, master. You are now my master. Chi Weisher's words were somewhat ambiguous. He gently nibbled on Kuyu's finger, his sharp teeth grazing her skin, evoking a peculiar sensation. Kuyu looked back at him. Will you obey me completely? Yes. Only as your little black pet. Kuyu chuckled, then barked for me. Baby, he replied. Not like that, she corrected. Please don't be angry, baby master. But I can't bark. I'm a Black Panther Beastman. It is my fault for not listening to baby master's commands, but I can learn. He frowned, appearing troubled. But baby master can't leave my sight. I need to establish a temporal anchor point to see you at all times, okay? Kuyu was not fooled. You claim to be my master, yet you have rejected me several times. Chi Weisher chuckled, grasping the rope in her hand. You are still adorable even when angry. Baby master. Then woof woof, he tentatively called, wrapping his arms around Kuyu's waist and nuzzling his cheek against her. Woof woof. Kuyu laughed at his antics. Now tell me, what do these murals depict? They're stories left by my ancestors, tales of a female and a beast god she revered. The tall male spoke with deep affection, his face displaying a childlike innocence. It is a story of a woman and a little black creature. Much like you and me now. She led him, and he gazed at her with admiration. But Chi Weisher claimed the woman in the mural was him, linking her to his ancestry. Confused by Chi Weisher's meaning, Kuyu wished to leave. Let's go. She bent down to remove his collar. But Chi Weisher shook his head. I cannot remove it without receiving a benefit first. Are you not afraid of your subordinates witnessing this? After pondering, Chi Weisher nodded. I fear losing face, but also desire baby master's favor. What favor do you seek? Kuyu tugged at the collar, drawing him closer. His breath was hot and rapid, desire evident in his eyes. He lowered his head and kissed the back of her hand. I wish for a kiss. Kuyu glanced at where his lips had landed, smiled slightly, and then tilted Chi Weisher's chin up. She scrutinized this male, whose demeanor contradicted his appearance. He gazed back at her with a mix of anticipation and trepidation, his hands trembling with excitement. Thus, Kuyu leaned in and pressed a kiss to his forehead. Chi Weisher watched her closely, swallowing hard as he slowly closed his eyes, savoring the warmth and softness of the kiss. Yet, before a second could pass, Kuyu prepared to pull away. Quick as a flash, Chi Weisher caught her neck. His voice low and husky. Is that all? I desire more. Kuyu placed her hands on his shoulders, offering him a calm, steady gaze. Without hesitation, Chi Weisher released her, retreating a step. I have been greedy. Please do not be angry, baby master. Kuyu ruffled his short hair, finding it somewhat prickly against her fingers. Kuyu removed the collar from around his neck. Chi Weisher held the whip and collar, his tall figure trailing behind Kuyu, appearing somewhat diminished in stature. Are you keeping this? The collar seemed to possess an enchanting allure. When not worn, Chi Weisher regained his brash and masculine demeanor, exuding a slightly rebellious charm. Even his tone of voice became noticeably rougher. After a moment's contemplation, Kuyu accepted it. Can a temporal anchor point be established? Back in the previous room, Chi Weisher poured Kuyu a glass of peach-flavored nutritional liquid. His dark eyes appeared significantly calmer. It was not difficult to discern the sparks of intensity within. This stark contrast stirred something within Kuyu, compelling her to wish to fasten the collar around his neck once more, to witness the obedient yet secretly covetous glances he cast her way. How can you assist me? Without the collar, Chi Weisher was no longer a subordinate, but rather they seemed more like collaborators. Kuyu sat on the sofa, while Chi Weisher leaned against the coffee table before her, legs spread apart, exuding an assertiveness akin to a predator surveying its prey. Kuyu maintained a serious and rational demeanor, while Chi Weisher felt a sense of difficulty emanating from her for the first time. Chapter 59, Fate. Shi Weisha retorted. Who can currently see you? Commander C, Dr. A. Shi, and Kuyu paused, refraining from mentioning any more names. In truth, she was only familiar with C. Ziyuan and Mie Shi. For in total, Shi Weisha's expression turned grave. They indeed held power and influence, surpassing his own. Of course, only in terms of authority. I merely lack a reputable name. In all other aspects, I am not inferior. Shi Weisha stressed. Despite his notorious reputation as a fearsome interstellar thief, rumored to be ruthless and malevolent, he felt somewhat inferior in Kuyu's presence, thanks to her capabilities and the illustrious males queuing before her. In this light, he realized his own advantages were rather scant. It was no wonder she hesitated. It was his lack of effort. Shi Weisha irritably raked his fingers through his short hair. What he once thought was the allure of being a thief now felt like a weakness. I know you are exceptional. Kuyu's assured tone prompted Shi Weisha to lift his head, his irritation dissipating. Kuyu smiled at him, radiant like peach blossoms in spring. You are indeed formidable. But the matters I am currently engaged in are not for you to know. This was the truth, and it marked the first time Kuyu had revealed anything to an interstellar male. Shi Weisha paused, nodding understood. I will wait for you. Whenever you remember me, come to see me. His brows betrayed a soft, pitiful eagerness akin to a puppy. Kuyu found him endearing and raised her hand, intending to pat his head, but hesitated, recalling how prickly his hair might be, and withdrew her hand. Shi Weisha leaned in closer, anticipating her touch. Then, in the midst of his expectant gaze, she retracted her hand. What happened? Shi Weisha asked anxiously. Nothing. I just thought a fierce thief like Yushun-Ti always have your head patted. I don't mind. Next time. Kuyu felt it was time to return and discuss matters regarding the Beastmen organization with Chu Changjin. Would you like me to help repair your subordinates' mental landscape as well? Shi Weisha frowned. Does it require hugs and kisses to fix? I don't think so. After a moment's reflection, Kuyu generously produced a vial of potion. This is what you need. It's something I developed. Your subordinate can give it a try. Her mental restoration potion was unlike me, ACS, and had not been shown to any other Beastmen. This is a favor owed to the caller. All right. Thank you, Master Baby. Shi Weisha grinned mischievously. The sight of such a fierce male kneeling before her, pleading for affection, once again struck a chord in Kuyu's heart, and she couldn't help but laugh along with him. Soon, she vanished from the sofa under Shi Weisha's watchful gaze. Emerging from the hotel room, Kuyu found herself surrounded. There's a fire here. As she stepped outside, Chu Changjin was anxiously pacing. Boss, Kuyu patted his shoulder. Upon seeing her, Chu Changjin nearly shouted in excitement, almost losing his composure. Where have you been? You scare me to death. He pulled her aside, lowering his voice to inquire. Are you all right? Do you have any leads? Nothing. They set the fire and fled. The store is filled with ordinary humans. However, those humans claim there are many people. What about the information on everyone in the restaurant? Chu Changjin rummaged through his phone, saying, all normal humans. I investigated just now. Take a look. As the data opened, Kuyu glanced at the photo of the receptionist and noted the discrepancy with her earlier encounter. Yet, how could these humans be unaware? Was it the Beastmen's deception? Or were they shielding each other? The truth remained elusive. Kuyu remarked, for now, my conjecture is that Little Rabbit should be fine. This group of Beastmen has their own community and harbors deep-seated hatred for humans. We should refrain from further searching. What? That one T do. The higher-ups are taking this very seriously. They probably suspect the Beastmen have become more active recently and want us to clarify the situation. Chu Changjin was adamant. He did not wish to see chaos among the Beastmen in his jurisdiction. It was not only a matter of dereliction of duty, but also a concern that their destructive capabilities could lead to criminal cases, resulting in innocent victims. This was the crux of the issue. Humans sought to defend against Beastmen, hoping to capture and contain them to prevent turmoil. Conversely, in the eyes of the Beastmen, humans were relentlessly attempting to apprehend them despite their innocence. They merely wished to live differently and did not deserve such treatment. Give me a moment. I'll call directly. That works. You handle it. As long as things remain calm here, it's fine. The time spent with Hu Jia and Little Rabbit had led Chu Changjin to realize that not all Beastmen were malevolent. He could not let preconceived notions cloud his judgment. Just as there existed wicked humans, the same could be said for beastmen. Kuyu did not rush to call Director Lee to explain the situation, as she sensed that this matter would not be easily settled. Instead, she sent another box of nanoregenerative liquid to him. Her potion remained exceedingly precious, capable of silencing Director Lee's inquiries. Currently, even if she provided them with the formula, the technology in Hongwa could not replicate it. Kuyu merely stated that these potions were transported from the stars and mentioned her ability to traverse interstellar travel at unpredictable times, occasionally bringing back items. Director Lee's curiosity about her led him to desire further research, but more so, he sought to acquire valuable resources. Thus, Kuyu currently held leverage and need not worry about being taken away for experimentation. She advised Chu Changjin to manage the situation here, while he need not concern himself with anything else. Then they parted ways. As Kuyu approached them all, preparing to board a vehicle, she heard a commotion from a corner. Investigating, she discovered a small black dog with an injured leg curled up beside a fire hydrant. Observing silently for a few moments, a peculiar sense of fate filled her heart. Was the figure in the mural truly her? If so, where would she be when Hongwood developed into a civilization akin to the stars? Yet the small black creature before her bore a resemblance to Chi Wei-shi. As she approached and examined it, she realized the small black dog was actually a young black panther, round and resembling a puppy. Its presence here was likely due to... Kuyu glanced around. The parking lot was eerily silent, with only the pitiful whines of the small creature piercing the quiet. Here, it seemed, there was only her and this unfortunate being. With a sigh, Kuyu suppressed her sympathy, adopting a much more composed facade. Would you like to come home with me? She returned to her car and opened the door. Kuyu's tone was casual, indicating that if she wanted to go home with me, she could simply hop in. Xiao Hei's leg was injured, and it lay limply on the ground. Upon hearing Kuyu's words, it whimpered. It did not approach. Kuyu raised an eyebrow, glancing at it, and said, "If you want to come, then I shall leave." Just as she was about to close the door, Xiao Hei suddenly jumped up. It looked at Kuyu with a sense of grievance, as if to say that she was heartless for not rescuing it. Kuyu smirked, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. When they returned to the villa, Kuyu stepped out of the car, and the little cat, faster than the grandmother, rushed to greet her. Upon seeing Xiao Hei jump down from the back seat, it immediately fluffed up, hissing and arching its back at Xiao Hei. However, Xiao Hei stood its ground, unafraid, and stared back at the little cat, which was smaller in size and merely attempted to intimidate. The grandmother also emerged, exclaiming, "You've brought home another little creature." "Yes," Kuyu replied. "Now, these two little ones have each other for company. Granny, which of these two do you think is stronger?" The grandmother chuckled lightly. "I think the little dog looks quite impressive." Xiao Hei indeed possessed an unexplainable demeanor, standing confidently with a clear gaze that held no fear. In contrast, the little cat appeared somewhat irritable. Kuyu squatted down, petting the little cat. "Aside from me and Granny, you are the third most formidable in this household." The grandmother was taken aback. She anticipated that Kuyu would have such mischievous intentions, inciting a quarrel between the two small creatures. Strangely, the little cat seemed to understand Kuyu's words, and with newfound courage, it pounced forward. Its tiny paws struck Xiao Hei's head rapidly, leaving it dazed. Xiao Hei stumbled and fell to the ground. "Oh dear, I hope it's not hurt," the grandmother exclaimed, concerned and rushing to check. Kuyu cradled the little cat in her arms, applying just the right amount of pressure to keep it dazed but unharmed. "From now on, you shall be named Chang Wei, and Xiao Hei will be called Lai Fu." This little cat, being a tabby, was indeed quite powerful, making the name Chang Wei fitting. With its new name, Xiao Hei looked at Kuyu and growled softly, "Bad female." The grandmother, still harboring affection for these small pets, took them inside to give them a bath. Kuyu went to check the robot surveillance and then headed directly to the laboratory. As she descended into the lab, her phone rang. Noticing the familiar number, Kuyu let out a cold laugh. Zhou Xiaofang was calling her, likely bearing ill tidings. Kuyu chose not to answer. Moments later, a message arrived. "Your father is in trouble. He is currently being treated in the hospital, and you, unfilial daughter, do not even care to visit?" Kuyu deleted the message without a second thought and returned to her experiments. After a period of recovery, the grandmother's health had improved significantly. Each day, the robot conducted a comprehensive health check, keeping her informed of any changes. Now, the grandmother's vision had also enhanced, indicating the efficacy of the medications. Kuyu needed to prepare more and store them in the refrigerator. Later that evening, Hu Jia called, saying he wanted to come over for dinner. Since tomorrow was the weekend, he wished to spend time together. Kuyu readily agreed. When evening arrived, Hu Jia brought an assortment of fruits, and the grandmother, seeing his youthful and handsome demeanor, was quite pleased. Kuyu introduced him. You can consider him as my adopted brother. Now you have another grandson. Very well. Hu Jia appeared somewhat displeased, but refrained from expressing it in front of the grandmother. Upon entering the living room, he spotted Xiao He sitting on the sofa. His expression changed instantly as he turned to Kuyu. Why have you adopted such an ugly little pet again? Kuyu, who had previously adopted a cat, was aware of his sentiments. Indeed, it is quite unattractive. However, it is injured and homeless, so I had no choice but to take it in. Homeless? Hu Jia raised an eyebrow, his gaze cautiously fixed on Xiao He. When Kuyu went to the kitchen to prepare dinner, Hu Jia remained alone in the living room. He approached and pushed Xiao He off the sofa. Ow! Xiao He reacted angrily, but given its small size, its threats sounded more like a kitten's mew. Hu Jia lowered his voice and warned, I don't care what your intentions are for being here. You must not harm her. Xiao He flicked its short tail, remaining silent. Hu Jia chuckled. You're surprisingly quiet now? It seems your injury is rather serious. Xiao He thought, of course. Otherwise, would I dare to take the risk and come near this wicked female? The grandmother emerged from the bathroom, handing Hu Jia a vial of liquid. Young people seem to enjoy these types of drinks. Do give it a try. Hu Jia recognized it immediately as one of the medications Kuyu had developed. Even without illness, consuming it could bolster health. Its effects were significant for both humans and beasts alike. Thank you, Granny. I really enjoy this. Hu Jia soon realized Xiao He's true purpose for being there. Little female, why has that Beastman come back? He has ulterior motives. Me, Sheng had only just departed, and Kuyu had already encountered another Beastman. The most troubling part was the collar in his room. What was its significance? Where had he been during her absence? These questions left me, Sheng, in a state of frenzy. Just as Sheng finished speaking, he spotted that small black figure in the living room. That little creature is also a Beastman. How did you end up with another one? It's extremely dangerous, but why does it seem so peculiar? As he spoke, Sheng began to investigate further. He had not been paying attention to Kuyu in the kitchen, his focus now entirely on Xiao He. After a moment's thought, Sheng reached out and pulled a tuft of fur from Xiao He's rear. Xiao He exclaimed, Who touched me? It spun around, seeing nothing. Sheng had already collected the fur and placed it into a machine for analysis. Little female, when will you come to see me? Qu'est-ce qui vico iu, gasi tfioping vegetables? Replied, Sheng, I'm quite occupied right now, implying she had no time to engage with him. This statement ignited Sheng's ire. What is the meaning of that collar in your house? That is something only found in the star realms. The decorations on the collar were made of meteorite and of a particularly dense composition. Ordinary beastmen could not acquire such items. Sheng recognized it immediately as a tool for flirtation. However, Ciji Yuan was not that type of male. One thing Sheng was certain of was that Ciji Yuan was very upright. His character was beyond reproach. Could it be Huan Song? He had been injured recently, and it was the little female who had provided him with relief. Sheng clenched his fists, staring at Kuyu's face for a few moments before he could no longer contain himself. He slammed his fist down on the laboratory table and shouted to the nearby robot, Activate! Activate! I'm going insane. Chapter 61. The deep sea, although robots lack emotions, they can perceive their owner's feelings with clarity. Dear Master, please remain calm. I will assist you immediately. Sheng commanded, Launch the magnetic field. I want the little female to come to me at once. Affirmative. The magnetic field base has been established. I will activate it immediately. The robot replied, pressing the activation button as it dashed toward the laboratory door. Meanwhile, as Kuyu was cooking, she suddenly sensed something amiss. Placing one hand on the table, she was about to take action when her figure began to sway. Jia immediately noticed something was wrong. Are you all right? He extended his hand, only to feel Kuyu's form transform into an ephemeral shadow. Take good care of Grandma, she had said before her figure vanished from sight. Jia stood in shock, gazing at the kitchen, still in disbelief as she reached out to touch the air. How could she have disappeared so suddenly? Was it possible for a human to possess such power? Though Jia was aware of Kuyu's formidable abilities, she never imagined she could accomplish something so extraordinary. Panic began to swell within her. Where did Xiaoyu go? She was just here, Grandma remarked as she approached. Jia quickly explained. She received an urgent call and left in a hurry, asking me to tell you. I didn't even hear the door open. Grandma glanced towards the entrance, noting that Kuyu's vehicle remained in the yard. Jia ran her fingers through her hair, realizing that Grandma had likely been oblivious to the hasty departure. She promised to prepare something delicious for me. I suppose I won't get to enjoy it now. With a sigh of frustration, Jia stared at the food in the kitchen. Grandma chuckled softly. I'll cook for you, don't worry. Let her be busy. We can eat by ourselves. Grandma donned an apron and began to prepare a meal. Grandma, please teach me, Jia requested, successfully diverting Grandma's attention. Jia felt a sense of relief. Yet her mind lingered on the mystery of Kuyu's sudden disappearance. Meanwhile, Kuyu found herself in Mi-Axi's laboratory. As the petite Mi-Axi approached, Kuyu swiftly struck her, sending her sprawling. Mi-Axi's face twisted to the side, momentarily stunned before turning back, unimpressed. That didn't hurt. Hit me harder, she taunted. Grabbing Kuyu's hand, Mi-Axi kissed her forcefully. Though Kuyu struggled, Mi-Axi was particularly dominant. Even when Kuyu's lips bled from the force of their contact, Mi-Axi refused to relent. With one arm effortlessly encircling Kuyu's waist and the other pressing against the back of her head, Mi-Axi kissed her deeply while leading her to the bedroom. Little female, you cannot deceive me. You cannot escape me. You must remain by my side. Mi-Axi, let me go. Kuyu protested, but Mi-Axi held her down like a mountain. He pinned her hands above her head, tenderly brushing away the blood at the corners of their lips. Mi-Axi's crimson lips curled slightly. He leaned down, his inky curls cascading over Kuyu's form. The corners of his eyes turned a shade of red, reminiscent of a siren luring one into the depths of the sea, bewitching and alluring. Yet, despite his enchanting power, he could not ensnare Kuyu's heart, leaving him feeling defeated. Frustration coursed through him, shaking with anger as he pressed Kuyu closer, wishing to meld her into his very being. Even when tears grazed Kuyu's cheeks, he did not cease. Mi-Axi gently kissed away her tears, finding beauty even in her sorrow. He caressed her cheek, kissing her eyelids. Kuyu was undeniably angry, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness. Her mind felt foggy, her body burning with heat. Mi-Axi, what have you done to me? Mi-Axi chuckled softly, resting his forehead against hers. Let's share a potion of joy. He urged her to inhale deeply. Doesn't it smell delightful? Kuyu immediately held her breath. Mi-Axi, we agreed not to do this. Mi-Axi's expression dimmed slightly. But I cannot wait any longer. Little female, how can you treat me so coldly? During our time apart, you saw CZ and other males, did you not? Why would you prefer their company over mine? Kuyu thought to herself. Are you not aware of your own heart? What male compares to you? With a soft sigh, she replied, I have my own matters to attend to. I plan to come see you tonight, but your current approach is infuriating. I do not know how to interact with you this way. Axi, you truly put me in a difficult position. She covered her face in sorrow. Axi, I hope we can coexist amicably. All matters should be discussed openly rather than through such obsessive means. Kuyu sensed the magnetic field around the laboratory had shifted. A dull ache began to form in her head, undoubtedly a result of Mi-Axi's manipulation. She wrapped her arms around his neck, gently resting her head on his shoulder. Axi, what is wrong? You seem unwell. With that, Kuyu forcefully entered his mental landscape. Mi-Axi's mental realm remained intact, yet the sky was shrouded in darkness. The salty sea breeze brushed against her face, and the air was filled with a faint sweetness, yet something felt off. Kuyu could not locate Mi-Axi, so she dove into the water. As she surveyed her surroundings, Mi-Axi clutched her tightly from behind. They floated amid the turbulent waters. Mi-Axi gripping her chin and kissing her forcefully. Water filled her mouth, yet Miaxi consumed it entirely. Before long, Kuyu found it difficult to breathe, the seawater and pressure weighing heavily on her chest. She surrendered herself completely to Miaxi. He reveled in her submission, kissing her as he led her deeper into the ocean. In the depths of the water lay a shimmering giant shell, inside of which rested a bed that radiated a gentle glow. At the head of the bed was a beautiful, large pearl. Miaxi opened his eyes, watching as Kuyu succumbed to sleep beneath his kiss. A smile graced his lips as he swam quickly towards the shell. This was the most exquisite bed crafted just for her. From now on, they would never be apart. Miaxi would always have Kuyu by his side. Chapter 62. The battlefield, the suffocating grip of Miaxi and the pressure of the seawater clouded Kuyu's consciousness. Yet, she understood that Miaxi was not inclined to act benevolently. Straining to open her eyes, she found herself staring at the glowing shell, clearly designed to ensnare her. Frowning, she gazed at the blissfully unaware Miaxi, an icy glint flashing in her eyes. Suddenly, she grasped Miaxi's neck. He opened his eyes in disbelief, quickly replaced by a look of joy. "Little female, do you wish to die?" Kuyu coldly replied, exerting all her strength to distance herself from the shell. "Miaxi, you have gone too far." She was not without her temper. Years of hardship had taught her patience. She thought to herself that no situation could be worse than her past at the Ku household. Kuyu had come to appreciate her current life, especially with a male who cared for her. So even as Miaxi continually tested her limits, she remained gentle, reluctant to anger. Miaxi tightened his grip on Kuyu's hand, slowly constricting it. "If you were to die, would that mean you would be with me forever?" This thought was alarming. Miaxi realized the extremity of his feelings, but felt elated. He had finally recognized his true feelings for the little female. She was his destined partner. "Miaxi, have you lost your mind?" Kuyu's voice was cold as she attempted to pull her hand away, only to find his grasp tightening further. A wicked smile spread across Miaxi's face as he tilted his head back, laughing softly. "Even if death awaits, shall we not embrace it together? Little female, stay with me here. This is our home." Mi-Sheng suddenly lunged forward, rushing into the shell that was about to close. Kuyu furrowed her brow and closed her eyes. A powerful psychic force propelled the dark currents, and the immense water pressure unexpectedly pushed Mi-Sheng out as well. "Little female," Mi-Sheng revealed her enormous fishtail, swirling in the water to alleviate the dark currents surrounding Kuyu. Kuyu glanced at Mi-Sheng and shut her eyes once more. "Sitsi, Yuan," she called out forcefully. With a deep breath, she felt her figure sway, and the torrent of water continuously surging toward her vanished. Splash! Kuyu found herself collapsed in a pool of water, everything around her dim and unfamiliar. She wiped the water from her face and looked around in confusion. The sounds of battle and the clamor of various weapons filled the air, chaos swirling about. The atmosphere was thick with droplets of blood and dark iron shavings. Kuyu looked up and saw Ciji Yuan being besieged by a horde of alien insectoids in midair. She had truly arrived by his side, though the timing was far from ideal. Hiss! Squeak! Sounds reached her ears, and Kuyu then noticed various strange creatures closing in on her. Their red eyes gleamed with greed and excitement. To them, Kuyu appeared as a delectable female, radiating boundless psychic energy. The psychic force emanating from her stirred the weary Beastmen into a frenzy. "She is mine." An insectoid lunged at her, seizing Kuyu's damp ankle. The slick sensation made even the typically composed Kuyu cry out. She had potions in her pocket and scattered them around her to deter the alien insectoids. However, these potions were insufficient. In the midst of the chaos, Ciji Yuan sensed a familiar scent and psychic energy. He looked down and finally spotted the surrounded Kuyu. The insectoids and aliens had gone mad. Their mouths were grotesquely large, continually dripping green liquid. Their hairs bristled with excitement as their limbs grotesquely probed toward Kuyu. More and more insectoids and aliens abandoned their battles with the Beastmen to swarm toward Kuyu. A dense mass of dark insectoids formed a mottled barrier. The aliens piled upon one another, surrounding Kuyu, intent on capturing her. The acrid, nauseating odor made Kuyu feel sick. The encirclement grew tighter. Kuyu's slender figure appeared stunning amongst the dark masses. She clenched her fists, wary of the predatory monsters. Bang! CG Yuan descended from the sky, standing before Kuyu. He gently brushed the bloodstains from her cheek, then turned and fired his laser gun, sending the innermost aliens flying. He spun around and charged at the snarling aliens. Next, CG Yuan handed Kuyu a laser weapon. She raised it, leaning against CG Yuan to face the insectoids, and fired. CG Yuan glanced at her, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. At that moment, Kuyu radiated a powerful psychic force, enveloping both herself and CG Yuan. She reached out, grasping his arm. "Commander C, I wish to leave this place." The psychic energy surged, penetrating CG Yuan's skin and delving into his psyche. The coldness of his face softened slightly. "Kuyu, you can wield your psychic power to aid our warriors." Kuyu nodded, striving to control her psychic energy, preventing the aliens and insectoids from consuming it. Warriors surged in from the periphery. They too sensed Kuyu's abundant psychic energy, their fatigue vanishing, becoming even more valiant. All combat radiated outward from Kuyu as the center. Inside, CG Yuan fought fiercely, synchronizing seamlessly with Kuyu. Outside, the warriors executed a ruthless slaughter. The insectoids and aliens caught in between were overwhelmed. They harbored no fear and were reluctant to retreat easily. They coveted that female, that delicate yet fragile female. Like a pearl tarnished by dust, brought them immense surprise. No one wished to easily let her go. The battle raged on for 5 hours. Kuyu's psychic energy continuously supported and guided them. Her legs grew weak as CG Yuan held her in one arm. Kuyu wrapped her arms around his neck, occasionally alerting him to lurking insectoids behind. The number of insectoids and aliens dwindled. The warriors gradually converged. CG Yuan turned, placing a hand on Kuyu's back. She felt so fragile, her back drenched in blood. "We shall return," CG Yuan said in a low voice, gesturing to his subordinates. The flying ship responded promptly, and the warriors cleared a path for CG Yuan. He carried Kuyu away. They returned to the base, a massive starship stationed at the edge of Xingyuan. The metallic behemoth lay under the dim starlight, akin to a slumbering beast. CG Yuan prepared warm water, cradling Kuyu and placing her within. Chapter 63. Surprise. He gently stroked Kuyu's somewhat dirty hair, tenderly caressing her weary brow. "This water contains nutrients that can relieve your tense muscles and body." Kuyu leaned against the pristine fish tank, her dark hair spreading in the water, rippling with the waves, obscuring her sheer dress. The subtle curves captivated CG Yuan's gaze. Unaware, Kuyu held CG Yuan's hand. "Commander C, has the battle concluded?" "Yes, they are wrapping things up." "Do not worry," CG Yuan replied, gently caressing her palm. Kuyu smiled. "How did I perform today?" Today was bloody and dark. Yet for Kuyu, it was also a memorable day. It was a novel experience that allowed her to better control her psychic energy and achieve greater progress. "Very well, Kuyu. If not for you, the battle would not have concluded so swiftly." Recently, the insectoids and aliens have been inexplicably fierce and restless. They have been persistently attempting to assault the barrier of the Gao constellation, seeking to launch surprise attacks. CG Yuan have been battling here for many days, investigating the reasons behind it. This time, Kuyu's sudden appearance was a tremendous surprise for both the warriors and the insectoids and aliens. CG Yuan harbored concerns. Yet Kuyu's performance filled him with immense delight. Her potential was limitless. CG Yuan reached out and held Kuyu's face. "There is no other guide like you, facing so many ferocious aliens without retreating and sustaining your psychic energy for such an extended period." CG Yuan's grip tightened, his eyes revealing unprecedented tenderness. Kuyu chuckled softly. "I wish to rest for a while. You must have many things to attend to." "Indeed, there is much work to arrange." CG Yuan leaned down and gently kissed Kuyu's forehead. "Wait for me here." "All right." Kuyu watched as CG Yuan left the bathroom. After finishing her wash, she slipped into CG Yuan's bed. This was his room, and no beastman dared to intrude carelessly. Barefoot, Kuyu searched for a while before finally finding one of CG Yuan's shirts to wear. She had no clothes. She couldn't sleep like this. She worried it might embarrass CG Yuan. Wearing his clothes, Commander C should not mind. Kuyu finally reclined, stretching lazily before swiftly succumbing to slumber. Time slipped by unnoticed until Kuyu opened her eyes once more. Not far from her, CZ Yuan stood at the bedside, gazing into the inky expanse of the starry sky, attentively conversing with the blue screen on his wrist. He was clad only in his trousers, his hair damp and tousled. Kuyu surmised that his shirt was draped over her. The contours of Sizuan's back were remarkably elegant, robust yet not overly rigid. The scars adorning his skin did not detract from his aesthetic. Rather, they imbued his physique with an added sense of strength and masculinity. With a languorous demeanor, Kuyu rested upon the bed, admiring Sentinel's silhouette as if beholding a profound work of art. CZ Yuan soon sensed her gaze, promptly concluding his call with a brief, composed remark. He turned, his eyes colliding with her sparkling, joyful gaze, which shone brighter than the morning star outside. "What are you looking at?" CZ Yuan inquired, embodying the essence of a living sculpture, each line and muscle on his frame perfectly chiseled. He leaned forward, resting his elbow on the bed and drawing her into his embrace, positioning her atop his firm abdomen. Leaning against the headboard, CZ Yuan secured her waist, preventing any movement. His shirt hung loosely on her, creating an intimate proximity that was almost electrifying. Kuyu could feel the solid barrier of his abdominal muscles against her thighs. "Don't move," she murmured shyly. Aware of her bashfulness, CZ Yuan spoke softly. "I can see you're embarrassed." Kuyu's cheeks flushed crimson as she grasped the arm he had placed around her waist. "When did you return?" "I didn't even notice." She was genuinely fatigued, having slept deeply. "Just hold me for a while." CZ Yuan's voice was husky, his gaze deeper than the cosmos beyond. He placed his hand on her back, effortlessly drawing her closer to his chest. Their hearts aligned as he exhaled slowly. "How did you end up here?" he asked, concern etched upon his features. It was evident that Miaoxing must have done something. Otherwise, Kuyu would not have arrived drenched in seawater on the battlefield of Xingyuan. It was far too perilous. Thankfully, she had not sustained any injuries. Kuyu, reluctant to elaborate, pouted slightly. "I had no idea you were at the battlefield. I was simply anxious and thought of you, so I came." She relied on and trusted him. Sigyuan gently patted her back, saying, "I am very glad." With a slight smile, Kuyu replied, "I thought you would scold me." The situation had indeed been dire. Had Sigyuan discovered her amidst the multitude of monsters any later, she might have been captured. CZ Yuan chuckled. "If I failed to protect you, I should blame myself." His lifelong principle had been to forge himself into unyielding steel, ensuring that those he wished to protect encountered not a single misstep. For years, he had upheld this ethos towards the Gao O constellation. Now, he was grateful for his formidable strength. Keu admired his Yuan's self-assurance, born of a profound understanding of oneself and unwavering discipline, which instilled within him such pride. He was indeed the strongest male. She felt the arm resting on her waist tighten gradually. When she lifted her gaze, she found Sizuan had drifted into slumber. His eyes were closed, the lashes casting shadows that concealed all coldness, yet his visage bore a hint of vigilance. Kuyu reached out, wishing to caress his thick lashes. Just as her fingers were about to make contact, Sizuan abruptly seized her hand with precision, placing it against his lips for a gentle kiss before guiding it to his chest. Kuyu stilled, awaiting his return to slumber. Sizuan, too, was fatigued. At an indeterminate moment, Kuyu succumbed to sleep once more. When she awoke, she was greeted by the sounds of commotion outside. She rose from the bed, tiptoeing to peer through the glass. Several towering beastmen stood outside, their expressions grave. Sizuan sat in a high-backed chair, his face stern as he listened to one of the beastmen speaking urgently. "I have already sent a message to the constellation. The sun will arrange for more calming agents to be delivered. You may leave now. Commander C, they cannot wait." Another beastman, adorned with a military insignia akin to Sizuan's, entered. His demeanor was cold and haughty, the sound of his military boots echoing on the metal floor. He took a seat opposite Sizuan, snorting dismissively. "Commander C, surely you're not so selfish as to stand by while lives are lost?" Chapter 64. Selfishness. The oppressive atmosphere of status and authority engulfed the chamber. The Beastmen in military garb directed their attention towards Yuan, their singular desire fixated on the female guide. They had witnessed the power of the female guide. Her mere presence could heal and direct the entire squad. With her assistance, they could conquer any adversary. Such a valuable female guide could not be hoarded selfishly by Yuan. United in their unprecedented resolve, they sought Yuan's concession. His expression darkened, a cold glare sweeping over his subordinates. With a disdainful scoff, he retorted, "Go ask the entire Gao O constellation if any beastman would dare say that I, Yuan, am selfish." He held steadfast confidence in the reputation he had cultivated over the years. A flicker of uncertainty passed through the eyes of the other Beastman officers. Some began to retreat. Count Earl Chanyang. That was in the past. The current Commander C is a different matter altogether. Rising, he intended to say no more. Commander C, might I be permitted to meet the female guide first? He lifted his head proudly, exuding confidence. He possessed an undeniable charm and experience. Believing that once the female guide beheld him, she would certainly wish for another male sentinel as calculative as he. Though he had not been present during the previous day's battle, he had heard wondrous accounts from others and was eager to experience it himself. Yuan regarded him coolly, his gaze dark as a fathomless abyss, the first flicker of murderous intent toward an ally igniting within him. Earl Chanyang sensed the shift, fear creeping into his heart. Yet, with other officers observing, he dared not reveal any sign of timidity. Yuan's voice was icy as he uttered 3 words. "You are unworthy." Earl Chanyang's countenance darkened, returning Yuan's unwavering gaze. Yet he saw the determination that lingered there. He read the unspoken warning in those eyes. Should he dare to counter him, Yuan would not hesitate to act. Earl Chanyang, an S-class, was no match for Yuan. Even the slightest movement of his fingers would mark an insurmountable difference in their ranks. This time, Earl Chanyang truly recoiled, his resolve faltering as he averted his gaze from Yuan. Before departing, he mustered the strength to utter, "I only worry for those soldiers. If they cannot receive the comfort of the female guide, calamity is bound to ensue." The previous battle had indeed included female guides, but their numbers were scant, and the injured soldiers were numerous. These female guides were slow in their soothing. Had Qiyu intervened, she could have calmed them all in an instant. Such powerful mental fortitude could even reach their very souls, mending their mental landscapes. This was undoubtedly a most effective solution. Yuan acknowledged his selfishness, for he did not wish for Qiyu to engage with other male sentinels. Earl Chanyang was correct. He was indeed self-serving. Yet, having contributed so much to the interstellar community, he merely desired one female. Yuan's restrained gaze darkened once more as he surveyed the other Beastman officers. Upon realizing their cue, they promptly saluted and exited the room. Qiyu had already returned to bed, wrapping herself snugly in a blanket, pretending to still be asleep. When Yuan pushed the door open, he was immediately enveloped by a rich scent at the entrance. It was likely that the Beastmen officials sensed it too, which emboldened them to propose conditions to him. Observing Qiyu's tranquil demeanor, Yuan couldn't help but gently curl the corners of his lips. He lay beside her, pushing aside her slightly disheveled hair ornament to reveal her ear. His palm lingered, cradling her cheek, as he pressed a kiss to her forehead. "Have you rested well?" Qiyu opened her eyes. "You noticed long ago, didn't you?" "Indeed." Yuan gently brushed her cheek with his fingertip, his gaze brimming with tenderness. "Are you hungry? There isn't any of your favorite food here, but a robot will airlift some shortly." Knowing she detested nutrient liquid, he had already arranged for the robot to fetch the freshest fruits from Gao Oxingzhua. Though Yuan appeared aloof, he was, in fact, incredibly considerate and gentle. "It's all right," Qiyu murmured softly, recalling her previous thoughts. "I truly don't mind. Since I possess formidable mental strength, I can assist those male sentinels. They have been injured while protecting Gao Oxingzhua. It would be an honor to lend my support." The cosmos had transformed her life, and the Beastmen had opened her eyes to new perspectives and aspirations. Qiyu often felt she had not given back enough. However, Yuan reassured her. "The calming agent will arrive shortly. Do not fret." I will not allow anything to happen to those warriors. Nor is it necessary for you to personally provide them with comfort. Ku Yu's mere appearance on the battlefield had already stirred a considerable commotion. If she were to further intervene to soothe them, the sentinels would only become increasingly reliant on her. Yuan wished to spare her from such exhaustion and did not want her exposed to too many sentinels. Gazing at Ku Yu's radiant cheeks, Yuan gradually leaned closer, his arm around her waist, tightening gently. He paused just a centimeter from her lips, his voice a husky whisper, "May I?" His politeness rendered Ku Yu a touch embarrassed. She softly acquiesced, closing her eyes. As Yuan's lips brushed against hers, a notification chimed from his wrist. Startled, Ku Yu flinched slightly, prompting Yuan to tighten his embrace. The touch was as light as a dragonfly skimming the water, hardly perceptible to her. Opening her eyes, Ku Yu noticed Yuan's gaze fixed upon his wrist, his brow furrowing with intensity. "Is something the matter?" "Yes, you should rest. Do not venture outside this room. I must go and investigate." Ku Yu nodded. "All right, you go ahead." Their long-anticipated kiss was once again interrupted. Though Yuan felt a pang of annoyance, he understood the importance of duty. He tenderly stroked Ku Yu's forehead, adjusted his military uniform, and stepped outside. "Assemble a small team to follow me." Yuan had just received news that the starship carrying the calming agents had been attacked. Space pirates sought to intercept the shipment. He needed to provide immediate assistance. Upon arriving at the scene, he witnessed two figures engaged in a duel amidst the stars. Mie Shi, like a ghostly specter, was ferociously assaulting a nearby vessel. That was the notorious space pirate Chi Weisher, who had long coveted the calming agents. Subordinates reported the situation to Yuan, whose gaze was already locked onto the distant ship. Although he could see nothing, he could distinctly feel a fervent gaze directed at him, undoubtedly Chi Weisher's. Yuan had not forgotten that Chi Weisher had once taken Ku Yu. Yuan should teach him a lesson. Despite Chi Weisher's position on the bounty list, many Beastmen willingly supported him. Even numerous civilians held a favorable view of him. Most importantly, although he committed heinous acts, he never harmed innocent Beastmen. He possessed a chivalrous heart, robbing only those who were powerful and affluent. Sometimes, he generously distributed nutrient liquids to impoverished beast citizens. Yuan had always turned a blind eye to his deeds. If not for a direct confrontation, Yuan would not go to great lengths to hunt him down. However, Chi Weisher had crossed his line, surround him from the sides, and retrieve the calming agents to return to Xing Yuan for the warriors, he commanded before charging forward. Mie Shi, catching sight of Yuan, unleashed a laser weapon that narrowly missed him. Yuan's expression darkened, but he chose not to engage in a petty exchange. "Stop. Since you are here, retreat and check on the injured warriors. Get lost. You cease your commands. What gives you the right to order me?" Mie Shi roared angrily, his voice a haunting wail distinct from the cries of other beasts. It was sharp and prolonged, penetrating the ears and tormenting the nerves. It shattered eardrums and incessantly irritated the senses, evoking a desire to weep and abandon all aspirations of victory, sinking into the darkest depths of the ocean. Yuan realized that something was amiss with Mie Shi. It must be because of Ku Yu, but he deserved it. At that moment, Mie Shi's plight was entirely self-inflicted. Yuan glanced back at the vessel, preparing to advance, only to be obstructed by the frenzied Mie Shi. "I will personally put an end to him. Step aside." As Yuan called his name, a massive column of water surged toward him. The destructive force threatened to disrupt the entire magnetic field of space. Yuan immediately conjured a barrier, encompassing both of them and the ship within it. Thus, regardless of how they battled, they would not endanger the surrounding cosmic realm. With no mercy, Yuan drew forth his glimmering sword, which transformed in midair into an electrifying whip, striking directly at Mie Shi. How amusing! Chi Weisher sat leisurely in the spacecraft, cradling a large mug of brewed beer. "You too, go and disrupt their fight. Release the toxins into the air. I see that the fish is losing control. Let Yuan handle it. Ideally, eliminate him." A glint of coldness flashed in Chi Weisher's eyes, his smile laced with mischief as he rested his chin on one hand, crossing his legs. "Mie Shi, it would be best if you perished." Two beastmen accepted the order, piloting a small craft to the scene. Before long, they concealed themselves behind a rock, plotting against CZ1 and Mi-Ashi. Mi-Ashi's current attacks were chaotic, rampaging through space, radiating violent and erratic energy waves. The azure scales on his arms exploded, emitting blinding light in irregular bursts. Each swing of his weapons distorted and shook the surrounding space, stirring cosmic dust into a turbulent vortex. Small asteroids crumbled like fragile grains under his power, shattering into cosmic debris. Mi-Ashi, do you wish to destroy yourself? CZ1 could no longer ignore him. If this continued, Mi-Ashi would obliterate the entirety of space. CZ1, where's the little female? Has she disappeared? Did you hide her away, or did that dog take her? Mi-Ashi's uncontrollable roar echoed through the cosmos, filled with pain and fury. CZ1 observed him impassively. What have you done to her that instills such fear? Is indeed you. Return her to me. Mi-Ash charged towards CZ1, and the two male beastmen quickly became entangled in a fierce struggle. Chi-Wei-Shur observed with keen interest and immediately instructed his subordinate to notify the insectoids and the Yizhong, urging them to seize this opportunity. Inflicting severe injuries on two renowned SSS-class males would be a prestigious honor for an interstellar thief. Chi-Wei-Shur's subordinate was equally exhilarated, while Suen Jixiang prepared to intervene. Shortly thereafter, the insectoids and Yizhong, alerted by the news, launched an immediate attack. At that moment, the uncontrollable Mi-Ash was hurled away by CZ1. Subsequently, the ambushing Yizhong pounced, biting Mi-Ash's limbs and dragging him deeper into the star abyss. CZ1 furrowed his brow and promptly signaled his soldiers to intercept the insectoids and Yizhong. He himself rushed to rescue Mi-Ash. After all, as the most distinguished genius doctor of the Guxingzhou, regardless of their personal grievances, CZ1, in his capacity as commander, could not stand idly by while a life was in peril. Mi-Ash was not deserving of death. Moreover, if he were captured by the Yizhong and infected with their genes, resulting in mutation, Mi-Ash could become the foremost threat in the entire galaxy. Whether as an ally or an adversary, Mi-Ash was a formidable figure for the Beastmen. Meanwhile, the base sounded the alarm. Caillou heard it in her room. Soldiers were assembling, and officers were giving briefings as they urgently boarded the flying ships. The sky was streaked with flying vessels, resembling shooting stars. Suddenly, Caillou felt a familiar sound, one that seemed to emanate from the abyss of space. Filled with sorrow and despair, furrowing her brow, she rushed to the window to investigate, but when she listened closely, the sound had vanished. Caillou summoned a robot. Where's Commander C? I wish to see him. The robot replied, there's been a minor issue with a mental soothing agent on the way. Commander C is currently attending to it. Caillou had her suspicions and quickly inquired, what about all those warriors who just flew out? What are they doing? Dr. Mi-Ash has been taken by the Yizhong. He seemed to lose control and was just in combat with Commander C. Upon hearing this, Caillou could not help but feel anxious. However, the ground soon began to tremble. A loud bang echoed from an unknown source, and the base's alarm blared once more. The Beastmen's soldiers grew tense. Not far away, a massive black mushroom cloud slowly rose from the ground, the cause of which remained unknown. Caillou felt a dull pain in her chest, and upon looking up, she saw Mi-Ash's loyalty bar flashing a red progress bar, which had reached 100. It flickered violently, as if ready to explode at any moment. Caillou was unsure of the implications, but felt a profound concern for Mi-Ash. She did not wish for him to perish or suffer any misfortune, as he had provided her with significant assistance. Yet, she dared not approach him for fear that Mi-Ash might exhaust all means to keep her by his side. Little female, just as Caillou was lost in thought, a sharp roar echoed outside. The powerful sound wave compelled the beastmen throughout the base to cover their ears in discomfort. Caillou's heart felt as though it were being squeezed. She pressed her hand to her chest, hiding within her room. Outside, the Yizhong followed Mi-Ash's trail, eager to capture him. Mi-Ash struggled fiercely against them, while the soldiers rushed to assist. However, the uncontrollable Mi-Ash could not distinguish friend from foe. Upon seeing surrounding organisms, he attacked indiscriminately. Soon, CZ1 arrived in pursuit. The two males clashed once more. Caillou observed quietly, astonished by Dr. Me's formidable combat prowess. The frenzied SSS-class male was a challenge, even for Commander C. He had completely devolved into a beast, fighting purely on instinct. Such madness made it impossible for Commander C to confront him directly. What is happening? What has become of Dr. Me Ash? The soldiers retreated, focusing on attacking the isolated Ejong and insectoids. In the midst of the combat arena, CZ1 and Me Ash were locked in a desperate struggle, while the Ejong seized the opportunity to attack. Not far away, a flying ship quietly came to a halt. The duel between two top beastmen was a rare spectacle, especially since both were his rivals. At that moment, Caillou's door was forcefully opened. Count Earl Changyang entered, his cold military boots echoing on the ground. Esteemed guide, I am Count Changyang. We have numerous mentally unstable sentinels requiring your assistance. Caillou frowned. I refuse to go. Count Changyang raised an eyebrow. As a guide, it is your duty to assist the sentinels. You must comply. Caillou did not appreciate his domineering attitude. I only heed Commander C's orders. Count Changyang glanced outside. Currently, Commander C is preoccupied. If you follow his directives, why are you not aiding him in battle? Did you not see that Commander C was injured just moments ago? The uncontrolled Dr. Me Ash possesses even greater strength, completely devoid of reason. Every one of his attacks is lethal, and even Commander C, no matter how strong, cannot evade them all. Count Changyang took a deep breath, catching a whiff of Caillou's unusual scent, which piqued his curiosity further. You are truly ruthless. Commander C bears the blame for you, yet with your abundant mental energy, you refuse to lift a finger. Count Changyang looked utterly disappointed. Caillou remained expressionless. What does it matter if I do not act? What right do you have to criticize me? You. Count Changyang was taken aback by Caillou's seemingly delicate demeanor and sharp tongue. Suddenly, several Yizhong latched onto Me Ash. His body was bloodied, and strands of his once proud black hair had been torn out by the merciless stone. Me Ash howled in agony, collapsing to the ground. The collapse of his mental state and the dissolution of his consciousness had left him devoid of any strength to retaliate. He hung his noble head, his body limp, as though he had surrendered all chances of resistance. Observing this, CZ Yuan rushed forward to save him. Me Ash, wake up! CZ Yuan struck the Yizhong away, attempting to pull Me Ash from their grasp. Yet the Yizhong, sensing Me Ash's injury, grew even more exhilarated. If they could capture an SSS-class male sentinel for their use, their ranks would be bolstered immensely. Furthermore, Me Ash's vast knowledge and potent medicinal abilities made him an invaluable target, prompting them to seize this opportunity at any cost. As Yuan drew closer, he too fell into peril. Other soldiers attempted to intervene, but were obstructed by the insectoids. Yuan shielded Me Ash with one hand while fending off the Yizhong with the other, all the while remaining wary of Me Ash's potential frenzy. Yuan landed a punch on Me Ash's face, who chuckled darkly. You think you can kill me and claim the little female for yourself? Rest assured, even if I leave the Gao Xingjue, I shall never perish. Let go of me. If you dare to hide the little female, be prepared to face my wrath. I will use everything to fight against you. Me Ash had completely lost his sanity. His mental landscape shattered into countless pieces, descending into madness as he sought to drag all beastmen down with him. Yuan kicked him away, swiftly reappearing to grab him by the collar, lifting him effortlessly. Even without me, you cannot possess her. He does not belong to you, nor to me alone. Caillou has always been a free individual. If your madness continues, you might never see him again. Let go of me. You do not understand that Si Zhihui cares for the entire star system. You are merely exploiting her. Me Aisha laughed heartily, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. Just like now, you utterly despise me, wishing for my immediate demise deep within your heart. Yet you still remember your responsibilities and wish to save me. CZ Yuan, how can you be so repugnant and contradictory? CZ Yuan's expression darkened, and he did not deny that there was a grain of truth in Me Aisha's words. At that moment, a soft voice interrupted. Commander C, let him go. Since he has no desire to survive, let him perish. The two male sentinels turned simultaneously to see Caillou approaching slowly. Some admired her, drawn to her mental strength, yearning for her, yet reluctant to harm her. Kyu stepped into the encirclement, coldly observing the two males still bickering. Little female, upon seeing Kyu, Miesha's eyes finally sparkled with life. He shoved CZU aside and stumbled forward towards Kyu. But suddenly, a wave of energy shot from Kyu's hand, sending Miesha flying. She then quickly approached CZU. CZU had been pushed into a pile of alien creatures, which were biting his arm as he struggled to break free. "Get away," Kyu shouted softly. An invisible golden force, like ripples in water, emanated from her body. The dark eyes of the alien creatures, as if baptized, gradually lowered their heads and took 2 steps back. Kyu reached CZU and helped him to his feet. Chapter 67. Slap him. Little female, you are not allowed to touch him. Miesha howled from behind, desperately charging forward. Kyu did not turn back, but wiped the blood from CZU's face, then glanced at his severely injured arm. "It's fine." Kyu's palm pressed against CZU's, her mental energy rapidly flowing into his body. Just then, Miesha, having dealt with the surrounding aliens, reached out as he was about to touch Kyu. Kyu turned her head slightly, her cold gaze sweeping over him. "Don't touch me." Her voice was frigid, like the biting winds of winter, sending chills through Miesha's bones. He froze, hoarsely calling out, "Little female, look at me." Yet he dared not approach. He sensed that she was genuinely angry. After finally seeing her, he suddenly felt timid. The renowned Dr. Aisha experienced such emotions for the first time. His hands still throbbed in pain, trembling with discomfort. "Little female, I am also injured. I am in great pain, more so than he is. Will you touch me?" Kyu, however, seemed deaf to his pleas, continuing to soothe CZU. Only when she felt his agitated emotions gradually settle did she glance back at the officers battling the aliens in the distance. "Help me take him back." The severe injuries on CZ1 could not be soothed by mental energy alone. They require the expertise of professional doctors for treatment. "Yes." Several officers stepped forward to lift CZU. Kyu followed closely behind. Miesha pitifully gazed at Kyu, placing himself in her path, extending his bloodied hands. "Little female, do you not see me?" His eyes were as red as if weeping blood. In that crimson haze, only Kyu's small, indifferent figure remained. Kyu did not even glance at Miesha, bypassing him without a word. Such disregard caused Miesha immense heartache. "Little female," he trailed closely behind her, several times attempting to reach out, even to tug at the hem of her garment, just to feel her presence. Yet each time he nearly touched her, he hesitated. Thus, Kyu followed them back to the base. The battle outside continued, and the atmosphere within the base was solemn. Beastmen officers occasionally glanced at Dr. Aisha, who was persistently trailing Kyu. Some doctors asked, "Dr. Aisha, your injuries are quite severe as well. Please lie down so we may treat you." Several doctors approached, expressing concern, but Miesha appeared oblivious, his gaze fixed on Kyu without wavering. A trail of blood spread beneath his feet, a shocking sight. The wounds in his body gushed forth blood like a bottomless pit. Yet Miesha seemed impervious to the pain, standing motionless. The Beastmen were astonished at how the previously uncontrollable Miesha was now so eerily calm. The once irrational Miesha was now obsessively fixated. He watched Kyu, while she focused on CZUan in the medical bay. Mechanical arms were stitching up CZUan's wounds, but he appeared to be in agony, his brows tightly knit. "Kyu," CZUan murmured softly. Suddenly, his entire body began to thrash violently, as if trapped in a painful nightmare. Several mechanical arms restrained CZUan, but the freshly sewn wounds tore open once more. Blood soaked the operating table, staining the pristine medical chamber a vivid red. Kyu wore a worried expression. Commander CS' previous injuries had yet to heal completely, and now he had sustained such severe wounds again. An officer spoke with concern. "I will go in to check." Kyu moved towards the entrance of the medical bay. Miesha immediately blocked the doorway, his back pressed against the door, looking down at Kyu, who had finally closed the distance between them. "I'm also injured, little female. Do you not see?" As he spoke, he gently tugged at the hem of Kyu's garment. "It really hurts. I want to kiss the little female, to feel close to her, to have her soothe me." With a sharp crack, Kyu clenched her fist, took a deep breath, and slapped me Aisha across the face. The force sent blood splattering onto the nearby wall. Me Aisha stood motionless, not even blinking. The surrounding Beastman officers gasped, their eyes wide in disbelief at Kiyu's actions. Dr. Aisha was notably infamous for his eccentric personality and his avoidance of interactions with other Beastmen. It was said that one of his assistants had been dissected for making a mistake in the lab. He was immensely powerful, and no one had ever dared to lay a hand on him. They feared him, yet respected him, given his significant contributions to the galaxy. Yet this guide not only disregarded Dr. Aisha, but also ignored his suffering and even struck him. Such a humiliating slap. Even Commander C had never dared to raise a hand against Dr. Aisha. They worried that Dr. Aisha might retaliate against the guide. They could not stop an SSS-class sentinel. They were prepared for the worst, knowing it was their duty to protect both sides. "Step aside," Kiyu stated coldly. Aisha replied, "Little female, does your hand hurt?" Seizing the moment, he grasped Kiyu's hand. The Beastmen officers exchanged glances, surprised that he was not angry and was actually concerned for the guide. It seemed that this guide truly possessed a remarkable charm. However, they took pride in the fact that the guide appeared to favor their commander C more than the madman. Dr. Aisha, Kiyu did not withdraw her hand. Coldly regarding Aisha, "Let go." Their gazes met in the air, one starkly black and white, the other a deep crimson. Ultimately, Aisha yielded. She released Kiyu's hand and made way for her. Just as Kiyu was about to enter, Aisha, with a hint of reluctance, softly inquired, "Will you have time to see me later? Little female, I truly need you." Without pausing, Kiyu stepped inside and grasped CG Yuan's hand. "See, Yuan, it's all right. I am here," she whispered softly in his ear. Surprisingly, even CG Yuan, who could not be controlled by his mechanical arm, fell silent upon hearing her words. It was as if he could sense Kiyu's presence. He tightened his grip on her hand, and the worry that had clouded his brow eased considerably. Kiyu turned to the doctor beside her and urged, "Please suture his wounds promptly, and do so quickly." Outside, Aisha listened to Kiyu's anxious words, his fists clenching tightly, the sound echoing ominously. His entire body trembled, a tempest of emotions he could scarcely contain. Chapter 68. Madness. The little female ignored him. She would never pay him any heed again. This cannot be. It absolutely must not be so. She repeatedly struck his head against the wall, the thought consuming him, slowly crystallizing into two words. No. The little female was his. "Little female, please come and touch me, or I truly will lose control." The sound of thudding echoed outside the medical chamber. A Beastman officer approached with concern, asking, "Dr. Aisha, are you all right?" "Get lost." Aisha finally found an outlet for his frustration, delivering a punch that sent the Beastman officer crashing against the wall, blood spilling forth after a while. The others watched Aisha in trepidation, daring not to approach him further. Inside, Kiyu heard the commotion but frowned, choosing to ignore it. Having soothed CG Yuan's injuries, which are now stitched up, she followed the doctor as they wheeled him back to his room. As they passed through the corridor, Aisha remained facing the wall. Kiyu took a few steps out before glancing back at him. "Calm down." Upon hearing her words, Aisha immediately halted, his eyes shining with brightness as he gazed at her. "Little female, you finally spoke to me first." Kiyu disregarded him and quickened her pace to catch up with CG Yuan's transport. Upon returning to the room, several Beastmen lifted CG Yuan onto the bed. Aisha stood at the doorway, inhaling the mingled scent of Kiyu and CG Yuan entwined together. His fists had grown numb from clenching so tightly, his eyes ablaze as if he were about to burn himself out. He was teetering on the brink of madness. Aisha genuinely felt he was losing his mind. Suddenly, he coughed up blood, the scene before him swaying unsteadily. The other Beastmen had initially wanted to check on CG Yuan, but upon seeing Aisha blocking the doorway, they dared not utter a word and chose to leave. Aisha braced himself against the doorframe, steadying his form. He had to watch the little female, to witness her intimacy with CG Yuan, as it felt like a dagger piercing his heart. Yet, if he were to look away, the torment within him would intensify. Kiyu gently wiped CG Yuan's body with a towel. He merely needed to rest well to recover swiftly. The medical facilities in the stars were remarkably advanced. Even if one were on the brink of death with organs failing, timely treatment could avert disaster. Covering CG Yuan with a blanket, Kuyu turned around to find me, a she-s towering figure, still standing at the doorway. Silent, as if he had lost consciousness. Kuyu observed him for a moment, and seeing that she remained still, she approached him. She, Kuyu called gently. She's eyelids fluttered, seemingly registering her voice. Little female, I am here. His voice was faint, like a wisp of smoke, his eyes still closed, responding only with the last vestiges of his consciousness. Kuyu urged, do not stand there. As she spoke, she began to sway forward. Instinctively, Kuyu reached out, surprised when he felt him steady himself. His head leaned against the doorframe, his brows knitted with discomfort. Little female, do not leave. With a sigh, Kuyu called 2 Beastman soldiers to assist him. As they prepared to help, Ishi's hair began to float, his entire being shifting into a combative stance. Emitting a low growl, Dr. Aishi's condition is unstable. We should summon the robots. Understood. Soon, 2 robots arrived to assist Aishi. However, he suddenly became agitated, kicking one of the robots away. Warning, warning. Dr. Aishi is too dangerous. Assistance required. The mechanical voice echoed incessantly. One soldier remarked, Guide, it seems Dr. Aishi only responds to you. Kuyu, unable to move Aishi, said, Aishi, walk on your own. He remained unmoved. Kuyu extended her hand, and as soon as she made contact with him, he grasped her hand tightly. Were it not for his closed eyes, she would have thought he was feigning. Supporting Aishi's arm, Kuyu led him into the adjacent room, entering the bathroom. He was still clad in a white coat, now stained red. Uncertain of the extent of his injuries, Kuyu first removed his monocle, which was already cracked. Just as she took it off, she suddenly opened his eyes, a glint of cold light flashing, brimming with murderous intent. Upon realizing it was Kuyu, he swiftly pulled her into the bathtub. She grasped Kuyu by the neck and pressed his lips against hers. Water cascaded from the bathtub, splattering everywhere. Dripping rhythmically like Aishi's heartbeat. Eyes closed, he embraced Kuyu tightly, kissing her fervently. Kuyu attempted to struggle, but he deepened the kiss. He longed to consume her, exploring her further, wanting to taste more. However, the fervor subsided as his consciousness waned. Aishi, wake up. Kuyu climbed from his chest, gently patting his cheek. This time, Aishi had truly lost consciousness. The water in the bathtub had turned crimson. Kuyu immediately stripped him of his clothing to examine his wounds. After cleaning them thoroughly, she called for the robots to transfer him to the bed. Kuyu requested some medical supplies and began treating Aishi's injuries. Having practiced wound care beforehand, she worked with relative proficiency. Once everything was attended to, time had passed considerably. Kuyu then repaired Aishi's mental landscape. From here on, he merely needed to rest well, and he would be fine. Kuyu intended to check on CG Yuan. Just as she stepped outside, several officers stood not far from the door. Guide, we request your assistance. We hope you can help our sentinels. Many of our sentinel warriors are in poor mental states, posing great danger. The recent alien threat has been severe, and many of our sentinels are injured. The original guide cannot provide timely relief, which is perilous. The officers pleaded earnestly for Kuyu's help. What about the mental soothing agents sent by Dr. Aishi? They were all seized by interstellar pirates. Is Chi Wei-Shur also here? I will assist you in creating mental soothing agents. Take me to the laboratory. With Commander C unconscious, these soldiers were left without direction. The intention of Kuyu to return was momentarily set aside as she needed to address this pressing matter first. Chapter 69, Capability. Kuyu's ability to provide mental solace indeed enabled her to assist them rapidly. However, with battles looming ahead, it was impossible for her to remain indefinitely in this location. Additionally, she wished to avoid inciting further chaos. Following CZ Yuan's counsel, it was prudent for her not to take the initiative in intervening. Presently, the creation of mental, soothing potions was remarkably convenient for her. The pivotal aspect was merely the infusion of her own psychic energy. Upon entering the laboratory, Kyu devoted an hour to produce 10 vials of high-concentration mental soothing potions. Just a single drop of this potent concoction was sufficient to calm one sentinel, allowing her to expend the same amount of psychic energy to soothe a greater number of sentinels. Given the overwhelming number of warrior sentinels at Xingyuan, even Kyu could not feasibly calm them all at once. However, the high-concentration potions could achieve this feat. She decided to distribute the 10 vials for immediate use. Kyu entrusted the potions to a robot, which promptly delivered them to the sentinel's quarters, elucidating the purpose of the mental soothing potions. One guide, engaged in providing mental guidance to the sentinels, expressed disapproval upon hearing the robot's explanation. Is it possible that high-concentration potions have emerged so swiftly after their recent development? Who is responsible for their creation? Another guide chimed in. I have heard that Dr. Asheng, who has the ability to create mental soothing potions, is currently unstable and injured. The potions he brought have already been seized by interstellar thieves. Where have these new ones come from? The robot clarified. These were produced by Commander C's guide. An orc scoffed. I have heard of this guide. Isn't she the one who has been hiding in Commander C's chamber? If she genuinely cares for everyone, why does she not come forth to provide guidance directly? Can she truly concoct potions? Is Dr. Asheng still to be regarded as a genius? Female guides possess inherently weaker abilities, relying solely on their psychic powers. From a moment of differentiation, they have dedicated themselves to honing their minds and nurturing their psychic energy to amplify its strength. Merely this endeavor consumes considerable time. Yet, many female guides find their levels stagnating, unable to advance. Some are even incapable of offering battlefield support to the sentinels. The crafting of potions is in itself an immensely labor-intensive task. They must wait for the potions to synthesize and merge while analyzing an array of data. Even with established procedures, any deviation could lead to failure. Even if they possess knowledge of all potion-related information, they can merely apply rote formulas. Many potions must be tailored to the specific physiological conditions of orcs, necessitating thorough data analysis and an understanding of the unique bodily characteristics of various individuals. This data must then be extracted and appropriately adjusted in the potion formulations. What appears simple is, in truth, laden with intricate details. They acknowledge Kyu's formidable psychic strength. Having cultivated her abilities to such a level undoubtedly required immense time and effort. Talent is one aspect, but diligence is equally critical. Given this, did she possess any additional time to research potions, especially ones newly developed in the interstellar realm, now labeled as high concentration? Furthermore, they were incensed that Kyu, who could provide guidance, chose to remain in the shadows. With grievances brewing within them, they could not help but ridicule her upon hearing the robot's words. In truth, they yearned for Kyu to personally intervene. The robot meticulously recorded their remarks and mechanically inquired, are there any sentinels in need of high-concentration mental soothing potions? If none are required, I shall take these potions away. Scanning the area, the robot slowly began to retract the high-concentration potions into its compartment. At that moment, a sentinel could bear it no longer. His mental landscape was on the verge of collapse, having endured numerous doses of suppressants with no effect. The guides were overwhelmed with requests, and he was still at the back of the line. By the time it was his turn, he feared he might not endure any longer. I'll give a try. The sentinel trembled, his vision blurring. His mouth and palms were raw from his attempts to mitigate the mental torment. He crawled to the robot, presenting his cup. The robot dispensed a drop of the mental soothing potion into it, and then filled it with a nutrient solution. The sentinel promptly consumed the mixture and collapsed to the ground. Everyone watched his reaction. Seconds ticked by, yet the sentinel remained unresponsive. One guide scoffed. I've never encountered such an arrogant guide. Even if she is the favored one of Commander C, she should not disregard the lives of our warriors. Not only does she refuse to appear, but she also concocts fraudulent potions, deceiving whom exactly? No sooner had the words left his mouth than the sentinel on the ground suddenly rose. Rubbing his face, he turned to the robot and asked, May I have a bit more? One drop is already sufficient. The robot replied. Excessive amounts could lead to heightened agitation of your mind, which may harm your body. The sentinel nodded in understanding. He then turned to his astonished comrades, exclaiming, "The effects are remarkable. This is far more potent than the mental soothing potion Dr. Ashung provided last time. It feels absolutely incredible. I feel more invigorated than ever. My body feels unburdened. I am in superb condition." He broke into a wide smile. The other sentinels, momentarily stunned, rushed forward to the robot. Even those who were engaged in guidance abandoned their posts and surged forward. "Please form an orderly queue," the robot instructed as it meticulously dispensed the high-concentration, mental, soothing potion into their cups. Soon, those who drank the nutrient solution infused with the soothing potion had returned to their optimal states. Aside from superficial injuries, they felt no further discomfort. More sentinels flocked to the scene. Even those with minor mental distress joined the line. Previously, Dr. Ashung's meager supply of mental soothing potion was reserved for dire circumstances. But now there was an abundance. As they queued, more robots arrived with additional high-concentration, mental soothing potions. There was enough for every sentinel at this base to receive a drop. Before long, Earl Changyong and other officers received the news and hastened to the starship camp. Chapter 70, Ruthlessness. Earl Changyong intervened to halt the robot from distributing any more mental soothing potions. "Stop. Those without significant issues should return. No more queuing is permitted." The other sentinels were momentarily taken aback by Earl Changyong's words. However, the robot disregarded his command. "Earl Changyong, Commander C instructed me to distribute these mental soothing potions. Why should they not be allowed to queue here?" Earl Changyong retorted. "The commander has not yet awakened. How could he have given you such orders?" The robot responded. "His guide is executing his directives." Even Qiyu was unaware that CZ had issued such an order to the robot. Qiyu's words held the same weight as his own. Thus, when Qiyu instructed the robot, it exhibited no resistance. Earl Changyong's expression darkened. "He entrusted you with such commands?" Count Changyong's face was etched with disbelief, particularly at the realization of how crucial that female guide was to CZ. He found himself powerless to halt the actions of the robot. A cold glance at the sentinels revealed their expressions were equally filled with confusion and defiance. Everyone yearned for such a potent mental calming agent. Even standing nearby, one could feel the vibrancy of its spiritual energy. After a moment of contemplation, Count Changyong recognized he could not prevent the robot from acting. Forcing the sentinels to retreat would only incite their fury, leading them to extol the virtues of CZ even more, thus undermining his own authority. Was he not, in essence, crafting a garment for CZ? "Hand me a vial of the high-concentration mental calming agent," he commanded. The robot hesitated briefly before retrieving a vial and presenting it to Count Changyong, who took it without further ado. A short distance away, other officers exchanged glances, their lips curling in disdain. Clearly, he wished to hoard it for himself, denying them the chance to queue for such a coveted substance. Who wouldn't desire a high concentration of mental calming agent? Who wouldn't wish for greater comfort? Count Changyong's selfishness was palpable. Whispers of discontent arose as they lined up to receive their share. Kuyu had already produced a sufficient quantity of the high-concentration mental calming agent and found herself slightly dizzy from the expenditure of her spiritual energy. Returning to her room, she glanced at Sivan beside her and closed her eyes, drifting back to the villa for a lengthy slumber. Upon awakening, she discovered herself embracing Hujia. A wave of embarrassment washed over her, and just as she attempted to extricate herself, Hujia pressed her back down. "I am of legal age already. The aging of beastmen differs from that of humans. You need not shy away from me. Is that the crux of the matter?" Please release me. I can smell the scent of other beastmen on you. You undoubtedly harbor secrets. I'm not probing, but could you perhaps show me a modicum of tenderness? What are you saying? Hujia lowered his head, holding Qiyu tightly. Your scent is intoxicating. Every time I draw near, I can scarcely contain myself. Will you be with me? I don't demand much, just a place by your side. Absolutely not. Qiyu rejected the notion. I already have a boyfriend. Then I could be your third party. Qiyu, disinclined to engage in further discourse, pushed him away forcefully. Do not do this again. If you do, you shall not return to my home. Hujia, with a sorrowful expression, reclined on the bed, his clothing discarded, revealing his well-defined abs before Kuyu. His intentions were unmistakable. However, Kuyu had encountered better, so her thoughts remained unperturbed. You could still use some practice. Despite numerous refusals, Hujia remained undeterred. Only this remark struck him deeply. He realized that Kuyu must have a stronger male companion nearby, one whose sense surpassed his own. Thus, Hujia felt a pressing urgency to secure a claim. He feared losing the opportunity to someone even more desirable. Unbeknownst to Hujia, Kuyu had already experienced such encounters. After freshening up, she sought out her grandmother, who was busy in the vegetable garden. "When did you return?" her grandmother inquired. "I returned quietly. I was too exhausted and went straight to my room to rest, which is why I didn't see you." Her grandmother noticed Kuyu's fatigue and understood her sporadic departures for work. A flicker of concern crossed her grandmother's features. "You're working too hard. You must eat well. Look how thin you become." Kuyu nodded with a smile, joining her grandmother to weed the garden. She awakened first, sensing the lingering scent of a small female nearby, though she was no longer present. "Little female, I feel terribly unwell. What are these wounds? Why won't they heal?" At that moment, Kuyu was in a laboratory, her heart racing with worry at she's words. Could it be that her medical skills were insufficient, and she had inadequately treated his wounds? After a moment's hesitation, she returned to she's side, only to find he was not in the designated room, but had returned to his spacecraft. Without warning, she enveloped Kuyu in his arms, showering her with kisses. Kuyu struggled fruitlessly, yielding to his advances. She, savoring the moment, eventually paused, still holding her tightly. "Little female, I missed you so much. You finally agreed to see me." She, "You deceived me again." A flicker of panic crossed she's eyes as he immediately replied, "I only long for you. I assure you, I will never deceive you again. Please trust me. Grant me another chance, and I promise not to impose upon your wishes." Kuyu felt somewhat helpless, unable to refuse she. Their bond was not diminished by distance. The battle at Xingyuan had unveiled she's madness. From other robots and Beastman guards, she learned of she's former nature, stubborn, obsessive, peculiar, and unpredictable. The she had encountered before was merely his better half, a facade to win her favor. Now, his possessiveness had erupted, laying bare all his flaws. Yet, one redeeming quality remained. She was still willing to heed her words. "I shall grant you one final opportunity, and truly, it is the last. Should you attempt to confine me again, I will cease all contact and sever our ties." This was a grave threat indeed. She's eyes brimmed with tears as he cradled Kuyu's face, his voice trembling. "Little female, your heart is so cruel. What'll be done?" She truly sensed Kuyu's indifference. She could abandon him at any moment. The power to decide rested in her hands. He endeavored to persuade himself to relax and be gentle, believing that such demeanor would alleviate her fears. Yet, each time he drew near, jealousy consumed him. The sight of other males approaching her drove him to madness. She was tormented, resting his forehead against Kuyu's cheek. "Little female, I cannot control myself. I do not know what to do." Tears streamed down his face, each drop a pearl cascading onto Kuyu's neck. She reached up to clasp one in her hand, its luster and fullness captivating. "Then let me help you." During her time away, Kuyu not only spent time with her grandmother, but also informed her of the peculiar nature of her work, which might require her sudden absence. She reassured her grandmother not to worry about her whereabouts and to remain at the villa. Should anything arise, she could either message her or send commands to the robots. Her grandmother was understanding, having developed a good rapport with the robots and the little cat, Xiaohei. The expansive gardens surrounding the villa provided ample tasks to occupy her time, alleviating her concerns for Kuyu. Subsequently, Kuyu worked in the laboratory to develop a mechanical chip. She produced a heart-shaped device, no larger than a fingernail, suspended from a silver chain. "What is this?" She inquired, intrigued, poking at it. Kuyu placed it around she's neck. "Gently touch it and feel." Following her instructions, as his fingers brushed against it, he sensed the emanation of Kuyu's spiritual energy and a rich fragrance. Before him, it seemed as though Kuyu's silhouette appeared. "This is a virtual version of me, capable of storing my spiritual energy and essence. When I'm not by your side, and you miss me, you can simply touch this heart. Me, she felt as though Kuyu was playing tricks on him. There is no alternative. The little female indeed cannot remain by her side perpetually. However, this approach does possess its merits. It is commendable that you conceived such a solution. Kuyu, your state that day at Xingyin startled me. I do not wish for anything to happen to you. Mi Sheng's temperament is undeniably challenging, yet it cannot overshadow his capabilities. Kuyu still hopes he might amend his ways. Well, I am aware that the little female harbors feelings for me, and that suffices. Mi Sheng yearns for more, yet dares not voice it. Mi Sheng intends to escort Kuyu back to the laboratory. But Kuyu states, I must see Commander C. He has been gravely injured by you, and the battle here is far from over. He is sorely needed. Mi Sheng's expression darkens, yet he restrains himself from speaking. I will accompany you. Should he encounter any issues, I can assist. No one is more proficient in medical matters than Mi Sheng. Very well, but you must promise me no fighting. Mi Sheng takes Kuyu's hand, and together they approach the room where Cixi Yuan resides. Along the way, many beastmen observe them with curiosity. Is that not the commander's female? How has she become Dr. Sheng's? It seems she is a VR guide. No wonder her scent is somewhat different. She is truly remarkable. No wonder she can produce high concentrations of calming agents. The beastman sentinels gaze at Kuyu with fervor. Mi Sheng senses their stares, his eyes turning cold and domineering, pulling Kuyu into his embrace. Understanding his concern, Kuyu does not resist. Upon entering the room, Cixi Yuan has already regained consciousness, listening to a report from an officer. His brow is furrowed as he leans against the bed. And upon seeing Kuyu and Mi Sheng enter, his expression tightens further. You two out. Cixi Yuan commands the officer. The officer greets Mi Sheng and nods at Kuyu before departing, leaving only the three of them in the room. Mi Sheng still grips Kuyu tightly, preventing him from advancing. Kuyu glances back at Mi Sheng and pats his hand, prompting Mi Sheng to reluctantly release his hold. Cixi Yuan watches their interaction intently, his gaze profound. Kuyu sits at the bedside, gently touching Cixi Yuan's forehead. Cixi Yuan, are you all right? Is there anywhere else that feels discomfort? Cixi Yuan shakes his head, swiftly pulling Kuyu into his embrace. The motion is so abrupt that Kuyu barely registers it before finding himself enveloped in Cixi Yuan's arms. Mi Sheng immediately rushes forward. Cixi Yuan, in an instant, lifts Kuyu away from the bed. Wait, wait, Kuyu cries out in urgency. Cixi Yuan, has he threatened you again? Cixi Yuan intends to take Kuyu away. No, we agreed. I will give him another chance to coexist amicably. Kiskiviko Yu anxiously explains. Glancing at the irate Mi Sheng, just listen. Cixi Yuan is merely concerned for me. Let us converse first. Mi Sheng glances at Kuyu, and then at the hand Cixi Yuan has wrapped around Kuyu's waist. Release her waist. I will not. Two males, neither willing to yield. At any moment, conflict could erupt anew. Kuyu, if you two fight, I will no longer see either of you. Leaving such a stern ultimatum proves effective. Cixi Yuan immediately halts. I will heed your words. He then looks at Mi Sheng and deliberately remarks. It remains uncertain if some males will follow suit. Mi Sheng grits his teeth, aware that Cixi Yuan is taunting him. Yet he cannot deny the truth. He is indeed reluctant to cease hostilities. Only when the little female is in his embrace can he find tranquility. Kuyu, Mi Sheng, you two, cease your actions and sit over there on the sofa. Mi Sheng hesitates for a moment, but upon seeing Kuyu's resolute demeanor, he finally takes a couple of steps back. Little female, come sit beside me. Mi Sheng stands beside the sofa. Cixi Yuan tightens his arm, drawing Kuyu to sit on a single sofa beside the window. Mi Sheng becomes restless once more, glaring at Cixi Yuan. Mi Sheng complains. Little female, look, he is trying to provoke me. Kuyu immediately shakes off Cixi Yuan's hand, sitting down alone. None of you should quarrel. Two injured individuals ought not to compete. Let us each remain in our respective spaces. Kuyu glares at them both, stating, your bickering is not a solution. I hope we can achieve harmony. Share your thoughts. We should reach an agreement to avoid such antics in the future. Kuyu desires to engage in profound dialogue with them to find a balance. Chapter 72. The rules neither male speaks. Their demands are unattainable, so they choose silence. After a moment of waiting, Kuyu sighs in exasperation. Since you will not speak, you must heed my words. Henceforth, I shall accompany each of you separately. For this occasion, I will be with CG Yuan, and for the next, it will be me A Sheng. Time shall be staggered. No disruptions, no jealousy, and absolutely no attempts to confine me. After stating this, Kuyu deliberately looks at me A Sheng. Me A Sheng stares intently at Kuyu, appearing somewhat defiant. How can time be staggered? According to my calendar, a month consists of 28 days. I will spend 3 days with you, 3 days with CG Yuan, and the remaining days will be mine. No way. They both exclaim in unison. Kuyu, uninterested in further discussion, declares, Then I shall take my leave. You may manage as you wish. After uttering this, Kuyu turns to exit, prompting me, A Sheng, and CG Yuan to rise. I agree. CG Yuan speaks first. Kuyu looks towards me, A Sheng. Me, A Sheng hesitates for a long time, but ultimately does not concur. Then ponder it yourself. I shall give you time to reflect. While I remain here with CG Yuan. No, you are here to see me. Why accompany him? Me A Sheng protests. What am I to do then? I cannot disregard CG Yuan for your sake. Kuyu adopts a look of great difficulty. CG Yuan, if you agree, I can petition the sun to erase his temporal anchor point, ensuring he can no longer see you. CG Yuan, me A Sheng immediately becomes agitated, glaring fiercely at CG Yuan. Me A Sheng. Kuyu frowns at him. Yet me A Sheng does not relent. Kuyu, exasperated, storms out of the room. Me A Sheng instinctively tries to follow, but is halted by Kuyu. If you disagree, do not follow me. Kuyu slams the door shut and steps outside, intending to observe the surroundings when a Beastman warrior suddenly appears. Before Kuyu can fully comprehend, he is pulled into a nearby starship. Chi Wei-shi. Kuyu is astonished. How did you end up here? I came to find you. Indeed, it is you. Chi Wei-shi has been monitoring the happenings at their base, and, upon hearing of the high-concentration calming agents, rushed over. Chi Wei-shi embraces her. I have missed you dearly. Despite being so close, you did not come to see me. Noticing que it was silence, Chi Wei-shi takes her hand and places it around his neck. Beneath his collar, Chi Wei-shi wears a black choker that appears only when Kuyu's fingers brush against it. I am your male. Wherever you go, you should hold my hand. Kuyu's thoughts stir, and she recounts her previous words to CG Yuan and me, A Sheng. Can you accept this? Each of these males is strikingly handsome. If she does not acquiesce, they may very well engage in conflict. The crux is, each injury pains Kuyu's heart. Thus, it is preferable to establish rules first, ensuring equitable treatment for all in the future. Chi Wei-shi nodded without hesitation, naturally agreeing. I will not compete with other males. I understand that they knew you first. As long as you can spare some time to glance at me, I will wait for you forever. This declaration softened Kuyu's heart immensely, prompting her to leap into his embrace, tightly wrapping her arms around his waist. A smile graced Chi Wei-shi's lips, a fleeting glimmer of pride flashing in his eyes. He promptly sent a photo of their embrace to me, A Shi, and CG Yuan. Meanwhile, me, A Shi, who was preparing to argue with CG Yuan, immediately spotted the photo and rushed out. Following closely was CG Yuan. However, he had barely taken 2 steps when his light brain chimed with an incoming call from Huan Song. How is your health? Have you awakened yet? CG Yuan replied. I'm fine. Huan Song continued. Tai Yong is very concerned. He sent me to oversee things. It seems your health is recovering well. Recalling the previous incident involving Huan Song and Kuyu, CG Yuan promptly declined. You need not come. Just return. There is no need for your concern. I have awakened. Huan Song pressed. Why are you so anxious? I have already arrived and am now waiting for you to greet me. He initiated a video call upon his arrival. When the battle unfolded on Xing Yuan, Tai Yong had already commanded Huan Song to rush over here. CG Yuan furrowed his brow, initially intending to persuade him otherwise, but recalling Huan Song's disdainful attitude towards Kuyu, he felt somewhat reassured. Huan Song appeared gentle. Yet beneath that facade lay a cold and unfeeling nature. Given that he had previously shown little interest in a VR guide, it was likely he would not exhibit much reaction upon meeting Kuyu. After all, the two had undergone a profound soul-clearing session last time, and Huansong merely sought to repay Kuyu with other resources, harboring no desire to be with her. Then you can find me on your own. I have matters to attend to. With that, CG Yuan quickly followed the trace of Kuyu's aura. However, at that moment, Kuyu had already accompanied Qi Weisher to his flying ship. You were with them before. Now you are with me? Qu'est-ce que vous remarquez? I don't mind. I'm not that anxious. I have many questions regarding the mental soothing agent. Observing Qi Weisher's attempt to conceal his feelings, Kuyu couldn't help but chuckle softly. Qi Weisher, looking mischievous, was unexpectedly adorable. His round, fluffy ears were visible, evoking a strong urge to reach out and pet him. With that thought, Kuyu did just that, gently rubbing Qi Weisher's ears, which felt incredibly soft and smooth. Qi Weisher even placed his head before her, guiding her hand to rest on it. He squatted in front of Kuyu, obediently nudging her knee. The sensation was delightful. He relished it. On the other side, CG Yuan had yet to find Kuyu and instead encountered Huansong. It seems your health is recovering swiftly. I have heard about the high concentration of mental soothing agents at the base. Was it Dr. Shi who accomplished this? No, CC Yuan de Blaive. Huansong did not press further and continued. A new type of mental soothing agent is circulating among the interstellar thieves, far superior to the previous one. I was worried, but fortunately, the high concentration has emerged. Otherwise, other star constellations would claim we are collaborating with the interstellar thieves. When the initial mental soothing agent was introduced, other constellations sought to obtain its formula, but Taiyang had refused, citing instability and the fact that his Beastman citizens had yet to fully benefit from it, necessitating a wait. However, the leak of this information had sparked widespread interest throughout the galaxy. The mental soothing agent represented a groundbreaking advancement for Beastmen. With this agent, they would no longer fear losing control of their minds, leading to crime or casualties. Yet, the agent remained in circulation among the interstellar thieves and was sold at exorbitant prices. Despite the outrageous cost, it was still in high demand. This time, the interstellar thieves intercepted it, blatantly challenging the authority of the Gao constellation. This predicament caused Taiyang considerable distress. Huansong's presence was not solely to care for the injured CG Yuan, but also to investigate this matter. Now that we possess a high concentration, we need not explain the previous interception of the agent. It is indeed embarrassing. However, CG Yuan had no time to dwell on such matters. Kuyu, the guide, was missing. Her presence was absent throughout the entire base, and no Beastman had seen her. Reluctantly, CG Yuan had to contact Mi Shi. Initially reluctant to engage with CG Yuan, Mi Shi reconsidered, pondering whether CG Yuan had found the little female. Where are you? Is the little female with you? CG Yuan inquired. Haven't you seen her? Without waiting for Mi Shi to respond, CG Yuan abruptly ended the video call and ordered the robots to conduct a comprehensive search for network signals and investigate the entire base. Huansong frowned. It's just a guide. While important, we need not be on such high alert. CG Yuan cast him a cold glance and said nothing further as he swiftly departed. Kuyu was currently in the laboratory with Qi Weisher. He had many inquiries regarding the mental soothing agent and hoped Kuyu would assist him in its improvement. It seems your intentions are quite clear. As a prominent interstellar thief, achieving this level is quite impressive, Kuyu remarked while conducting her research, playfully teasing Qi Weisher. He paused for a moment, then chuckled softly. This is merely a side effect. My true desire is to be your little dog. I truly like you. Even if you do not assist me with the mental soothing agent, I will still be your little dog and will continue to cherish you. Even if that is your true intention, I would still help you with the research on the mental soothing agent. Her words left Qi Weisher in contemplative silence for a while. Why? He asked. Kuyu did not respond. She recalled her initial capture by Qi Weisher, where she encountered many incomplete Beastmen. Many of Qi Weisher's subordinates were not in good health, missing limbs and relying on machinery. Moreover, from the data CG Yuan had previously provided, Kuyu had also observed some organizations among the interstellar thieves. Many were discarded, homeless beastmen. In truth, few had committed serious offenses. Fundamentally, it was due to a lack of resources and suppressants. When they lost control of their minds, they could not even reach a hospital for treatment due to a lack of star coins. This often led to their madness, resulting in accidental harm to companions. And the more severe cases were exiled from the constellations. Exiled, homeless beastmen faced even harsher realities, living without a stable home and being preyed upon by alien species and insectoids. Most of those with physical disabilities suffered for this reason. However, now they had gathered under Qi Weishi's leadership, at least finding stability and safety. Although the actions taken were not commendable, they merely sought to seize resources without inflicting harm on beastmen. From the perspective of those homeless beastmen, Qi Weishi was a figure of justice. While Kuyu did not entirely agree, she could understand. The essence of the matter held no absolute good or bad. All she could do was act according to her conscience. Suddenly, Qi Weishi grasped Kuyu's hand. You should refrain from concerning yourself with these mental, soothing agents. The Gao constellation is in considerable distress due to their leaked agents, prompting other constellations to retaliate. This will only bring you trouble. You could become a target or even be labeled a traitor. Qi Weishi wished to shield Kuyu from any stigma. Kuyu queried, have you changed your mind again? Qi Weishi felt a twinge of guilt, for I had no intention to exploit your meaning. It's all right. Kuyu responded with a gracious smile. What I seek, you can provide, and vice versa. This is the best way to sustain a long-lasting relationship. Such reasoning struck as excessively rational, and Qi Weishi found it quite displeasing. He gazed deeply at Kuyu, yet found himself at a loss for words. Kuyu exuded an aura of profound rationality, fully aware of her desires and capable of bearing the corresponding costs. She could balance everything into mere transactions. Kuyu had developed another type of psychological soothing agent, distinctly different from the previous one, and also of high concentration. Just as she intended to present this agent to her vision suddenly became disoriented. Qi Weishi instinctively reached for Kuyu's hand but grasped only air. In the blink of an eye, she vanished from his sight, along with the vial of the modified high-concentration soothing agent. Kuyu did not anticipate encountering such a situation again, initially suspecting it to be the work of Mie Shi. Yet, upon opening her eyes, she found herself face to face with a refined and noble man who regarded her with a warm smile. In that instant, she recognized him. He was Tai Yang. Kuyu had an impression of him, though not particularly clear. She could vividly recall that this male was Tuoba Yu. They had exchanged words before, albeit too hastily. I forcibly summoned you, he stated. Although Sizuan was the first to engage with the VR guide and the first to nurture it, the original creator remained Tuoba Yu, who possessed absolute control. Observing the intensity of his gaze and the pressure of his authority, Kuyu finally comprehended why his loyalty consistently remained at a perfect score. Tuoba Yu glanced at the vial in Kuyu's hand and gently explained, you must not give this to the interstellar pirates, or else I will have no way to account for it to the entire cosmos. This is our constellation's latest research. It requires a time differential and can only be utilized within our constellation. Consequently, she placed the vial on the table before him. Then take it. This is my newly developed high concentration. You may give it a try. Tuoba Yu was not surprised by Kuyu's capabilities and was well aware of her diligence. Very well, he continued, stay in my alternate palace for now, allowing Commander C and Dr. Ashi some peace. Their dialogue was gentle and flowed effortlessly. Tuoba Yu departed with the agent, while Kuyu remained to tend to her own affairs. The alternate palace featured a vast garden, where Kuyu chose a spot to sit and began reviewing her data. At that moment, a figure approached. Huansong quietly observed Kuyu. Are you the VR guide? His tone, although calm, bore hints of astonishment. Kuyu nodded, retracting the screen on her light brain and standing. She intended to seek out Tuoba Yu to inform him of her need to return. Huansong promptly accompanied her, walking alongside. Weren't you at Xingyuan? What brings you here suddenly? Then, as if recalling something, he added, they're all looking for you. Kuyu replied, I've already sent them a message. I informed Sizuan, Mi Aishi, and Shueishu that I am fine and they need not worry. Although they had responded, Kuyu did not reply immediately. She had developed several versions of the psychological soothing agent and was currently analyzing data, noting different outcomes based on varying Beastman conditions. This was also what she intended to discuss with Tuoba. Huan Song continued to follow her, studying Kuyu intently, and suddenly inquired, "I apologize for not recognizing you sooner during our last encounter." Kuyu realized that Huan Song had previously had no idea she was the VR guide. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. She asked, "Is your health better now?" "Yes," Huan Song replied, "thanks to you." "How should I express my gratitude?" Kuyu frowned. "No need. You have already expressed your thanks. I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Are you going to find Taiyong?" "I have something to report as well." Kuyu sensed Huan Song's desire for conversation, yet his previous indifference left her with little emotion to reciprocate. They soon located Taiyong, who raised an eyebrow upon seeing them approach together. "Have you two met?" he inquired, directing his question at Huan Song. Huan Song felt no embarrassment. Instead, he regretted his prior arrogance. He had not expected the VR guide to appear in such a manner, clearly aligning with his aesthetic taste. Reflecting on their earlier in-depth exchange, Huan Song felt as if a calm lake had suddenly been breached, causing the waters to boil with excitement. Huan Song smiled, candidly stating, "Yes, I have met the VR guide, and it was quite a surprise." However, his amusement soon faded as Taiyong addressed Kuyu, saying, "Kuyu, for now, please remain in my alternate palace. I am about to enter my heat cycle and require your assistance." Kuyu understood Tuobayu's intentions and nodded. "Let us discuss the psychological soothing agent later. You may converse first. I shall take my leave." Kuyu and Tuobayu's exchange was remarkably serene, exuding an inexplicable harmony. It seemed they required no extensive dialogue to comprehend one another's thoughts. Huan Song's smile dimmed slightly as he remarked, "If she does not return to her own world, can I still access the VR guide page? If she departs, you may find it inaccessible. She has severed all infrequently contacted temporal anchor points," Taiyong responded softly. "She indicated she cannot manage alone and only requires a few familiar males." This was also the result of Kuyu's negotiations with Taiyong. She sought to shed her identity as the VR guide and become a legitimate interstellar citizen, promising to contribute accordingly. Huan Song fell silent, feeling a profound sense of loss. However, since she was within the interstellar realm, there would be ample opportunities in the future. When Tuoba approached Kuyu, she was in the midst of comforting a male servant. Her hand rested gently on the servant's shoulder, who trembled with closed eyes, his face flushed, an expression fervently excited. Tuoba observed from a distance, refraining from stepping closer. In that moment, he suddenly understood Zizuan and me, a she. Why two top-tier males of the high European constellation would become so irrational and juvenile in a conscious state over Kuyu. A thought crossed his mind. That male servant should leave, and no one should touch Kuyu. No one is permitted, he resolved, his typically gentle demeanor turning slightly cold. Kuyu approached him, presenting the new agent. "Taiyong, here is the new potion. Take a look." Tuoba did not take it, gazing deeply into Kuyu's eyes, recalling Huan Song's expression as he departed. Any male who had encountered Kuyu would likely be captivated and enchanted by her. Huan Song's initial resistance had already shifted with just one meeting. Kuyu's decision to limit further male involvement with temporal anchor points was indeed wise. Tuoba extended his hand toward Kuyu, who hesitated for a moment before placing her hand in his palm. Thus, Tuoba held Kuyu's hand as they strolled through the park. "How long can you remain by my side? Or perhaps I should inquire, how many males accompany you?" Tuoba's voice was warm and laced with amusement. Walking beside him, Kuyu felt an unprecedented tranquility, able to grasp Tuoba's intentions at once. "I accepted Zizuan, Mi Asha, and Chi Weisher." After a brief pause, I added, "And you as well." "What about Huan Song?" Kuyu contemplated for a moment, but found herself lacking the energy to continue. Tuoba was amused by her tone, speculating that Marquis Huan Song would not so easily concede. However, it mattered little. Tuoba clasped Kuyu's hand within his own, whispering, "There exists a rather straightforward means to become a legitimate citizen of the interstellar realm and acquire greater rights in the future." He was well aware of this. 4. A hidden condition for interstellar citizenship is that those who make significant contributions to the interstellar community may allow their loved ones to enjoy superior medical treatment. Even resources are managed by the Interstellar Authority, providing free supplies each month. Kuyu wished to save her grandmother, not only to restore her health, but also to ensure she could live longer. Naturally, she desired this for herself as well. This matter had not been disclosed to anyone. Kuyu had merely researched the interstellar realm a bit more, taking notes along the way. To her surprise, Toobayu seemed to know all about it. She halted her steps, aware of her own capabilities, and inquired, "What is this simple method?" "To marry me." Toobayu replied, "I am in need of a female guide, and I believe you are exceptionally suitable." Kuyu asked, "Do you have feelings for me, Taeyong?" Toobayu did not respond, his gaze deep, suggesting she ponder this further. Suddenly, he released her hand and took away the medication, vanishing from sight. Kuyu gazed at her palm and chuckled softly. Had Taeyong just been shy or frightened? Perhaps it was a combination of both. Nonetheless, she acknowledged that she had been somewhat impatient and overly direct. Kuyu turned back towards the villa and shared this matter with her grandmother. Chapter 75. Marriage Proposal. Kuyu informed her grandmother that she had started dating a young man and wished to marry. Her grandmother was taken aback, peppering her with questions before ultimately deciding to meet him. Kuyu showed her a photo of Taeyong, whom she had encountered in the interstellar realm. Her grandmother remarked, "He is quite handsome. What does he do? Is he good to you?" "Yes, his job is decent, and his income is satisfactory. Most importantly, he wields considerable power." This was what Kuyu valued most. She aspired to become a member of the interstellar community and to occupy a higher position. "Let him come to our home for a visit," her grandmother suggested. Kuyu replied, "It may not be feasible for him to come here. We should go to meet him. I will make the arrangements." Very well. Although her grandmother felt a bit uneasy, she found solace in Kuyu's calm demeanor, which suggested she had not lost her reason due to love. Kuyu sent a message to Toobayu. "Grandmother wants to meet you." At the time she received this message, Taeyong was listening to Ziyuan's report. A smile broke on his lips. Toobayu understood Kuyu's intention. She wanted to see if he possessed the capability to facilitate her grandmother's journey through the stars, allowing for access to better medical care. Quite astute. Ziyuan bowed, observing the smile on Taeyong's face, sensing something was amiss. Very well. Toobayu replied to the message, assigning Ziyuan a task. It seemed Commander C would not be taking a vacation. He was required to handle the arrangements for my wedding. Ziyuan's eyes widened in surprise, but his good manners compelled him to respond immediately. "Yes, congratulations, Taeyong." Taeyong smiled, the intended partner being Kuyu. "What?" Ziyuan's expression stiffened. He had not anticipated such a turn of events. It was utterly sudden. Yet, Toobayu knew that for Kuyu, this revelation was far from unexpected. From the moment she had brought her grandmother to stay by her side and learned that the surgery could not take place on Earth, she had been waiting for this opportunity. Toobayu patted Ziyuan's shoulder, his tone gentle yet tinged with pride, stating, "Henceforth, I shall be her foremost beast husband. However, you need not worry. I am not so petty. I will respect you both." He departed. Ziyuan stood rooted in place for a long time, fists clenched tightly. His heart was tumultuous, a myriad of emotions swirling within him. He pondered and contemplated, ultimately left with a sense of helplessness. He should have been the first. Why was he always a step behind? Ziyuan's heart ached profoundly. At that same moment, Toobayu dispatched a command to Miyasha, instructing him to visit the neighboring star constellations, negotiating with high concentrations of soothing psychic agents to establish a cooperative defense network against the insectoid species and other alien threats. Miyasha was reluctant to go, but considering the remarkable efficacy of the soothing agents created by Kuyu, he was eager to enhance her reputation. After all, Kuyu had mentioned that she would only check in on them at specific times. He merely needed to wait. Miyasha was cautious not to appear too eager, lest he provoke Kuyu's displeasure. With Ziyuan personally overseeing the arrangements, the wedding preparations progressed swiftly. Kuyu also briefed Chu Changjin, leaving him ample soothing agents and similar items, ensuring he could reach her whenever necessary, as she was embarking on a journey. Kuyu accompanied her grandmother to the basement. Her grandmother admired the equipment Kuyu had prepared, marveling at her granddaughter's capabilities. Soon, her grandmother lay on the pre-prepared transport device, and Kuyu grasped her hand. "Grandmother, close your eyes and take a short nap. Everything will be fine soon." Very well. Kuyu had administered a sleeping agent in advance, and her grandmother quickly drifted off. In the blink of an eye, when Kuyu opened her eyes again, she found herself face to face with Toobayu. Not far away, several robots surrounded her grandmother. Kuyu rushed over to check, relieved to find her grandmother unharmed. Toobayu assured her, "Everything went smoothly. The surgery is arranged, and the mechanical organs are prepared." "Very well. Should the operation be successful, we shall wed." Indeed, Kuyu personally wheeled her grandmother into the operating room. She had not disclosed any of this to her grandmother, fearing she might not be able to bear it. This decision weighed heavily on Kuyu's heart, leaving her anxious about potential mishaps. The surgery lasted 5 days. At last it concluded. Kuyu meticulously examined her grandmother's various health indicators, relieved to find them stable. Now, it was simply a matter of proper recovery. Very well. Kuyu observed her grandmother's pallid complexion and nodded in agreement. The wedding preparations were nearing completion, and Kuyu also met with Ziyuan. Standing alongside Toobayu, Ziyuan gazed deeply at her before bowing. She would henceforth be the most esteemed female of the Gao constellation, necessitating that Ziyuan pay his respects whenever he encountered her. Ziyuan's countenance was cold, his dark eyes concealing a tempest within. Kuyu and Toobayu selected their wedding attire together and tried them on. While awaiting Toobayu to change, Kuyu approached Ziyuan. He fixed his gaze upon her, his voice choked as he remarked, "Kuyu, my guide, is truly beautiful." Kuyu smiled and replied, "Commander C, thank you." "Thank me for what?" Ziyuan's voice grew fainter. "Thank you for accepting all of me. I have spoken to Taiyang. I will not abandon you both." Ziyuan's eyes brightened with disbelief. In the interstellar beast realm, a female could have multiple beast husbands. Yet, Kuyu had never expressed such sentiments directly. Ziyuan had always assumed that Kuyu intended to forsake them. Kuyu stepped forward to embrace him, and as Ziyuan prepared to reciprocate, Toobayu emerged from the changing room. Dressed in matching white attire, he appeared remarkably handsome. Ziyuan immediately froze. Toobayu remarked, "Commander C, you are indeed special." Ziyuan lowered his gaze, observing Kuyu stepping away from him, puzzled by the meaning behind those words. Kuyu had already returned to Toobayu's side, appearing perfectly matched together. She linked her arm with Toobayu's and turned to Ziyuan, stating, "I remain yours and will not abandon my responsibilities." "Commander C, if you are willing, my previous words still stand." Ziyuan glanced at Toobayu, then at Kuyu, nodding in agreement. Of course. He had never intended to monopolize Kuyu. On the eve of the wedding, grandmother awoke, and he brought her to meet Toobayu. Although Kuyu had prepared her mentally in advance and erased portions of her surgical memories, the concept of interstellar civilization remained difficult for grandmother to grasp. She inquired, "Are there truly different worlds? Will I ever return?" "Yes," Kuyu assured her. "Once the bonding ritual is completed, everything will revert to its original state. Grandmother will return to her villa to live." Toobayu also dedicated half a day to meet grandmother, answering many of her questions. Grandmother's capacity for acceptance was commendable, and most importantly, she held a fondness for Toobayu, believing him to be a worthy partner for Kuyu. Soon, the wedding ceremony commenced. Grandmother donned her attire, feeling as if she were caught in a hasty dream. How could her typically decisive granddaughter be getting married so suddenly? Chapter 76. Choices. The wedding concluded swiftly. Below the stage, Ziyuan and Huan Tsang gazed at Kuyu in her wedding gown. Ziyuan remained unable to smile, his gaze profound. In this moment, Huan Tsang could empathize with his emotions. "Uncle, do I still have a chance?" Upon hearing this, Ziyuan felt a tightening in his heart. Casting a cold glance at Huan Tsang, "Wait your turn." Just then, a message arrived on the holographic console. "Commander C, trouble is brewing. Interstellar pirates have surrounded the capital." Today, all eligible Beastmen across the galaxy had gathered for the wedding, leaving no room for error. As Ziyuan prepared to investigate, he noticed a figure in the crowd at the back of the wedding. In his hand was a massive bouquet of diamond flowers, both dazzling and perilous. With a single hand, he gripped the heavy bouquet, gazing intently at Kyu, who was in the midst of her wedding. Chi Wei-shir's expression was inscrutable, but his eyes seemed to glimmer with mirth. Frowning, Siji Yuan approached Chi Wei-shir. In the distant reaches of the stars, Mi Asha was clutching his chest, conducting a self-examination, yet finding nothing amiss. Nevertheless, he felt an overwhelming discomfort. After resting briefly, he opened the VR console, still unable to spot Kyu's figure. The entire villa was devoid of her presence. Even grandmother was nowhere to be seen. At that moment, a small black creature scurried out. Miyasha recognized it as Kyu's pet, which was in fact a Beastman. However, due to complications during differentiation, it could not assume its human form. The small black creature made a phone call, stating, "They have all vanished. I haven't seen anyone. Hurry and search for them." Vanished? Miyasha's heart sank further with worry. He had not seen the little female for several days. Thus, Miyasha dialed the laboratory at the Gao, a constellation. "Is there any activity in the laboratory? Has the little female come looking for me?" After a moment of silence, the assistant in the lab denied it, stating she had not come to find Dr. Asha. "Is there any other news from Gao, a constellation?" The assistant hesitated before replying, "Dr. Asha, you must return quickly. Many beastmen are aware and have gone to the wedding." A heavy stone sank in Asha's heart as he inquired, "What wedding? Whose wedding?" "It's Kyu's. She is bonded with the sun. The ceremony is nearly over." The assistant warned him, "Dr. Asha cannot miss this wedding. Everyone knows how much you value Kyu." It was indeed peculiar for Dr. Asha to be absent from such an occasion. Upon hearing this, the sense of unease that had lingered in Asha's heart finally crystallized. Realizing this, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, swiftly piloting his craft towards Gao, a constellation. The wedding had concluded. Kyu felt exhausted. Tuo Boy Yu had yet to return, as he was engaged in conversation with several high-ranking officials from other constellations. After refreshing herself, Kyu lay down alone in bed. Shortly thereafter, a sound emanated from outside. Tuo Boy Yu entered, standing at the door, gazing steadily at Kyu. She returned his gaze. "My spouse," Tuo Boy Yu smiled. "Won't you come help me?" Kyu snapped to attention and quickly approached him. Tuo Boy Yu opened his arms, and Kyu removed his coat. Just as she was about to place the clothing aside, Tuo Boy Yu lifted her in his arms, and they made their way to the bathroom. "I just washed up," Kyu mentioned. Tuo Boy Yu's voice was gentle yet tinged with authority. "Stay with me a while longer." As Kyu and Tuo Boy Yu reveled in the warm embrace of the water, a sudden loud noise erupted from outside, startling Kyu. "What was that?" She gasped. "Don't worry about it," Tuo Boy Yu reassured her, deepening his kiss and leaving Kyu no chance to contemplate other matters. Meanwhile, outside, chaos ensued. Asha had arrived, but Siji Yuan and Huan Song had stationed themselves outside, accompanied by numerous Beastman soldiers, sealing off the entire palace. No one could breach the defenses. "Let me in. I must see her. I want to see the little female," Asha shouted in fury. Yet regardless of his efforts, he could not breach their line. Siji Yuan replied coldly, "This is her choice. You cannot stop it. They have likely marked each other. The reality is unchangeable." Asha's eyes reddened with anger. "Siji Yuan, are you truly content with this?" Siji Yuan remained silent. He certainly was not satisfied, but it appeared he had never been the male capable of swaying Kyu's decisions. She possessed her own convictions. Siji Yuan spent the night convincing himself to attend the wedding with a calm demeanor, personally safeguarding her to ensure she experienced a fulfilling bonding ceremony. That was the last thing he could do. Huan Song was astonished by Asha's fervor for Kyu. After several exchanges, he found himself caught in Asha's wrath. At that moment, a figure emerged from the brush. Chi Wei-shir had followed them. From the start of the wedding, Chi Wei-shir had kept a distance, assuring Siji Yuan he would not disrupt Kyu's ceremony, and he had indeed kept his promise. As Asha confronted Siji Yuan, Chi Wei-shir shot a wave of energy towards him, rendering Asha immobile. Chi Wei-shir slowly approached, holding 2 vials of purple liquid. "This is a concoction I prepared specifically for you. Drink this, and you will forget one another." He waved the vials enticingly, presenting a choice. Accept the current outcome and maintain the possibility of future reunion, or consume the potion and become strangers. Suddenly, Chi Wei-shir crushed one of the vials. This was left for you by Kyu. At this moment, he finally comprehended her intent. Turning to me, Asha, he declared, I believe you would be well suited to consume this potion. No. Though Miyasha was unable to move, he could still hear and speak. Do you accept the truth? Miyasha fell silent. She did not provide me with one. CG Yuan interjected. Chi Wei-shi chuckled softly, saying, because she knows you will always stand by her side, no matter her actions. With a light laugh, Chi Wei-shi continued, yet, she does not trust me or this lifeless fish. At last, CG Yuan understood the son's words. He was indeed different. This realization lightened the heaviness in CG Yuan's heart considerably. Regardless of the outcome, he would remain by Kyu's side, watching over her. Chapter 77. Conclusion. Asha adamantly refused. He had no desire to consume the potion, nor did he wish to witness the son become Kyu's first beast husband. At the very least, it should be oneself. How could it be two all by you? He was unwilling to accept the reality and struggled desperately to break free from the shackles of Chi Wei-shi. Chi Wei-shi shook his head, losing patience. If it were to be this way, he had no choice but to force the potion upon him. Chi Wei-shi slowly approached. Mi Aisheng shook her head violently in refusal. Huan Song interjected. Is there no other way? This method is too cruel. He had not anticipated that Kuyu would be so rational and so ruthless. It was evident that this was a blatant attempt to compel Mi Aisheng's submission. However, would such a dominant male so easily concede? Huan Song had never truly understood Kuyu. Yet at this moment, a trace of trepidation arose within him. This female was capable of wielding far too much power. She was also extraordinarily formidable. Her future standing was incalculable. They, as males, could only become her subordinates, with no opportunity for resistance. Of course, they willingly submitted. Just as Chi Wei-shi was about to administer the potion to Mi Aisheng, stop. CG Yuan halted his actions. If he was unwilling, then let him refrain from drinking it. Chi Wei-shi smiled. What, Commander C, are you also reconsidering? CG Yuan frowned. No, I absolutely will not allow you to disturb her. CG Yuan cast a glance at Huan Song. Huan Song stepped forward. You must not lay a hand on him in our presence. After all, you remain the antagonist before us, and the military still has a warrant out for you. Chi Wei-shi showed no fear. Are you planning to apprehend me? Huan Song shook his head. You all may leave, including Dr. Aisheng. Huan Song seemed to have employed some method, causing Dr. Aisheng to faint instantly. Just before collapsing, his eyes were filled with unwillingness as they lingered on the distant window of the other palace. Soon, soldiers arrived to carry Mi Aisheng away, and the place finally fell silent. Huan Song stated, Chi Wei-shi, you may leave as well. Chi Wei-shi shook his head. No, I must remain here to observe. What is there to see? Wouldn't it only bring more sorrow? Huan Song glanced again at CG Yuan's expression, which surprisingly mirrored his own. They were truly self-tormenting. Then you may stay here. I shall return to rest. He understood that since she had not given up on them, they were all her males, and there would be ample opportunities to engage with her in the future. He couldn't comprehend why they were so melancholic here. It was not as if they would never meet again or be together. Unexpectedly, after finishing his words, CG Yuan struck him forcefully, sending him flying. Cough, cough. Huan Song rose from the ground, astonished as he regarded CG Yuan. At that time, she should not have saved you. You already possess her. What more do you have to say? If you wish to leave, then leave swiftly. This was the first time CG Yuan had expressed such anger in recent days. He had always been deep and cold, seemingly indifferent to everything. Yet in truth, it was all suppressed within his heart. Huan Song chuckled softly. Little uncle, I forgot to apologize to you. He was aware of his own insufferable nature and quickly departed after speaking. The following day, the son beckoned them for a meal. CG Yuan glanced toward the staircase, where Tu Albayu chuckled lightly. She is tired and resting. She likely will not have breakfast today. Tsitsi, Yuan replied. That cannot be. She should at least eat something. Tu Albayu reassured him. It's fine. I fed her some last night. Commander C need not worry. CG Yuan remarked. Kuyu awoke in the afternoon. She refused to see Mi Aisheng, sending only a message through the soldiers, urging him to calm down and think clearly before coming to see her. Life after their union bore no distinction from before. After a few days of tranquility, Kuyu returned to the villa with her grandmother. Her grandmother was quite perplexed, but considered that Tuabayu was indeed very busy, receiving various visitors and attending lengthy meetings. Staying at the other palace was dull. They might as well return to the villa. Kuyu became a legitimate citizen of the stars, increasingly able to bring more items back to Earth. Many advanced technologies, such as weaponry and potions, she could replicate. With her assistance, the technological development of the Red Nation progressed remarkably. In merely 3 years, their power surpassed that of the world. Kuyu traversed between the stars and the Red Nation daily, achieving greater accomplishments through her own strength. She not only helped the Red Nation overcome numerous technological challenges, but also proved herself in the stars. Kuyu continuously learned and advanced. The Beastmen favored her not merely for her abundant spiritual energy, but also for the potions she crafted. Together with Mi Sheng, she frequently introduced even more potent potions that benefited the Beastmen. This also successfully elevated the development level of the Gao constellation, making other constellations envious of their precious gem. Moreover, males from other constellations offered themselves, hoping to remain by Kuyu's side as her beast husbands. Presently, Kuyu had only 5 beast husbands: Tua Bayu, Ciji Yuan, Mi Sheng, Qi Wei Shi, and Huan Song. That was more than sufficient. Mi Sheng occasionally expressed jealousy, disrupting the peace. Kuyu was quite angered by this. She was unwilling to waste time on such matters, frequently warning Mi Sheng. However, this fellow repeatedly failed to correct his ways. Thus, even if other constellations boasted formidable males, Kuyu had no desire to accept any more. Otherwise, she would have no time to pursue her own interests. Gradually, in her journey among the stars, she still had much knowledge to uncover. Kuyu simply wished to live a calm and enduring life with her 5 beast husbands, alongside her grandmother, who was now remarkably healthy. She had all the people she cared for by her side, thriving. That was more than enough. The end.